In a cell within Fox Prison, a young man with yellow skin was diligently writing at his desk, filling the paper with an overwhelming array of symbols. His cellmate, a black man named Glenn, peeked over from the upper bunk, instantly feeling dizzy from the complex symbols. "Zhou, are you drawing some kind of mysterious talisman?" Glenn asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. "I heard you Eastern folks know magical martial arts, like flying and vanishing. Does drawing this kind of symbol mean you can escape or turn invisible?" As a cellmate for 2 years, Glenn had watched this young man named Zhou Yang write and draw day after day. At that moment, he thought he finally understood Zhou must be preparing a spell for an escape. Zhou Yang glanced back at his imaginative cellmate, feeling both amused and exasperated. He continued to write the final lines on the paper, and as he completed the last stroke, an abrupt voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for finding the solution to the Navier-Stokes equation. System activation initiated. Reward distribution in progress." The pen slipped from Zhou Yang's hand and clattered to the floor. After 2 long years, he had finally solved one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems, an equation crucial for understanding fluid dynamics, with significant applications in weather simulation, stellar movements, and aircraft design. Solving any Millennium Prize problem earns a $1 million reward from the Clay Mathematics Institute, not to mention the highest academic honor. Astonishingly, this breakthrough came from a prisoner. However, Zhou Yang's background was far from ordinary. As the son of a military engineering expert, he had witnessed his parents' assassination by foreign spies and vowed to fulfill their legacy of making his nation the strongest. With incredible talent, he entered Princeton at 18 to pursue his doctorate and, by 23, held dual PhD degrees in physics and mathematics. Just as he was about to return to his homeland, he was framed and sentenced to 10 years for allegedly leaking research secrets. Yet, on his first day in prison, he unexpectedly awakened a technology omnipotent system, which promised activation if he solved the equation within 3 years. Guided by the system, Zhou Yang finally achieved this seemingly impossible task. Minutes later, the system's voice rang out again. "Reward distribution complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring first-generation mech manufacturing technology." Instantly, comprehensive details about mech construction flooded Zhou Yang's mind. From energy systems to control systems, from the tiniest screw to the most complex circuitry, every piece of technology surpassed current scientific advancements. As Zhou Yang reveled in this groundbreaking discovery that could change his nation's fate, the system issued a new mission. Main task: construct the first mech within 5 years. Reward: unknown. Zhou Yang frowned. Although he had all the technology, realizing such advanced science within 5 years was no small feat. The current level of technology and manufacturing capabilities posed significant challenges in building a mech within that timeframe. The primary challenge Zhou Yang faced was figuring out how to get released from prison early. The 5-year timeline given by the system didn't match his remaining 8-year sentence, putting him in a difficult position. It was impossible for him to build mechas while incarcerated, and getting released through legal means seemed nearly impossible. Reflecting on how he ended up in prison, Zhou Yang found the whole situation suspicious. On that day, the FBI suddenly raided his home, discovering alleged stolen data and classified documents. Evidence of communication with buyers inexplicably appeared on his computer, and his bank account was mysteriously credited with tens of millions of dollars. All these coincidences pointed to a carefully orchestrated frame-up. Zhou Yang thought deeply and suspected that it might be related to a crucial material he discovered during an experiment. The research institute focused on high-strength flexible materials, mainly for military body armor. Some critical data Zhou Yang accidentally uncovered could have significant research value. He speculated that certain individuals might want to monopolize the research results, or some officials feared the findings would be brought back to Country C, thus setting this trap. In this scenario, the chance of being released through normal channels was slim. Zhou Yang realized his only hope was to seek help from his homeland. He recalled that after his imprisonment, his friends had sought assistance from the embassy, which had even hired expensive lawyers for him, but all efforts were in vain. The embassy couldn't resort to extraordinary measures to rescue him, as he was just an ordinary citizen in the eyes of the authorities. Zhou Yang gradually formed a plan. To compel his country to rescue him at any cost, he needed to prove his value. He decided to write a letter to demonstrate his importance to his homeland. However, this letter couldn't be sent by him directly. Despite 2 years having passed, Zhou Yang wasn't sure if he was still under surveillance. To avoid interception, he turned to his cellmate, a black man named Glenn. Zhou Yang said to Glenn, "Glenn, you guessed right. I am indeed drawing symbols. But this symbol is too difficult. I can't complete it alone. If you help me with something, I'll teach you this skill. Once you learn it, you can become invisible and sneak out of prison. What do you think?" Glenn excitedly jumped off his bed and exclaimed, "Zhou, I knew you were drawing symbols, that magical Eastern sorcery. Sure, I'll help you with anything, even if it means blowing for you." Zhou Yang shuddered at the thought and quickly said, "No need for that. Just help me send a letter." Soon, A letter was sent by Glenn and reached one of Zhou Yang's friends. This friend then forwarded it, sending it across the ocean to the mailroom of the Aerodynamics Research Institute under the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The addressee on the envelope was the institute's director, Lin Peiyuan. That morning, Lin Peiyuan had just arrived at the office when his secretary came to report his day's schedule. The agenda was packed with important matters that couldn't be postponed. Lastly, the secretary placed some letters on Lin Peiyuan's desk. Although most people now communicated via email, some still preferred traditional letters. Lin Peiyuan walked into his office, where a pile of various letters cluttered his desk. He glanced over them casually. Most were invitations for university lectures or to be a guest judge, none of which needed immediate attention. He turned on his computer and began his day by assigning tasks in the workgroup. Lin stood up and personally brewed a cup of fragrant tea. Holding the teacup, he returned to his desk and began sifting through the letters. As expected, most were the usual invitations. Suddenly, a letter from the United States caught his eye. He hesitated for a moment before opening the envelope. Inside was a single, thin sheet of paper. His eyes widened as they landed on the words, "Proof of the general solution to the NS equation." "What the heck?" Lin exclaimed, spewing tea from his mouth. His first thought was, which lunatic sent this prank? The NS equation is a world-class problem, and if someone had truly solved it, it would have been global news by now. Despite this, Lin couldn't resist reading further. To his astonishment, the content that followed was unexpectedly captivating. He found himself completely absorbed. Just then, his secretary entered, reminding him, "Director, it's 10 o'clock. We need to leave." Lin didn't hear her, his eyes still glued to the paper. The secretary called out again, and this time Lin impatiently waved her off. "Don't bother me." The secretary was taken aback and cautiously said, "Director, this meeting is important. Without you, it can't proceed." "Then don't have it," Lin replied bluntly, adding after a pause, "Oh, and cancel all my appointments for today, tomorrow, and the day after." The secretary was shocked. Lin's schedule was always packed, and canceling everything was unprecedented. "Director, is something wrong?" The secretary couldn't help but ask, her voice filled with concern and curiosity. The secretary quickly noticed Lin Peiyuan's unusual reaction. After a moment of silence, Lin Peiyuan suddenly stood up with a sense of urgency in his voice. "Find out how long it takes to get to W City by the fastest plane." The secretary was taken aback by this sudden change. Just moments ago, he had said to cancel all his appointments, and now he was in a rush to get to W City. She quickly pulled out her phone to check and then replied, "Director, all flights to W City today are fully booked. The earliest available flight is at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Should I book you a high-speed train ticket instead?" "High-speed train? No, that's too slow." Lin Peiyuan shook his head, dismissing the idea, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike him, and his eyes lit up as if he had come up with a brilliant plan. "Go, find Colonel Chun from the neighboring aviation regiment, and have him arrange a helicopter for me to go to W City right now." The secretary was so shocked, she almost thought she had misheard. Arrange a helicopter to W City? What on earth could be so urgent that Lin Peiyuan needed to rush over like this? "What are you waiting for? Go," Lin Peiyuan said impatiently. "If anyone asks, just say it's my arrangement." With that, he waved his hand to dismiss the secretary. After all, as an academician, Lin Peiyuan had the authority to requisition a helicopter. Soon, a military helicopter took off, carrying Lin Peiyuan straight to W City. In W City, at the supercomputing center, the director, Lu Guangda, suddenly received an urgent notification. In 10 minutes, a helicopter carrying an important figure would be landing on their helipad. Someone arriving by helicopter was obviously no ordinary person. Lu Guangda dared not be negligent and immediately gathered several key members of the supercomputing center to head to the rooftop helipad. This helipad had been used only a handful of times since its construction. "Director, who are we waiting for?" someone asked curiously. Lu Guangda shook his head, equally puzzled. Just then, the distant sound of a helicopter's roar reached them. Looking up, they saw a camouflaged military helicopter slicing through the air, heading straight for them. Lu Guangda's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind going blank. He had initially thought it was just an ordinary helicopter, but it turned out to be a military one, arriving with such a formidable presence that everyone was caught off guard. Not only was Lu Guangda's mind blank, but everyone present was also too shocked to speak. The roar of the military helicopter gradually subsided, and its imposing frame seemed to exude an overwhelming sense of pressure. The cabin door slowly opened, and an elderly man with white hair nimbly stepped down. "Dean Lin," Lu Guangdao exclaimed in surprise. The man before him was none other than an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a leading figure in domestic aerodynamics with countless honors to his name. A visit from such a prominent figure would usually be announced in advance, and the supercomputing center would meticulously prepare a reception plan. Such a sudden arrival, and by military helicopter no less, was truly unprecedented. Lu Guangda's first thought was that something extraordinary must have happened. Lin Peiyuan wasted no time on pleasantries and asked directly, let's cut to the chase. I need to know if your supercomputer has any spare computing power right now. As soon as he finished speaking, the helicopter behind him roared back into the sky, the downdraft causing everyone's clothes to flap noisily. Lu Guangda snapped back to reality and quickly replied, I don't think so. Although he usually didn't pay much attention to these details, he knew that the supercomputing center in W City housed the nation's most powerful supercomputer, Light of the Great River. Since its commissioning, it had been handling scientific computing tasks from all over the country. Spare computing power? That was practically a fantasy. Modern scientific research often requires massive data processing that ordinary computers can't handle, necessitating the use of supercomputers. The more complex the research, the greater the demand for computing power. Light of the Great River, being a top-tier supercomputer in the country, had its schedule filled even years in advance. Lin Peiyuan seemed to have anticipated this, and, while descending the stairs with the group, said, Director Liu, I have a critically important proof I need to run. Can we suspend some less urgent tasks to allocate me some computing power? Suspend. Lu Guangda's eyes widened as he instinctively responded, that might not be a good idea. He knew well that the research institutes using the supercomputer had paid for their time, and halting anyone's task would offend them. Lin Peiyuan, however, appeared unfazed. There's nothing wrong with it. Some things are more urgent than others, and my task is more pressing. As they spoke, the group reached the supercomputing control center. The various display screens clearly showed the supercomputer running at full capacity. Lu Guangda cautiously asked, Dean Lin, what exactly is it that you need to run that requires you to come here in person? He couldn't comprehend why Lin Peiyuan didn't just send someone else, or even handle it with a phone call or an email, if it were just an ordinary computational task. He further inquired, how much computing power do you need? Lin Peiyuan pondered for a moment before replying, give me 50% to start with. If that's not enough, we'll increase it. Lu Guangda's jaw dropped in disbelief as he repeated, 50% of the computing power? This can't be serious, can it? The computational power of the river's light is astounding 9.3 quintillion operations per second, equivalent to 9.3 billion operations. Lin Peiyuan's request to use 50 of its computational power means conducting 5 billion operations per second, an astronomical figure that's hard to fathom. In the conference room, a few leaders exchanged looks of shock. The atmosphere was tense, with everyone speculating about Lin Peiyuan's intentions. After all, there hadn't been any news of major projects from the Aerodynamics Research Institute recently. Lu Guangda struggled to hide his surprise, forcing a laugh as he spoke. Dean Lin, you must be joking, right? 50% of the computational power, that's... Lin Peiyuan's brow furrowed immediately, his voice low and serious. Joking? Director Liu, I traveled all this way on a military helicopter. Do you think I'm joking with you? Perhaps it's you who are joking with me. This statement hit Lu Guangda like a hammer, causing his face to flush red, and he dared not say more. Lin Peiyuan gave a slight snort and continued. Do you know what I'm calculating? I'm verifying the general solution to the NS equations. Do you understand what that means? At this, the conference room fell silent. Everyone present was a high-level academic, familiar with the fame of the NS equations. Some had even delved deeply into this issue. However, when Lin Peiyuan announced he was verifying the general solution to the NS equations, everyone felt as if they were experiencing an auditory illusion. Did I hear that right? The general solution to the NS equations? Has someone solved it? One leader couldn't help but ask in a low voice. If someone really solved this problem, the news would be everywhere. How could there be no word at all? Exactly, another agreed. This is the NS equations, one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. If someone solved it, there's no doubt they'd win the Fields Medal. Lu Guangda worked to calm his inner turmoil, his voice trembling slightly. Dean Lin, are you saying you want to verify the general solution to the NS equations? Lin Peiyuan nodded, a hint of impatience in his tone. Did I not make myself clear? Lu Guangda quickly shook his head. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, this is the NS equations. Has someone proven it? Was it you? For a moment, all eyes were on Lin Peiyuan. There had been no international news coverage on the topic, yet Lin Peiyuan had come in person to request verification of the NS equations' general solution. The only explanation seemed to be that this astonishing achievement was Lin Peiyuan's own. Lu Guangda looked at Lin Peiyuan with admiration and awe. He thought, truly deserving of being an academician, a titan in aerodynamics, capable of solving such a daunting problem, something beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Peiyuan shook his head and calmly said, it wasn't me. Lu Guangda was taken aback, furrowing his brows slightly. Who could it be? Professor Qiu and Yan, he blurted out. In the domestic mathematics community, Professor Qiu and Yan's names were undoubtedly the most renowned. However, Lin Peiyuan shook his head and was about to explain when he suddenly realized he had been so immersed in the proof process that he had overlooked checking the sender of the letter. He took a deep breath and began. Here's the thing. This morning, I received a letter from Country M. It contained a proof of the NS equation. I carefully studied the entire proof process, and my intuition tells me it's correct. However, the final general solution still needs to be verified by a supercomputer. As he spoke, Lin Peiyuan pulled out his phone and quickly sent a voice message to his secretary, instructing him to properly secure the letter from Country M and to find out the sender's identity as soon as possible. Everyone present exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. They had initially thought it was a remarkable achievement by a fellow countryman, only to find out it was a foreigner's contribution. Yet, Lu Guangda suddenly paused, offering a different perspective. Hold on, Dean Lin, something doesn't seem right here. If it was really someone from Country M who proved it, they wouldn't have a reason to specifically send a letter to you. Normally, they would publish it directly in Country M. I think the person who proved it is very likely one of our own. With this statement, everyone realized the truth. Indeed, if it was proven by someone from Country M, it would make sense to publish it there without sending it specifically to Dean Lin. This suggests that the prover might be a Chinese scholar abroad, choosing to send the proof to Dean Lin for his review and support. As everyone speculated, Lin Peiyuan waved his hand to interrupt the conjectures. All right, who proved it isn't the most urgent matter right now. The priority is to verify the correctness of this proof. He turned to Lu Guangda, asking firmly, Director Lu, can you allocate some computing power for this task? Upon hearing this, Lu Guangda snapped back to attention and nodded vigorously. His eyes shone with determination. Not just some. I'm making the decision right now to pause all computational projects and allocate all available computing power to verify this proof. His tone was filled with resolve. Previously, we weren't clear about the specifics. Now that we know it's about the proof of the NS equation, what's there to hesitate about? To quickly verify this potential game-changer in the history of mathematics, halting all other computational projects is a small price to pay. Yang Mu, Lin Peiyuan's secretary, was focused on organizing meeting minutes when he suddenly received a message that left him stunned. He recalled the usual procedure. Any letter Lin Peiyuan read, unless specifically instructed otherwise, would be shredded and thrown into the trash. Not long ago, he had just dealt with a stack of letters, which were now nothing but fragments in the trash bin. Whoa! Yang Mu exclaimed, darting out of the office like an arrow, heading straight for the trash bin. However, the diligent cleaning lady had already replaced the trash bag, leaving the bin empty. Feeling dizzy, Yang Mu quickly found the cleaning lady responsible for the dean's office and inquired about the situation. Learning that the trash had been taken to the disposal station, he became even more anxious. Rushing to the disposal station, the sight before him was almost overwhelming. Hundreds of identical black plastic bags piled high, each potentially containing the shredded pieces of the letter he desperately needed. Despite feeling on the verge of collapse, Lin Peiyuan's instructions were paramount. Yang Mu took a deep breath, resisted the nauseating stench, and resolutely dove into the pile of garbage to search. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Several institute employees, taking a walk in the courtyard after lunch, were surprised to find the usually well-dressed secretary of the dean rummaging through the trash heap. Hey, Secretary Yang, what are you doing? Someone couldn't help but ask. Covered in filth and visibly exhausted, Yang Mu mumbled, looking for something. The onlooker wondered what could be so important that Yang Mu was personally searching through garbage. After all, this was a highly confidential aerodynamics research institute where important documents were typically handled with care, shredded, burned, and even the ashes were disposed of properly. The trash here was just ordinary household waste, making it hard to imagine anything worth such an effort. Why don't you get more people to help you? The person kindly suggested. Yang Mu paused, as if waking from a dream. Of course, why was he searching alone when he could ask for help? He immediately pointed to the person who spoke and ordered, You. Nothing better to do, right? Come over and help me search. Regretting having spoken up, the person had no choice but to join the search at the secretary's command. Yang Mu then left, returning shortly with a dozen security guards and several support staff. With everyone's combined efforts, it wasn't long before they found the trash Yang Mu was looking for. Seeing the mass of crumpled paper strips, Yang Mu shivered. Why are you staring? Start piecing it together. Yang Mu ordered. Fortunately, the letter was from the United States, and the unique material of the envelope made it easy to identify. Soon, Yang Mu had pieced the envelope back together and saw the sender's information, just an address. He quickly noted the address, verified its authenticity on his phone, and reported the situation to Lin Peiyuan. Meanwhile, at the supercomputing center, Lin Peiyuan and Lu Guangda, among others, were anxiously awaiting the verification results from the supercomputer. Zhou Yang's proof of the NS equation needed the supercomputer to verify if it was indeed a true solution. This process required immense computational power, but fortunately, Lu Guangda had halted all other projects to focus entirely on this supercomputer, capable of nearly a billion calculations per second. Director Lin, why don't I stay here while you take a break? Lu Guangda suggested. Lin Peiyuan shook his head. Rest? How can I rest at a time like this? You know what solving the NS equation means. It will fundamentally change fluid dynamics and impact various research fields. In such a situation, how could I leave? He continued, though the NS equation is purely a mathematical problem, mathematics underpins many sciences. Solving it doesn't just settle a mathematical challenge. It provides robust theoretical support for numerous scientific studies. For example, in aerodynamics, how to design fighter jets, maneuver missiles, or launch satellites, all these rely on research into aerodynamics and fluid dynamics. Any breakthrough in technology relies on theoretical breakthroughs, which all start with mathematics. So solving the NS equation is incredibly significant for those of us studying aerodynamics. Lu Guangda opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more. The waiting lasted an entire day. With the supercomputer running at full capacity, the verification process finally completed. As the program's completion alert sounded, Lin Peiyuan jumped up and eagerly asked, "What are the results? Is it proven?" The researcher immediately pulled up the results. Lin Peiyuan took one look and was stunned. Everyone present was equally astonished. "Holy crap, it's really proven!" Someone shouted, even swearing, but no one reprimanded him because everyone felt the urge to swear. It was the only way to express their overwhelming excitement. The NS equation, a millennium problem, had been proven before their eyes. Once this news was released, it would undoubtedly shake the world. Director Lin, it's true, it's true. Lu Guangdao was as excited as if he had personally proven the NS equation. Lin Peiyuan pumped his fist in the air, his excitement palpable. After a moment, he calmed down, saying, "Now the most crucial thing is to find out who proved the NS equation." Lu Guangda nodded vigorously. Since the supercomputer had verified the proof process was correct, the most important question was who achieved this feat. If the letter was from the United States, and the proof was by a foreigner, their joy would be in vain. While theoretical progress benefits the entire scientific community, who wouldn't want such a historic honor to belong to their own country? Let me see. Lin Peiyuan took out his phone. Yang Mu should have already investigated the sender's information. There was a lot of information on the phone. Lin Peiyuan opened it and glanced at a few lines, instantly freezing. "He's in prison. How is that possible?" Lin Peiyuan was too shocked to speak. As a secretary to the leader, it's always wise to be extra cautious. After sealing the envelope, Yang Mu didn't report immediately. Instead, he went online discreetly, carefully searching for information related to the address. His fingers flew over the keyboard as his eyes stayed glued to the screen, searching for any potentially useful details. Soon, Yang Mu not only found the address, but also managed to track down the landline number. He took a deep breath and dialed the number on his phone, but was met with nothing but a cold, busy signal. Frowning, he set the phone down and quickly jotted down his findings in his notebook. Logically, he had gathered enough basic information to respond to Lin Peiyuan. Yet, as Yang Mu stared at the message from Lin Peiyuan, his frown deepened. The request was for all information about the sender, and it was clear that what he had collected so far was far from sufficient. What made Yang Mu even more uneasy was the sudden realization of the letter's unusual nature. Lin Peiyuan, the esteemed director of the Aerodynamics Research Institute, a national academician and a giant in the academic field, had gone to the lengths of using a military helicopter to rush to W City for this letter. This letter, or rather, the sender, must be extraordinary. Yang Mu's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table as his mind raced. He understood that such a simple investigation would not satisfy Lin Peiyuan. Taking a deep breath, he made a bold decision. Picking up the phone, Yang Mu directly dialed the number for the embassy of Country M. He requested assistance in a calm and professional tone, asking for help to personally visit the sender's home and learn more about the letter. To add credibility, he even borrowed the name of a friend working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, incurring a favor in the process. After several hours of anxious waiting, the embassy finally called back. With slightly trembling hands, Yang Mu answered the phone and carefully noted down every word. The sender was identified as Chang Bin, a doctoral student in Country M. But the crucial piece of information following the letter was not written by Chang Bin, but sent on behalf of a friend named Zhou Yang, who was currently serving a sentence in prison. The embassy's efficiency exceeded Yang Mu's expectations. They even assisted in investigating Zhou Yang's background. As Yang Mu listened, he jotted down notes in his notebook, and Zhou Yang's profile gradually took shape in his mind. An orphan son of a military-industrial expert, a prodigious talent in research with dual doctorates, whose promising future was derailed by imprisonment for stealing laboratory data, his life trajectory resembling a roller coaster. After reporting the gathered information, Yang Mu didn't stop there. He went online again, delving deeper into the details of Zhou Yang's case. The more he investigated, the more peculiar it seemed. The entire case had progressed unusually smoothly, with evidence almost too perfect. Yet, intuition told Yang Mu that Zhou Yang didn't seem like someone who would steal experimental data for profit, especially considering his parents' fate. This case, there's something off, Yang Mu murmured to himself. Lin Peiyuan's voice came through the phone line, filled with urgency. Yang Mu, This Zhou Yang is very important. Book a flight and head to M country immediately. You must meet him, find out what he wants, and contact me as soon as possible. Do you understand? Yang Mu was momentarily stunned, his mind racing with questions. Why the rush to fly to M country? Who is this Zhou Yang to provoke such a reaction from Director Lin? A single letter causing such attention from Lin Peiyuan was indeed unusual. Is there a problem? Lin Peiyuan pressed, noticing Yang Mu's delayed response. Yang Mu snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "No problem, Director. He'll book the flight right away." After hanging up, Yang Mu was still full of confusion. His intuition told him that the letter, or rather Zhou Yang himself, was anything but simple. However, without more information from Lin Peiyuan, he dared not ask further. I need to find out who this Zhou Yang is, Yang Mu thought to himself. Meanwhile, in Fox prison, Zhou Yang was resting on his bed. For the past 2 days, he hadn't been writing or drawing, aware that any information from his mind could cause significant trouble if documented. Instead, he kept reviewing the details in his head. Fortunately, the content from the system was etched into his memory, crystal clear. In just 2 days, Zhou Yang had grasped the basics of the mech's power system. This grasp was more akin to understanding the system. The core of the power system lay in its revolutionary battery technology, batteries produced using carbon nanotubes as conductors, possessing astonishing energy density. This was no ordinary technology. It was no exaggeration to say that a breakthrough in this battery technology could completely change the world, overturning the current petroleum energy structure and bringing about a seismic shift. While Zhou Yang was immersed in his thoughts, the cell door suddenly opened, and a guard entered. "Zhou, you have a visitor," the guard announced curtly. Zhou Yang immediately opened his eyes, thinking, "It's happening. It seems my letter did have an effect." Led by the guard, Zhou Yang arrived at the visiting room. As he entered, he saw 2 people waiting for him, a young man with glasses, looking scholarly, and a middle-aged man in a sharp suit. The young man introduced himself eagerly. Hello, I'm Yang Mu, from your home country. This is Huang Xiang, a well-known local lawyer." The middle-aged man in the suit nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Yang frowned, sat down silently, and waited for the conversation to unfold. Yang Mu slowly sat down and spoke with a serious expression. "Mr. Zhou, please allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the secretary to Director Lin Peiyuan of the Aerodynamics Research Institute. Director Lin has already reviewed the letter you sent him." He paused, looking Zhou Yang directly in the eye. "Director Lin personally instructed me to come to Country M to meet with you and understand the purpose of your letter." As Yang Mu finished speaking, he added, "By the way, I've done some research on your case." His tone carried a hint of caution. "I feel there might be some issues, and you may have been wronged." He gestured to the person beside him. "This is Lawyer Huang, a very well-known attorney here with his own private firm. He has a good working relationship with our embassy and might be able to help you." Yang Mu glanced at Huang Xiang, who nodded in understanding. Huang Xiang took a stack of documents from his briefcase and neatly spread them out on the table. Clearing his throat, he began to explain. "Mr. Zhou, I've carefully studied your case. Although the evidence chain appears complete on the surface, I found that there might be issues with some of the evidence-gathering procedures." His tone was filled with confidence. "If given some time, I am sure I can demonstrate the flaws in these procedures. Once the evidence-gathering process is proven faulty, the related evidence will be invalidated. Therefore, I am quite confident about your case." However, as Zhou Yang listened to Huang Xiang's detailed analysis, a surge of anger rose within him. He scoffed internally. "Is this it? Hiring a lawyer to get out through litigation? What a joke. If a lawyer could solve the problem, he would have been out long ago." Working in Country M for 2 years, Zhou Yang had a high salary and could afford any level of lawyer. The real issue was that there were powerful interests behind this research institute, and normal legal avenues couldn't resolve the problem. Zhou Yang realized that the weight of his letter wasn't enough. He suddenly stood up, startling Yang Mu and Huang Xiang. With a barely detectable hint of coldness in his voice, Zhou Yang said, "Tomorrow, at the same time, I'll give you something. You need to take it back and hand it to Director Lin." With that, Zhou Yang turned and left, leaving Yang Mu and Huang Xiang looking at each other in surprise. His footsteps echoed down the empty corridor, his mind made up. "If the value of the NS equation isn't enough, then I'll give you something that will make the world go crazy." As Yang Mu walked out of the prison, his face was filled with confusion and his brow furrowed. He muttered to himself, "What does this mean?" Yang Mu recalled his investigation results. Zhou Yang had deliberately sent a letter to Lin Peiyuan, likely to capture Lin's attention. Evidently, Zhou Yang succeeded. Lin Peiyuan took it very seriously and even traveled from his country to meet Zhou Yang in M country. Originally, Yang Mu speculated that Zhou Yang's purpose might be to get out of prison, but now he was completely puzzled. He had already brought in a lawyer, so why was Zhou Yang unwilling to even have a conversation? Standing nearby, Huang Xiang shrugged, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Who knows? But Mr. Yang, I've studied this case, and overturning it is very difficult. So the lawyer fees won't be cheap." It seemed as though Yang Mu didn't hear Huang Xiang, as he continued to speak to himself. Forget it. I'll come back tomorrow. I need to see what this guy is up to. The next day, Yang Mu arrived as promised. In the prison visiting room, Zhou Yang appeared. He held a letter and first handed it to the guard standing nearby. The guard opened the envelope, revealing 2 thin sheets of paper. Upon careful examination, the guard saw that the paper was covered in symbols that appeared like gibberish. Once the guard confirmed there was no issue, he placed the paper back in the envelope and nodded to Zhou Yang, indicating it could be sent out. Only then did Zhou Yang place the envelope in front of Yang Mu, calmly saying, "Please deliver this letter to Dean Lin for me." With that, he turned and left the visiting room, leaving Yang Mu baffled. Yang Mu widened his eyes, with only one thought in his mind. That's it? Another letter? At that moment, he couldn't understand what Zhou Yang was trying to achieve. Despite Zhou Yang having left, Yang Mu couldn't resist opening the envelope and examining the 2 thin sheets of paper. As Lin Peiyuan's secretary, Yang Mu hadn't risen through connections. He was a top student from a prestigious university. Some of the symbols on the paper were recognizable to him. They were chemical equations. The rest were complex mathematical symbols, which even a typical PhD student might struggle to comprehend. Yang Mu murmured with a furrowed brow. This seems like a mathematical model. With a resigned scratch of his head, he pondered for a moment before carefully putting the envelope away and leaving the prison. Upon exiting the prison, Yang Mu immediately called Lin Peiyuan. Lin Peiyuan eagerly asked, "Xiao Yang, did you see him?" Yang Mu reported truthfully. "Dean, I did meet him, but he didn't say anything to me." He then detailed the 2 encounters. On the other end, Lin Peiyuan was taken aback and quickly asked, "You mean he gave you another letter, and its content might be a mathematical model?" "Yes," Yang Mu replied apologetically. "I'm sorry, Dean, I can't fully understand it. I'm just guessing it might be a mathematical model. How about I take a photo and send it to you?" Lin Peiyuan immediately agreed. "Sure, take a photo and send it to me." Without hesitation, Yang Mu snapped 2 photos with his phone and sent them to Lin Peiyuan. At that moment, Lin Peiyuan was in W City. He had just verified the NS equation and was about to leave W City, but a strong intuition told him there might be more astonishing discoveries from Zhou Yang. A brilliant student, now imprisoned, had secretly proven the NS equation and sent the results to him. It was as if he intended to amaze the world in silence. Lin Peiyuan couldn't help but wonder if Zhou Yang held even more incredible research findings. With this thought in mind, Lin Peiyuan decided to stay at the supercomputing center. He figured that if Zhou Yang presented any more groundbreaking research, he could verify it immediately. Filled with anticipation and curiosity, Lin Peiyuan waited quietly for the photos from Yang Mu, his heart brimming with a thirst for the unknown and excitement. Lin Peiyuan's heart raced as he received a letter from Zhou Yang. As the first mathematician to prove the NS equation, he eagerly opened the 2 images sent by Zhou Yang, anticipating a major breakthrough in NS equation research. However, as he carefully examined the images, he was momentarily stunned by what he saw. This was not a mathematical model or a result of NS equation research, but rather a detailed data model of a new type of battery. The diagrams clearly depicted a high-performance battery using carbon nanotubes as the conductive agent, including its preparation principles, material ratios, and the process of data validation. Lin Peiyuan's eyes quickly scanned every detail, his mind racing. If this data were accurate, the performance of this battery would easily surpass existing ones by 100-fold. Amidst his shock, Lin Peiyuan's thoughts surged like a tidal wave. He knew well that every technological revolution in human history was closely tied to energy. From the steam era to fossil fuels, and now to electrical energy, wind energy, solar energy, and even nuclear energy, energy utilization has always been at the heart of technological development. The prosperity of modern society is built on the foundation of energy. Each energy breakthrough has reshaped the world order, just like the rise of Britain in the steam era and the United States in the oil era. Lin Peiyuan's hands trembled involuntarily as he realized the massive transformation this technology could trigger. Imagine cars traveling thousands of kilometers on a single charge, phones lasting months on a single charge. This comprehensive breakthrough in energy application would fundamentally change human lifestyles. Taking a deep breath, Lin Peiyuan tried to calm his excitement. He was acutely aware of what this battery technology breakthrough meant. It was not merely a technological innovation. It could be the key to leading the next industrial revolution. With his hands still slightly trembling as he held his phone, Lin Peiyuan's mind began to envision the profound changes this technology might bring. Lin Peiyuan's eyes were fixed on the 2 sheets of paper in his hand, his breathing unconsciously quickening. The design plan was not only detailed but also came with theoretical foundations, verification processes, and even precise data. He could hardly believe that these 2 sheets could lead directly to the production of such a revolutionary battery. This can't be real, Lin Peiyuan muttered to himself, rubbing his tired eyes as his mind raced through complex calculations. Moments later, he stopped, and the preliminary estimates left him astonished. Theoretically, this design was perfect. only lacking a physical prototype for validation. A question suddenly intruded on his thoughts. Wasn't Zhou Yang serving time? How could he possibly have developed such groundbreaking technology in prison? Lin Peiyuan trembled uncontrollably. In the field of battery technology, countless scientists worldwide have dedicated their efforts. Even organizing a top-tier research team of 200 people and investing billions might not yield such a breakthrough. Yet Zhou Yang, alone, in the harsh conditions of prison, had accomplished this feat. It was simply incredible. It took Lin Peiyuan a long time to calm down and start weighing the value of the information. Although its authenticity needed verification, the immediate concern was not verification but ensuring the absolute security of this invaluable information. This technology could alter the fate of a nation and must not fall into the hands of any adversarial country. At this moment, Yang Mu, who held this secret, was in Country M, facing a dire situation. In a flash of inspiration, countless possibilities and strategies raced through Lin Peiyuan's mind. Meanwhile, Yang Mu, driving back to the hotel, answered Lin Peiyuan's call. "Director, have you seen the information?" Yang Mu's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Lin Peiyuan's voice, however, was unusually grave as he said, "Yang Mu, you must immediately execute two tasks. First, turn around and drive straight to the embassy and await further instructions. Second, after I hang up, destroy your phone completely to ensure no recoverable data is left, understood?" Hearing this, Yang Mu abruptly slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt on the road. He was momentarily stunned, his mind a whirl of confusion. What on earth was happening? What earth-shattering secret was hidden in Zhou Yang's mysterious letter that had caused the always composed Lin Peiyuan to react so unusually? Yang Mu's heart was pounding, and cold sweat soaked through his shirt. He stared intently at the seemingly ordinary envelope on the passenger seat, realizing he was caught in the eye of a storm far beyond his imagination. "Do you understand?" Lin Peiyuan's voice came through the phone, cold and stern. Yang Mu snapped back to reality, his voice trembling slightly. "I understand, Director." A brief came from the other end, followed by silence. Yang Mu took a deep breath, his gaze shifting between the envelope and the new phone in his hand. Clenching his teeth, he pushed open the car door and smashed the phone to the ground. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Mu felt that wasn't enough. He got back into the car, started the engine, and drove over the phone's remnants. After going back and forth twice, he carefully collected every fragment, ensuring no trace was left behind. As a member of the Aerodynamics Institute, he knew the importance of confidentiality. At this moment, he finally realized he had come into contact with information powerful enough to change his fate. Meanwhile, in W City, Lin Peiyuan put down the phone and immediately stood up to find Lu Guangda. "Director Lu, I need to use your secure phone." Lin Peiyuan's tone was not to be questioned. Lu Guangda's eyes widened in disbelief. "Director Lin, we don't have a secure phone here. Maybe you could send an email?" Lin Peiyuan's gaze was filled with contempt, silently mocking the backwardness of the supercomputing center. Lu Guangdao felt a wave of shame. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Peiyuan decided, "All right, arrange for someone to take me to the nearest military district. There's a military district in W City, right? They must have a secure phone." Lu Guangda opened his mouth to ask who Lin Peiyuan needed to contact and why it was such a big deal. But reason curbed his curiosity. Some things were better left unasked. Half an hour later, Lin Peiyuan stood in a secure room at the military district, facing a red phone. The colonel who brought him there exited the room with a grave expression, closing the door behind him. Lin Peiyuan picked up the receiver and dialed a number known only to a select few. Meanwhile, far away in M country, Yang Mu was in a room at the embassy, feeling every second stretch into eternity. He clutched the envelope Zhou Yang had given him, not daring to blink. Every footstep made his heart race, fearing someone would burst in at any moment. Finally, after 2 agonizing hours, a steady knock sounded at the door. A middle-aged man in a black suit, expressionless, appeared at the entrance. "Here are my credentials." The man presented an ID with an embossed national emblem. Under the dual pressures of tension and fatigue, Yang Mu could only just make out the emblem, the other details blurred. "Comrade Yang Mu, I'm here under orders to receive a confidential document." The man's tone was calm and professional. Yang Mu, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly handed over the envelope. "All right, we'll take it from here," the man said, turning to leave. At that moment, Yang Mu suddenly recalled the words on the man's ID. Special Intelligence Bureau 6. The legendary, mysterious department was now a reality before him, sending a shiver down his spine. Yang Mu recalled his college friend's words, feeling a chill in his heart. Although his friend, who had joined a special intelligence department, was tight-lipped, he still revealed some inside information. The most intimidating was the legendary Special Intelligence Bureau 6, a mysterious agency responsible for foreign intelligence work, comparable to the CIA in the United States. "Damn, I'm really in deep trouble this time." Yang Mu cursed to himself, then fell into deep thought. Who exactly is this Zhou Yang? How can one letter cause such a huge uproar? Meanwhile, in the bustling district of S City, an unexpected visitor arrived at the headquarters of Penguin. He was a middle-aged man, simply dressed, carrying a briefcase, and looked every bit like an ordinary office worker. He walked straight to the reception and said bluntly, "Hello, I need to see the head of your data center." The receptionist was momentarily stunned and politely inquired, "May I have your name, sir? Do you have an appointment?" "Appointment? No," the middle-aged man replied with a calm smile, then pulled out a credential from his pocket. "But can this serve as an appointment?" The receptionist took the credential, and the embossed national emblem left her momentarily speechless. Upon realizing its contents, she was so shocked that she stammered, "Okay, I'll contact them for you right away. Please wait a moment." Within minutes, the middle-aged man was face-to-face with the head of Penguin's data center. Not only that, but a vice president of the group also rushed over. Police visits were rare but manageable. However, a visit from the Special Intelligence Department was unprecedented. At that moment, the data center head even wondered if the government was about to take action against Penguin. "Hello, hello," the data center head said, trying to stay calm. "I'm Wang Hui, the head of the data center. This is our vice president, Han Yusen." The middle-aged man nodded politely and again showed his credentials with a friendly smile, allowing the two to inspect them closely. Wang Hui and Han Yusen carefully took the credentials, nervously confirmed their authenticity, and returned them with trembling hands. They knew full well that no one would dare impersonate a special intelligence officer, so the credentials were almost certainly genuine. The middle-aged man wore a gentle smile, but his tone was firm and uncompromising. "We need access to your databases to delete some data. This applies not only to your domestic databases, but also to your international ones. Grant me full access." Wang Hui blinked in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. Han Yusen, however, reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling. He shook his head vehemently, his voice tinged with obvious panic. "Absolutely not. This is our company's core database, containing trade secrets. How could we possibly allow outsiders to delete data at will?" Wang Hui nodded repeatedly in agreement, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The middle-aged man maintained that unsettling smile, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he looked directly at Han Yusen. "Vice President Han, you must understand that I'm not here to negotiate, but to inform. Any doubts you have, keep them to yourself. Now, grant me access immediately. Every second you delay, the consequences will be beyond what you can bear." Though the man's tone was calm, his rock-solid determination sent a chill down Han Yusen's spine. His face flushed red, and his voice turned slightly shrill. "I doubt your identity. I need to make a call to verify." "Go ahead." The middle-aged man remained unfazed and turned his attention to Wang Hui. "Take me to the control center and grant access." Wang Hui felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, paralyzed with indecision. Seeing this, Han Yusen hurriedly intervened. "Wang Hui, don't you dare." In this tense standoff, Han Yusen's phone call connected. He grasped it like a lifeline, speaking urgently. "Mr. Ma, something major has happened at the company. There's someone." "What? You already know." The next moment, a torrent of angry words came through the phone. Han Yusen's face turned from red to white, then to green, as cold sweat poured down. After hanging up, he appeared utterly dazed. The middle-aged man still wore that chilling smile as he turned his gaze back to Wang Hui. "Can we proceed now?" Wang Hui snapped back to reality, a shiver running through his body, and he nodded quickly. Trembling, he stood up and led the middle-aged man to the control center, leaving Han Yusen sitting there, pale and stunned, unable to regain his composure for a long time. A phone call from Lin Peiyuan was like a sudden thunderclap, instantly alerting the top officials. Decision-makers swiftly convened an emergency meeting and quickly devised 3 countermeasures. First, ensure the security of the materials. The Special Operations Department immediately activated confidential channels, assigning personnel to escort the envelope in Yang Mu's possession back to the country. Meanwhile, technicians began clearing related records on WeChat, erasing all data traces connected to the letter. Second, expedite technical verification. The Chinese Academy of Sciences Energy Research Institute received orders from higher authorities to immediately form an elite research team led by academician Chen Tiankai. They would utilize the newly acquired materials to race against time in conducting process verification and production assessment. Third, and most critically, rescue Zhou Yang. Despite having the technical documents, the value of the developer himself was irreplaceable. Moreover, Zhou Yang had proven the NS equation, further highlighting his importance. This challenging task was assigned to the Special Operations Bureau 6. In the suburbs of City B, the headquarters of Special Operations Bureau 6 was operating at full capacity within an unremarkable office building. In Director Han Haining's well-lit office, he was engrossed in studying the detailed information about Zhou Yang, leaving no detail unchecked, from his elementary school math test scores to his latest research achievements. Just as Han Haining was absorbed in the materials, a gentle knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." Han Haining said without looking up. The door opened, and a slender woman entered silently. She wore a sharp professional outfit, a pencil skirt paired with a white blouse, and her short hair accentuated her delicate features. Her cool and elegant demeanor was like a humanized sculpture, more dazzling than many current celebrities. Han Haining looked up, smiling. Rin, you're here. Please, have a seat. Once Chen Ryun was seated, Han Haining took a moment to scrutinize the outstanding female agent before him. Despite being a woman, Chen Ryun was the most exceptional agent in Special Operations Bureau 6, having completed numerous impossible missions. Comrade Chen Ryun. Han Haining pushed a stack of documents towards her, his tone serious. I have an important mission for you. Your objective is to safely escort Zhou Yang back to the country. Chen Ryun quickly skimmed through Zhou Yang's documents, nodding slightly to indicate her understanding. Han Haining continued with unwavering firmness in his voice. There are 2 points you must remember. First, the safety of the target is paramount. If someone shoots at him, you are to shield him without hesitation. In short, I want the target back alive. This mission allows no room for failure. You must succeed, understood? Chen Ryun's breath caught for a moment, her gaze settling on the photo of Zhou Yang wearing a doctoral cap at the top of the documents. On the surface, Zhou Yang appeared to be just an ordinary overseas student, and Chen Ryun couldn't discern what made him so special. However, Han Haining's strict demands were unprecedented. Understood, Director. Chen Ryun nodded resolutely. Han Haining went on. The target is currently detained in a prison in Country M. I don't care what methods you use, legal or otherwise. Even if it means blowing up the prison, I won't hold you accountable. I only want one result. Get him out safely and bring him back. You can mobilize any resources you need, and I will take responsibility for any impact or consequences. If I can't bear it, the nation will fully support you. Understood. Chen Ryun held her breath again, her heart racing. This mission was unlike any other. She could mobilize any resources without consequences. As an agent of the Special Operations Bureau 6, she was accustomed to acting cautiously since their existence would not be acknowledged if something went wrong abroad. But now, Director Han Haining's instruction was clear: complete the mission at all costs. Chen Ryun instantly realized that Zhou Yang's safety was of utmost importance. She stood up and said firmly, Director, I understand. I will complete the mission. Han Haining nodded and added, Good. Prepare to depart as soon as possible. This is a phone number that can coordinate any resources. Remember, any resources. Chen Ryun felt a chill run through her and nodded vigorously. An hour later, she was on a flight to Country M. The next day, Chen Ryun arrived in Country M. Outside the airport, a middle-aged man approached her. Section Chief Chen, he said. He was the one who had received the envelope at the embassy. He Bing, right? Hello. Chen Ryun greeted briefly and then gave an address. Take me here. Without a word, He Bing started the car. By evening, the car stopped in front of a 2-story house in an ordinary residential area. Through the lit windows, faint silhouettes could be seen moving inside. Wearing sunglasses, Chen Ryun got out of the car and knocked lightly on the door. A red-nosed middle-aged white man opened it, looking visibly surprised to see the unfamiliar Chen Ryun. Chen Ryun smiled and said, Mr. Mason, I'm Chen Yun. If it's convenient, could we talk in the yard? The middle-aged man was surprised that Chen Ryun knew his name but, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. He closed the door and followed Chen Ryun to the empty yard. They stood still, with no one around, and the atmosphere grew subtly tense. Chen Ryun had a knowing smile playing at the corners of her lips as she fixed her piercing gaze on Mason. She began, Mr. Mason, let's discuss your situation. Her voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. You work as the chief warden at Fox Prison with an annual salary of $54,000. Your wife works at a supermarket, earning $43,000 a year. Mason's brow furrowed slightly, clearly unsettled by Chen Ryun's knowledge of his affairs. Chen Ryun continued, You have 3 children. Your eldest daughter attends college out of state, with tuition costing $23,000 annually. Add to that your mortgage and car loans, and I imagine your credit card debt isn't insignificant, is it? Mason's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Ryun. His breathing became rapid, and his voice was laced with caution and anger. Who are you? Unfazed, Chen Ryun pressed on. Oh, I almost forgot. You also have an $80,000 debt. Frankly, your financial situation is in the red. Before Mason could respond, Chen Ryun dangled a tempting offer. I have a proposal that could earn you millions, even more. Are you interested? The words, millions of dollars, instantly doused the anger that was about to erupt from Mason. He stood frozen, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Chen Ryun maintained her cool demeanor as she continued. There's a prisoner in your jail I want released. With your position, you should be able to arrange that, right? Once it's done, I can offer you $3 million and relocate your family to a country without an extradition treaty with the US. How about it? Mason's mouth fell open as he stared at Chen Ryun. His chest heaved with the intensity of his internal conflict. Finally, he spoke with difficulty. It's impossible, too difficult. I'm not the only one in the prison. Chun Ryun replied nonchalantly. Then how about 5 million? Mason's eyes narrowed sharply, but he shook his head after a moment. How does 10 million sound? Chun Ryun suggested with a smile. Mason's eyes were now bloodshot, and he bit his lip as if making a final struggle. Seeing his hesitation, Chun Ryun played her last card, 30 million. You decide who to bribe. Just nod, and I'll transfer 1 million to you immediately. The remaining 29 million will be paid once my person is out. Mason's mouth hung open, and he fell into silence. His eyes shimmered with a mix of greed and fear, clearly torn between conflicting desires. Upon receiving the transfer notification, Mason's eyes welled up with tears at the sight of all those zeros in his account. Rest assured, I'll get the person out as per your request, he said eagerly. $30 million sitting in his account was more convincing than any promise. Mason quickly calculated, $1 million for each of the night shift guards as a bribe, and he'd still walk away with a cool 25 million. With that kind of money, he could leave him country and start a carefree life in a new land. After leaving her phone number, Chun Ryun departed gracefully. In her view, Han Haining had made it clear, any means necessary to rescue the person was acceptable. Bribing the guards? It was the most direct and effective solution. $30 million was just a small price for the entire operation. After seeing off a grateful Mason, Chun Ryun got into the car and gave a new address. He Bing, silent and dutiful like a chauffeur, drove towards the destination. The car finally stopped in an industrial area on the outskirts of the city. Dilapidated factories lined the streets, which were dirty and chaotic, with graffiti covering the walls. He Bing became alert this was clearly gang territory. In front of an abandoned factory, Chun Ryun checked the time, then got out of the car calmly and waved at a camera above the iron gate. Moments later, the gate opened, and two burly men emerged, one heading towards Chun Ryun, the other towards He Bing. Hands up, one commanded in Russian. Chun Ryun complied, raising her hands, but her tone was icy. I don't like being touched, if you want to keep your hand. The man was about to react when a voice from inside the factory called out. Let them in. Inside the factory was a lavish car repair shop, with various supercars neatly lined up. He Bing surveyed the surroundings warily, counting 13 people. He relaxed slightly could handle this even without Chun Ryun's help. Besides, Chun Ryun was a top-notch fighter herself. Pigrov, a sleazy-looking middle-aged man, grinned and tried to hug Chun Ryun, but she deftly avoided him. Mr. Pigrov, do you have what I asked for? She inquired in fluent Russian. Several men brought over some crates of arms and opened them on the spot. Inside, protected by foam padding, were various weapons, tactical accessories, grenades, and knives. He Bing quickly assessed the equipment was enough to arm a 5-man tactical team. The money? Pigrov asked. Chun Ryun waved her phone. The account. After the transfer was completed, Pigrov suddenly closed the crates. I want to know what you need so many high-precision arms for. The workshop fell silent instantly, with all the workers stopping to look over. He Bing tensed up, ready to act at a moment's notice. Chun Ryun turned to leave, and although He Bing was reluctant, he followed her. Just outside, an SUV pulled up next to them, revealing a square-faced Asian man. Comrade Chun Ryun, Captain Hu Zhongping of the Jialong Squad, reporting with 14 members. Awaiting your instructions. Chun Ryun gave a brief command. The weapons are inside. Use this factory as your base and await my orders. The payment for the weapons has been made. If they don't hand them over, deal with it yourselves. Hu Zhongping looked at the 4 burly team members in the car, one of whom was nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall and built like a tank. 30 seconds, finish the job. Got it, Captain. The 4 exchanged smiles. As elite amphibious special operations soldiers, they were unafraid of any challenge ahead. Inside the factory, there was an atmosphere of celebration. Boss, we've hit the jackpot this time. $1 million, just like that. One of the subordinates exclaimed excitedly, his face displaying a greedy smile. Bigelow couldn't hide his own excitement, a satisfied smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. He recalled the scene where he had threatened Chun Ryun, inwardly laughing. His threats had been nothing but a bluff, just as Chun Ryun had said, a knife seller doesn't care about the buyer's intentions. It was surprising how effective this approach was, securing their success with ease. These people from Sea Country are all cowards, Bigelow announced loudly, his voice dripping with contempt. I just scared them a little, and they gave up. Haha, a bunch of fools. If we get another deal like this, we can do it again, got it? His words were met with loud laughter from his subordinates, filled with mockery towards their victims. Amidst this revelry, Hu Zhongping's 4 team members quietly began their operation. A 3-meter-high iron gate was no obstacle for these well-trained Special Forces soldiers. They skillfully executed a coordinated maneuver to scale the high wall, easily vaulting over the gate. Their landing was as silent as a cat's, barely making a sound. Inside the gate, a burly man lay lazily on a deck chair, eyes glued to his phone screen. Suddenly, 4 figures descended from above, shattering his leisure. The man widened his eyes, his mind going blank. Who goes there? He shouted, only to be silenced before he could rise from his chair, as the bulliest team member delivered a powerful kick to his chest. With a heavy thud, the sturdy man was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away like a human cannonball. His neck twisted sharply, and his eyes glazed over as he lost consciousness instantly. Iron Bull, ease up a bit. If you kill someone, it's trouble, a teammate quietly reminded, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Iron Bull scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and explained, I was being gentle. He's just too weak. The other 3 teammates glanced at the fallen man. Standing at least 1.8 meters tall and built like a bull, he hardly seemed weak. They couldn't help but marvel at Iron Bull's strength. The 4 quickly approached the main gate. Without a word, Iron Bull delivered a fierce flying kick. With a resounding bang, it was as if a grenade had exploded. The heavy iron gate was kicked off its hinges, flying several meters, taking the wooden door with it. The 4 walked into the factory with heads held high, their steps firm. Their eyes were sharp, and they exuded an intimidating aura. Inside the factory, the previously laughing crowd fell silent, turning to gape at the unexpected intruders. An eerie silence filled the air. Bigelow was the first to recover, shouting angrily, Who are you? His voice was filled with threats, but a flicker of unease passed through his eyes. Iron Bull grinned and shouted back without hesitation, We're here for the weapons. His tone was casual, as if commenting on the weather. Idiot, they don't understand you. Stop babbling and get to work, one of the team members scolded quietly. As soon as the words were spoken, the 4 moved like wolves into a flock of sheep, launching a merciless attack. Their movements were lightning fast, each strike deadly. In just a few seconds, everyone in the factory was down, groaning in pain. Too weak, Iron Bull remarked disdainfully, casually picking up a large man and tossing him into a pile of tires like trash. All right, I'll go open the door for the captain, one team member said, quickly heading towards the entrance. Before long, Hu Jingping entered. His gaze swept over the groaning enemies on the floor, showing no emotion. He walked straight to a few weapon crates, picked up an M4 rifle, and expertly pulled the charging handle, aiming it briefly. Check the weapons, Hu Jingping ordered, nodding in satisfaction. Yes, the 4 responded in unison, swiftly moving to equip themselves. Their actions were fluid and precise, as if rehearsed hundreds of times. First, they donned bulletproof vests, then tactical vests, followed by helmets and night vision goggles. Finally, they began assembling their weapons, attaching various tactical accessories according to personal preference. Throughout the process, the 5 remained silent, the only sound being the crisp clink of weapons echoing in the factory. Barely conscious, Bigelow managed to lift his head, staring at the 5 with terror. His voice trembled with fear. Who are you? Do you know who I am? The 5 ignored him, focused on their gear. Bigelow cursed a bit more, but soon fell silent. The 5's skilled movements and the unique aura they exuded made him realize something. Oh my God, you're soldiers, Sea Country soldiers. Bigelow's voice was filled with despair, as if he had seen his end. Bygrov's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the 5 fully armed soldiers in front of him. These were not ordinary soldiers. They were the elite of the elite. Their presence in Country M was clearly not a coincidence. Alarm bells rang in Bygrov's mind, and he regretted his earlier foolishness in wanting to ask Chen Ryun's purpose. At this moment, he felt his life hanging by a thread and shouted with a trembling voice, Don't kill me. I don't know anything. I haven't seen anything. Hu Jingping swiftly holstered his handgun and sternly commanded, Dismiss. Keep your weapons ready and stay on alert. The other 4 responded in unison, Yes, sir. After the team dispersed, Hu Jingping turned to Bygrov and announced in fluent English, From now on, this place is requisitioned. Bygrov nodded stiffly, not daring to make a sound. Meanwhile, after arranging the Jiaolong team, Chen Ryun pondered for a moment and decided to meet Zhou Yang personally. Bribing Mason was her primary plan, theoretically the most likely to succeed. The Jiaolong team was a backup plan, to be used only if absolutely necessary. However, regardless of the option chosen, she needed to inform Zhou Yang in advance to prepare him. More importantly, Chen Ryun was curious about Zhou Yang, what kind of person warranted such a costly rescue effort by the state. The next day, at Fox Prison, Zhou, someone wants to see you. The guard announced briefly. Zhou Yang, who was engrossed in reading, stood up, understanding that his second letter had taken effect. Glenn, from the top bunk, curiously asked, Zhou, why have so many people come to see you these past few days? It's nothing, Zhou Yang replied with a calm smile as he walked away. After Zhou Yang left, Glenn thought for a moment, then suddenly got off his bed and called over a guard. Officer, may I make a phone call? Once permitted, Glenn dialed a number and spoke in a low voice. Mr. Chris, there's something about Zhou Yang that I think you should know. A cautious voice responded on the other end. Oh, what is it? Glenn lowered his voice and cautiously looked around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before he began his report. These past few days, there have been frequent visitors coming to see him. Additionally, a few days ago, he asked me to send a letter. After that letter was sent, his behavior noticeably changed. He used to be constantly writing and drawing, but now he has suddenly stopped these activities. The person on the other end of the line spoke with a serious tone, asking, "What was in that letter?" Glenn answered truthfully, "I've seen it, and the content seems harmless. But with so many people visiting him lately, what do you think that means? Has he disclosed any information?" The other person paused for a moment and then asked, "Has he said anything?" Glenn shook his head, even though the person couldn't see him. "No, he hasn't said anything." "Very well," the voice on the phone said. "I'll transfer the $1,000 to your wife's account as agreed for this month. Remember, if he shows any unusual behavior, notify me immediately. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Glenn responded respectfully, then hung up the phone. The scene shifts to the Minsk Institute of Physics. In a spacious office, a middle-aged white man in formal attire put down the phone, furrowing his brow in deep thought. This man was Chris, a senior researcher and deputy director at the Minsk Institute of Physics. Zhou Yang was once a member of his research team. It was this research team that developed a revolutionary high-strength, bulletproof material. This groundbreaking research was successfully commercialized, acquired by a company, and put into production. The emergence of the new bulletproof vest caught the attention of the Department of Defense, leading to multi-billion-dollar procurement contracts. This research achievement made Chris extremely wealthy. Furthermore, through subsequent collaborations, he successfully infiltrated the upper echelons of arms procurement, establishing strong connections within the Department of Defense. However, despite his success and fame, Chris harbored an unshakable concern: Zhou Yang, the key figure behind the development of this high-strength flexible material. For the 2 years that Zhou Yang had been in prison, Chris had been closely monitoring his every move by bribing Glenn. Yet, Zhou Yang, who had always been calm, suddenly began frequent interactions with the outside world, triggering Chris's instinctive sense of potential threat. After careful consideration, Chris picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a familiar number. Once connected, he spoke in a steady tone. "Frank, first, congratulations on your promotion to FBI branch director. Secondly, if it's convenient, we need to meet." In the prison visitation room, Chen Riyun sat gracefully at the table, her beauty momentarily mesmerizing Zhou Yang. He stood at the door, dazed for a few seconds, before slowly walking over to sit across from her. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm Chen Riyun." She introduced herself with a clear and pleasant voice, accompanied by a smile. Zhou Yang merely nodded, offering no response. He eyed the woman cautiously, wondering if she was just another lawyer sent to placate him like Yang Mu. He remained silent, curious about her true intentions. Unfazed by his cold demeanor, Chen Riyun scrutinized him before speaking. "Mr. Zhou, I'm here to ensure your safe return to your country. You could be leaving as early as tomorrow, or the day after at the latest. Please be prepared." Under the table, Zhou Yang's fists clenched involuntarily, his heart racing finally. His plea for help had been heard. "Okay." He nodded slightly, keeping his voice deliberately calm, then asked, "Is there anything else?" Chen Riyun shook her head with a smile, which once again left Zhou Yang momentarily distracted. "Then, goodbye," he said, standing to leave. "Goodbye," she replied, still smiling. The next day, Chen Riyun received a call from Mason as promised, notifying her to pick up the person outside the prison at midnight. Zhou Yang, too, had prepared for his departure from the prison. At 5 in the afternoon, a guard suddenly opened Zhou Yang's cell door, stating matter-of-factly, "Zhou, pack your things. You're being transferred to another prison." Zhou Yang hadn't yet processed the information when his cellmate, Glenn, sat up abruptly, exclaiming, "Zhou, what's happening? Why are they transferring you? Did you request this?" Zhou Yang maintained a calm exterior, though inside he felt a surge of excitement. He thought to himself, this must be Chen Riyun's doing. She must have significant influence to orchestrate this. "There's nothing much to pack. Let's go," Zhou Yang said, straightening his clothes as he confidently exited the cell, thinking, "It won't be long before I'm back on my homeland." He followed the guard onto a transfer vehicle, which drove out of the prison gates and headed east. At 6 o'clock that same day, Mason arrived at the prison in a brand new Porsche. "Sergeant, did you win the lottery?" a colleague asked in surprise, eyes fixed on the luxury car. Mason couldn't hide his smug expression, thinking, with $1 million in hand, spending $100,000 on a Porsche to replace my old Toyota is nothing. "Secret," he replied with a mysterious smile, striding into the prison. Several colleagues on the night shift also arrived, exchanging knowing looks and nods. Mason began his routine handover, eagerly anticipating midnight. However, just after the handover, a colleague rushed to him, pale-faced, saying, "Mason, there's a big problem. That person is missing." "Which person?" Mason asked, momentarily confused. The colleague gestured and whispered, "You know, that person." It took Mason a moment to realize, almost shouting in shock, the person they were supposed to rescue. "What happened? Where is he?" Mason asked urgently, a thought flashing through his mind. If the person is gone, what's left to rescue? And there's still $2 million unpaid. The colleague nervously explained, "I don't know either. After my shift started, I checked the cell, and he was gone. I found out he was transferred, but there's no record of it." Cold sweat broke out on Mason's forehead, his first thought being that the plan was exposed. prompting the early transfer. Keep quiet. Act as if nothing happened. Mason instructed quietly, relieved he had already received $1 million advance payment. The colleague stiffly nodded, then asked, "What about our money?" Mason glared, "What money? We didn't do anything. There's no money." "Bullshit," the colleague retorted. "Don't think I don't know you must have been paid. How else could you afford a Porsche?" Mason was furious, regretting his flashy car purchase. "If I had known, I wouldn't have been so conspicuous. Now, I have to share the money to keep their mouths shut, or risk being reported. In the end, I'll be lucky to keep $500,000. Fine, you'll get your share." Mason agreed through gritted teeth, feeling the pain of his diminishing fortune. Meanwhile, outside the prison, He Bing drove while Chun-Rian sat in the passenger seat, both waiting silently. Time ticked by until the appointed time came and went without any sign. "Director Chun," He Bing reminded her quietly, frowning. Chun-Rian also frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, "Let's wait a bit longer." An hour passed before Chun-Rian finally called Mason, needing 2 attempts to get through. "Mr. Mason, I think I deserve an explanation," she said, her voice cold. On the other end, Mason's voice trembled. "It's not my fault. I only found out after my shift started. The person you wanted to save was suddenly transferred without any records. Someone must know. Don't call me again." With that, he hung up. "Damn," Chun-Rian cursed, frustrated by the unexpected change in plans and Mason's failure to inform her earlier. "Who knows where Zhou Yang was taken?" He Bing asked seriously. "Director Chun, what do we do now?" Chun-Rian took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm and think about the next steps. The first priority was to find out Zhou Yang's whereabouts. Mason's information suggested someone with significant power orchestrated his transfer without leaving a trace. "Use all our intelligence networks to track Zhou Yang's location, focusing on police systems," she ordered, then added. "And the FBI. Regular police might not have such influence. The FBI was a more likely suspect. But why would the FBI suddenly transfer Zhou Yang? Was her operation compromised? If so, why was she not implicated, and only Zhou Yang moved? This meant someone was always watching Zhou Yang. Oh, and investigate the case from 2 years ago that landed Zhou Yang in prison. See if there's anything we missed." She realized the problem might originate from the original case. He Bing nodded in agreement. With Chun-Rian's directive, the Special Operations Bureau's intelligence network in the US was fully activated, utilizing all available connections and even deploying hackers to infiltrate local surveillance systems to trace the transfer vehicle's route. Although no official records existed, the vehicle's movements couldn't remain hidden. Half an hour later, Chun-Rian discovered Zhou Yang's whereabouts, but it wasn't good news. Intelligence indicated that the transfer vehicle had entered the local FBI headquarters and never left. In other words, Zhou Yang was now detained inside the FBI headquarters. Inside the abandoned factory, the 5 members of the Jialong team had been waiting for a full 24 hours. They showed no signs of impatience, each passing the time in their own way. Some were fixated on the TV screen, while others were engrossed in a game of cards. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone shattered the silence. Hu Jinping, who was watching TV, jumped up as if electrified and quickly grabbed his phone. His expression turned serious as he glanced at the screen. "Rally," Hu Jinping commanded, and the 4 team members instantly stood before him, ready for action. Even when using the restroom, they never put down their weapons. 1 minute to clear all traces, then move out, Hu Jinping ordered succinctly, turning to leave the factory. 60 seconds later, the 5 of them were in a vehicle, driving away from the temporary base. At 5 in the morning, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, an inconspicuous car came to a stop in front of a building on the outskirts of the city. Hu Jinping pulled out a tablet and displayed a photo. "This is our mission target," he said, pointing at the picture of Zhou Yang. "Our primary objective is to ensure the target's safe extraction. Remember, the target's life is the top priority. As long as the target is alive, the mission cannot be considered a failure. In other words, the target must not die, and the mission must not fail." Hu Jinping looked around at the 4 team members, his tone stern to the extreme. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" The 4 exchanged a smile, and one of them, Blackbird, spoke up. "Understood. It means his life is worth more than ours. Better we die than for him to get hurt. Don't worry, Captain, if anyone needs to take a bullet, I'll be the first in line." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere turned heavy. Such no-failure missions were often the most challenging. Hu Jinping said no more. Their duty was to complete the mission at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. "This is the headquarters of the local FBI division." Hu Jinping continued the briefing. "According to intelligence, the target is being held on the 5th floor. The building has over 30 armed security personnel, along with an unknown number of FBI agents. We don't have precise numbers on the enemies we face." At this point, Iron Bull raised his hand, and with Hu Jinping's permission, he asked, "Captain, are we allowed to shoot to kill?" The other 3 looked at Hu Jinping in unison, awaiting instructions. Hu Jinping pondered briefly. This was a foreign city, and the target was in the FBI headquarters. The enemies they faced were mostly regular security personnel, maybe even office staff. Breaking in and safely extracting the target without shooting seemed nearly impossible. But causing mass casualties would have dire consequences. Do not shoot unless absolutely necessary, Hu Zhongping finally decided. Try to resolve conflicts with hand-to-hand combat. The four nodded in agreement. Despite being only 5 against such odds, there was no fear in their expressions. The 5 donned masks, and at Hu Zhongping's command, move out. They shot towards the building entrance like arrows from a bow. Covering the 50-meter distance, Hu Zhongping led the charge, reaching the entrance with the security scanner in seconds. A security guard engrossed in his phone barely reacted as Hu Zhongping dashed past the scanner. Instantly, alarms blared. Without pausing, Hu Zhongping delivered a flying kick, sending the guard and his desk flying several meters. The guard hit the ground hard, losing consciousness. As Hu Zhongping landed, he raised his hand for a long burst of fire. Pop pop, 2 bullets grazed the heads of 2 reception guards, leaving holes in the wall behind them. Taking advantage of their stunned moment, Blackbird leaped like a panther, knocking them out with a flying kick. Meanwhile, Hu Jingping was already heading for the stairwell. Go, he shouted. Fully armed, the 5 sprinted up the stairs like racing predators, leaping 3 steps at a time. In just 20 seconds, they reached the 5th floor. Hu Zhongping kicked open the stairwell door to reveal a spacious open-plan office area. Despite the early hour, the office was bustling with people at work. The sudden appearance of 5 fully armed figures left all the agents stunned, momentarily unsure of what to do. Without hesitation, Hu Jingping and his team headed straight for an interrogation room 30 meters away. Inside, Zhou Yang was shackled to a table, with a white man yelling at him. Zhou Yang had been interrogated for nearly 10 hours since being taken from prison, with several interrogators rotating through, repeatedly asking the same questions. Speak. Who were those people you met with? The white man shouted, nearly in Zhou Yang's face. You're tired? Tell me, and I'll let you sleep. Hungry? Want a burger? Tell me, and I'll get you one right away. Zhou Yang, parched and exhausted, had moved from anger to numbness. He couldn't understand how Chun Ruyun's so-called rescue plan had led to this. To the white man's questions, Zhou Yang remained silent, as if he hadn't heard. Just then, a loud boom echoed as the door was blown halfway open. Several figures burst in like lightning. Who are you? The white man screamed, instinctively reaching for his holster. But before he could touch his gun, Hu Jingping was upon him like a flash, delivering a precise chop to the back of the man's neck. The white man's eyes rolled back, and he passed out instantly. Mr. Zhou, we're here to escort you out, Hu Jingping said in a deep voice, standing in front of Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, as if waking from a dream, looked at the 5 heavily armed figures before him, momentarily stunned. There was no doubt these men were military. The state was so forceful, sending soldiers to directly assault the FBI headquarters. It was astonishing. Okay. Regaining his composure, Zhou Yang nodded. Blackbird quickly found the handcuff keys and freed Zhou Yang. However, when Zhou Yang tried to stand, he was so drained that he nearly fainted. Iron Bull, Hu Jingping called. The bulliest of the group, Iron Bull, stepped forward and lifted Zhou Yang in a princess carry. Move, Hu Jingping ordered, leading the charge out of the interrogation room. Outside, the initial shock had turned into chaos. Armed security from the monitoring center had already noticed the disturbance in the lobby and rushed to the scene. Meanwhile, the office agents had been alerted, and those quick to react had drawn their weapons, aiming at the interrogation room. As Hu Jingping stepped over the threshold, a hail of bullets greeted him. On the 6th floor of FBI headquarters, in the director's office, Division Chief Paul was about to leave work when a call from his friend Chris interrupted his plans. Don't worry, I've got the guy here, and we're interrogating him, Paul said, leaning back in his leather chair with a relaxed tone. This guy is tough. It's been almost 10 hours, and he hasn't said a word. But I feel like he's close to breaking. 12 hours is the limit for most people. By then, he'll spill all the information. He paused before continuing. Trust me, old friend, I'm a professional. Honestly, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. This guy is just an ordinary person. He can't cause much trouble. If you want to be done with it, I can send him to the highest security federal prison and arrange an accident to keep him quiet forever. Wouldn't that ease your mind? Paul nodded. All right, once I'm done questioning him, I'll send him on his way. Just as he hung up the phone and was about to call someone to check on the interrogation progress, the office door was suddenly thrown open. A subordinate rushed in, pale-faced and panicked. Chief, there's trouble. Terrorists have broken in. Paul was stunned, almost thinking he misheard. Terrorists? Are you serious? Call security. He started to panic as well. At that moment, chaotic noises came from the subordinate's radio. They're breaking out. Damn it, flashbang. Ah, my eyes. Shoot, shoot. A series of gunshots rang out, turning Paul's face ashen. Flashbang? Are you kidding me? There really are terrorists breaking into FBI headquarters? This is serious, Paul muttered to himself. The radio continued with chaotic voices. Someone's injured. Fall back. Their firepower is intense. Call for backup. They're on the 5th floor. No, They've moved down, in the stairwell. Hold on, I'm on my way to the stairwell. No, there's no one in the stairwell. Another voice chimed in. No, they're too fast. They're on the second floor. Get over here. Amidst the sounds of gunfire like firecrackers, there was also the faint sound of breaking glass. Damn, they've broken the window and jumped out from the second floor. Chase them. Damn it, we can't catch up. Paul's mouth dropped open in shock, and he rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window just in time to see an SUV speeding away. In that moment, Paul was trembling all over, with only one question in his mind. Who on earth has the audacity to cause trouble at FBI headquarters? What are you waiting for? Go after them. And get the police involved. Search the whole city for them. Paul shouted, racing out of the office and heading for the fifth floor. The fifth floor was in chaos, like a hurricane had swept through. Several security guards and agents were injured. A subordinate came forward to report. Chief, preliminary counts show we have over 20 people injured to varying degrees, 7 with gunshot wounds. But it seems the attackers weren't aiming to kill. Those who were shot weren't hit in vital areas. Paul felt dizzy. He had just been promoted to chief, and now this happened. If he didn't catch the perpetrators, his career might be over. Who are they? Paul asked urgently. The subordinate shook his head in fear. We don't know. They were fully armed and wore masks, so we couldn't see their faces. But they were highly trained and excellent shots. I think they might be military. Oh, and they broke a prisoner out from the fifth floor. A prisoner? Which prisoner? Paul was taken aback. The one you brought in for questioning yesterday. I think his name is Zhou Yang. What? It's him. Paul snapped awake. 5 heavily armed assailants, even using professional weapons like flashbangs, broke into FBI headquarters just to rescue Zhou Yang? Who exactly is this Zhou Yang? Military. And recalling Zhou Yang's frequent meetings with people in recent days, Paul felt a chill run through him like an electric shock. He realized he was in deep trouble. Quick, contact headquarters for me. And get in touch with Homeland Security. Paul shouted. Yes, you heard right, Homeland Security. This is serious. While Paul was in a frenzy, on the other side, Hu Jinping and his team had already swiftly left the scene with Zhou Yang. This mission was kind of easy. Iron Bull smacked his lips. The team had mentally prepared for glory, but the FBI turned out to be so weak that rescuing Zhou Yang was a breeze. Indeed, Blackbird muttered. They barely fired their guns, afraid of causing a bigger incident. If they had shot without hesitation, we could have rescued him safely in minutes. Zhou Yang couldn't help but glance at the team. It wasn't that the FBI was weak, it was that they were too strong. If he wasn't mistaken, this was a real Special Forces team. Using a fully armed Special Forces team against FBI guards with only handguns was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito overkill. Thank you, Zhou Yang said, feeling a surge of emotion. Finally, he was out. His heart was already back home, ready to use all he had learned to make his country the strongest on this blue planet. As the saying goes, if the country treats me as a national treasure, I will repay it in kind. The fact that the country deployed special forces showed how much they valued Zhou Yang. Hu Jinping shook his head slightly to indicate it wasn't necessary and couldn't help but glance at Zhou Yang curiously. He also wanted to know what kind of person was worth sending such an elite team to rescue, even at the risk of glory. However, after a look, Hu Jinping couldn't see anything special. Just an ordinary young man, nothing more. But Hu Jinping remembered Zhou Yang, leaving a deep impression. Perhaps soon, his impression of Zhou Yang would become even more profound. The car stopped at a street corner. Another vehicle appeared beside them, and the door opened as Chen Riyun stepped out. Mr. Zhou, I apologize for the mishap in the plan that startled you. Chen Riyun apologized. Fortunately, the mission was completed. Otherwise, if something happened to Zhou Yang, Chen Riyun would be held accountable. Initially, Zhou Yang felt some resentment toward Chen Riyun, promised to rescue him, but ended up being taken straight to FBI headquarters. But now, thinking about it, he wasn't angry. Plans can't keep up with changes. Everyone has unexpected situations. It's fine, so what do we do now? Zhou Yang asked. After all, they were still in the US. Chen Riyun smiled. Leave the rest to me, Mr. Zhou, please. Zhou Yang nodded, waved goodbye to Hu Jinping, and got into the car. You follow the original plan for withdrawal. Chen Riyun instructed Hu Jinping. Attacking FBI headquarters would undoubtedly alert all of the US's security agencies FBI, CIA, and Homeland Security. Soon, they'd have a massive manhunt for Hu Jinping's team. But Chen Riyun wasn't worried about their safety. This was the elite Jiaolong team, and a safe withdrawal was a piece of cake. At the FBI field office headquarters, an urgent meeting was underway. Representatives from the real FBI headquarters, the CIA, and the Department of Homeland Security gathered, their expressions grave as they awaited the briefing. The room was thick with tension, as if the air itself had solidified. Paul took a deep breath and began. Ladies and gentlemen, rather than explaining, let's go straight to the surveillance footage. He pressed the remote, and the screen immediately displayed the gripping scenes. The entire field office building was equipped with high-definition cameras, capturing every move of Hu Jinping and his team. In the footage, Hu Jinping burst into the lobby like a bolt of lightning, kicking a table and people aside in one swift motion. They raced up to the 5th floor with astonishing speed. Facing a room full of armed agents, Hu Jinping unhesitatingly threw a stun grenade. Amidst the blinding flash and deafening explosion, the five moved like a well-trained special forces unit, breaking through obstacles and successfully rescuing their target before making a safe exit. The entire operation took less than 5 minutes, yet it left over 80 armed personnel at the scene helpless. As the video concluded, the room plunged into a deathly silence. The CIA representative broke the silence. These 5 individuals are undoubtedly elite. Their equipment is top-notch, their actions professional, and there's no doubt they have a special forces background. The representative from the FBI headquarters stood up, his voice laced with anger. The key now is how to capture them. They dared to launch a direct assault on the FBI. This is a blatant provocation. If they escape, what face does the FBI have left? The other department representatives exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that it was primarily the FBI's embarrassment, but none dared to voice it. The discussion quickly shifted to specific action plans. Some suggested investigating the special weapons used. Others proposed reviewing lists of retired military personnel and mercenaries, while some recommended monitoring local suspicious activities. At that moment, Paul cleared his throat and pinned a photo to the board. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice drew everyone's attention. I believe we should start our investigation with this individual. He pointed to the photo and continued. This is Zhou Yang, the prisoner who was abducted during our operation. We were originally transferring him from prison to headquarters based on a tip-off, not expecting such a bold attack on our headquarters to rescue him. The CIA representative immediately asked, what is special about Zhou Yang? Paul was taken aback, realizing this was a perfect chance to cover up how he had framed Zhou Yang years ago. He calmly replied. Zhou Yang was a researcher at the LOFA Physics Research Institute, working on a classified military high-strength flexible material project. 2 years ago, he attempted to steal critical research data to sell to a mysterious buyer. Fortunately, he was reported in time, preventing a breach of classified information. With this revelation, the expressions in the room grew even more serious. Involving military secrets, this was clearly no ordinary case. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became more intense, as everyone realized this could be a major incident with national security implications. Paul's voice echoed through the conference room, each word striking the hearts of those present like a heavy blow. He spoke with deliberate clarity, painting a disturbing picture. Zhou Yang's case should have been settled, with irrefutable evidence leading to a 10-year prison sentence. However, we have remained vigilant. Recently, a troubling development has surfaced has begun frequent contact with individuals from Country C. Paul's brow furrowed as he continued, a hint of concern in his tone. Based on the intelligence we've received, there's an intention to extract Zhou Yang. I must make a bold assumption. The people from Country C are the masterminds, targeting the research data Zhou Yang possesses. This statement exploded in the room like a bomb. The attendees' breaths became rapid, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Who would have thought this seemingly straightforward case could involve Country C? The CIA representative looked grave, his eyes sharply fixed on Paul. Are you certain of your claims? Do you have solid evidence to back this up? If not, please refrain from speculation. Paul nodded without hesitation, his gaze resolute. Absolutely. We've had someone closely monitoring his every move. Additionally, there are prison visitation records to corroborate this. These are concrete pieces of evidence. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of Homeland Security abruptly stood up, his expression serious. Continue your discussion. I need to report this significant finding to the secretary immediately. With that, he quickly left the room. Seeing this, the CIA head couldn't sit still either. He hastily got up and followed suit. Thus, Zhou Yang's name officially entered the radar of the intelligence agencies in Country M. With the risk of potentially leaking critical military research confirmed, the intelligence apparatus of Country M launched an intense search operation determined to track down Zhou Yang. Meanwhile, at the Energy Research Institute in Country C, a research team led by Chen Tiankai was conducting a groundbreaking experiment. They successfully developed a miniature battery model and were testing its data. The battery's small size was due to significant breakthroughs in material production, marking an incredible advancement in modern battery technology. Chen Tiankai's eyes were bloodshot, indicating he had been working for an extended period. His voice was slightly hoarse from fatigue but still filled with anticipation. Begin capacity testing. The researcher next to him immediately began operating the instruments. As the data appeared, the entire laboratory fell into a stunned silence. 8,300 milliamperes. The moment this figure was announced, all the researchers present gasped, their breaths quickening. This tiny battery contains such astonishing energy. Chen Tiankai stared at the fingernail-sized battery, just 1 millimeter thick, with an excitement he could barely contain. In today's battery technology, a capacity of 8,300 milliamperes typically requires a palm-sized volume, and this tiny battery's existence completely overturned his understanding. Continue testing. Chun Tiankai ordered urgently, his eyes fixed on the instrument's screen. One astonishing piece of data after another emerged. Decay efficiency reached 95, energy density hit 43 watt-hours, and the open circuit voltage, internal resistance, and operating voltage were several times those of modern batteries. Chun Tiankai widened his eyes, incredulously verifying the data repeatedly. In the lab, cheers erupted from the researchers. They understood better than anyone what this battery technology meant, a technological revolution capable of changing the world. Who developed this battery? It's incredible, one researcher couldn't help but exclaim. Not sure. It seems the manufacturing process was delivered directly from above with no specific mention of the developer, another replied. Whoever it is, I'm impressed. The person who developed this battery is nothing short of a genius. As discussions buzzed around, Chun Tiankai gestured for everyone to quiet down. All right, we have a lot more work to do, he calmly instructed. Continue testing other data, including charge and discharge rates and performance variations in extreme environments. Don't forget the safety tests. Storing such a large amount of energy in a battery this small is akin to a mini bomb, so safety is crucial. Having set everything in motion, Chun Tiankai hurried out of the lab. He had two pressing tasks. First, to report these astonishing verification results to his superiors, and second, to satisfy his own curiosity what kind of genius could have developed such revolutionary battery technology. As the plane gradually descended, the vast landscape outside the window became clearer. Chun Ryun gently reminded, Mr. Zhou, we're about to land. Zhou Yang turned to look out the window, his eyes slightly moist. Motherland, I'm back, he murmured softly. He had left his homeland at 18 and was now 27, almost a decade away. Although 2 years in prison hadn't turned his hair gray, they had etched some hardships into his features. Thank you, Zhou Yang said, collecting his emotions and thanking Chun Ryun beside him. Without her help, getting released would not have been easy. Under her arrangements, Zhou Yang had assumed a new identity, first disguising himself to travel to J country north of M country, and then flying back to his homeland. Chun Ryun smiled and replied, No need to thank me, it's my duty. Her smile was stunning, captivating Zhou Yang for a moment. At that moment, conversation from the row in front caught Zhou Yang's attention. A man wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses was asking his female companion, Sister Sue, how many people do you think will be there to see us at the airport? How does my outfit look? Should I add a scarf? The woman replied, No need for a scarf. What you need now is exposure. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. You just need to walk out looking great. Their conversation caught the attention of a young girl sitting nearby. She stared at the man for a while and suddenly screamed, Are you Huko? Oh my god, I'm on the same flight as Huko. Her companion also shouted excitedly. Instantly, the entire business class was drawn to the commotion, with curious looks and some passengers even starting to take pictures. Chun Ryun quickly stood up, blocking Zhou Yang's view. They were so close that Zhou Yang could almost feel her breath. He asked in surprise, What's wrong? Chun Ryun retrieved a baseball cap and sunglasses from her backpack and handed them to Zhou Yang. Once he put them on, she quietly explained, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I was worried you might be caught in someone else's photo. The higher-ups prefer you to keep a low profile for now. Zhou Yang nodded in realization, glancing again at the man named Huku in the front row. It seemed many in business class recognized him, and Huku stood up to greet and take pictures with them. Chun Ryun keenly observed the scene, noting everyone taking photos with their phones. Do you know him? Zhou Yang asked curiously. Chun Ryun glanced at Huku and replied, He seems to be a celebrity. He got famous after appearing on a reality show this year. Zhou Yang was surprised to find that this cool-headed agent even watched reality shows. Chun Ryun blushed slightly and whispered, Just occasionally. The plane began its descent and soon came to a stop. However, the cabin doors didn't open. Passengers gathered their belongings, ready to disembark, only to find they couldn't leave. Hey, why aren't the doors opening? There are only a few people in first class. Why haven't they gotten off yet? People wondered aloud. A flight attendant appeared, smiling as she explained, Please wait a moment, passengers. We might be delayed in disembarking. The passengers started to grumble. Delayed? For how long? We're in business class. We should get off first, someone complained. The flight attendant maintained her smile without further explanation. Some noticed there were no shuttle buses outside, meaning even economy class passengers hadn't disembarked. Zhou Yang also felt puzzled and was about to stand up when Chun Ryun gently said, Mr. Zhou, please be patient and wait a little longer, okay? Zhou Yang nodded and sat back down. At that moment, the woman sitting next to Huka suddenly complained loudly. Hey, what's the airline doing? The plane has landed. Why won't they let us off? Don't you know there are a lot of people waiting to pick up our cuckoo outside? The flight attendant remained unfazed, seemingly following strict orders. Zhou Yang was also becoming restless and stood up, saying, Flight attendant, is there a special situation? If there is, could you explain it to us? If there's a good reason, we can wait. Chun Ryun hesitated, then sat back down with a slight sigh. The The flight attendant continued to smile. Just then, someone shouted, "Look, there are a lot of cars outside." "Yeah, a bunch of them. How did the cars get in here?" "And look, they're all Hongqi cars with all numeric plates. That's impressive." "I get it now. No wonder they won't let us off the plane. There's a VIP on board. Maybe there's going to be a welcoming ceremony, so we'll have to wait." "What kind of VIP would fly commercial? Are they in first class? Who could it be? Who else could it be? It's definitely someone important. Just look at those Hongqi cars, and you'll understand." Zhou Yang was also curious and peered outside, but saw nothing. Just then, the cabin door opened. Soon, a well-dressed middle-aged man boarded the plane and appeared in business class. He glanced around and then walked quickly towards Zhou Yang. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, welcome back to the country. My name is Li, and I'm in charge of this reception," the man said with a warm smile. Instantly, the entire business class fell silent. All the passengers stared at Zhou Yang, realizing he was the VIP. Zhou Yang himself was stunned, realizing that all this was because of him. The plane came to a gentle stop, and as Zhou Yang unbuckled his seatbelt, he saw a middle-aged man named Li smiling as he approached. "Are you here specifically to pick me up?" Zhou Yang asked, catching the curious glances of other passengers out of the corner of his eye. "Yes, Mr. Zhou." The middle-aged man named Li nodded respectfully. Zhou Yang couldn't help but glance back at Chen Riyun. "Didn't you say we should keep a low profile?" Chen Riyun simply followed silently, without responding. Zhou Yang shrugged and picked up his carry-on backpack. The middle-aged man named Li immediately stepped aside and gestured for them to proceed. The entire business class was staring at Zhou Yang in disbelief. They had expected a special VIP to be in first class, not right next to them, and so discreetly. Normally, someone of Zhou Yang's status would be surrounded by bodyguards in black suits. Zhou Yang suddenly stopped, turned, and said to Hu Ku, "Weren't you in a hurry to get off the plane? Why not come along?" He then pointed to the other passengers and asked the middle-aged man, "Mr. Li, right? Can they disembark now?" The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. "Of course, if you say so. This gentleman and lady, please." Hu Ku looked at Zhou Yang in astonishment, feeling his own presence suddenly diminished. Just as he was about to politely decline, the woman named Su behind him gently nudged him, and he quickly said with a smile, "That's great. Just the right opportunity to get acquainted." Chen Riyun frowned slightly, inwardly sneering. "Get acquainted? You wish." But she said nothing, simply following in silence. The group disembarked and went directly to a Hongqi sedan. Although Hu Ku was a celebrity, he had never ridden in such a high-class vehicle. The car headed straight for the airport exit without stopping. "Aren't we going to the terminal?" the woman named Su suddenly asked. The middle-aged man explained, "No, we're leaving directly from the underground parking lot." The woman named Su was taken aback and stammered, "But how can that be we?" Zhou Yang guessed her meaning and said, "Perhaps we should stop for a moment. There are hundreds of fans and reporters waiting for them." Hu Ku's face turned bright red, and he quickly said, "It's fine. I can explain to the fans later." The middle-aged man continued to smile. "You really don't need to go because there's hardly anyone in the terminal." The two exchanged glances, still processing the situation when the car reached the parking lot entrance. "You two can get off here and take that staircase to the arrivals hall," the middle-aged man directed. Hu Ku and the woman named Su got out silently, having initially planned to use the opportunity to get to know Zhou Yang. But now they were completely awestruck, unable to utter a word. "Well, goodbye. Sorry for any inconvenience," Zhou Yang said as the Hongqi sedan slowly drove away. Zhou Yang smiled and waved goodbye to Hu Ku and the woman with the surname Su as the car slowly drove away. Hu Ku let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. "Wow, I didn't even dare to breathe just now." "Sister Su, who exactly is that person?" The woman with the surname Su looked worried. "I'm not sure, but they're definitely not an ordinary person. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten involved with Zhou Yang in the first place." She recalled the 4 black cars, each with sharply dressed bodyguards inside, and the imposing middle-aged man with the surname Li, feeling a sense of fear. "Let's go," Hu Ku said, picking up her suitcase and heading towards the arrivals hall. The woman with the surname Su reminded her as they walked, "Remember, your fans are everywhere outside. Don't get too close. Keep smiling when facing reporters, understand?" Hu Ku nodded in agreement, but as they stepped into the arrivals hall, they were stunned by what they saw. The large hall was completely empty, with only fully armed police and special forces patrolling back and forth. There were no fans or reporters, as if the entire airport had been locked down. As they stood there in shock, a man in a black suit approached them and said coldly, "Please hand over your phones for inspection to check if any unauthorized photos were taken." Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had already left the airport by car. Noticing the police and special forces everywhere, he asked, "Did you close down the entire airport just for me?" The middle-aged man with the surname Li nodded slightly. This was arranged by the higher-ups. Zhou Yang felt a warm sensation in his heart and softly said, "It really wasn't necessary." The middle-aged man smiled silently. Zhou Yang turned to Chen Riyun, teasingly saying, "You told me to keep a low profile before. Is this what you call low-key?" Chun Ryun defended. Returning quietly and secretly is already quite low-key. Zhou Yang shook his head helplessly and asked about the next steps. The middle-aged man explained, the leadership suggests you take some time to rest. After all, you've been away from the motherland for nearly 10 years. Don't you want to see the beautiful scenery of your homeland? Feeling moved, Zhou Yang suddenly said, could you take me somewhere? I want to visit my parents' graves. The middle-aged man immediately agreed. Of course, I'll make the arrangements. The next day, Zhou Yang traveled by private car back to his hometown, Z City, filled with nostalgia for his homeland and memories of his parents. Wanghu Village in Linzhou County, Z City, is named for its location at the foot of Gushan and its view of a large lake. This unremarkable village has recently found new life due to the opening of a road, with fields of blooming rapeseed at the village entrance attracting city dwellers and boosting local agritourism. 3 cars slowly entered the village, with Zhou Yang, Chen Riyun, and Li Tianchu in the middle vehicle. Zhou Yang looked out the window, hoping to see the golden fields of rapeseed from his childhood memories, but was met with bare mountains and bustling construction sites. His brow furrowed, and his mood darkened. The convoy stopped at the village entrance, where security personnel disembarked first to ensure safety. At Chun Riyun's signal, Zhou Yang got out of the car and looked around, realizing that the familiar sights of his childhood had been replaced by commercial establishments. The agritourism spots were gone, replaced by restaurants, supermarkets, and even luxury cars parked by the roadside. Villagers curiously observed the group of strangers, whispering among themselves about their identities. Zhou Yang paid them no mind, his thoughts solely on the joint grave of his parents up the mountain. Chun Riyun retrieved offerings from the trunk, and the group began their ascent along a narrow path. However, they were soon stopped by a security guard. Zhou Yang was eager to proceed, but the guard stood firm. At Li Tianchu's cue, Chun Riyun directed the security team to remove the guard. Without a word, Zhou Yang continued onward. Upon reaching his parents' grave site, Zhou Yang was overwhelmed with grief as he discovered it had been leveled. He collapsed to the ground, devastated. Li Tianchu and the accompanying doctor quickly attended to him, but Zhou Yang pushed them away, calling out to his parents in the soil. At that moment, a group of men armed with sticks approached. Led by Hu Laoda, they arrogantly questioned Zhou Yang's group's intentions. In the face of threats, Chen Ruyun calmly instructed Special Operative Li Mo to act. Li Mo swiftly subdued Hu Laoda and his men with extraordinary skill. In a mere half-minute, only Li Mo remained standing, with the others on the ground. This scene showcased the prowess of the special team and set the stage for the unfolding story. Li Mo calmly returned to his original position, as if defeating a dozen people single-handedly was a trivial matter. Zhou Yang got up, glanced around, and softly asked, "Can you get me a shovel?" Chun Riyun nodded slightly and gestured to one of his subordinates, who immediately turned and left. On the ground, Hu Laoda's group lay groaning in pain, looking utterly disheveled. Struggling to sit up, Hu Laoda angrily shouted, "All right, you can fight, huh? Just you wait, this isn't over." With trembling hands, he fumbled for his phone and started dialing clumsily. The people around him ignored his actions, not even sparing him a glance. Soon, the shovel was brought over. Zhou Yang took it, carefully assessed the location, and began digging. The land that once held his parents' graves had been leveled, and the exact spot had become unclear over time. Despite this, Zhou Yang was determined to find his parents' graves. "Mr. Zhou, let me do it," Li Tianchu quickly offered. "No, I'll do it myself," Zhou Yang firmly declined. Li Tianchu's expression changed slightly, and without another word, he took out his phone and made a call. Within just 10 minutes, a large group of workers arrived from the construction site. At the same time, 2 police officers appeared on the mountain road. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in a gray suit. Upon seeing him, Hu Laoda, as if finding his support, struggled to his feet and hobbled over, urgently saying, "Manager Chu, these people are tough fighters. Look at what they've done to me. They're causing trouble, and we can't let them get away with it." The middle-aged man took a few steps forward, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Yang and his group, and he said sternly, "Who are you people? Do you know what place this is? This is a construction site of Qiyun Group, and I am the project manager, Chu Bo. Why are you causing trouble here?" No one responded to him. Zhou Yang continued to focus on digging, having already unearthed a shallow pit, but still not finding his parents' graves. At this point, the 2 police officers also approached. Chu Bo pointed at Zhou Yang's group and said to one of the officers, "Chief Su, I'm glad you're here. These people are causing trouble at my construction site. Can you help handle this?" It turned out that with the large-scale development of Wanghu Village, the influx of people had increased significantly, prompting the town's police station to set up a small outpost here. These 2 officers were from that outpost. One middle-aged officer stepped forward, glanced at the battered group of Hu Laoda, and then raised his voice. "Who are you people?" Still, no one answered. Everyone stood silently around Zhou Yang, watching him dig. The middle-aged officer frowned, his tone becoming harsher. "Not willing to talk, huh? Then let's take this to the station." However, no one moved. The officer's eyes widened in anger as he approached, but just as he was about to get close, an agent stepped in front of him. "Are you assaulting an officer?" The officer shouted, furious. The agent remained expressionless and silent. Chun Ryun subtly signaled, and the agent immediately produced a badge, showing it to the officer. The officer, who had been filled with anger, glanced at the badge and instantly seemed doused with cold water, breaking into a cold sweat. "Who are you people?" the officer stammered, his voice trembling. The agent put away the badge and stayed silent. This time, being ignored, the officer dared not get angry again. The words and seal on the badge made him shiver uncontrollably. "Chief Su, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Chubo asked, puzzled by the situation. Hubo strode forward, his brow furrowed, and asked urgently, "Well?" The middle-aged policeman looked troubled and slowly shook his head. Hubo's frown deepened, and he spoke impatiently. "Then what are you waiting for? Get them out of here. They're just delaying our project." The middle-aged policeman seemed almost burned by something, waving his hand repeatedly with a barely noticeable tremor in his voice. "Maybe. Let's just drop it. It's really not worth it." His eyes flickered, clearly unwilling to reveal the true identity of Zhou Yang and his group. "Not worth it?" Hubo's eyes widened as he suspiciously scrutinized the middle-aged policeman. He sharply noticed the change in the policeman's attitude after viewing the special agent's credentials. After a moment of contemplation, Hubo turned to Chunryun, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Oh, so you have connections, huh? I want to see who dares to oppose Chiyun Group in Z City." With that, Hubo dramatically pulled out his phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he raised his voice, as if wanting everyone around to hear. "Director Liang, is it? This is Kubo from Chiyun. We met at the dinner last time." The middle-aged policeman beside him visibly flinched at the mention of this name. Director Liang was most likely the city's public security bureau chief. Kubo continued loudly. "Director Liang, there's a small issue I need your help with. Our group's project in Gushin is being blocked. You know this is a major city project, with investments of billions. The schedule is tight, and now there's trouble causing delays. It's hard for me to report this." He paused, seemingly listening to the other side, then nodded with satisfaction. "What? You're sending someone over? Great. I'll wait here then." Hanging up, Hubo's face was filled with arrogance. He pointed at Chen Ryun, his voice dripping with threat. "If you're brave, don't leave. Wait here. Let's see how I deal with you today." Opposing Chiyun Group, you should find out that in Z City, we are the he raised his thumb, his eyes gleaming with pride, top dog. However, his threats seemed to fall into a void. Everyone present, whether Chen Ryun, Zhou Yang's group, or even the police, seemed not to hear him. No one paid him any attention, not even a glance. Hubo felt like he was talking to thin air, and the feeling of being ignored made him even angrier. He gritted his teeth and stormed back to his spot, secretly vowing to make them pay. The scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. No one left. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. A tense atmosphere hung in the air, like the calm before a storm. Everyone knew that the real confrontation was just beginning. At the mountain's summit, Zhou Yang was alone, his clothes drenched in sweat as he continued to dig tirelessly. As time ticked away, about 15 minutes later, the distant roar of engines broke the silence from the foot of the mountain. Several police cars sped towards him, their bodies reflecting the blinding sunlight. In no time, more than a dozen police officers climbed the slope, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. Leading them was a middle-aged officer who quickly stepped forward, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. "I am He Jun, the head of the Gushin Township Police Station," the officer said in a deep voice, pointing to the person beside him. "This is Manager Chu." Chu Bo promptly stepped forward. He Jun shook his hand briefly, his tone slightly apologetic. "Sorry for delaying your project, Manager Chu. Where are the troublemakers? I'll take them away for processing." Chu Bo turned and pointed coldly at Zhou Yang and his group. "It's them." He Jun frowned slightly, about to speak, when a policeman named Su hurriedly approached and whispered a few words in his ear. "What?" He Jun's face changed dramatically, his voice suddenly rising. "Are you sure? Could it be fake documents?" Officer Su paused, recalling that he had only glanced at the documents briefly without verifying them thoroughly. He Jun snorted, his tone dismissive. "Old Su, you're really muddle-headed. How could someone like that come here? It must be fake documents." "All right, they dared to forge official credentials. We need to take them back for a thorough investigation." With that, he gestured, and the dozen officers surrounded Zhou Yang and his group as if facing a major threat. Amidst the tense standoff, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the base of the mountain. Everyone turned to see over a dozen military trucks roaring forward, kicking up clouds of dust. "Hey, why are there so many military vehicles coming?" someone exclaimed, breaking the brief silence. Moments later, a fully armed unit disembarked from the trucks, forming an orderly line as they quickly advanced up the mountain. Their synchronized steps and weapons gleaming in the sunlight exuded an overwhelming aura as they approached the group. In the blink of an eye, the imposing military force, numbering over 100, arrived on the scene. Everyone present was stunned into silence, barely daring to breathe. Then, an officer with a 1-star, 3-bar insignia on his uniform briskly approached Zhou Yang and his group. He stopped sharply, saluted, and spoke in a booming voice. Comrades, the 121st Regiment, led by Company Commander Meng Yuanqi, reports to you from the Z military district. Awaiting your orders. At these words, the scene fell into an immediate hush. Everyone was left dumbfounded, eyes wide open in disbelief, as if their very breath had been snatched away. Chu Bo, He Jun, the police officers on site, and dozens of construction workers stood frozen like statues. Faced with an armed military unit, no one dared to make a move. Li Tianshu nodded slightly and said to the officer beside him, "Captain, please lead your men to secure the entire site and halt all work." "Yes, sir." Meng Yuanqi immediately straightened up, turned to face the troops, and boomed, "Attention, company. First platoon, cover the north. Second platoon, the east. Third platoon, the south. Detach a squad from each to cover the west under Deputy Captain Hong's command. Maintain strict security. No one is to enter or leave the site." With the order given, the troops moved swiftly and efficiently. The only sound was the synchronized footsteps echoing across the construction site, leaving a profound impression. Chu Bo's eyes widened as he shouted, "What right do you have to seal off the site?" Li Tianshu smiled contemptuously and gestured for Chu Bo to come over. Hu Laoda, trembling with fear, whispered, "Manager Chu, don't go over there. They have guns." Chu Bo gritted his teeth and approached, saying, "I want to hear what reason you have for sealing off our site. Otherwise, Qiyun Group will not let this go." Li Tianshu gave a dismissive smile, as if to say, "Young man, you're too naive." He spoke slowly. "Qiyun Group, is it? I don't wish to be accused of abusing authority, so let's talk reason. This is Gushin, where the state has prohibited commercial development to preserve its natural landscape. How did you obtain a development permit? Do I need to elaborate on the issues here?" Chu Bo was left speechless. Li Tianshu added, "By the way, you might want to start looking for a new job because you're about to be unemployed." "Unemployed?" Chu Bo snapped back to his senses and said through gritted teeth, "We are conducting legitimate commercial development and aren't afraid of an investigation. Who do you think you are? Not even the emperor could meddle in our company's affairs. Besides, let me tell you, the company's vice president is my uncle. Make me unemployed? What a joke." Li Tianshu couldn't be bothered to argue further and simply shook his head with a smile. Engaging in a debate with Chu Bo would be beneath his dignity. From Li Tianshu's perspective, Chu Bo's understanding was far too limited. Unemployment would mean more than just his dismissal from Qiyun Group. It would mean the collapse of the entire company. "Take them away," Li Tianshu said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Meng Yuanqi, along with a few soldiers, stepped forward to escort everyone present down the mountain. As Chu Bo walked, he saw the other side of the site completely sealed off by soldiers, with all the workers leaving in confusion. Just as Li Tianshu had said, the site was locked down and operations halted. Fuming, Chu Bo pulled out his phone and called his uncle. As soon as the call connected, his uncle berated him. "You idiot! What happened at the Gushin site?" Chu Bo was dumbfounded. How did his uncle know about this so quickly? His uncle continued to roar. "Do you know how many calls I've received? The Commerce Department, Tax Office, Environmental Protection, Fire Department, Social Security, everyone's been calling. They're out to destroy Qiyun Group. I asked around and found out your Gushin site offended someone, and now they're investigating us." What happened? Chu Bo was once again at a loss for words. In such a short time, so many departments were investigating Themet was unbelievable. His earlier bravado about not fearing an investigation was just bluster. Any one of these departments could cause serious trouble, let alone all of them together, which was unheard of. "Uncle, what will happen to Qiyun Group?" Chu Bo asked, dazed. "What do you think will happen? Are you brainless? With so many departments investigating, we're finished. We could be bankrupt by tomorrow." Chu Bo held the phone as if struck by lightning. He suddenly recalled Li Tianshu's earlier words about finding a new job. If Qiyun Group really went under, he would indeed need to find new employment. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang's shovel struck something hard. He immediately set it aside and carefully uncovered the earth with his hands. When he saw the black coffin below, his eyes filled with tears. "Found it," Zhou Yang murmured to himself, calming his emotions before carefully covering it with soil and climbing out of the pit. "Director Li," Zhou Yang called out to Li Tianshu. Li Tianshu walked over immediately. Zhou Yang gazed at the shimmering lake in the distance, feeling the breeze, and asked, "How did the verification of the materials I gave you go?" Li Tianshu's expression changed, and he quickly replied, "I'm not entirely sure. Let me make a call and find out." With that, he stepped aside to make a call. A few minutes later, Li Tianshu returned, slightly excited, and said, "Very well." The result was as Zhou Yang had anticipated. He turned to face Gushin and said, "You asked me earlier what my plans were. I've decided. I want to build a laboratory here." "Absolutely." Li Tianshu agreed without hesitation. Zhou Yang chuckled. "Director Li, I haven't even mentioned the scale of my lab, and you're so quick to agree?" Li Tianshu earnestly replied. Mr. Zhou, you're joking. No matter how large the lab, it's just a lab. It will never be as important as you are. Whatever size you need, we will build it for you. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu, sensing the weight of his words. It seemed his second letter had indeed made an impact. All right then, let's start by hollowing out this mountain, Zhou Yang said nonchalantly. Li Tianshu instinctively looked up, his gaze sweeping across the towering Gushan before him. It stood majestically, reaching heights of 400 to 500 meters and covering an area of several dozen acres. Is something wrong? Zhou Yang keenly noticed Li Tianshu's unusual demeanor and asked. Li Tianshu quickly snapped back to reality, shaking his head hastily. No, you set the requirements, and I'll make it happen. Even if you want to drill through the earth, I'll make it for you. His tone was filled with determination. With the country's current construction capabilities, hollowing out a mountain or filling the sea is a piece of cake. Good. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction, a slight smile playing on his lips. This was exactly the attitude he hoped for. Returning to his homeland, Zhou Yang harbored a grand vision. To make the country stronger, become the strongest nation on Blue Planet, and even embark on the great endeavor of exploring the endless cosmos. Money and power, these worldly things, seemed insignificant and mundane to him. Zhou Yang mused to himself, with the battery technology he contributed, if he asked the country for 100 billion, would they give it to him? Of course, they would. 100 billion, 200 billion, even 300 billion, what did it matter? Thus, Zhou Yang cared little for money. To him, it was merely cold numbers. Whatever he wanted, how could the country refuse? The group returned to the village and settled there for the day. Zhou Yang immediately began working on the design plans, with a sudden idea to build the laboratory inside Gushan. He set himself an ambitious goal, to develop mechs within 5 years. This cutting-edge technology, capable of altering the global landscape, required utmost secrecy. Concealing it within the mountain was undoubtedly a wise choice. The next morning, Zhou Yang handed a preliminary laboratory design to Li Tianshu. The design divided the lab into several functional areas. First, a support area for producing and designing mecha parts. Second, an assembly area, considering the mecha's height of nearly 10 meters, requiring a spacious venue for assembly and testing. Third, an experimental area for theoretical research and technical validation. Other living facilities were also fully included. Zhou Yang emphasized that this design was only his initial concept. To transform it into formal design and construction plans, it would need to be adapted to the actual terrain and involve close collaboration with professional design institutes. He entrusted all these complex tasks to Li Tianshu. All right, Mr. Zhou, I'll arrange it immediately. Li Tianshu promptly set to work, acting with decisive efficiency. Once the state machinery was set in motion, its efficiency was astonishing. Within just a day, government departments had entered the village, offering an irresistible proposal to relocate and resettle the entire Wanghu village. Moreover, several villages within a 20-kilometer radius of Gushan were also included in the relocation plan. Meanwhile, construction teams moved into Wanghu village, starting on-site measurements. That very day, large machinery rolled in, accompanied by a workforce of thousands, commencing construction. The first project was road building, and not just any road, but a highway. Zhou Yang did not concern himself with the specific route of this highway, but he witnessed the project's rapid progress firsthand, as if mountains were being moved and seas filled. One day, the land was barren. The next, it was flat as a mirror. The day after, concrete had been poured and the foundation solidified, and soon after, a wide, straight highway lay before them. The scale of investment was staggering, seemingly limitless. Watching it all unfold, Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a deep sense of pride and admiration for his country's strength and capabilities. In the meeting room, the light from the projector flickered on the wall as Li Tianshu presented a video rendering of the laboratory's overall design to Zhou Yang. The outline of Drum Mountain was clearly visible in the footage, while the interior of the mountain had been ingeniously transformed into an advanced laboratory. Mr. Zhou, this is the first version of the design. What do you think? If you're not satisfied, I can have them make further revisions, Li Tianshu said with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Zhou Yang fixed his gaze on the screen, scrutinizing every detail. Having worked at a top international physics research institute, he was well-versed in laboratory design standards. The current proposal not only met all his previous requirements, but was also crafted to the highest standards. It's good. Let's proceed with construction based on this design. Zhou Yang nodded in approval, his tone conveying satisfaction. Hearing this, Li Tianshu breathed a silent sigh of relief. Completing such a complex design in just a few days was no easy feat. Very well, Li Tianshu continued. The estimated construction period is 45 days. How does that sound to you, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Yang nodded again. Excavating a mountain and building a high-standard laboratory within it in 45 days would be an incredible feat, something only a nation with remarkable infrastructure capabilities could achieve. Oh, by the way, Zhou Yang suddenly remembered. I'd like to visit BYD. Is that possible? With the laboratory matters settled, Zhou Yang's focus shifted to his next goal, building mechs. This wasn't a simple project, but a complex system engineering task. Even a tiny screw on a mecha couldn't just be bought from a hardware store. The technology embedded in such a screw might already surpass the current technological level of society. More importantly, Zhou Yang's goal wasn't merely experimental production, but aimed directly at industrial-scale mass production. This ambitious plan had not yet been disclosed to the state. In fact, the state still believed Zhou Yang was only conducting battery research, completely unaware that his true goal was to manufacture mechs. No one asked, and Zhou Yang didn't say anything. With the full support of the government, Zhou Yang had no financial worries and could proceed directly with the work. Li Tianshu nodded in agreement, indicating that everything would be properly arranged. The next morning, as the first light of dawn appeared, Zhou Yang and his team boarded the waiting helicopter. The rotors roared, cutting through the morning twilight, as the helicopter slowly ascended. Li Tianshu and Chen Ryun accompanied them. Each with their own responsibilities, Li Tianshu handled daily affairs, while Chen Ryun was in charge of Zhou Yang's security. During the flight, Zhou Yang was captivated by the view outside the window. Not far from Gushin, a brand new camp stood conspicuously, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Sensing Zhou Yang's curiosity, Li Tianshu explained, "This will be a confidential research facility, currently equipped with basic security measures." Zhou Yang was inwardly amazed, thinking, a military presence counts as basic? The scale of national support is indeed extraordinary. The helicopter landed smoothly at the nearest airport, and the group then transferred to ground transportation. That evening, they arrived in City X and took a brief rest at a hotel. The following morning, Zhou Yang and his team headed to the BYD assembly plant. The choice of BYD was well considered within the domestic battery industry. BYD is undoubtedly the leader, excelling in both industrial production capacity and technological prowess. At the factory entrance, colorful balloons swayed gently in the breeze, and flags fluttered in the wind, creating a festive atmosphere throughout the plant. BYD's chairman, Wang Haoning, personally led the welcoming party. He approached quickly, extending his hand warmly. "Hello, Director Li." Li Tianshu nodded slightly, subtly stepping back to position Zhou Yang at the forefront, introducing him. "Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Zhou." Wang Haoning quickly shifted his attention to Zhou Yang, his smile becoming even more genuine. "Hello, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Yang shook hands with Wang Haoning, feeling a deep respect for the entrepreneur who had propelled battery technology to a world-class level. He sensed Wang Haoning's eagerness and anticipation, clearly looking forward to the collaboration ahead. Wang Haoning withdrew his hand, his gaze falling on Zhou Yang, instantly struck by the young man's age. This young man, barely in his 30s, could make Li Tianshu yield, indicating an extraordinary status. Wang Haoning, with keen insight, had already noticed the accompanying security personnel. These individuals were alert, with bulging waists clearly indicating they were carrying real firearms. Such a level of security further confirmed Zhou Yang's special status. Despite racking his brain, Wang Haoning couldn't recall Zhou Yang's identity. He pondered the purpose of Zhou Yang's visit while maintaining a courteous smile, leading the group to tour the factory. Zhou Yang was earnest in his approach, carefully observing every aspect and occasionally asking professional questions. The tour lasted over 2 hours, covering everything from the assembly workshop to the research and development center, and finally the latest lithium battery exhibition area. Eventually, the group headed to the administrative building. Falling slightly behind, Wang Haoning discreetly asked the CTO, Wu Chun, for his opinion on Zhou Yang. Wu Chun frowned in thought for a moment before asserting that Zhou Yang must be an industry expert. He explained that Zhou Yang's questions directly targeted the core of the industry, demonstrating a profound understanding of battery technology. This statement left Wang Haoning even more puzzled. Why would a technical expert have such high-level security and be accompanied by Li Tianshu? He was at a loss. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was conversing with Li Tianshu. Knowing that Li Tianshu was his bridge to upper management, Zhou Yang directly asked his opinion on BYD. Li Tianshu praised, "BYD is indeed a model of private enterprise, internationally first-class and domestically top-tier in battery technology." Zhou Yang smiled and made a startling proposal. "So, what do you think about having BYD produce my battery technology?" Li Tianshu was momentarily stunned and quickly inquired about the reason. He had originally thought that such high-tech batteries should be produced by a state-owned enterprise or a newly established company. Suddenly, a more critical question flashed through Li Tianshu's mind. He urgently asked, "Mr. Zhou, do you mean that the battery is ready for production? Isn't it still in the experimental verification stage?" A storm of thoughts surged in Li Tianshu's mind. Laboratory production and industrial production are two entirely different concepts. Zhou Yang's words, could they mean? Li Tianshu suddenly thought of a possibility that made his eyes widen and his breathing quicken. Could it be that Zhou Yang had already solved the industrial production design of carbon nanotube batteries? This idea flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, causing him to gasp in surprise. He knew well that this was no small matter. Many technologies can be proven in a lab and even have prototype products developed, but to achieve large-scale industrial production often requires crossing a significant chasm. This process can take years or even decades. Li Tianchu's thoughts raced as he recalled the example of aircraft engines. National laboratories could produce high-end engines on par with international standards, but putting them into industrial production lines posed enormous challenges. This wasn't just about core technology. The lack of corresponding production technology was a major issue. In modern society, mass industrial production demands a high level of industrial foundation and technical expertise. However, as the developer of carbon nanotube batteries, Zhou Yang had likely overcome this hurdle ahead of time. The thought filled Li Tianxu with a surge of excitement, and he couldn't help but feel his heart race. The nation had originally prepared for the possibility that this technology might take years, even a decade, to achieve. And now, to suddenly realize industrial production? It seemed almost like a joke. Zhou Yang noticed Li Tianxu's astonishment, and a slight smile appeared on his face. He explained that the system not only provided battery technology, but also offered corresponding industrial production techniques. From the industrial production of carbon nanotubes, to the preparation of battery electrodes, the injection of conductive agents, and the final packaging, every step had a detailed solution. By overcoming some production processes and designing a few specialized machines, mass production could be achieved. Zhou Yang's smile further confirmed Li Tianxu's suspicions. Eagerly, he said, "Mr. Zhou, I need to make a call to communicate with the higher-ups." Zhou Yang nodded in understanding, acknowledging that such significant matters required support from the top. As for handing this technology to BYD, Zhou Yang thought, it undoubtedly presented BYD with a golden opportunity. Wang Haoning should be thankful for this. Afterwards, everyone moved to the conference room in the administrative building. Zhou Yang sat leisurely, sipping tea, while Li Tianxu stepped outside to make a call. Left in the conference room, Wang Haoning, Wu Chun, and other BYD executives exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Zhou Yang's intentions. At that moment, Li Tianxu returned, and all eyes turned to him, waiting for the news he brought. Li Tianxu quietly approached Zhou Yang and whispered, "The authorities place great importance on Mr. Zhou's ideas. In principle, they agree to let BYD handle the industrial production of this technology, but the specifics of the collaboration may require state involvement." Zhou Yang nodded slightly, instantly grasping the underlying message. The technology was his contribution, and he hadn't explicitly stated that he would transfer it to the state for free. Therefore, the decision on how to handle this technology should be his to make. In other words, the state wants to invest, right? Zhou Yang asked softly, a knowing look in his eyes. "That's acceptable," he added, recalling his initial plan to have the state lead the way while choosing BYD for its mature and high-quality industrial production capabilities in the battery sector. Turning to Wang Haoning, Zhou Yang said earnestly, "Mr. Wang, I am impressed by BYD's battery technology. I also have another matter to discuss during my visit today. I wish to collaborate with your company to jointly develop and produce a new type of battery." This statement took the BYD executives by surprise. Who could have predicted that Zhou Yang would make such an unexpected proposal? Collaborating to develop a new battery? Such a significant decision isn't one that can be immediately undertaken just by agreeing to cooperate. Doubts crept into everyone's minds. What kind of battery technology could Zhou Yang possibly offer? It's well known that in the domestic lithium battery technology field, BYD is the undisputed leader. They closely monitor the progress of related technologies at major universities and research institutes, keenly aware of any emerging innovations. Wang Haoning quickly considered the situation and instinctively wanted to decline this seemingly unreliable proposal. However, just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. "Excuse me, I need to take this call," Wang Haoning said apologetically, then stepped aside to answer the phone. The news from the other end left Wang Haoning astonished. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Academician Chen Tiankai agreed to come? He's already on his way? He'll be here soon? Okay, I'll go down to greet him right away." Wang Haoning was so excited that he almost ran out of the meeting room. As soon as he stepped outside, he suddenly remembered there were guests waiting, promptly turned back, and his face was full of apologies. "Mr. Zhou, Director Li, I sincerely apologize. A distinguished guest is about to arrive, and I need to greet them. Please make yourselves comfortable. I'll be back shortly." Wang Haoning turned to Wu Chun and instructed, "Wu Chun, make sure to take good care of our guests, all right?" Wu Chun nodded quickly. Wang Haoning apologized once more before hurrying off. Zhou Yang remained composed, showing no signs of displeasure at being kept waiting. Li Tianxu, however, seemed a bit surprised and whispered, "Is it academician Chen Tiankai? Your carbon nanotube battery was verified with his help." Zhou Yang was slightly taken aback. "Oh, then perhaps we can have a discussion later." Wu Chun got up to refill Zhou Yang's tea and explained, "I apologize. This guest has been invited by Mr. Wang for a long time and finally agreed to visit, so he got a bit excited. Please pardon any oversight." Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. Do you have a blackboard? A blackboard? Wu Chun was momentarily confused before nodding. Yes, we do. He immediately arranged for a whiteboard to be brought in. Zhou Yang stood up, picked up a marker, and said, You're the CTO, right? Let me write down some things for you to take a look at. With that, he began to draw on the whiteboard. Is this a process flowchart? Wu Chun recognized it at once. Zhou Yang nodded and continued writing. Li Tianchu's expression changed dramatically. His first instinct was to clear the room to prevent anyone from seeing the production process of the carbon nanotube battery. However, seeing Zhou Yang willingly demonstrate, he hesitated for a moment and ultimately decided not to act, instead stepping closer to observe, even though he couldn't understand it. Mr. Zhou, what process is this flowchart for? Wu Chun asked, puzzled. Batteries, Zhou Yang answered succinctly. Batteries. Wu Chun was surprised. That can't be right. The production process for lithium batteries typically includes electrode slurry preparation, coating, electrode cutting, stacking, assembly, and electrolyte filling. Yours is completely different. Of course it's different, Zhou Yang put down the pen. This is a battery production process that will revolutionize your understanding. Estimate how much of the process requirements your company can meet with your current technology. Wu Chun studied it carefully for a long time and frowned. Mr. Zhou, I'm not familiar with the specifics of this new type of battery, but based on your process flowchart, BYD could probably meet about 40 of the process requirements. This number surprised Zhou Yang, who had initially estimated only around 30, given the fundamental differences between carbon nanotube batteries and traditional ones. What if you were to upgrade your processes? Zhou Yang pressed further. Wu Chun slowly shook his head, a slight frown on his brow. That would require a significant investment, he said, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. However, certain aspects can indeed be improved through upgrades in technology. Ideally, without considering the investment cost, we might achieve about 70%. He paused, quickly adding, I'm talking about an ideal scenario without considering the costs. Simply put, the investment and return aren't proportional. Zhou Yang smiled slightly, relaxing back into his chair. He thought to himself that this was not far from his own estimation. BYD's technical prowess and production capabilities in the country are undoubtedly top-notch, making them a wise choice. Anticipating potential skepticism, Zhou Yang silently addressed it in his mind. Some might wonder, shouldn't military enterprises be more advanced than civilian ones? In theory, yes, but in practice, it's quite different. There's a fundamental difference in the technological approaches of military and civilian enterprises. Take chips, for example. Military enterprises focus on durability and stability, aiming for practicality and reliability. They don't prioritize factors like chip size or nanometer-level specifications since their applications don't require the compactness that smartphones do. On the other hand, civilian enterprises must concentrate on performance, integration, and miniaturization, which directly influences production requirements. Thus, the notion that military technology can easily outpace civilian technology by 20 years and be directly applied to civilian use is completely unrealistic. In the domestic battery sector, BYD's leading position is an undeniable fact. Wu Chun scrutinized Zhou Yang with suspicion, suddenly intrigued by the new battery technology Zhou Yang mentioned. Zhou Yang not only proposed the concept, but also had a detailed production process diagram ready, appearing quite professional, not something made up on the fly. With questions in mind, Wu Chun quickly pulled out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen as he searched for related news. However, the screen remained blank, with no relevant information. This only heightened his curiosity about what kind of new technology could make Zhou Yang so confident. Wu Chun gathered information through his social media circles and finally received a crucial piece of information from a classmate at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Don't ask, just know there's nothing. This brief reply made Wu Chun's heart race, as he realized there had been a breakthrough. Looking up at Zhou Yang, Wu Chun's expression was inscrutable. His intuition told him that Zhou Yang knew something. However, Zhou Yang ignored Wu Chun's probing gaze and continued to speak quietly with Li Tianchu. The remaining 30 of the process, I can organize a team to tackle it, Zhou Yang said steadily. The investment won't be small, but in the long run, it's necessary. The greatest gain from overcoming a technical challenge isn't necessarily the technological achievement itself, but the researchers cultivated during the process. Talent is the true priceless treasure. Li Tianchu nodded in agreement and asked, So, Mr. Zhou, what is your preliminary estimate for the investment needed in this area? Zhou Yang thought for a moment and held up one finger. Li Tianchu's eyes lit up. 100 billion? That figure isn't much. If 100 billion can solve the production process for carbon nanotube batteries, the country would be overjoyed. For such a strategic investment, 100 billion is a drop in the bucket. The government has already subsidized a few hundred billion for new energy vehicles to promote battery energy development. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianchu helplessly and corrected. You really don't treat money as money, do you? I said 10 billion, not 100 billion. At that amount, I think it's more than enough. How much? Li Tianchu's eyes widened as he quickly asked. Mr. Zhou, Isn't 10 billion too little? To Li Tianshu, solving a production process of epic-making significance warranted even 1,000 billion. Just like solving the chip production process. If successful, investing 1,000 billion would be trivial. It's enough, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. He knew well that he had already obtained detailed production techniques from the system. Now, it was just a matter of implementing that knowledge in reality. Li Tianshu nodded skeptically, his brows slightly furrowed. Astronomical figures like 10 billion and 100 billion swirled in his mind, but he decided not to argue with Zhou Yang. After all, the state fully supported this endeavor, and whatever Zhou Yang needed, he would receive. So, Mr. Zhou, what specific plans do you have for this collaboration? Li Tianshu looked directly at Zhou Yang, a note of anticipation in his voice. Zhou Yang placed his hands crossed on the table and spoke slowly. We can establish a new company and spin off BYD's battery production business. BYD would join this new company by contributing technology as equity, while the state would invest proportionally. As for the profits, they can be distributed according to the shareholding ratio. He paused, then added, you can negotiate the specific shareholding proportions directly with BYD. Li Tianshu nodded thoughtfully. The battery production business was one of BYD's main operations, alongside other businesses like automobile manufacturing. Zhou Yang's proposal leveraged BYD's existing battery production technology while avoiding unclear profit distribution issues. I understand. Li Tianshu nodded slightly, then asked, and what about you, Mr. Zhou? If this new company is established, with BYD providing production technology and the state providing funding, what about you? You've provided the most crucial technology. Without it, this company wouldn't exist. Zhou Yang smiled slightly, his tone relaxed. There's no need for me to be involved. I don't need the money. Despite having nothing to his name at the moment, Zhou Yang indeed didn't need money. His daily life was already well arranged. Someone took care of his meals, a car was provided for his travels, and even his clothes were purchased by someone else. Chen Run not only handled his security, but also managed his daily life comprehensively. Li Tianshu smiled meaningfully and said no more. He asked merely to gauge Zhou Yang's thoughts. Zhou Yang could say he didn't want it, but the state couldn't fail to reward him. It's the recognition owed to those who have contributed greatly. Just as the conversation reached this point, Wang Haoning hurried back, apologizing repeatedly before suggesting, Mr. Zhou, Director Li, it's almost lunchtime. How about I host a simple meal at the company cafeteria? Academician Chen happens to be there too. We can chat and get to know each other. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. Li Tianshu stood up and said, sounds good. I'm familiar with Academician Chen as well. Wang Haoning was momentarily taken aback, evidently unaware of Li Tianshu's acquaintance with Chen Tiankai. The group headed to the cafeteria, whose decor rivaled that of a five-star hotel, clearly reserved for the company's executives. As they entered, they encountered a group of people heading out. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, whom someone beside him was anxiously trying to persuade. I said, time is tight. I don't have time to eat with you. The elder's tone carried some dissatisfaction. Wang Haoning's expression changed abruptly as he quickly stepped forward and asked urgently, Academician Chen, what's going on? Why are you leaving so suddenly? The white-haired elder was indeed Chen Tiankai. He glanced at Wang Haoning and replied calmly, President Wang, I appreciate your kindness. However, I have more pressing matters to attend to, so there's no need for the meal. Just make sure we can use the discharge testing machine on time. That's all that matters. It turned out that Chen Tiankai's visit was to borrow a unique discharge testing instrument owned solely by BYD, the only one of its kind in the country. Wang Haoning enthusiastically extended an invitation to Academician Chen, his tone slightly ingratiating. Academician Chen, I've agreed to lend you the equipment, and I will make it happen. I know you're busy, but even the busiest people need a break. Having a meal won't take too much time. By the way, I can introduce you to a friend. However, Chen Tiankai seemed disinterested and was about to leave. At that moment, Li Tianshu stepped forward, greeting him warmly. Academician Chen, long time no see. Chen Tiankai was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Tianshu with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Are you Director Li? What are you doing here? They had met once before, barely acquaintances. Suddenly, Chen Tiankai seemed to remember something and urgently asked, by the way, Director Li, where is Mr. Zhou? Can I meet him? Recently, Chen Tiankai had been in charge of verifying carbon nanotube batteries. Each test left him more astonished, as this new battery's performance far surpassed any existing ones. His curiosity about the developer had piqued. He continuously submitted reports to his superiors, hoping to meet the developer, but his requests were never approved. Chen Tiankai didn't give up and used his network to find out that the developer's surname was Zhou, and he was currently in the country, accompanied by Li Tianshu. Finding Li Tianshu was the key to meeting Mr. Zhou. With this in mind, Chen Tiankai's tone became almost pleading. Please, Director Li. I really want to meet Mr. Zhou and seek his guidance. This scene left Wang Haoning and the senior executives from BYD utterly stunned. They watched in disbelief as Chen Tiankai, who usually paid them little attention and couldn't be bothered with a meal, was now pleading with Li Tianshu just to meet someone named Mr. Zhou. Even more shocking was that Chun Tiankai wanted to seek advice from Mr. Zhou. Wang Haoning was internally shouting, "But you're an academician." He couldn't fathom what kind of expert could make Chun Tiankai willingly seek guidance. At that moment, Wu Chen's expression suddenly changed. He discreetly nudged Wang Haoning and gestured towards Zhou Yang in the distance. A frightening thought crossed Wang Haoning's mind. Could Mr. Zhou, accompanied by Li Tianshu, actually be Zhou Yang? Wang Haoning stared blankly at Zhou Yang, overwhelmed by a tidal wave of realization. He recalled not giving Zhou Yang any attention from the moment he appeared, dismissing him as a privileged child of an official. Now, it seemed that judgment might have been gravely mistaken. Wang Haoning once scoffed at Zhou Yang's proposal, dismissing the idea of co-developing a new type of battery as nothing but a pipe dream. However, at this moment, he felt as if he had just woken from a dream, filled with regret. He finally realized that he was the ignorant one, missing out on a genuine opportunity that had been right in front of him. Li Tianshu smiled as he introduced, "Academician Chen, this is Mr. Zhou Yang." Upon hearing this, Chun Tiankai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly approached Zhou Yang, eagerly examining the young man, his excitement evident. Zhou Yang politely extended his hand. "Hello, Academician Chun." Chun Tiankai immediately grasped Zhou Yang's hand, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Mr. Zhou, the carbon nanotube battery you've developed it's a groundbreaking invention. It has the potential to completely transform our world." At that moment, even with Chun Tiankai's vast knowledge, he struggled to find more fitting words to describe the revolutionary nature of this technology. In his view, the breakthrough in battery technology was akin to breathing new life into the entire industry, with global repercussions. Wang Haoning and others were once again stunned. Chun Tiankai's strong reaction and humble demeanor far exceeded their expectations. What surprised them even more was the nature of this so-called carbon nanotube battery, which could earn such high praise from the country's top battery expert, academician Chun Tiankai. From Chun Tiankai's tone, Wang Haoning could clearly sense that this was not mere commercial flattery, but genuine admiration. In an instant, Wang Haoning's gaze towards Zhou Yang subtly changed, filled with surprise and awe. Chun Tiankai continued, "I also heard that you've solved the NS equation. That's another major event in the scientific community." The news of the NS equation being solved had already spread within academic circles, and Chun Tiankai was naturally aware. Wang Haoning was shocked once more and lowered his voice to ask Wu Chun, "What is this? NS equation? Some kind of mathematical formula?" Wu Chun, aware of the significance of the NS equation, looked at Wang Haoning with a mixture of amusement and disbelief, explaining, "This isn't just impressive, it's extraordinarily impressive. Solving this problem is beyond what we can describe as human. It's practically godlike." At this moment, Li Tianshu stepped forward, looking somewhat worried. He gently advised, "Academician Chen, please don't get too excited. Mr. Zhou is right here and won't be going anywhere. If there are any issues, we can discuss them slowly. How about we have a meal together and talk over dinner?" Li Tianshu's gaze fell on Chun Tiankai, the elderly academician in his 60s or 70s, who was as enthusiastic as a fan meeting his idol. Li was genuinely concerned about the old man's heart handling such excitement. Zhou Yang also hadn't expected Chun Tiankai to be so enthusiastic and quickly chimed in. "Yes, academician Chen, I also have some questions I'd like to discuss with you. Let's talk over dinner." Chun Tiankai modestly waved his hand. "Discuss what? It's more like you instructing me. Your research on batteries far surpasses mine. Yes, let's eat. Let's eat quickly." Chun Tiankai remarked emotionally, then eagerly urged. Wang Haoning was dumbfounded, secretly amazed. He had tried so hard to persuade Chun Tiankai to stay for dinner, but the old academician readily agreed, with just one word from Zhou Yang. He quickly said, "Please, come in." He also felt inexplicably excited, realizing that Zhou Yang was the real technical expert, and suddenly recalling Zhou Yang's purpose for this visit seeking collaboration. Zhou Yang had previously mentioned collaborating with BYD to produce a new type of battery. Wang Haoning hadn't paid much attention at the time, but now he realized this new battery could very well be the carbon nanotube battery Chun Tiankai mentioned. Wang Haoning deliberately lagged a few steps behind and quietly asked Wu Chun, "What comes to mind when you think of this carbon nanotube battery?" Wu Chun explained, "Carbon nanotubes have actually been researched before, used as a conductive agent in slurry, which can greatly enhance battery performance. But the thing is, it's expensive." "Expensive?" Wang Haoning was taken aback. Wu Chun nodded. "Yes, it's expensive. The preparation process is quite complicated, and it seems no domestic company has achieved industrial preparation yet, so it needs to be imported. The conductive agent we commonly use, carbon black, costs around 50,000 per ton, whereas the conductive agent prepared from carbon nanotubes costs over 500,000 per ton, a tenfold increase in cost. Sometimes, good technology can't always be commercialized. Cost is a major factor." No matter how good the product is, if it's too expensive to produce and can't be sold, it's a big problem. I see. Wang Haoning frowned slightly and didn't ask further, quickly catching up. They entered the private dining room, and everyone took their seats. Chen Tiankai eagerly pulled Zhou Yang aside, wanting to delve into the technical aspects of carbon nanotube batteries. Zhou Yang smiled and persuaded, "Academician Chen, let's eat first and talk in detail afterward, okay?" Chen Tiankai reluctantly agreed, eating absent-mindedly. During the meal, the group chatted about local customs, temporarily setting aside business matters. After the meal, Wang Haoning led everyone to an adjacent lounge and served tea. Zhou Yang then said, "I have plans for tomorrow, so let's try to resolve some matters today." Everyone present felt a sense of urgency, looking at Zhou Yang and wondering what he would discuss next. "Manager Wu, could you help me find a blackboard?" Zhou Yang requested. Wu Chen nodded and immediately arranged for someone to bring a blackboard. Zhou Yang turned to Wang Haoning, speaking with a slightly assertive tone. "Mr. Wang, if possible, could you ask your company's people to step out for a moment? What we discuss next might be confidential." "Oh, Wu Chen can stay, in case there are technical issues you might not understand." Several BYD executives' expressions changed slightly, all looking at Wang Haoning, awaiting his decision. Wang Haoning keenly noticed the change in Zhou Yang's expression, realizing that the discussion was about to involve significant matters concerning cooperation. He nodded slightly, signaling the other executives to leave the conference room. Li Tianshu exchanged a glance with Chen Riyun, who quickly took action, leading the security personnel to closely guard the room. Zhou Yang walked steadily to the blackboard, and after a moment of thought, he swiftly wrote 2 lines: matrix energy and carbon nanotube battery. He turned to face the 3 present, his gaze firm as he said, "Here, Director Li represents national interests. Mr. Wang, you represent BYD, and Academician Chen, you embody the strength of research. As for me, I will be handling the technical aspects." He added apologetically, "Mr. Wang might find this way of discussing matters a bit rushed, but I am pressed for time and need to travel across the country. I can't oversee the battery aspect throughout. I must entrust it to you all. After all, battery technology is just a small part of the entire mech system." Zhou Yang's tone conveyed urgency. "The system has given me 5 years to solve all the industrial production issues of the mechs, and time is not on my side." Upon hearing this, Wang Haoning immediately raised his hand to ask, "Mr. Zhou, I would like to understand, what is the nature of this carbon nanotube battery? Is it using carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent? If so, hasn't there already been related research achievements?" Zhou Yang did not answer directly but pointed to Chen Tiankai, saying, "Mr. Wang's question might be better answered by Academician Chen." Chen Tiankai nodded in agreement, stood up, and walked to the blackboard to start writing data. As he wrote, he explained, "I won't delve into the technical details. This carbon nanotube battery is far more than just using carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent. We've already completed its preparation in the lab, and prototypes have been developed." He pointed to the dense numbers on the blackboard. "These are the specific parameters of the battery, all verified. Except for a few tests that remain incomplete, most have been conducted. I can guarantee the accuracy of this data." As Chen Tiankai was eloquently explaining, a voice interrupted with an exclamation, "Impossible." The data on the blackboard plunged the laboratory into a stunned silence. Wu Chen was the first to break it with a sharp gasp. Wang Haoning's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the numbers, his voice trembling slightly. "Professor Chen, did you make a mistake with the units for the battery's dimensions? Shouldn't it be 20 centimeters long and wide, not 20 millimeters?" His gaze darted between the blackboard and Chen Tiankai, searching for any sign of error. According to the data Chen Tiankai had written, a miniature battery with a mere 20 millimeter edge length and only 1 millimeter thickness boasted an astounding capacity of over 8,000 mAh. This figure defied everything they knew about battery technology, as if a scene from a sci-fi novel had suddenly become reality. Chen Tiankai had anticipated their reaction, a slight, proud smile playing on his lips. He spoke slowly, his voice filled with pride. "That's why I said this is a groundbreaking battery. It will change the world completely." At that moment, Zhou Yang raised his hand slightly, indicating for Chen Tiankai to take a seat. He turned to Wang Haoning, his tone calm, yet resolute. "Mr. Wang, we are going to establish a new company called Matrix Energy. I hope your company can spin off its battery production business and join Matrix Energy through a technology equity partnership. The state will provide the startup capital." His words were like a bombshell in the laboratory. Chen Tiankai, who was about to sit down, jolted upright as if electrified. His voice was filled with disbelief. "Mr. Zhou, do you mean to start producing carbon nanotube batteries directly?" Zhou Yang nodded calmly, as if this were just an ordinary decision. Chen Tiankai's face was a picture of shock and confusion, momentarily losing his usual composure. He exclaimed urgently, "How is that possible? With the current production technology, industrial production of such batteries isn't feasible yet." After successfully creating laboratory samples, Chen Tiankai had meticulously estimated that, given the current level of technology, It would take at least several more years to overcome the production process challenges and achieve true industrial production. Yet now, Zhou Yang was telling him that the technology was ready to enter the production phase, and even the company's name had been decided. A tumult of emotions surged within Chen Tiankai. He couldn't help but scream internally. Is this some kind of joke? However, the expression on Zhou Yang's face assured him that it was all real. The atmosphere in the laboratory instantly became tense, yet filled with anticipation, as everyone realized they might be standing on the brink of a technological revolution that could change the world. Zhou Yang paused and turned his gaze towards Wang Haoning. His eyes carried a hint of inquiry, as if to say, "Isn't this also the question in Mr. Wang's mind?" Wang Haoning nodded blankly, his mind still churning with thoughts of the industry upheaval that the launch of this revolutionary battery might trigger. It wasn't until Chun Tiankai's words pulled him back to reality that he realized the battery was still in the laboratory stage, far from industrial production. Zhou Yang continued his explanation, his voice steady and insightful. Carbon nanotube batteries are fundamentally different from traditional lithium batteries. Not only do they use carbon nanotubes as the primary conductive agent, but the entire battery is also made from modified carbon nanotube materials. He paused to let the information sink in, then highlighted two key challenges. First, we need affordable carbon nanotube raw materials. If I'm not mistaken, our country has yet to solve the industrial production of carbon nanotubes, relying entirely on imports for domestic demand. Wu Chen nodded eagerly, a flash of agreement in his eyes. This was one of his main concerns about the industrial production of carbon nanotube batteries. He understood that in industrial production, cost is the decisive factor. Chen Tiankai also agreed, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Indeed, in terms of theoretical research on carbon nanotubes, we are not far behind world-class standards. But when it comes to production techniques, we have a significant gap. He elaborated. Our theoretical research has always been strong, but there is a vast chasm between laboratory conditions and industrial production. This involves the entire industrial environment, which is difficult to improve in the short term. Zhou Yang's next statement was like a bombshell in the conference room. I will take responsibility for the low-cost production of carbon nanotube materials. I will solve it soon. Everyone looked at him in surprise, especially Wu Chun and Wang Haoning, whose eyes were filled with skepticism. Zhou Yang did not elaborate further. He knew his system contained comprehensive data on carbon nanotube industrial production, which was crucial not only for battery production, but also widely applicable in various parts of mechs. However, explaining too much at this moment would be counterproductive, so he decided to prove it with results. Zhou Yang continued to address the second challenge. The production of the casing is also a major challenge. The internal structure of the entire battery is complex, with many layers. My idea is to use chemical etching for mass production. He moved to the blackboard and quickly drew a diagram. We can divide battery production into multiple levels, each using the lamination method for bonding. Then, use chemical etching to carve out the complete battery casing layer by layer, and finally, perform injection molding. Chen Tiankai's eyes lit up instantly, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Of course, why didn't I think of that?" He recalled the time spent in the laboratory crafting prototypes with high-precision instruments, almost assembling them piece by piece. Zhou Yang's method not only solved the problem of forming the complex internal structure of the casing in one go, but also enabled mass production, effectively reducing costs. The conference room was filled with an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation, as if a new era was about to dawn. Zhou Yang put down his pen, and the meeting room fell into a brief silence. He had just elaborated on a revolutionary production method for carbon nanotube batteries, a process that not only simplified the complex procedures of traditional lithium batteries, but also completely overturned the industry's production concepts. Wu Chen stared at Zhou Yang in awe, deeply impressed. This out-of-the-box thinking shattered all his previous understanding of battery production. He couldn't help but ponder that for Zhou Yang, the developer of carbon nanotube batteries and the solver of the long-standing NS equation in academia, addressing production process issues might indeed be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Although Wang Haoning didn't understand the technical details, he sensed the tension in the air. He leaned closer to Wu Chun and whispered, "Can it work?" Wu Chun furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, and slowly nodded. He calculated that if they could indeed overcome the two technical challenges Zhou Yang presented, the industrial production of this revolutionary battery could very well become a reality. Seeing this, Wang Haoning nodded solemnly, feeling more assured. Zhou Yang looked around the room, finally resting his gaze on Wang Haoning. He got straight to the point. "Mr. Wang, I've said everything I needed to say. What are your thoughts? Are you willing to collaborate? The state will undoubtedly support us fully. Now it depends on BYD's stance." Wu Chun watched Wang Haoning nervously, on the verge of speaking. However, the battle-hardened Wang Haoning remained calm. He carefully assessed Zhou Yang, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, "We can. How could BYD pass up an opportunity that could transform the entire battery industry? In fact, All the information Wang Haoning had about this carbon nanotube battery came from Zhou Yang and Qin Tiankai. He hadn't even seen a prototype. It's no exaggeration to say that their descriptions were less intuitive than a well-crafted PowerPoint presentation. However, the key factor in Wang Haoning's decision was the state's stance. The presence of Li Tianshu represented the government's backing, which gave Wang Haoning confidence. More importantly, Wang Haoning was astute in business. He understood that if this technology was real, it signified the future. Opposing the future would only result in being left behind by the times. Only by keeping pace with the times could one achieve greatness. Li Tianshu, hearing Wang Haoning's response, smiled and said, "Mr. Wang is quite bold." Yet, there was a faint hint of melancholy in his tone, as if he felt a tinge of wistfulness for the impending upheaval. Li Tianshu secretly hoped that Wang Haoning would turn down this opportunity, as he preferred to let a state-owned enterprise handle such a promising venture. However, since Zhou Yang had already decided to collaborate with BYD, he chose to respect Zhou Yang's decision. Still, the thought of BYD gaining this opportunity and potentially soaring because of it left Li Tianshu feeling somewhat reluctant. Wang Haoning keenly sensed the subtle change in Li Tianshu's tone, which only strengthened his resolve to accept the collaboration. He immediately stood up with a sincere smile and said, "Mr. Zhou, since we've settled the major details, it's truly an honor for BYD to form such a partnership. Given your busy schedule and your visit to X City, it's only right that I, as your host, extend my hospitality. Why not stay a couple more days, and I'll show you around X City to experience our local culture and customs." Zhou Yang, however, gently shook his head and politely declined. "No need. There will be other opportunities." Like Qin Tiankai, he had little interest in leisure activities. After speaking, Zhou Yang continued seriously, "Since that's settled, BYD will provide the production technology, and the state will offer the initial funding. As for academician Chen, if possible, I hope you can lead your team in a commercial partnership to help solve the industrial design and factory upgrade issues for carbon nanotube batteries. The intellectual property of the research outcomes can be either bought out by Matrix Energy in one transaction or developed through a cooperative approach. The specific details can be negotiated between your parties." Chen Tiankai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "I don't have any significant projects on hand right now, so this collaboration is feasible." Wu Chun, sitting nearby, felt a surge of excitement. Working with a top scientist like Chen Tiankai was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. Chen Tiankai added, "Let's do it this way, and if you encounter any technical issues, feel free to reach out to me anytime." Zhou Yang concluded, "Many things sound simple when discussed, but implementing them is quite challenging. To truly resolve these issues, our own efforts are indispensable. However, with systematic production resources as a foundation, the major directional problems shouldn't be too significant, and that's the most crucial aspect." Despite having addressed the battery issue, Zhou Yang didn't relax. In his view, overcoming battery technology was just the first step of a long journey. To truly develop mecha, countless technological hurdles awaited him. Zhou Yang understood that this path would inevitably be fraught with challenges, but he was prepared to face each one head-on. The efficiency of the nation's actions is always impressive. Just the night before Zhou Yang was set to head to his next destination, Li Tianshu brought exhilarating news. The framework for cooperation had been preliminarily established. The equity structure of Matrix Energy presented a remarkable blueprint. BYD contributed its entire battery production business, valued at $40 billion, in exchange for a 40 stake. The state injected $60 billion in funding, securing a 51 controlling interest, and Zhou Yang, without any investment, astonishingly received 9 of the shares. "So, you're saying I've become a billionaire overnight?" Zhou Yang half-joked, his eyes shining with disbelief. Li Tianshu smiled and nodded in confirmation. "That's right. As long as you sign the contract in 10 days, the $9 billion in actual assets will be yours." Zhou Yang's mind was racing. This was clearly a generous reward from the state. He initially thought to modestly decline, but then realized that excessive modesty might seem pretentious. "Since it's the state's gesture, it's better to accept it graciously," he finally said. "Let's move forward quickly." 10 days later, the signing ceremony took place as scheduled. BYD held a press conference, as such a significant asset change for a listed company had to be publicly disclosed. The venue was filled with financial reporters, and the air was thick with tension and anticipation. "Lee, any inside scoop?" one reporter quietly asked a colleague. "I asked a senior friend at BYD, but even he couldn't say. Not sure if he really doesn't know or is just keeping it under wraps," another reporter replied, shaking his head. Reporters speculated on the upcoming announcement, with some thinking it might be about a new generation of electric vehicles, though this was quickly dismissed by others. As the speculation grew, staff signaled for the reporters to enter the venue. The conference room wasn't large, but it was solemnly and formally arranged. A banner clearly read BYD Group and Matrix Energy signing ceremony, immediately catching the reporter's attention. Matrix Energy? Never heard of it, someone muttered quietly. An energy company? Could it be related to the battery business? Another reporter speculated. As the host concluded the brief introduction, Wang Haoning and senior BYD executives took the stage. Representing Matrix Energy were just two people, a scholarly-looking man in his 30s wearing glasses, introduced as Zhou, and his young female assistant. Reporters quickly pulled out their phones, trying to find information on Matrix Energy, but found nothing online, not even basic business registration information. This suddenly appearing company seemed to have materialized out of thin air, casting an aura of mystery over the entire press conference. As everyone took their seats, Wang Haoning glanced around the room with a faint smile and briefly welcomed the many journalists present. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with everyone holding their breath, waiting for the major announcement from this BYD executive. Wang Haoning cleared his throat, his voice steady and powerful. I am about to announce an important decision. BYD will completely separate its battery business and join Matrix Energy by contributing technology in exchange for a 40 stake. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted. The journalists murmured among themselves, whispering back and forth. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my, what is BYD doing? Are they selling off their battery business?" Another reporter immediately countered, "That's impossible. The battery business is BYD's core venture. They wouldn't sell it. Didn't you hear? They're joining Matrix Energy through a technology partnership." A seasoned financial reporter furrowed his brow, deep in thought. But that doesn't make sense. BYD's battery business is worth at least hundreds of billions, so how does it result in only a 40 stake? Suddenly, a voice cut through the confusion with a realization. I get it. This is clearly BYD securing an investment while spinning off the battery business. Didn't they announce plans to separate the battery business earlier? Now they've formed a new company, changed the framework, and brought in investment. This speculation sparked further discussion. Someone quickly calculated. If that's the case, then BYD's entire battery business securing a 40 stake means the investment must exceed 50 billion. More than 50 billion, another reporter interjected. I'd say it's around 60 billion. BYD's battery business is roughly worth 40 billion. Who could invest 60 billion? That's a huge sum. An exclamation rose from the crowd. The financial reporters buzzed with conversation, their eyes instinctively turning toward Zhou, seated next to Wang Haoning. They were eager to uncover the identity behind the mysterious Matrix Energy capable of such an astonishing investment. However, faced with the crowd's intense curiosity, Zhou remained unflappable, showing no intention of speaking. His composure only fueled the reporters' curiosity. Amidst the chatter, Wang Haoning and Zhou stood up simultaneously. Staff members handed over the prepared contracts, and both took pens, signing their names solemnly on the documents. As the pen lifted from the paper, Wang Haoning announced, "This press conference is now concluded." This abrupt conclusion left all the journalists stunned. The anticipated question-and-answer session and detailed explanations vanished into thin air. The reporters looked at each other in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this suspense-filled press conference had ended so abruptly, leaving countless mysteries unsolved. Is that it? The news that BYD had secured hundreds of billions in investments hit the press conference like a bombshell. However, details were scarce. Reporters exchanged puzzled glances, eager to know how BYD planned to utilize this massive sum and which new business ventures the company intended to explore. Adding to the intrigue was the investor Matrix Energy. This name seemed to appear out of nowhere, instantly becoming the center of attention. Reporters whispered among themselves, speculating. Could it be a mysterious giant looking to enter the battery industry? Maybe it's the Evergrande Group. They announced plans to make new energy vehicles and are in need of battery technology. Yet, BYD remained indifferent to these speculations. Zhou quickly left the press conference without giving reporters a chance for interviews. Wang Haoning and other company executives also maintained their silence, refusing any interview requests. This unusual reticence only fueled the media's curiosity. The next day, the news indeed dominated the front page of the financial section. Not only that, but many general media outlets also gave it extensive coverage. The name, Matrix Energy, began to enter the public consciousness, yet it remained an enigma. The media racked their brains, but couldn't uncover any valuable information about Matrix Energy. It was as if this company had materialized out of thin air. Consequently, some media outlets began to speculate wildly, weaving various conspiracy theories that captured the public's attention. However, the most immediate impact of this news was on BYD's stock. The announcement of a battery business spin-off sent BYD's stock plummeting at the opening bell, like a kite with a cut string, impossible to reel back in. The BYD stock forums were instantly abuzz. Investors lamented across the board. Damn, I've lost big. This is definitely a black swan event. I've lost hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands? That's nothing. I just increased my holdings last week, and now it's all gone. Millions, my entire nest egg. However, this was just the beginning of BYD's stock freefall, with more turbulence yet to come. Zhou Yang stared at the contract in front of him, the tip of his pen hovering over the signature line. A A simple, scribbled signature could grant him a 9% stake in Matrix Energy, instantly bringing him 90 billion yuan. How does it feel to become a billionaire? Zhou Yang felt as calm as ever, as if he were merely signing an ordinary paycheck. Li Tianshu put away the contract, a hint of a smile on his face. I heard BYD stock has been dropping for several days. I bet Mr. Wang isn't feeling too great about that. It's normal for the stock to drop, Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly. BYD split off its core battery business in exchange for a 40% stake. The key point is, they invested in a little-known company like Matrix Energy. With news like that, it's no wonder the stock price fell. He paused and continued. But this is just a temporary dip. Once carbon nanotube batteries go into production, BYD will definitely experience a major boom. Buying BYD stock now will surely lead to substantial profits in the future. Zhou Yang suddenly turned his attention to Chen Riyun. Section Chief Chen, how much is your monthly salary? Chen Riyun was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Yang to speak to her directly. After a moment of thought, she replied, I'm not really sure, maybe 20 or 30,000. Interesting, not knowing your own salary, Zhou Yang thought to himself, then suggested. If you have some spare money, why not buy some BYD stock? I guarantee you'll make 10 times your investment in 3 months. Once carbon nanotube batteries are in production, they'll not only transform the electric vehicle industry, but also impact all sectors that use batteries. At that point, it would be surprising if BYD stock didn't explode. Making tenfold returns will be a breeze. Chen Riyun pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook her head and declined. No thanks, I don't really need the money. Zhou Yang couldn't help but take another look at Chen Riyun, thinking that she was quite similar to him, viewing money with such indifference. Li Tianshu interjected. Mr. Zhou, are you saying that the production issues with carbon nanotube batteries will be resolved in 3 months? Pretty much, Zhou Yang explained. Chen Tiankai's technical data is already available. With his team's capabilities, combined with BYD's years of battery research experience, 3 months should be more than enough. However, there's still a crucial factor: the raw materials. By the way, has there been any response from Tianai Chemical? Standing behind Zhou Yang was a young woman named Li Ziyu. She was assigned as Zhou Yang's secretary, responsible for handling daily affairs, and was said to be an outstanding graduate with an impressive resume. Li Ziyu shook her head and said, I'll follow up and check. In the past 10 days, Zhou Yang had been tirelessly visiting various companies, including those in the bearing, transmission system, hydraulic oil sectors, and several mechanical companies. He also visited Tianai Chemical, but only had a brief tour without meeting the company's top executives. Tianai Chemical is a leading company in China's carbon nanotube production industry, holding numerous patented technologies. Although it dominates domestically, there is still a significant gap compared to international standards, not yet reaching the level required for manufacturing carbon nanotube batteries. Zhou Yang's idea was to emulate the cooperation model, with BY providing technical support to help Tianai Chemical enhance its carbon nanotube production capabilities. Li Ziyu hurried back, her face clouded with worry. She took a deep breath and reported to Li Tianshu and Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, Tianai Chemical has rejected our proposal for cooperation. Li Tianshu frowned slightly and asked, Rejected? What reason did they give? Li Ziyu nodded and repeated. Their exact words were, we have confidence in our own products and do not need to collaborate with others. What arrogance. Li Tianshu sneered, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. The CEO of Tianai Chemical is Yang Bo, right? Fine, I'll remember that. To Li Tianshu, seeking cooperation with Tianai Chemical was a strategy to solve the raw material issue for carbon nanotube batteries. Their refusal was akin to opposing national interests, and such disobedient companies needed to be taught a lesson. However, Zhou Yang remained calm. He waved his hand gently and said in a composed tone, let it go. If they don't want to, we'll produce it ourselves. He turned to Li Tianshu and continued. Have Matrix Energy set up a new company specifically for the production of carbon nanotubes. Here are the relevant production technologies I've compiled, he said, pulling out a document from a nearby folder and handing it to Li Tianshu. Aim to start production within 3 months. Zhou Yang showed no displeasure towards Yang Bo's lack of courtesy. To him, it was a trivial matter. Initially, he intended to support local businesses, but since the opportunity was declined, they would have to go their separate ways. Zhou Yang knew well that once low-cost carbon nanotubes started production, Tianai Chemical would be the first to face the impact. With their current technology, lowering prices would only lead to losses, while not doing so would result in a loss of market competitiveness. Tianai Chemical would be left with 2 choices, either switch industries or go bankrupt. Li Tianshu took the document and flipped through a few pages, realizing he couldn't understand the technical content. Despite this, he felt a sense of relief. Earlier, he had been somewhat worried when Zhou Yang confidently claimed he could solve the raw material problem. But now, seeing Zhou Yang's thorough preparation and composed demeanor, he was completely reassured. It seems just as Zhou Yang said. From the very beginning, Zhou Yang not only developed the carbon nanotube battery, but also solved the issue of its industrial production. Li Tianshu furrowed his brows slightly, pondered for a moment, and then asked, Mr. Zhou, where are we heading next? I'll make the arrangements. These days, Zhou Yang had been tirelessly shuttling between major machinery companies, leaving Li Tianshu a bit perplexed. He wondered to himself, how does making batteries relate to all this machinery? Zhou Yang took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, and said, Next, let's head back to Wanghu village. I need to prepare some things for the upcoming plans. After this round of visits, Zhou Yang had gained a comprehensive understanding of the domestic machinery production capabilities. He was planning in his mind to start preparing relevant materials and tackle problems one by one. However, several core issues such as chips, propulsion systems, and intelligent control systems were where he needed to devote his efforts truly. In comparison, even the battery seemed insignificant. Wanghu village? Li Tianshu was taken aback, then nodded without asking further questions. The next day, Zhou Yang set off back to Wanghu village. Li Tianshu had to report on the progress of their work and couldn't accompany him. However, Chen Ruiyun continued to shadow him, responsible for Zhou Yang's security. In just over 10 days, Wanghu village had completely transformed. At the foot of the mountain, the once existing village had been leveled, replaced by brand new construction sites. The excavation work on the mountain was in full swing, progressing so rapidly that Zhou Yang couldn't help but marvel at the nation's infrastructure capabilities. Zhou Yang settled into his temporary residence at the foot of the mountain and immediately threw himself into intense preparations. During this time, he even found time to solve some technical problems raised by BYD. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Li Tianshu's excited voice came through the phone. Mr. Zhou, the first batch of carbon nanotube batteries has rolled off the production line. BYD's headquarters was bustling with activity, the entire factory adorned with festive decorations and an air of celebration. A red carpet, over 2 kilometers long, stretched from the entrance to the administration building, highlighting the importance of today's visitor. Wang Haoning led the BYD executives briskly towards the entrance, not forgetting to check his appearance with his assistant amidst the hurried steps. The assistant, panting, nodded repeatedly, praising, No worries, you look fantastic. Wang Haoning, however, was unimpressed. Looking good is one thing, but it's the aura that counts, he remarked, then turned to Wu Chun. Is the welcoming team ready? Wu Chun promptly replied, They've been in place since 8 a.m. The group arrived outside the gate, waiting anxiously for nearly half an hour before a coaster bus slowly approached. Wang Haoning and the others immediately stepped forward to greet it, while Wu Chun discreetly signaled the team of over 30 RD personnel, who began waving bouquets and cheering. A banner reading, Welcome Chief Engineer Zhou Yang for your guidance, stood out in the sunlight. Once the coaster came to a stop, Chen Ruiyun cautiously alighted to survey the surroundings before Zhou Yang stepped out slowly. Wang Haoning, excited, extended his hand. Mr. Zhou, a warm welcome. Zhou Yang shook hands with Wang Haoning, humbly stating that he merely provided some information and that the real credit belonged to the BYD team. He then shook hands with Chun Tiankai and Wu Chun, acknowledging their efforts in the production line upgrade and key equipment development. As the group prepared to enter the factory, a military-plated Land Cruiser suddenly approached from a distance. After it stopped, a middle-aged man in a major general's uniform alighted, exuding authority as he approached Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, I've heard so much about you. I'm Gao Jianjun from the General Assembly Department. The middle-aged man introduced himself, prompting an exclamation from Wang Haoning. Zhou Yang had just finished shaking hands with Gao Jianjun when another coaster arrived. An elder in a Zhongshan suit with graying temples got off, none other than Ling Hongjun, head of the Energy Department, followed closely by Li Tianshu and Heziyu. Ling Hongjun warmly shook hands with everyone, finally reaching Zhou Yang, and said with a smile, Mr. Zhou, I've long heard of your renown. Today, I finally meet you in person. In just 3 months, Zhou Yang's achievement in bringing the Longshin battery to fruition had astonished the nation's top officials. This breakthrough far exceeded expectations, catching the state off guard in terms of preparation. As a result, Zhou Yang's significance skyrocketed, earning respect even from high-ranking officials like Minister Ling. At this pivotal moment, BYD's headquarters became the center of attention, with the success of the Longshin battery representing not just a technological leap, but also heralding an imminent energy revolution. Outside the main gate, a group of people exchanged warm pleasantries, with polite chatter filling the air. Eventually, Li Tianshu broke the ice and got straight to the point. Minister Ling, General Gao, and Mr. Wang, let's not just stand here. We're all here for the same reason, so why not head directly to the factory and take a look? Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with anticipation for the Longshin batteries. Gao Jianjun, dressed in military uniform, represented the military, while Ling Hongjun, in a sharp suit, represented the national leadership. The group walked in unison towards the factory, the sound of their footsteps resonating clearly in the quiet air. Inside, BYD had completely upgraded its existing battery production lines. Workers had toiled day and night to establish 3 brand new production lines. At this moment, the group arrived at the site of the first production line. The entire factory was designed to be dust-free, and the group proceeded directly to the second-floor control room. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the production line below was fully visible, with various precision instruments and conveyor belts neatly arranged. Standing by the window, Wu Chun introduced, "This is our number 1 production line. We've achieved 80 automation, except for a few critical positions. This entire line can produce up to 1.3 million units per day." Minister Ling smiled approvingly. "Oh, 1.3 million units. That's impressive. With 3 production lines, that's a total of 3.9 million units a day, quite efficient." Wu Chun continued with pride in his eyes. "We've designed new chemical etching equipment that allows for mass production, followed by slicing and finally, injection processes." He glanced at Zhou Yang and added, "These key pieces of equipment were all designed by Mr. Zhou himself." Ling Hongjun nodded slightly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "I've long heard that Mr. Zhou is not only strong in theoretical research but also excels in industrial design. I truly admire that." Zhou Yang modestly waved his hand, though he couldn't hide the pride on his face. Wang Haoning chimed in at the right moment. "Leaders, and Mr. Zhou, after the ribbon-cutting ceremony, shall we officially start the production line and witness the first batch of Longshin batteries rolling off?" Ling Hongjun and others nodded in agreement. Zhou Yang also agreed, already understanding everything in front of him. The battery issue finally had a groundbreaking solution. The group then moved outside the factory for a simple, yet solemn ribbon-cutting ceremony to mark the commencement of operations. Although no media was present, this moment would undoubtedly be a significant entry in the annals of history. After the ceremony, the group returned to the control room. By now, the production line was ready, with all workers in position, just waiting for the command to start. "Mr. Zhou, please." Before Wang Haoning could speak, Ling Hongjun gestured with a smile. Gao Jianjun also nodded in agreement. Among those present, only Zhou Yang had the authority to proceed. After a brief moment of thought, Zhou Yang stepped forward and solemnly pressed the master control switch. Instantly, the production line powered up, the system came alive, and the workers swiftly got into action. Low-cost carbon nanotube raw materials began to be injected, and as the production line operated, each process proceeded in an orderly manner. About half an hour later, the first batch of Longshin batteries was completed. Workers promptly delivered the samples to the control room. Zhou Yang carefully picked up a Longshin battery and examined it closely. 2 centimeters square, only 1.5 millimeters thick, with positive and negative electrodes on the front and back, respectively. He thought to himself that if 2 batteries were stacked and fixed with a special slot, they could be connected in series. Parallel connections were equally straightforward. This square design made it easy to combine batteries to meet different battery pack needs. Zhou Yang's eyes shone with pride and anticipation. This small battery might just change the entire energy industry's landscape. Ling Hongjun carefully cradled a piece of Longshin battery, his eyes shimmering with amazement. As he examined this compact technological marvel, he marveled. It's unbelievable that such a small battery can have such an astonishing capacity. Standing by his side, Gao Jianjun nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is truly a groundbreaking product. People often talk about cutting-edge technology from abroad, but I believe this Longshin battery is the real deal. Wang Haoning listened to their praise, unable to contain his excitement. Over the past 3 months, his enthusiasm had only grown, and he felt grateful for his decision to collaborate with Zhou Yang. In his mind, he envisioned the tremendous impact this invention could have on the world. Ling Hongjun suddenly thought of a crucial question and turned to Wang Haoning, asking, "By the way, what about the cost?" Gao Jianjun also looked over, his eyes filled with anticipation, adding, "Yes, cost is a critical factor." Wang Haoning confidently raised a finger, a proud smile on his face. "We've conducted a detailed analysis. With all 3 production lines running at full capacity, if the monthly shipment exceeds 100 million units, the cost can be reduced to about 10 yuan per unit." "What?" Ling Hongjuan's eyes widened in surprise. "That cheap?" Gao Jianjun was equally astonished, shaking his head in disbelief. "It's incredible. Take the 18,650 batteries, for example. A high-quality unit costs around 20 yuan. Yet, the Longshin battery surpasses any existing lithium battery in capacity and performance, and the price is so low. How did you manage that?" Wang Haoning smiled and explained. "The low cost is primarily due to 2 reasons. First, we used Mr. Zhou's low-cost carbon nanotube preparation method, significantly reducing raw material costs. Secondly, we haven't included R&D costs yet. Typically, high-quality lithium batteries have substantial patent accumulations, with significant initial R&D investments that are eventually factored into the product price." Ling Hongjun nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, Mr. Zhou's contributions are invaluable. From the development of the Longshin battery to the transformation of the production line, He handled almost everything single-handedly. The investment in this area is immeasurable, so it wasn't included in the cost calculations. Zhou Yang remained calm, but inside, Ling Hongjun was deeply impressed. The successful production of the Longxin battery was largely due to Zhou Yang's efforts, and no one could rival his contributions. Zhou Yang then asked, "How is the production of your battery pack samples going?" A single Longxin battery is just the foundation. To actually hit the market, they need to be assembled into various types of battery packs. Wang Haoning gave a mysterious smile and said, "Why don't we change locations and have a look? I have a surprise to show everyone." "Oh, what surprise?" Ling Hongjuan's interest was piqued, but Wang Haoning didn't elaborate. He led the group out of the factory, drove through the park, and finally stopped in front of a building. Zhou Yang smiled slightly, recalling that this should be the BYD car battery assembly plant. He had a good idea of what Wang Haoning's surprise might be. "Please, take a look." Wang Haoning opened the factory door, revealing a brand new sedan to everyone. "A car." Ling Hongjun was a bit surprised. Wang Haoning nodded and explained, "That's right. This is our new Han DM model, originally planned for release in the second half of the year. However, with the advent of the Longxin battery, we've redesigned the car. The main change is the significant reduction in the battery compartment size. Compared to the 18,650 batteries, Longxin batteries are much smaller in size, yet have a larger capacity. So, the final battery pack size is very compact." "What about the range?" Gao Jianjun asked eagerly. Zhou Yang also looked on with curiosity, suspecting that BYD had already conducted tests. As expected, Wang Haoning raised a single finger. 8,000 kilometers. Gao Jianjun exclaimed. That range was already quite remarkable. But Wang Haoning shook his head and said slowly, "No, it's 10,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers." Everyone present exclaimed in unison, stunned by the number and left speechless. Only Zhou Yang remained calm, as this figure was within his expectations. Zhou Yang listened intently to Wang Haoning's explanation, his brow slightly furrowed. "Mr. Wang, the 10,000 kilometer range you're talking about is estimated based on the original battery compartment capacity, right?" he pondered. "Under the same conditions, a 18650 battery can reach around 4 to 500 kilometers, and even BYD's Blade battery might go 5 to 600 kilometers. But the Longxin battery is different. It can hold several times more in the same volume, with an astonishing capacity. So, it's reasonable for the range to increase tenfold." Everyone present was left speechless. Ling Hongjun couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, 10,000 kilometers? That's incredible. Wouldn't that mean you don't have to charge it for 6 months to a year after one charge?" Gao Jianjun nodded repeatedly, also finding the 10,000 kilometer range hard to believe. He pressed further, "What about the charging efficiency? How long would it take to fully charge for a 10,000 kilometer range?" Wang Haoning thought for a moment and replied, "If we're really talking about a 10,000 kilometer range, it might take 1 to 2 days to fully charge. After all, the capacity is significant, and the charging efficiency hasn't improved yet, so it's not easy to fill it up." Gao Jianjun was still in shock after hearing this. Even so, that's impressive. Taking 2 days to fully charge, and then being able to use it for several months, or even a year without recharging, is simply unbelievable. Wang Haoning smiled and explained, "Gao Jianjun, the 10,000 kilometers I mentioned is just the theoretical maximum. Considering discharge decay and charging efficiency, we've ultimately decided to design the battery's range at 3,000 kilometers. This way, with a dedicated fast charge, it can be fully charged in 4 to 5 hours. It also avoids the problem of slow discharge from long-term storage. After all, any battery will slowly discharge if left and used for a long time, and the Longxin battery is no exception. This design strikes a good balance between usage efficiency, economy, and range." Everyone nodded in agreement, as a 3,000 kilometer range was already impressive. It only takes 4 to 5 hours to fully charge, which can be done overnight, and it might not need recharging for a month. For daily commuting employees, it might even mean not having to charge for several months. Ling Hongjun and Li Tianshu exchanged a significant glance, already foreseeing the massive impact this new energy vehicle would have on the entire automotive industry. Afterward, everyone test drove the car. Wang Haoning even prepared one specifically for Zhou Yang, stating it was the first car using the Longxin battery, making it a significant memento, and he wanted to gift it to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang thought it over briefly and gladly accepted the gift. After the visit, Zhou Yang drove straight to Wanghu village. For the past 3 months, he had been focusing on solving a crucial issue: chip design, particularly bionic cell chips for mechs. The laboratory in Wanghu village had been in use, but was not fully operational yet, with only some graduate students assisting. Zhou Yang was busy with chip design and preparing for industrial production. Especially with some of the system software for the equipment, this task could only be done by Zhou Yang himself, with no one else able to take over. Although the system had complete code, truly understanding it and putting it into practice was no easy task. Zhou Yang knew this would be a challenging and lengthy process, but he was ready to face the challenge. Due to the complexity of modern large-scale production equipment, Zhou Yang has spent most of the past 3 months deeply immersed in writing code. A single system can easily contain tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of lines of code, requiring his full concentration and commitment. Now, with the foundational preparation work nearly complete, the next step is to move into the implementation phase. After careful consideration, Zhou Yang leans towards collaborating with domestic companies, such as BYD. This cooperative model not only meets the expected goals, but also helps in nurturing local talent, directly translating into products. In contrast, having the state invest in setting up a new company for production might take more time. However, Zhou Yang is still weighing his options regarding which specific company to partner with. There are numerous chip companies in the country, and the overall level is not as far behind the world as online discussions suggest. Of course, there remains a gap in the high-end chip sector, which is precisely where Zhou Yang believes focused support is needed. After returning to Wanghu village, Zhou Yang worked diligently for another 10 days and finally completed all the preparatory work. At this moment, an invitation arrived in his Hansa launch event invitation for BYD's Longxing battery. Wang Haoning even personally called, sincerely inviting Zhou Yang to attend and witness this historic moment together. In fact, Wang Haoning initially intended to visit Zhou Yang in person, but found it impossible to determine his exact workplace. The laboratory in Wanghu village remains highly confidential, making it difficult for outsiders to gain any information. After a moment of thought, Zhou Yang decided to accept the invitation. As Wang Haoning mentioned, this is not only about witnessing history, but also about creating it firsthand. The launch event is set in Beijing, held in the city's largest venue. BYD has invited nearly all major domestic media outlets, as well as top-ranking companies in the battery industry. Additionally, the company has conducted extensive promotional activities beforehand, creating an atmosphere of great anticipation for the event. BYD's advertising campaign for their upcoming event is everywhere across the internet. The slogan September 9th, BYD New World, see you there, is nearly ubiquitous, appearing from social media to large outdoor screens, making it impossible for anyone to escape this massive promotional blitz. Online discussions are buzzing with speculation and curiosity. Some are amazed at BYD's departure from their usual low-key style, opting instead for such a high-profile approach. Others are baffled by the potential multi-billion-dollar expenditure on this advertising bombardment. Everywhere I go these days, I see ads for this event, one user marveled on a forum. The amount of money spent is truly astonishing. However, details about the event itself are scarce. People know BYD as a car manufacturer, but the scale of this promotion seems to go beyond just a new car launch. Even for a car launch, this seems excessive. Even Mercedes doesn't go this big, someone commented. Adding to the surprise, CCTV has decided to broadcast the event live, sparking another wave of speculation. How much did BYD pay to get CCTV to broadcast this live? People wondered. Amid the curiosity and anticipation of countless online users, September 9th arrived as scheduled. The day was bright and sunny, as if the weather itself was celebrating the event. Outside the National Convention Center, a massive Meet the Future poster stood out, drawing the attention of every guest arriving at the venue. Although the event was still 2 hours away from officially starting, invited journalists, business representatives, and various guests were already arriving. Outside the venue, journalists gathered in small groups, exchanging the latest news and speculations. Any insider tips? A young journalist whispered. Forget it, his colleague replied, shaking his head. With BYD putting on such a big show, there's no way any inside information would leak. But it's probably about cars. Just then, another journalist chimed in. Not necessarily. Guess who I just saw? Lei from Xiaomi. What, Lei Jun? What's he doing here? This unexpected news immediately caught everyone's attention. Exactly, the journalist said, lowering his voice with a hint of mystery. I'm guessing BYD might not be unveiling a car. It could be about batteries. Remember 3 months ago when BYD suddenly announced they were spinning off their battery business and collaborating with Matrix Energy? I suspected then that BYD was planning something big. And now, it's happening. This speculation sparked a quiet discussion among the reporters, each eager to uncover the mystery of the event. As time went on, more guests continued to arrive, and the unveiling of the event was imminent. A discreet black sedan slowly made its way into the parking lot of the National Convention Center, maneuvering with difficulty through the crowded traffic. Inside the car, Chen Ruyan looked serious as she turned to Zhou Yang beside her. Mr. Zhou, the crowd is massive, and the safety risk is high. If you insist on attending the press conference, I suggest we call for reinforcements and reorganize security. Zhou Yang smiled and shook his head. Do you think many people recognize my face? Chen Ruyan hesitated for a moment, and then shook her head honestly. Despite Zhou Yang's world-changing work, his low-profile nature kept his public recognition minimal. Exactly, Zhou Yang said lightly. Who would attack an unknown person in their own country for no reason? Chun Riyun had no words to counter and nodded in agreement. As the car came to a stop, Zhou Yang and Chun Riyun headed towards the conference venue. The place was packed, with long lines at the 3 security checkpoints. Zhou Yang was about to join a line when Chun Riyun stopped him. Mr. Zhou, there are too many people. Let's go straight in, Chun Riyun said, leading Zhou Yang around the queue directly to the entrance. Make way, Chun Riyun said coldly as she stopped a young man about to check them. Zhou Yang quickly apologized, but the young man was already enraged. Do you know who I am? How dare you cut in line? Isn't anyone managing this? Get to the back. The young man reached out to push Zhou Yang, but a burly security agent intercepted him. 3 agents stood like towers in front of Zhou Yang, exuding an intimidating presence. Zhou Yang frowned, feeling that Chun Riyun had handled the situation poorly, and was about to apologize again when Chun Riyun pulled him through the security gate. Alarms blared instantly, and several security guards rushed over, tense. Miss, please place any prohibited items in the box, one of the guards said. The young man behind them continued to rant. I'm from TNI Chemical. I've got plenty of money. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Ignoring him, Chun Riyun took out a certificate from her pocket and handed it to the guard. Zhou Yang caught a glimpse it was a gun permit. The guard's expression changed, swallowing hard before quickly saying, Sorry, please proceed. Chun Riyun nodded slightly and led Zhou Yang forward, with the 3 agents following closely. Each time they passed through a security gate, the alarms sounded again, indicating they were all armed. The young man was even more furious, shouting at the guards. Just then, a man with a camera tapped his shoulder and whispered, Let it go, that's a gun permit. Legally armed, not police. Think about it. The young man's face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out as he realized he might have just brushed with death. Inside the venue, Zhou Yang couldn't help but say, Chief Chun, wasn't that a bit too conspicuous? We could have just queued. Chun Riyun shook her head. Mr. Zhou, this is already very low-key. No personal escort, no VIP lane, this is the limit. Zhou Yang had no reply and followed the crowd into the venue. His seat was in the front row, dead center, clearly the prime spot. As he sat down, countless intense gazes fell upon him. The audience was filled with leaders from various industries, government officials, and special guests. Those seated in the front row were undoubtedly the most prestigious, and the one seated in the center was the most prestigious of all. The CEO of Mercedes-Benz Asia Pacific, the general manager of FAW Group, the CEO of DJI, and the president of Xiaomi, Lei Jun, were all unable to claim the center seat. Yet here was this young man, Zhou Yang, sitting there. At that moment, a single question arose in the minds of all the industry leaders present. Who exactly is this young man? Facing the curious and scrutinizing gazes of many influential figures, Zhou Yang remained calm and sat steadily in his seat. Suddenly, a hand reached out, interrupting his thoughts. Hello, I'm Yu Changhong from Huawei, said a middle-aged man with glasses and a scholarly demeanor, smiling as he introduced himself. Zhou Yang turned his head, shook hands with Yu Changhong, and nodded briefly. His indifferent attitude left Yu Changhong's subsequent words stuck in his throat, and he could only manage an awkward smile before looking away. Just as Yu Changhong was about to turn and leave, Zhou Yang suddenly asked, Huawei is designing chips, right? The high silicon Kirin, isn't it? Yu Changhong was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Yang to initiate a conversation. He quickly replied, Yes, I didn't expect Mr. Zhou to know about the high silicon Kirin. As soon as he said it, he mentally chastised himself for being foolish. Who in the country didn't know about the Kirin chip, especially with the recent news about sanctions from the US? Zhou Yang continued, Could I visit your high silicon RD headquarters sometime? Yu Changhong responded with delight. Of course, I'd be more than happy to welcome you. Whenever you're available, just contact me directly. With that, he handed over a business card. Zhou Yang took the card and patted himself down, realizing he hadn't brought any business cards. He gestured to Chun Riyun in the distance, who quickly ran over and handed him a card. Yu Changhong blankly accepted Zhou Yang's card, watching Chun Riyun walk away, only then realizing that Zhou Yang had a bodyguard with him. He looked down at the simple card in his hand, which only had Zhou Yang's name on the front and a phone number on the back. This understated yet distinctive card further convinced Yu Changhong that Zhou Yang was no ordinary person. Just as Yu Changhong wanted to continue the conversation, the lights in the conference hall dimmed, signaling the beginning of the event. At precisely 10 a.m., the live broadcast of the conference began on CCTV Finance Channel and various news platforms. Invited guests took their seats, and only a low murmur of conversation filled the room. Suddenly, a beam of white light descended, projecting a holographic image and initiating a 10-second countdown. This high-tech introduction immediately sparked excitement both on-site and in online chat rooms. Wow, is this BYD's press conference? The tech vibe is off the charts. They really invested in this. BYD is pulling out all the stops. I'm more curious about what they're going to unveil. Is it the rumored electric supercar? As the countdown ended, a spotlight illuminated the center of the stage. Accompanied by stirring music, Wu Chun walked onto the stage. Instantly, all eyes were on him, eager to discover the mystery about to be revealed. Wu Chun, composed and confident, began with a simple introduction, then a video started playing on the large screen behind him. He spoke eloquently. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever encountered situations in life, like when driving on the highway and your electric vehicle has only a few kilometers of range left, while the next service area is still far away? Or when you finally reach a service area, only to find the charging station is broken and unusable? His words resonated with the audience, and many nodded in agreement. But what Wu Chun said next was unexpected. Or when your phone is running low on battery, and you can't find a power bank. Or when you're using a drone to capture the beautiful landscapes of our country, but are limited by battery life, unable to shoot for long. This series of examples left both the audience and online viewers puzzled. They had anticipated a new car launch, but the focus had suddenly shifted to the battery life of various electronic devices. Wu Chun continued, have you ever imagined a world where one charge for an electric vehicle could last a month, or even several months, and a phone charge could last for several months too? What kind of world would that be? Now, let's meet the future together. With an excited gesture from Wu Chun, the countdown and powerful music on the screen behind him culminated in the unveiling of an image resembling a chip. This is the new generation of carbon nanotube battery, the Longshin battery, co-produced by BYD and Matrix Energy with proprietary technology. The announcement caused a stir. No one expected that BYD's grand event would culminate in the release of a revolutionary battery rather than an electric vehicle. Those present exchanged glances, some surprised, some skeptical, and others pondering. Is a battery really worth such a grand unveiling? When the image of the Longshin battery appeared on the big screen in the live stream, it immediately caused quite a stir. The audience began to murmur in confusion. What's going on? Wasn't this supposed to be about cars? How did it turn into a battery? I was looking forward to seeing a supercar. I hope BYD can bring the price down so we can all experience a Ferrari. The crowd at the scene curiously stared at the screen, equally puzzled. The battery's rectangular shape resembled a chip, bringing back memories of Wu Chen's earlier comments. Some people quietly discussed among themselves. What did Wu Chen say earlier? Wasn't it about lithium batteries? Maybe it's a new battery developed by BYD. It looks similar to their Blade battery. Without size labels on the image, people couldn't gauge the battery's size, leading to a buzz of speculation. Wu Chun intentionally kept everyone in suspense for a moment before pulling a Longshin battery from his pocket, holding it high, and announcing, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Longshin battery. The camera zoomed in on Wu Chen's fingers, displaying the battery's details clearly on the big screen. At that moment, both the live audience and those watching the live stream gasped in surprise. Is this the Longshin battery? Why is it so small? I thought it would be bigger. It looks just like a chip. How much capacity can it have? 1,000 milliamp hours. 1,000. You're joking, right? This tiny thing might hold a few dozen milliamp hours at best. So BYD staged this big event just to launch a button battery? Reporters and industry insiders were equally baffled, unable to grasp BYD's intentions. They found it hard to believe such a small battery could hold significant technological value. Some whispered, the key is capacity. No matter how fancy the battery is, capacity is king. Is BYD seriously thinking this button battery can solve electric vehicle range issues? It's ridiculous. Sitting next to Zhou Yang, Yu Changhong couldn't help but whisper, what's BYD up to with this? Maybe the Longshin battery has some special feature? But with its size, if the capacity is good, it could be great for phones. He then turned to Zhou Yang and asked, Mr. Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Yang thought, what can I think? I'm just sitting here watching. However, after all this time, he also felt BYD was being overly secretive. In his opinion, a simple PowerPoint presentation would suffice. This whole show was just for flair. At that moment, Wu Chun loudly stated, I believe the biggest question on everyone's mind is the capacity of the Longshin battery. I can tell you that its capacity will exceed your expectations. Why don't we have a few friends guess? Mr. Lei, what do you think? Hearing this, Zhou Yang sighed internally. Here they go again with the suspense. He almost felt like leaving. The camera focused on Lei Jun, who thought for a moment and then replied seriously, judging by the size, I'd estimate between a few dozen to 100 milliamp hours. But given the scale of this launch, there must be some special technology involved. So, I guess it might be around 300 milliamp hours. The venue was filled with numerous experts from the battery industry, who nodded in agreement after hearing Lei Jun's speculation. As Lei Jun pointed out, it would be quite absurd for BYD to make such a big deal if they were only unveiling a button cell battery. Therefore, the guess of a 300 milliamp hours capacity seemed more plausible. Even so, it's already astonishing for a battery of this size to reach a capacity of 300 milliamp hours. Wu Chun smiled slightly and decided to reveal the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to inform you that this small Longshin battery has a capacity of 8,450 milliamp hours. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen displayed 8,450 milliamp hours, highlighting the battery's impressive capacity. For a moment, The venue fell into a deathly silence. The live stream was equally quiet, with everyone stunned. The chat exploded with skeptical comments. No way. Is this for real? Over 8,000 milliamp hours. Am I dreaming? Such a small battery with over 8,000 milliamp hours. That's unbelievable. I can't believe it. The reaction at the scene was even more intense. The president of Tesla Asia Pacific couldn't help but exclaim, "Impossible." The expressions of disbelief were evident on the faces of many industry leaders in the front row. Lei Jun's eyes widened as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Yu Changhong, next to Zhou Yang, looked as if he had seen a ghost, muttering, "This must be a joke, right?" The idea that such a compact battery could have such an astonishing capacity was nothing short of miraculous. Suddenly, a reporter stood up and loudly questioned, "Mr. Wu, do you stand by what you said?" Many in the audience nodded in agreement, clearly skeptical of the exaggerated figure. Wu Chun maintained his smile, responding calmly. To the reporter, "Of course, I stand by my words. This data is verified by an authoritative institution." As he spoke, the screen displayed a test report. The testing authority was none other than the Energy Research Institute under the Chinese Academy of Sciences, with a red official seal underscoring the document's credibility. Despite this, everyone present still found it hard to believe. The reporter who had raised the question sat back down in a daze, while the entire conference hall was enveloped in an atmosphere of shock and doubt. These words resonated with everyone present, as well as countless viewers watching the live stream. Wu Qin stood on stage, scanning the surprised faces in the audience, and continued, "The theme of this press conference is Meet the Future. Let's see how Longshin batteries will change our world." Taking a deep breath, he announced, "In 6 days, on the 15th of this month, BYD will nationally launch the latest model in the Han series, the Han DM." A murmur spread through the crowd, and Wu Chun raised his hand to signal for silence. "We'll reveal the specific configurations later, but there's one thing I can tell you now. The entire Han DM series will have a range of 3,000 kilometers and will fully charge in just 4.5 hours. Gasps erupted from the audience as Wu Chun smiled slightly and continued, "And the high-end version of the Han DM is even more astounding, with a range of 8,000 kilometers, fully charged in 12 hours. This announcement was like a bombshell, simultaneously detonating in the venue and the live stream. People stared in disbelief at Wu Chun, who remained composed on stage. The live stream's comment section exploded, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave. "Charging in 5 hours for a 3,000 kilometer range? Am I dreaming? The high-end version with an 8,000 kilometer range BYD is reaching for the sky. One charge and no worries for half a year. My commute is less than 10 kilometers. 3,000 kilometers will last me 10 months. I'll stake my claim no if BYD can deliver. I'm getting one immediately. I'm pre-ordering the high-end version right away. 8,000 kilometer range is insane." The audience's reactions were just as intense, with people whispering excitedly about this incredible news. However, the most dramatic reaction came from the president of Tesla Asia Pacific. His face turned pale, and he nearly leaped from his seat, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." His reaction was understandable. A standard range of 3,000 kilometers and a high-end range of 8,000 kilometers seemed poised to dismantle all existing electric vehicle companies. Everyone present realized that the automotive industry was on the brink of an unprecedented transformation. Not only Tesla, but also other major electric vehicle companies present, such as NIO, Xpeng, and Geely, turned pale. The atmosphere in the venue became tense, with representatives from each company furrowing their brows and whispering among themselves. The astonishing range offered by the Longshin battery was undoubtedly a bombshell, capable of upending the entire electric vehicle market. Standing on stage, Wu Chun scanned the serious faces in the audience and continued his presentation. "The advent of the Longshin battery changes not just the electric vehicle industry, but every aspect of life." His voice was filled with confidence. "Soon, you'll see ultra-thin phones with battery capacities exceeding 100,000 milliamp hours, capable of lasting a month on a single charge." At this point, Wu Chun cast a meaningful glance at the representatives from phone companies present. Representatives from companies like Lei Jun's and Yu Changhong's, as well as Vivo, all sat up straighter, their eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and concern. For them, battery capacity has always been a bottleneck in smartphone development, and the Longshin battery seemed to break this constraint at once. Wu Chun went on to outline the potential applications of the Longshin battery across various fields: longer-lasting electric bicycles, drones with significantly extended flight times, and power tools that can be used for longer periods. Each of his statements painted an opportunity-filled picture for the company representatives present. "All right then," Wu Chun said, looking around. "Before we move on to the next phase, we have some time, so I'll take some questions." As soon as he finished speaking, reporters eagerly raised their hands. Camera lights blinked incessantly, and the sound of keyboards filled the room. Some journalists had already started posting breaking news on their media websites, eager not to lag behind their competitors. However, compared to the enthusiasm of the reporters, the company representatives present had more pressing questions. Lei Jun was the first to raise his hand. Wu Qin nodded with a smile. All right, let's hear from Mr. Lei. What would you like to ask? Taking the microphone, Lei Jun's voice was slightly urgent. I'm concerned about two things: the production capacity of the Longshin battery and its price. Can you share any details? As soon as he asked, a murmur of agreement rippled through the room. Many company representatives nodded, their eyes filled with anticipation. After all, no matter how advanced the technology, if it can't be produced on a large scale, or if it's too expensive, it will struggle to truly alter the market landscape. All eyes were on Wu Chun, awaiting his response. This question would directly affect whether the Longshin battery could genuinely disrupt the market and determine the future strategic direction of every company present. The air in the room felt almost frozen, with only the faint whir of cameras and the scratch of pens on paper breaking the silence. When it comes to electric vehicles, it's different. The batteries are already expensive, and with a high price tag, consumers are willing to pay more as long as the performance is good. But with smartphones, it's a different story. Domestic manufacturers in China are fiercely competing for market share, piling on features and engaging in price wars, even at the cost of undercutting each other. If the costs are high, the impact can be significant. Wu Chun had a slight smile on his face as he looked at Mr. Lei and said, "That's a great question, Mr. Lei. It's indeed a key concern for many companies." After a brief pause, he continued, "Currently, we have 3 production lines, with a monthly output exceeding 100 million units. 100 million units. The number hit everyone present like a sledgehammer. Tesla's president for the Asia-Pacific region looked ashen and instinctively leaned back, as if all the strength had left his body. A monthly production of 100 million units means that BYD has achieved true large-scale production, rather than just small-scale operations. As long as the price is right, there won't be any trouble selling these products. They can sell as many as they produce. Coupled with the high profits of being the world's first, it's easy to imagine how quickly BYD will expand its capacity. In fact, BYD has already started building new production lines." Lei Jun nodded with a smile, calculating silently. A monthly output of 100 million units is not massive, but it's quite substantial. Given Xiaomi's market position, they should be able to secure a significant share. While everyone was still reeling from the surprise, Wu Chun raised the Longshin battery in his hand, speaking calmly but with confidence. This Longshin battery, its factory price is tentatively set at 15 yuan. The room erupted instantly, with exclamations echoing throughout. "No way, is this for real? 15 yuan per unit." Many couldn't help but swear, their eyes filled with disbelief. The representatives from various electric vehicle manufacturers looked grim, as if they saw BYD's determination to dominate. Someone couldn't help but mutter under their breath, "Impossible. How can it be so cheap?" The air was thick with tension and unease. The scream of disbelief and slight panic from Tesla's Asia-Pacific president echoed once more. "High capacity, long range, and such a low price," he muttered, his eyes wide open. "How much does a single 18650 battery cost? It's even more expensive than a Longshin battery." His gaze swept over the data sheet in his hand, his fingers trembling slightly. And the Longshin battery not only has a large capacity, but also a small size, allowing more batteries to be stacked in a unit volume. He took a deep breath, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "In every aspect, it's better than ours, and the price is cheaper. This is going to sweep across the country, and even the world." The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly grew tense, with representatives from the electric vehicle industry looking grave, as if witnessing an impending storm. However, representatives from other industries couldn't hide their excitement, their eyes gleaming with opportunity. The BYD representative leaned back in his chair with a faint smile. As a company primarily engaged in electric vehicles, the Longshin battery was not a direct competitor to them. "Such an affordable and good Longshin battery can definitely change the entire industry landscape," he murmured, a gleam of interest in his eyes. Suddenly, Lei Jun's eyes lit up with a spark of inspiration. He stood up abruptly, turning to the camera, and announced loudly, "Dear me fans, and viewers in front of the live stream, it won't be long before you see Xiaomi phones with ultra-large capacity hitting the market." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Jun swiftly sat down and deftly took out his phone. His fingers moved rapidly across the screen, sending an urgent message to the company's top executives. "Change the design plan now. Replace the battery with a Longshin battery using the current phone design layout. Also, redesign to reduce the battery compartment space. Give me a design proposal as soon as possible." Lei Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement as his mind raced. More than the price, it was the compactness of the Longshin battery that captivated him. His gaze passed over the phone in his hand, as if already envisioning the future design blueprint. "The phone is only so big, and space is extremely limited. Every inch is precious," he muttered to himself. "But one battery pack takes up nearly a third of the phone's space. Now, With the Lungsun battery, we can reduce that space to the size of a chip. Lei Jun's eyes brightened as he envisioned boundless possibilities. The space saved can be put to great use, he thought excitedly. Some compromises and stripped-down features won't need to be agonized over anymore. We can just go for it. Putting down his phone, Lei Jun involuntarily glanced at Yu Changhong to his left. At that moment, Yu Changhong was also on the phone, focused and serious. Lei Jun's gaze lingered on Yu Changhong for a moment, a thought flashing through his mind. Compared to the electric vehicle industry, the transformation in the mobile phone industry will be even more significant and rapid. The atmosphere at the launch event was electric, like a feast of technology. Wu Chen continued to field questions about the Longxin battery, covering everything from charging efficiency to lifespan. However, sitting in the spotlight, Zhou Yang found the event incredibly dull, thinking it could easily have been replaced by a simple official announcement or a PowerPoint presentation. Meanwhile, Yu Changhong was on a call with Wang Haoning, sounding anxious. Mr. Wang, 1,000,000 units a month is far too few. It's just not enough. How about we compromise on the price, say 17 yuan per unit? Hearing Yu Changhong's unsuccessful plea, Zhou Yang couldn't help but interject. Shall I have a word? Yu Changhong was momentarily stunned before realizing. Mr. Zhou, you know Mr. Wang? As soon as he said it, he realized it was a foolish question. Given that Zhou Yang was seated at the center of the event, how could he not know Wang Haoning? That would be wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Yu Changhong quickly handed over the phone. Taking the phone, Zhou Yang spoke calmly. Mr. Wang, this is Zhou Yang. By the way, he turned to Yu Changhong. How many units do you need per month? Yu Changhong replied eagerly. At least 3 million. No, preferably 5 million units. With Huawei's phone shipments, even 5 million a month might not be enough. Although each Longxin battery has a capacity of 8,000 mAh, they're so small that you need several in one phone. 1,000,000 phones a month might not suffice. Zhou Yang smiled slightly and said into the phone, Mr. Wang, let's make it 10 million units a month for Huawei and offer a better price. How about 14 yuan each? With that, he handed the phone back to a stunned Yu Changhong. Yu Changhong could hardly believe his ears. He had expected Zhou Yang to negotiate with Wang Haoning, but Zhou Yang secured the 10 million unit order for Huawei with a nearly commanding tone. It was simply unbelievable. Picking up the phone, Yu Changhong heard Wang Haoning laughing. I didn't expect you and Mr. Zhou to know each other. All right then, 10 million units a month, and we'll go with Mr. Zhou's price at 14 yuan per unit. Putting down the phone, Yu Changhong stared blankly at Zhou Yang, with only one question in his mind. Who exactly was Zhou Yang? So young, yet wielding such influence. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. You've been a great help. Yu Changhong expressed his gratitude, even using formal language. Zhou Yang waved it off. No need. It's just a small matter. I have to go now. I'll get in touch with you when I'm in Shenzhen. Yu Changhong stood up to see him off, watching Zhou Yang leave under the escort of Chun Riyun and other bodyguards. His curiosity about Zhou Yang's identity only deepened. As the event continued, Wu Chun went on to introduce other features and related products of the Longxin battery, but the audience's attention had shifted. Everyone was contemplating the potential global impact of the Longxin battery's emergence. Major media platforms were quick to report on the event. Penguin News, major breakthrough in battery technology, Longxin battery emerges with a small size and large capacity, heralding the arrival of future technology. Sina News, BYD has achieved a qualitative leap after years of research, with the Longxin battery bringing science fiction into reality, a battery from the future. On tech forums, threads were dedicated to discussing the impact of the Longxin battery. Besides electric vehicles, the mobile phone industry became a hot topic. Domestic smartphone manufacturers reacted swiftly. Lei Jun announced on Weibo that a special edition of the Mi 10, equipped with 16 Longxin batteries totaling 130,000 mAh, would be released in a month. Netizens buzzed with excitement. 130,000 mAh, that's like charging once a month. The power bank industry is doomed. Forget power banks. Phones are practically becoming bombs. The Longxin battery has passed safety tests. There's no explosion risk. I just want to know how long it takes to charge a phone with over 100,000 mAh. Looking at my 2,800 mAh iPhone 12 suddenly feels underwhelming. Smartphone manufacturers announced upcoming high-capacity products. Huawei's announcement drew the most attention. Thanks to BYD's support, Huawei will receive 10 million Longxin batteries monthly. The Mate 40 launch will be postponed to the 1st of next month, featuring the new Mate 40 series. Huawei's decision to use the Longxin battery in its flagship models sparked a fan frenzy. Meanwhile, other manufacturers felt pressured by Huawei's large share, having struggled to secure a monthly allocation of just 1 million units from BYD. The competitive landscape of the smartphone industry was suddenly and dramatically altered. The stock market turbulence in the electric vehicle industry has been as intense as that in the mobile phone industry. Stocks of major EV companies have plummeted, especially those of emerging players like NIO and Xpeng, which dropped sharply after their press conferences. However, BYD stood out, with its stock rising against the trend, showing a stark contrast of one limit up and one limit down. Just 3 months ago, BYD's announcement of splitting its battery business and partnering with Matrix Energy led to a continuous decline in its stock price, causing many retail investors to sell at a loss. Who would have thought that just 3 months later, BYD would drop such a bombshell, leading financial channels to predict a remarkable surge in BYD's stock. Insiders began buying BYD stock in large quantities during the press conference. By the time most investors realized what was happening, BYD's stock price had already started to soar. Those who had sold their BYD stocks were filled with regret, while the investors who bought during the downturn were all smiles, enjoying substantial profits. The biggest winner, however, was undoubtedly Wang Haoning. During the stock decline, BYD initiated a buyback plan, acquiring a significant amount of its own stock. At the time, some financial experts saw this as market manipulation, but now that this bold move has paid off, no one dares to comment rashly. Everyone is calculating how much profit BYD will gain from this surge. Compared to the online buzz and stock price fluctuations, what concerns major companies the most now is securing more Longshin battery production. At the press conference, BYD announced a monthly production capacity of 100 million units, with 1/10 already reserved by Huawei. As a major car manufacturer, BYD's own consumption will be significant, not to mention the future demand for new models using Longshin batteries. A monthly capacity of 100 million is far from meeting market demand. Major companies are pulling strings and trying every possible way to get battery allocations from BYD. However, the response is the same. Don't expect to receive even one battery within 3 months. At BYD headquarters, Wang Haoning had just finished a phone call, looking worried. He said to the person on the other end, "Mr. Li, it's not that I'm not giving you face. With our years of friendship, how could I not take care of you? There really is no stock. 2 million units are already the limit. You have no idea how many companies out there are trying to get their hands on the supply and can't. How about this? In 3 months, I can guarantee you 10 million units a month. How does that sound?" After hanging up, Wang Haoning looked at the young officer sitting across from him. Despite his youth, the officer already held the rank of major. He smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, in times like this, you should be the happiest, so why the long face?" Wang Haoning glanced at the young officer and said helplessly, "How can I not worry? The demand is so high, and I don't have the stock. The new production line will take at least another month or two to get up and running, so I'm worried." The young officer chuckled to himself, thinking, "You're worried because you're not making money fast enough." Wang Haoning frowned, feeling a mix of emotions in response to the military representative's demands. He nodded slowly, a hint of resignation in his eyes. "Mr. Wang, I don't care about other companies, but for our military's initial order of 50 million pieces, you must deliver with quality and quantity." The military representative's words were firm and undeniable. Wang Haoning calculated in his mind. This time, the military turned out to be the largest buyer of Longshin batteries. He recalled Gao Jianjun's presence at the product launch, realizing it was to personally inspect the finished products in preparation for the large order. Lithium batteries are widely used in military applications, from communication systems to underwater robots and drones. Fortunately, the price for the military was maintained at 15 yuan per piece. Otherwise, Wang Haoning would have been even more frustrated. Even so, with the military taking half of the limited monthly production in one go, it pained him greatly. Ambitious as ever, Wang Haoning originally planned to sweep the electric vehicle market with Longshin batteries. However, the reality of insufficient battery production directly affected the production capacity of electric vehicles. He found himself deeply anxious. "All right, I'll be leaving now," the young officer said, getting up to leave. Wang Haoning mustered the energy to see him to the door. He had just sat down when his assistant hurried in, reporting a flood of business invitations. CEOs from numerous companies were lining up, hoping to have dinner with Wang Haoning to secure a supply. "Turn them all down. Just tell them there's no stock. They'll have to wait," Wang Haoning said wearily, waving his hand. He had anticipated high demand for Longshin batteries, but didn't expect it to reach such a frenzy. The assistant nodded and added, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Wang, someone from Tianai Chemical is here to see you. They want to discuss some carbon nanotube collaboration." "Who?" Wang Haoning was taken aback, memories of Tianai Chemical flashing through his mind. Initially, Zhou Yang had planned to collaborate with Tianai Chemical, hoping to leverage their affordable carbon nanotube production method to provide cost-effective raw materials for Longshin batteries. However, Tianai Chemical unexpectedly rejected Zhou Yang's proposal, seeing no need for collaboration. It was this unexpected turn that led Matrix Energy to decisively invest in building a carbon nanotube factory, specifically to produce large quantities of affordable carbon nanotubes for BYD. This factory played a crucial role in the mass production of Longshin batteries. Wang Haoning remembered Tianai Chemical, the company that once rejected Zhou Yang, vividly. A glint of curiosity and caution appeared in his eyes as he said, "Where are they? Bring them to me." Wang Haoning fell into deep thought. curious about the kind of person who dared to refuse Zhou Yang. Soon, the office door swung open, and a young man strode in. Wang Haoning's eyes narrowed. If Zhou Yang were here, he would surely recognize this uninvited guest from the press conference. The young man smiled, extending his hand proactively. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Zheng Yun, the Deputy General Manager of Tianai Chemical. Oh, by the way, my father is the chairman of Tianai Chemical. Wang Haoning did not respond, simply observing the young man in front of him. Zheng Yun awkwardly withdrew his hand and quickly said, Mr. Wang, I personally attended the press conference and learned that our Longshin batteries are produced using carbon nanotubes. I believe we can fully cooperate, as Tianai Chemical is undoubtedly the industry leader in domestic carbon nanotube production. Wang Haoning chuckled inwardly. As expected, Tianai Chemical was here for the carbon nanotubes. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had foresight and had already established a factory, where they might have been at the mercy of others for raw materials. He suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, with the release of our Longshin battery, your Tianai Chemical stock must have risen quite a bit, right? Zheng Yun quickly waved his hand. Not at all, just a little bit. He was modest in words, but inwardly smug. Riding the wave of the Longshin battery, not only Tianai Chemical, but all companies related to carbon nanotubes were experiencing a stock surge. As the industry leader, Tianai Chemical had hit the upper limit for several consecutive days. Wang Haoning sneered and turned to instruct his assistant. Go find a few reporters and release a statement. Say that BYD has already built a carbon nanotube factory, but to meet the production demand for Longshin batteries, we'll be expanding capacity. Let's produce about 5,000 tons a month. Whatever we don't use will be sold externally at a price of 80,000 per ton. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, his earlier smugness replaced by shock. Zheng Yun abruptly sprang from his seat, disbelief etched across his face. His eyes widened, and his voice trembled slightly with shock. Mr. Wang, you must be joking, right? 8,000 per ton? That's financial ruin. He quickly calculated the market prices in his head, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his thigh. Imported high-quality carbon nanotubes go for around 55,000 per ton. Even the lower-quality domestic ones are about 40,000. At your price, we're losing over 30,000 per ton. Zheng Yun's eyes searched Wang Haoning's face for any hint of humor, but he found only a stern expression. He continued, and you're saying 5,000 tons a month? Mr. Wang, this isn't a joke. He took a deep breath, as if to muster courage. Carbon nanotubes are new materials, difficult to produce, with low yield rates, and their prices have always been high. Domestic demand is pitifully low. As the industry leader, Tianai Chemical knows this best. Last year, the national transaction volume was just over 1,000 tons, and all manufacturers combined produced only 2,000 tons. You're asking for 5,000 tons a month. That's a fantasy. Wang Haoning's gaze cut through Zheng Yun like a blade, his mouth curling into a cold smile. His voice was low and imposing. Joking? You little brat, who do you think you are? You think I joke with you? He leaned forward, each word landing like a sledgehammer. Let me tell you, not even your father would dare speak to me like that. Zheng Yun was so startled by the sudden anger that his face turned pale, and his legs trembled slightly. He quickly explained, Please, Mr. Wang, I meant no disrespect. It's just, won't you incur losses this way? Wang Haoning snorted, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Losses? How do you know we'll incur losses? He paused, each word striking Zheng Yun like a slap. Let me tell you, our self-produced carbon nanotubes cost only 6,000 per ton to produce. What? Zheng Yun exclaimed, as if struck by lightning. His mind went blank, his mouth agape, unable to close. 6,000 per ton for carbon nanotubes? This could turn the entire industry upside down. If true, it would dominate both the domestic and global markets. Wang Haoning continued, his voice dripping with contempt. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhou offered you a chance to collaborate on producing affordable carbon nanotubes. And what did you do? You dared to refuse. His gaze sharpened. Do you know who you refused? That was Mr. Zhou. Humph, little Tianai Chemical, who do you think you are? Daring to refuse Mr. Zhou? Wang Haoning's voice grew colder, each word piercing Zheng Yun's heart like a dagger. Let me make it clear to you. Starting tomorrow, BYD's carbon nanotube factory will expand production. 5,000 tons a month, selling at 8,000 per ton. Think about the consequences yourself. He waved dismissively, instructing his assistant. Show him out. Zheng Yun walked out of the office in a daze, his face ashen. The terrifying numbers echoed in his mind. 5,000 tons a month. 8,000 per ton. He felt a chill run through him, as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar. If this were true, it would be catastrophic for Tianai Chemical. Zheng Yun thought bitterly. In less than 2 months, they'd either have to change industries or face bankruptcy. Mr. Zhou? He muttered to himself, suddenly remembering something. He quickly asked the assistant beside him. Assistant Sue, I just want to know, who is this Mr. Zhou? The assistant merely glanced at him, smiled, and pointed to the elevator before turning away, leaving Zheng Yun standing there, bewildered. How could this happen? Zheng Yun murmured, his eyes filled with despair and confusion. Zheng Yun's eyes were moist with confusion and helplessness. He repeatedly tried to recall, but couldn't remember when Tian Nai Chemical had offended Mr. Zhou, or why it was being so aggressively targeted by BYD. The incident Wang Haoning mentioned about Tian Nai Chemical rejecting Mr. Zhou was a complete blank in Zheng Yun's memory. Meanwhile, the impact of the Longshin battery spread like ripples. The day after the press conference, the national news broadcast dedicated an unprecedented 10 minutes to detailing the Longshin battery. This move immediately caused a nationwide sensation, making Longshin battery a household name. The official endorsement and attitude became the strongest backing. The news was filled with praise for the Longshin battery, describing it as a revolutionary invention that could bring earth-shattering changes to the nation and the world. This official statement directly dispelled all public doubts about the authenticity of the Longshin battery. Initially, despite BYD holding a grand press conference and showcasing various testing certificates, there were still skeptics who doubted this chip-sized battery with its astonishing capacity, comparing it to alien technology. However, the news broadcast acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly silencing all skepticism. The report specifically mentioned that the Longshin battery was the result of a collaborative effort between BYD's research team and academician Chun Tiankai's team from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, further solidifying its credibility. Suddenly, Longshin battery became the hottest topic on the streets and in online media, with even the elderly discussing it enthusiastically. This wave of excitement quickly crossed borders and swept across the globe. Major media outlets worldwide reported on this breakthrough battery technology from the mysterious Eastern nation, drawing global attention to it. There is a wave of skepticism in the international community regarding country C's breakthrough in battery technology. Western mainstream media outlets have reported extensively, claiming that country C's research and technology are backward and that it is impossible for them to achieve a breakthrough in battery technology. Several renowned research institutes and energy experts have accused country C of fabricating results, insisting that such advanced battery technology could not have been developed by country C. These voices dominate the Western world, clinging to the belief that groundbreaking technology could not originate from country C, and they dismiss country C's research capabilities with disdain. There are very few countries that report on the issue impartially. Fortunately, domestic internet users are unaware of the foreign coverage, or they would be outraged. However, at this stage, BYD has only held a press conference, and although it was covered by state media, the most crucial product has yet to hit the market. It is likely that people will only truly believe in the integration of the Longshin battery into daily life when electric cars with a range of 3,000 kilometers are on the road and smartphones with tens of thousands of milliamperes are in use. Zhou Yang also followed the coverage on CCTV. Chun Riyun quietly said, "Mr. Zhou, I think you're being too modest." The news report did not mention Zhou Yang at all, only stating that the Longshin battery was developed by BYD and Chun Tiankai. However, Chun Riyun knew full well that from research to mass production, the credit belonged entirely to Zhou Yang. Although Chun Tiankai's team contributed, it might not even amount to 1%. Now, all the accolades go to Chun Tiankai, while Zhou Yang remains unknown. Zhou Yang glanced at Chun Riyun and asked, "Modest? Do you think I should be more high profile, as you suggest, and let everyone in the country know that I developed the Longshin battery? And then what? Would it make my meals taste better, or help me live longer?" Zhou Yang turned off the TV and stood up, saying, "I don't need others' praise. How they evaluate me or view me doesn't matter. I just want to do what I want to do, with a clear conscience." Chun Riyun was moved by his words and murmured, "Mr. Zhou, you are truly a national treasure. A national treasure, a great person of the nation, is not a title just anyone can bear." Zhou Yang smiled and asked, "Is tomorrow's schedule ready?" Chun Riyun nodded in confirmation. The next day, Zhou Yang planned to visit the headquarters of HiSilicon in SC City. HiSilicon's R&D center is located in the picturesque outskirts of SC City and is a major project heavily invested in by Huawei. At 10 a.m. on March 24th, Yu Changhong led several heads of the R&D center to wait at the entrance of the park. Among them, the technical director, Kong Lu, was a promising young talent. Although his hair was sparse and he wore glasses, he exuded an aura of exceptional intelligence. "Old Chun, President Yu came early in the morning and is waiting at the entrance himself. This is quite a scene," Kong Lu whispered to a colleague. The colleague looked puzzled and speculated. Could it be a high-ranking city official coming for an inspection? Kong Lu shook his head in denial. "No. If it were a leader, we would have been notified in advance." At that moment, Yu Changhong turned around and sternly instructed, "The person coming is an important guest. Everyone mind your image." The crowd nodded in agreement, their curiosity piqued. Soon, a Hongqi sedan slowly approached. Yu Changhong's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to greet it, followed closely by Kong Lu and the others. "This Hongqi looks quite impressive. What model is it?" a colleague asked curiously. Kong Lu widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, that's an L5. And look at the heavy bodywork. Could it be the bulletproof version? Who on earth would ride in such a car? Is this car that special? Someone asked, confused. Kong Lu lowered his voice and explained, this is the official vehicle for leaders. Instantly, those around fell silent. After the car came to a stop, Chen Ruyan got out first to open the door for Zhou Yang. Yu Changhong approached with a broad smile. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. President Yu, I hope my visit isn't disrupting your work. Yu Changhong quickly shook his head and arranged for an electric vehicle to tour the park, introducing the facilities as they went along. When they finally reached the RD Center, Zhou Yang expressed his interest in seeing the chip design process. Although Yu Changhong was still uncertain about Zhou Yang's identity, he agreed to this unusual request, considering Zhou's special status. The interior of the RD Center was filled with a sense of technological sophistication. Yu Changhong explained that the center employed over 3,000 researchers, not including support staff, making it a leading force in domestic research capabilities. Zhou Yang followed Yu Changhong and others, spending 2 hours gaining a general understanding of HiSilicon's chip design prowess. Despite being constrained by factors like lithography machines, which limited the production of the most advanced chips, HiSilicon's chip design capabilities were world-class and unparalleled in the country. Zhou Yang gained a deep appreciation for this and couldn't help but feel optimistic about the future of domestic technology. I may not be able to produce it myself, but that doesn't stop me from imagining it and working on theoretical research. Besides, in the lab, there's nothing we can't create. Zhou Yang's words echoed through the laboratory, capturing everyone's attention. Kong Lu stood beside a piece of sophisticated equipment, carefully picking up a fingernail-sized chip. His eyes gleamed with pride as he spoke with a voice full of confidence. Mr. Zhou, this is our latest chip, the Kirin 9000. It features a 5-nanometer process, an 8-core design, and is packed with 15.3 billion transistors. Its performance is quite close to Apple's A14. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued. How much of a difference is there? Kong Li's expression turned slightly awkward. After hesitating for a moment, he reluctantly replied, about 20%. That's quite a bit, Zhou Yang commented, nodding. 20% is not insignificant. His words were like a bomb going off in the lab. Kong Lu and the other researchers' faces turned red, as if they had been slapped. Zhou Yang's assessment essentially dismissed their long-standing efforts. A young researcher couldn't help but retort. What do you know? Another chimed in. Exactly, just a 20% difference. That's already impressive. Kong Lu clenched his fists, a flicker of anger in his eyes. If it weren't for Yu Changhong's presence, he might have argued with Zhou Yang, or even come to blows. For the Kirin 9000, thousands of people at HiSilicon, along with tens of thousands more at global research centers, had worked tirelessly day and night to achieve this result. Yet Zhou Yang's offhand remark seemed to negate all their hard work. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, Yu Changhong cleared his throat, breaking the silence. What are you all muttering about? Mr. Zhou isn't exactly an expert in chips, so it's normal for him to think that way. Besides, a gap is a gap, regardless of how small. Even if it's just a 1% difference, it's still a difference. Let's not forget, we founded HiSilicon to create the world's leading chips. Don't think that because you've developed the Kirin 9000, you can rest on your laurels. I agree with Mr. Zhou. You still have a long way to go. Yu Changhong's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fire of anger in their hearts, yet leaving them feeling even more ashamed and dejected. Kong Lu and the others looked at Zhou Yang with resentment. The atmosphere in the lab grew heavy, as everyone grappled with the harsh but undeniable truth. Zhou Yang looked at Yu Changhong in surprise, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He leaned forward slightly, his tone probing. Chairman Yu, is that truly what you believe? Yu Changhong nodded without hesitation, a determined expression on his face. His voice was steady and strong. Absolutely true. Mr. Rin founded HiSilicon with the goal of being the best in the world. He once told us, if others can develop it, why can't we? Are we missing a brain or something? Well said. Zhou Yang couldn't help but applaud, his eyes shining with approval. Yu Changhong glanced at his watch with a smile and spoke softly. Mr. Zhou, it's about time. I've made arrangements. Shall we go for a meal? Zhou Yang didn't respond immediately. Instead, he extended his hand to Chen Ruiyun. Understanding his gesture, Chen Ruiyun quickly stepped forward and handed over a small combination lock case. Zhou Yang skillfully opened it, revealing a solid-state drive inside. He handed the drive to Kong Lu, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Kong Lu, right? Take a good look at what's inside and get back to me as soon as you can. With that, he turned to Yu Changhong. Shall we go for lunch, Mr. Yu? Yu Changhong's gaze lingered on the solid-state drive for a moment, clearly intrigued by its contents. But he ultimately suppressed his curiosity and left with Zhou Yang. As their figures disappeared, among those left behind, a young man couldn't help but shake his fist in the direction they had gone, muttering, that guy's words are so infuriating. If it weren't for Mr. Yu, I'd have punched him. Yeah, right, a colleague teased beside him. Didn't you see the bodyguard with him? And she's a stunning beauty. Another person chimed in, let it go. Mr. Yu is right. He's not a professional. If Mr. Kong says it's off by 20%, then saying it's more isn't exactly wrong. Kong Lu snorted softly, his gaze fixed on the solid-state drive in his hand. After a moment's thought, he handed it to a colleague responsible for the equipment. Open it up, let's see what's inside. The colleague quickly connected the device and opened the computer, exclaiming in surprise, wow, 1 terabyte capacity, that's quite large. And it's almost full. No idea what's on it. Stop the chatter and open it, Kong Lu urged impatiently. As the drive was accessed, the screen displayed only one file, with the title boldly reading, Design Principles of Mimetic Cellular Biochips. Kong Li's eyes widened instantly, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, no way. Are you kidding me? In the luxurious private room of the Zhou Grand Restaurant, the lighting was soft, and the clinking of glasses could be heard. Yu Changhong raised his glass, his eyes shimmering with gratitude, and said to Zhou Yang, who was sitting across from him, Mr. Zhou, you really helped us a lot by securing 10 million Longshin batteries for us. On behalf of Huawei, I sincerely thank you. Zhou Yang responded with a faint smile and took a gentle sip of his wine. Yu Changhong continued, Longshin batteries are in such high demand now that even BYD can't keep up with supply. Very few are available for other companies. He showed a hint of pride. Lei Jun boasted that the Xiaomi 10 would use a lot of Longshin batteries and that they would be readily available without pre-ordering. But in reality, Xiaomi only managed to get 1 million units. Yu Changhong put down his glass and tapped his fingers on the table. According to Lei Jun's plan, each phone uses 16 pieces, so 1 million pieces can only assemble 62,500 phones. That's barely enough to make a dent. A trace of schadenfreude flashed in his eyes. This time, Lei Jun is likely to face a setback. Zhou Yang nodded thoughtfully. I'm quite satisfied with HiSilicon's RD capabilities. However, HiSilicon's strength lies in chip design, and for production, they still rely on other companies. His gaze deepened. The domestic chip production capability is still lacking. Improving it won't happen overnight. Zhou Yang continued. Even if I had detailed technical data on high-end lithography machines, I couldn't produce one directly. A lithography machine has over 100,000 parts, many of which can't be manufactured domestically. To build one, we need industry upgrades in materials, lenses, and electronic signals to reach world-class standards before we can produce according to the blueprints. He shook his head. Some things, even if you have the blueprints, you can't produce them. I haven't received production data for lithography machines from the system, so I'm helpless in improving silicon-based chips. Suddenly, a glint of inspiration appeared in Zhou Yang's eyes. But that doesn't stop us from taking a shortcut and directly producing biocell chips. Zhou Yang put down his glass and looked Yu Changhong in the eye. Is Huawei short of money? The sudden question caught Yu Changhong off guard. He quickly thought it over and tentatively asked, Mr. Zhou, are you interested in investing in Huawei? Zhou Yang shook his head. No, I'm just curious about how much money you can allocate for RD. Yu Changhong frowned slightly and answered with a hint of pride. Last year, we spent over 90 billion on RD. And for chips alone? Zhou Yang pressed. After a moment of thought, Yu Changhong replied, about 10 billion. Zhou Yang pondered for a while and suddenly said, how about I give you 100 billion for chip research and development? Yu Changhong burst out, coughing violently. He looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief. Mr. Zhou, are you joking? That's 100 billion, not $1,000. Zhou Yang's expression was serious. I never joke. Just then, the door to the private room was abruptly pushed open. Kong Le barged in with 5 others. The waiter outside explained nervously. Mr. Yu. They insisted on coming in, and we couldn't stop them. Kong Le headed straight for Zhou Yang, but was stopped by Chen Ruyan. Chen Ruyan coldly asked, what do you want? Kong Lu, pinned to the ground, struggled to speak. We just wanted to ask Mr. Zhou some questions. Zhou Yang waved his hand. Director Chen, it's fine. Yu Changhong heard the word director, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes as he began to reassess Zhou Yang's identity. Kong Lu and his team bowed in unison to Zhou Yang. We're sorry, Mr. Zhou. We were blind to your greatness before and offended you. We sincerely ask for your forgiveness for our ignorance and rashness. Zhou Yang calmly asked. Did you understand everything? Kong Lu shook his head. We understood the basics, but not the deeper theories. And the results? Zhou Yang inquired. Kong Lu replied earnestly. Give us 3 years, and we can definitely figure it out. Zhou Yang shook his head. 3 years? That's too long. With a 3-year timeline to solve the chip issue, Zhou Yang frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the schedule. Kong Lu gritted his teeth and said determinedly, 2 years. In 2 years we can definitely develop it. Zhou Yang still shook his head, his face full of disagreement. Sitting nearby, Yu Changhong was puzzled and couldn't help but interject. Kong Lu, Mr. Zhou, what are you talking about? 2 years, 3 years. Kong Lu took a deep breath and patiently explained. It's about the chip, the bionic cell chip. Mr. Yu, this is a brand new design, unprecedented in both material and architecture. But the key is its performance. His eyes sparkled with excitement. According to Mr. Zhou's design, This fingernail-sized chip will contain 26 trillion cell touch structures, similar to transistors. Can you imagine? If a chip has 26 trillion transistors, how powerful would it be? At least 100 times stronger than the most powerful chip today. Yu Changhong's eyes widened, his mouth slightly open, clearly too stunned to speak. As someone who had risen through the ranks from a technical position, he understood the significance of such a groundbreaking chip. It was something that could revolutionize the entire industry. Konglo, are you saying this biochip is from Mr. Zhou's design? Yu Changhong looked at Zhou Yang incredulously, his mind filled with questions. Even Shin Riyun, sitting nearby, perked up her ears, memorizing the words bionic cell chip and the conversation among the group. For the past 3 months, Zhou Yang had been engrossed in a mysterious project, and now she seemed to have found the answer. Konglo nodded emphatically and added, "That's right. Just earlier, Mr. Zhou handed over all the related design diagrams and theoretical foundations to us." "Mr. Yu, you weren't present at the time." The hard drive. Yu Changhong suddenly realized, though still somewhat incredulous, the entire content. Konglo nodded again to confirm. The hard drive contains everything from the design diagrams and theoretical foundations of the bionic cell chip to the corresponding system sets, instruction sets, and all chip-related content. It's practically an encyclopedia of the bionic cell chip. If you learn and understand it, you can make it. Of course, the manufacturing process is difficult, but I believe, with 2 to 3 years of thorough research, it should be possible to produce it in the lab. Yu Changhong was stunned for a moment before regaining his composure and turning to Zhou Yang, asking, "Mr. Zhou, what exactly do you mean by this? You've given us all this new bionic cell chip information without any encryption. Aren't you afraid Huawei will claim it as their research? And you mentioned giving 100 billion before." Yu Changhong was utterly confused, unable to grasp Zhou Yang's intentions. Zhou Yang calmly replied, "There's no special meaning, just handing over the production design and preparation of this chip to Huawei." These words left Yu Changhong even more perplexed, completely unable to understand Zhou Yang's motives. Yu Changhong frowned as he gazed at Zhou Yang, his mind swirling with confusion and doubt. He spoke slowly, with a hint of caution in his voice. "There's no such thing as love or hate without reason. Mr. Zhou, your generosity towards Huawei is remarkable. You not only provide research results, but also offer substantial funding. Why is that?" Zhou Yang smiled, his hands calmly folded on the table. Yu Changhong pressed on, suspicion gleaming in his eyes. "Are you affiliated with the government? As far as I know, there are many state-owned enterprises in China involved in semiconductor and chip design. With such significant research results, why choose Huawei specifically? Is there a government agenda to take us over?" Yu Changhong's tone carried a mix of pride and wariness. "Huawei remains a private company and hasn't gone public. We don't resist capital because who doesn't understand the importance of funding? With adequate funds, we can achieve more goals. But money from capital is not easy to accept. It means compromise and subjugation, even to the state. By staying private, we can truly control our destiny and ensure every penny is wisely spent." Zhou Yang shook his head gently, his smile widening. "Mr. Yu, you're overthinking it. No one wants to take over Huawei. As for why I chose you, the answer is simple. It's my personal decision." Yu Changhong's pupils contracted in disbelief as he stared at Zhou Yang. "Your personal decision? Mr. Zhou, what kind of position do you hold that allows you to make such a massive investment decision?" Zhou Yang nodded calmly, meeting Yu Changhong's gaze. "That's right. Huawei is impressive, and I see great potential in your future." Yu Changhong's eyes widened, struggling to comprehend Zhou Yang's logic. "Just because you see potential in us, you're handing over invaluable chip designs and billions in funding? That's hard to believe." His voice was filled with confusion and doubt. After a moment of silence, Yu Changhong took a deep breath and met Zhou Yang's eyes with a hint of challenge in his voice. "So, Mr. Zhou, what return are you expecting? If this bionic cell chip design is genuine, its value is incalculable. 100 billion? 200 billion? Or a trillion? And yet, you've given us this design along with 1 billion in funding. What do you expect from Huawei in return?" "Shares." After careful consideration, Zhou Yang spoke slowly. "I want nothing. Mr. Yu, you don't need to have any concerns. I have my own reasons for doing this." A flicker of confusion crossed Yu Changhong's eyes. As a businessman, his mind naturally leaned towards interests, shares, and money. However, Zhou Yang had long transcended these worldly shackles. To him, they were nothing more than fleeting clouds, far less important than technological advancement and the nation's future. Zhou Yang continued to explain his perspective. Collaborating with private enterprises, like BYD, allows products to reach the market faster, benefiting countless people. His eyes shone with visionary wisdom. State-owned enterprises certainly can lead, but they inevitably move a bit slower and face more constraints. Of course, everything must be under the nation's control. He turned to Huawei, nodding in approval. Huawei has excelled in technological confidentiality, thanks to their past experiences with suppression by Country M, which made them acutely aware of the importance of research security. In some respects, they even surpassed the state. Yu Changhong fell into deep thought, his brows furrowed. Despite racking his brain, he couldn't fully grasp Zhou Yang's intentions. However, the chip data before him and the promised billion-dollar investment were too tempting not to agree to. At this moment, Kong Le couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, Mr. Zhou, may I ask you a few questions about the chip? Zhou Yang smiled slightly. The biocell chip was his proud creation, and no one was more qualified to explain its mysteries than he was. He calmly answered, you should be able to grasp the theoretical aspects quickly. The key lies in production technology and mass production capability. I will gradually assist you in resolving these. He paused, his gaze firm. I'm giving you 3 months to achieve mass production. Just like the Longshin battery, 3 months is already generous for me. Upon hearing this, Kong Lu and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Completing such a complex technological breakthrough in mass production in 3 months was it really possible? They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and doubt. After the meal, Zhou Yang was the first to leave the restaurant. Chun Ryun deliberately stayed behind, quietly returning to the private room. Her eyes held a hint of seriousness as she glanced around, and then lowered her voice to speak to Mr. Yu. Please ensure that today's conversation and the information Director Kong obtained remain confidential. She paused before continuing. Later, the National Security Bureau will send people to your park to conduct a background check on all employees. I hope you will cooperate fully. Before anyone could respond, Chen Ryun turned and left, leaving behind a room full of stunned people. Kong Lu and others exchanged bewildered looks, their shock evident. Someone whispered, who is this woman? The National Security Bureau? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Another person chimed in. Exactly, we haven't done anything wrong. So why the background check? Kong Lu frowned in thought for a moment before realizing. I get it. It's probably because we saw that document. That document must be top secret. He made a throat-slitting gesture. You know, leaking it could cost us our heads. Hearing this, his colleagues instinctively swallowed hard. The immense value of the chip made everyone fall silent. Yu Changhong, still reeling from shock, poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one go. The alcohol cleared his head slightly, and he turned to Kong Lu, asking, Kong Lu, tell me honestly, is this bionic cell chip feasible? How challenging is the development? Kong Li's expression was serious as he carefully replied, it's feasible, but extremely challenging. He paused to gather his thoughts. In terms of theory, the information Mr. Zhou provided is impeccable. It's safe to say he has completed the entire chip design. As long as we can fully grasp the principles, we can finish the chip preparation in the lab within a week, at most. He continued, HiSilicon invests heavily in research and development every year, and our research center is very strong. Manufacturing a chip based on detailed instructions isn't too difficult for us. However, his tone grew more serious. The material mentioned is something I saw in the latest international research journals. It is still in the experimental preparation stage, with no technology for large-scale industrial production. Next is the material solidification and constructing the bionic cell structure. The most challenging part is the internal cell structure, which requires a type of electric needle technology to alter the position of particles inside the cell to form the needed structure. Manufacturing this electric needle is the biggest hurdle. Yu Changhong fell into deep thought, finally speaking after a long pause. Kong Lu, as soon as you return, immediately form a 100-person task force. This must be kept absolutely confidential. Focus all efforts on studying the information you've received and quickly master the theoretical knowledge. Mr. Zhou has entrusted you with this without reservation, clearly placing great expectations on you. Do not let him down, understood? Kong Lu nodded solemnly. Ever since seeing the data on that drive, Zhou Yang had become a legend in their minds within the chip design field. Kong Lu even suspected this astonishing achievement might be the work of Zhou Yang alone. Certain unique narrative styles and marking methods in the materials suggested it might be the work of one person. If Zhou Yang indeed completed this independently, it would be nothing short of miraculous. I understand. Kong Lu nodded again, his eyes shining with determination. Yu Changhong suddenly stood up, his brow furrowed. His voice carried a sense of urgency. I need to go back and discuss this with President Run. You all should stay out of the other matters. With that, he almost jogged out of the meeting room, the sound of his footsteps echoing down the hallway. During this period, Huawei was facing unprecedented challenges. Comprehensive sanctions from the US were like a sword hanging over the company's head. The most devastating blow came from TSMC. Under US pressure, the world-class chip foundry had announced it would no longer produce chips for Huawei. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Even if Huawei could design the world's most advanced chips, without production capacity, it was like a skilled cook without ingredients. Although HiSilicon had reached world-class status in chip design, it was merely a design company, not a manufacturer. Domestic chip manufacturers were striving to catch up, but there was still a significant gap compared to the world's top level. Against this backdrop, the Suntober-released Kirin 9000 chip was dubbed by industry insiders as the swan song of Kirin chips. The future looked so daunting it was suffocating. Yet, amid this gloom, the bionic cell chip brought by Zhou Yang was like a ray of hope for Yu Changhong. However, Zhou Yang's mysteriousness and unexpected generosity also made Yu wary, fearing some unknown conspiracy behind it. He needed to carefully weigh the pros and cons and make a prudent decision. The next day, a visitor arrived at the hotel where Zhou Yang was staying, as expected. "Is Mr. Zhou busy?" Li Tianshu asked with a friendly smile, his voice carrying a hint of probing. Zhou Yang was intensely focused, typing away on his laptop, the screen filled with lines of code flowing like a swift river. He seemed not to notice Li Tianshu's arrival, remaining absorbed in his work. Li Tianshu didn't mind being ignored. He quietly took a seat on a nearby sofa and patiently waited. Time ticked by, and 2 hours passed. Finally, Zhou Yang stretched widely, his body emitting a series of popping sounds, as if protesting the long hours of sitting. He stood up, his gaze finally falling on Li Tianshu. "Director Li is here." Li Tianshu nodded in greeting, his smile deepening. "Mr. Zhou, although you're young and accomplished, you need to take care of your health. Seeing you work for such long hours, perhaps I could arrange for a professional therapist to help you relieve your physical fatigue. What do you think?" Zhou Yang sat back down, and Li Ziyu immediately stepped forward to pour tea for the two of them. The aroma of the tea filled the air, its temperature just right. Zhou Yang didn't inquire about the tea's type, but he knew it must be a rare, exclusive blend not available for purchase. "Here for the chip?" Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu, his tone calm. He knew that Qin Riyun had likely reported the situation to the higher-ups. Li Tianshu nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Zhou, the higher-ups asked me to understand your thoughts. The information you provided was received immediately and evaluated overnight by experts. The results can only be described as astonishing." He paused, then continued. "Chip technology, like battery technology, has always been a tough problem. The main issue is that we've lagged too far behind, and catching up now requires enormous investment. Others have developed for decades, accumulating deep industrial foundations, from underlying architecture to production processes, using patents to create comprehensive barriers. It's not something a single country, or even any country, can easily overcome." Li Tianshu's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Currently, domestic chip technology, after years of catching up, can only be described as barely sufficient. The chase for chips isn't immediately urgent because we only lack the most cutting-edge chips. The mid to low-end chips aren't bad. Especially for military chips, being self-sufficient is enough. Given their unique nature, there's no need to pursue the highest end. His gaze turned firm. "However, this situation of being controlled by others can't last. We must catch up eventually. The country has already resolved to make significant investments to catch up. And now, Mr. Zhou, your sudden presentation of this chip design has left the nation's top leaders in awe." Zhou Yang's gaze fell on Li Tianshu, his brow slightly furrowed. "What's the higher-ups' plan?" he asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Li Tianshu adjusted his collar and explained. "The idea from above is for a state-owned enterprise to take the lead, or to directly establish a new company to spearhead the promotion." Zhou Yang nodded slightly, having anticipated that the state would consider such an approach. From a national perspective, it's indeed more reliable to keep the technology in their own hands. Moreover, the issues considered at the national level are far more complex than those of individuals. His thoughts drifted to a broader level. Once this cutting-edge battery technology is widely promoted, it could potentially revolutionize the current petroleum energy landscape. This would not only mean that the country no longer needs to compromise with certain nations for an oil pipeline by offering favorable conditions, but it might also cause some original allies to stand on the opposite side due to the energy revolution. A single move can affect the entire situation. This is no joke, Zhou Yang reflected inwardly. In fact, the state's swift support for the Longshin battery's production had exceeded Zhou Yang's expectations. It showed him the country's determination to grow stronger and face challenges head-on. If that's the case, let the storm come even fiercer. Zhou Yang encouraged himself. As long as we're strong enough, all problems are solvable. With that thought, a smile appeared on Zhou Yang's face. "There's no need for that," he said. "I've checked it out, and the high silicon team is impressive. Besides, supporting private enterprises is a good thing, isn't it?" Li Tianshu nodded slightly. "I understand. I'll go talk to Huawei." Zhou Yang knew that Qin Riyun had already disclosed the entire dinner conversation from the previous day. The higher-ups were also aware of his proposal to allocate 100 billion to high silicon, similar to the cooperation model with BYD, gaining control through investment and collaboration. This approach, as Zhou Yang mentioned, supports private enterprises. Zhou Yang nodded and added, "By the way, don't give me any shares this time. They won't be of any use to me." Li Tianshu paused for a moment, then left with a smile. After sending Li Tianshu off, Zhou Yang returned to his notebook, his fingers flying across the keyboard. With the chip issue settled, he decided to tackle another crucial problem, the control system. In Zhou Yang's view, the power system, chips, and control system are the core of a mech and must be prioritized. As for materials, transmission systems, and other secondary parts, they can be dealt with later. He likened the mech's control system to Jarvis from Iron Man's armor, a control core akin to artificial intelligence. However, this AI far surpasses modern technology, boasting astonishing computational power and genuine cognitive abilities, capable of proactively solving problems. Zhou Yang understood that this was a massive software development project, with a daunting amount of code. He estimated that even if he worked day and night, it would take 3 to 5 years to fully write it. Thus, Zhou Yang was not writing specific code at the moment, but constructing the architecture and designing the algorithm framework. His fingers tapped continuously on the keyboard, his eyes focused, as if imprinting the entire blueprint of the control system into the code. Zhou Yang is like an artist meticulously crafting a towering tree, first outlining the main framework of artificial intelligence before allowing others to fill in the details of its branches and leaves. This task is no easy feat, requiring top-notch software development talents, especially those who have made significant achievements in the field of AI. Zhou Yang's strategic vision is clear and precise. He will build the core architecture and then bring in private enterprises for in-depth development, ultimately achieving technology, sharing, and widespread application. He understands that true artificial intelligence holds endless possibilities in everyday life. He closes his eyes and envisions a future of intelligent living, a smart home system that can control every corner of the house as intimately as a close friend, a self-driving car that safely reaches its destination with just a spoken command. Although current technology is advancing in this direction, it still seems crude and rudimentary compared to true artificial intelligence, with a significant gap to bridge. Zhou Yang begins to seriously consider his choice of partners. The domestic software development scene is robust, thanks to a favorable environment, with internet giants like BAT emerging. These companies not only have an abundance of IT talent, but also possess strong research and development capabilities. Additionally, there are specialized software companies like ZTE, Newsoft, and Yanyu to consider. After careful consideration, Zhou Yang leans towards collaborating with the BAT trio, as their business scope touches upon all aspects of life. However, deciding which company to partner with requires further research and weighing of options. 2 days later, Li Tianqiu brought the long-awaited news. Negotiations with Huawei had concluded, and the results were largely in line with Zhou Yang's expectations. The state-led investment into HiSilicon had secured control. Surprisingly, the investment was made by Matrix Energy, an unexpected delight that opened up more possibilities for future development in Zhou Yang's mind. The news of the government's additional billion-dollar investment in Matrix Energy dropped like a bombshell, causing a major stir in the business world. Sitting in his office with a knowing smile, Zhou Yang said to Li Tianqiu, "This move is truly brilliant. First, they diluted my and BYD shares, and then they invested in HiSilicon under the name of Matrix Energy. It's a two-pronged strategy, weakening BYD's influence in Matrix Energy while completing the investment in HiSilicon." Li Tianqiu nodded in agreement, a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. "Indeed, Mr. Zhou, this is actually beneficial for you as well. Through the platform of Matrix Energy, you indirectly hold shares in HiSilicon, and your assets have appreciated." Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively, a hint of indifference on his face. "Forget it. I can't even be bothered to calculate what my shares are worth. It's definitely an astronomical figure, that's for sure." At this critical juncture, BYD decided to make a strong move. In mid-September, they held a grand electric vehicle launch event, introducing the Han DM model with a range of up to 3,000 kilometers and began pre-sales on their official website. This action immediately caused a sensation in the automotive industry. At Tesla headquarters, Elon Musk watched the live stream of BYD's new car launch with furrowed brows, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Just then, Asia-Pacific President Simmons slammed the table and shouted angrily, "This is a provocation. The standard version of the Han DM is priced exactly the same as our Model 3, at $269,700. It's clear they want to go head-to-head with Tesla." Musk took a deep breath and said slowly, "To be honest, I didn't expect them to actually bring a car to market. But a 3,000 kilometer range? That sounds like a fairy tale to me. I'm still skeptical." Despite the overwhelming news about the Longshin battery, Musk had yet to see a physical product, leaving him doubtful. He scoffed, a trace of disdain in his eyes. Over the years, many companies have tried to challenge Tesla, but they've all failed. BYD will be no exception. As soon as Musk finished speaking, the atmosphere in the office turned tense. The challenges Tesla faced seemed more formidable than anticipated. The launch of the Han DM caused quite a stir. This electric vehicle comes in 2 versions. The standard version with a range of 3,000 kilometers, starting at 269,700 yuan, and the performance version boasting a range of up to 8,000 kilometers, with a starting price of 359,700 yuan, reaching as high as 399,700 yuan for the top model. As a near-class electric vehicle, The pricing of the Han DM is unprecedented among domestic models. This pricing announcement made other manufacturers quietly relieved, thinking BYD was digging its own grave. Despite its advanced battery technology, such a steep price is hard for the market to accept. Authoritative media like Autohome have also analyzed the Han DM in detail and concluded that at this price, it might face a significant setback. Online discussions were abuzz. BYD is getting too ambitious. With 300,000, I'd rather buy a BMW 3 Series. If it were 100,000 cheaper, I'd buy one immediately. Despite BYD's battery technology making the nation proud, the price point is indeed daunting for the average consumer. Amidst the overwhelming doubts, even within BYD, some began to waver. The marketing department cautiously approached Wang Haoning to question if the pricing was too high. Although Wang Haoning was a bit anxious himself, he decided to wait and see the market's response. Just then, the vice president of marketing burst in, excitedly reporting, "Mr. Wang, it's a huge hit. Our new car's pre-sale is unbelievably hot. All 1,000 units are sold out." Wang Haoning was incredulous. "What? It's only been half an hour, right?" The marketing vice president nodded repeatedly, explaining with excitement, "Yes, Mr. Wang. I couldn't believe it at first either. I double-checked the data several times before reporting. All 1,000 cars are pre-sold, and the deposits have been fully received." Wang Haoning immediately beamed with joy and ordered, "Great. Who said our pricing was too high to sell? Quickly calculate the sales volume and post an announcement on our website saying that we sold 3 billion in just half an hour. Also, prepare a big gift package to thank our customers. You can decide the specifics." Meanwhile, other car manufacturers and media were closely watching the Han DM pre-sale, especially Tesla. Tesla's Asia-Pacific president, Simmons, anxiously asked his assistant about the pre-sale situation. The assistant, staring at the constantly refreshing webpage, suddenly saw the end of the pre-sale pop-up and said in surprise, "President, it seems all 1,000 cars are sold out." Simmons was shocked and exclaimed, "Impossible. It's only been half an hour. BYD must be faking it, or they bought the cars back themselves to create a false sense of demand." At that moment, Musk called, eagerly asking about BYD's new car sales. Simmons was silent for a moment before reluctantly answering, "Boss, all 1,000 pre-sold cars of BYD were sold out within half an hour." On the other end, Musk was momentarily speechless, then erupted in anger. "Damn it. This must be a conspiracy. They surely bought them back themselves." He then hung up furiously. BYD soon released an announcement on their website stating, "Half-hour pre-sale sold out. Net sales of 3 billion, sparking another wave of shock and skepticism. Are there really that many wealthy people in China? Spending 300,000 on an electric car? Are you kidding? Besides the battery, how does the Han DM compare to Tesla? They must be faking the data. Maybe BYD bought them back themselves." Major car manufacturers were also in disbelief. That day, BYD stock continued to soar, while other electric car companies' stocks continued to fall. NIO, Xpeng, and others saw their market values evaporate by tens of billions, even causing a slight dip in Tesla's stock in the US, losing billions. After the pre-sale ended, BYD immediately arranged for customers to pick up their cars. In Shanghai, a Douyin influencer named Deming started a live stream right away. "Hello everyone, I'm Deming. Guess where I'm going now?" Deming, a social media influencer with 5 million followers, is known for visiting various car dealerships, from Wuling to Rolls-Royce, to enjoy their hospitality. Of course, his smooth access to the Rolls-Royce dealership is not just due to good service, but also because he actually owns a Rolls-Royce. BYD's Han DM has been quite the hit these days, right? With a range of 3,000 kilometers, and the high-end version even reaching 8,000 kilometers, how could I miss out on such a legendary car? So, on the first day of pre-sale, I already secured one. "Which version?" a fan asked in the live stream. Deming proudly replied, "Do you even need to ask? It's got to be the top of the top configuration." The live stream attracted over 3,000 viewers, and the excitement was building. Deming drove his Panamera to the only BYD flagship store in Shanghai where cars could be picked up. It was just past 9:30, leaving half an hour before the scheduled 10 o'clock pickup. "Hello, viewers. Today, we're going to debunk a rumor circulating online," Deming said to the camera. "There's talk that all 1,000 cars from this pre-sale were bought by BYD themselves. Let's see if anyone is actually here to pick up a car." As he entered the dealership, Deming was guided to the VIP lounge, where 7 or 8 people were already seated. "Hey guys, are you all here to pick up cars?" he asked. After receiving positive responses, he showed the scene to his online audience. "See, there really are buyers here, though we can't be sure they're not just plants," Deming remarked, sparking a flurry of comments in the chat. Deming began interviewing the prospective car owners. One young man said he was drawn by the 3,000 kilometer range and thought the price of over 200,000 yuan was reasonable. When asked about his annual income, the young man humbly replied, "Not much, just over 1 million yuan. I'm just a poor guy." This statement set off another wave of reactions online. Another prospective owner mentioned he was there to try something new and was eager to experience the 8,000 kilometer range. It's only about 300,000 yuan, pocket change, he said nonchalantly. As time passed, more people arrived at the VIP lounge. Deming learned from the sales manager that 89 cars had been pre-sold in Shanghai, lending credibility to this sold-out claim. Finally, Deming reached his new car. The vibrant red body gleamed, and the high-end interior was luxurious and refined. He eagerly started the car, and the dashboard's range display made him exclaim, "Wow, it shows 8,632 kilometers. Incredible." The viewers were equally astonished by the figure. Someone remarked, "For someone like me who drives less than 6,000 kilometers a year, one charge could last a whole year." Just then, Deming's friend Desau arrived. The two announced a bold plan to drive the Han DM from Shanghai to Lhasa and back, covering just over 8,000 kilometers, to test the vehicle's real range. This challenge immediately captivated the audience. Viewers began calculating the cost of electricity, with some even considering the potential of using the car for ride-sharing or freight services. As Deming and Desau embarked on their journey, the livestream's viewership quickly surpassed 100,000. Douyin's official platform also started promoting the stream, marking the beginning of an unprecedented electric vehicle range challenge. In the marketing department office of BYD, Hu Shuang was intently staring at the screen. His assistant had just found him and played a TikTok live video. On the screen, a Han DM in motion caught Hu Shuang's attention. "Hey, isn't that our Han DM?" Hu Shuang exclaimed in surprise. In the video, a streamer named Deming was excitedly introducing, "Guys, we've been on the road from Shanghai for a whole day and night. It's 8 in the morning now, and the odometer shows we've covered 1,400 kilometers. But what's truly shocking is that this car still has a range of 7,200 kilometers left." Deming and his companions had set off from Shanghai, speeding towards Lhasa with a continuous live stream. Astonishingly, after a day and night of travel, the battery still had 84 remaining. The live stream's popularity soared rapidly, with online viewers surpassing 300,000. The comments flooded in. "Wow, what kind of car is this with a 7,000 kilometer range? Is there a fuel tank attached at the back? Where have you been? This is BYD's latest high-end electric car with an 8,000 kilometer range. I used to suspect false advertising, but now I'm a believer. This is unbelievable." After listening to his assistant's explanation, Hu Shuang realized this was a perfect publicity opportunity. He immediately ordered, "Go, contact TikTok and pay to boost their stream." Soon enough, Deming noticed the surge in his stream's viewers. "Haha guys, did someone boost my stream? BYD, did you pay for this?" He laughed excitedly. Meanwhile, other car manufacturers were closely monitoring the stream. Tesla's Simmons was on edge, even suspecting BYD of cheating. Just then, Elon Musk called, instructing him to engage with BYD to secure access to their Dragon Core battery. "Boss, are we really going to capitulate without a fight?" Simmons couldn't believe his ears. Musk calmly explained, "The power of the Dragon Core battery is undeniable. It's the future. If a car hits the market at a modest price with such an incredible range, what do you think will happen? The impact on us would be enormous." Deming's live stream continued for a full 6 days. Eventually, they arrived back at the villa in Shanghai, having traveled a total of 8,476 kilometers, with over 300 kilometers of range still available. BYD amazing. Go domestic products. Deming concluded the stream, exhausted but exhilarated. The peak online viewership exceeded 6 million, sparking a frenzy over electric vehicle range. Viewers left comments. "Are other electric car manufacturers trembling right now? BYD's pricing suddenly seems reasonable. I'm about to switch cars and plan to get one." Even Lei Jun jumped on the bandwagon, posting a picture of a Xiaomi 10 with a 130,000 mAh battery on Weibo, promising a surprise by the end of the month. This live stream not only showcased BYD's technological prowess, but also sent ripples through the entire new energy vehicle industry. At the Lakeview Village Research Base, a heavily guarded scientific facility, Li Tianqiu passed through multiple security checks to finally reach Zhou Yang's laboratory. Inside, Zhou Yang was intently directing a group of researchers in an experiment. Li Tianqiu wisely refrained from interrupting and waited quietly on the side. After more than an hour, Zhou Yang paused his work and turned to greet Li Tianqiu. Li approached quickly, curiously glancing towards the lab where the researchers were cheering, clearly celebrating a successful experiment. "Mr. Zhou, it seems the experiment went well. Congratulations," Li Tianqiu said with a smile. Zhou Yang nodded and briefly explained, "We were preparing a crystalline material and just solved the crystallization issue." Although Li Tianqiu didn't fully understand, he didn't press further. Instead, he opened his briefcase and handed Zhou Yang a document. "Mr. Zhou, I've prepared the list you requested. Would you like to take a look?" Zhou Yang took the document and reviewed it carefully. Unable to resist, Li Tianqiu asked, "Mr. Zhou, why do you need a group of metal smelting experts?" Zhou Yang hadn't reported the research project to higher authorities because he had sufficient funding and didn't need to seek approval. This left Li Tianshu in the dark about the research base's work. Zhou Yang's sudden request for a list of domestic experts in metal smelting and materials left him puzzled. As Zhou Yang flipped through the thick document detailing the experts' backgrounds and achievements, he casually replied, "I'm planning to research a high-strength crystalline steel." Li Tianshu's eyes lit up, and he eagerly inquired, "High-strength crystalline steel? How strong is it?" Zhou Yang looked up at Li Tianshu and calmly said, "About 10 times stronger than the steel used for aircraft carrier decks, lighter in weight, impact-resistant, with a high melting point and stable structure at extremely low temperatures." Li Tianshu's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. He understood the significance and technical complexity of aircraft carrier deck steel, capable of withstanding immense impact. Only a few countries in the world mastered its manufacturing technology, and Zhou Yang was proposing to research a steel 10 times stronger, which was astonishing. "Mr. Zhou, are you serious?" Li Tianshu asked excitedly, already imagining the potential applications of such steel in tank armor, ship armor, and even bulletproof plates. Zhou Yang smiled and said, "Select from the people on this list, around 100 or so. Invite as many as you can. I won't turn anyone away. Also, bring in a construction team. I need to build a blast furnace." Li Tianshu nodded enthusiastically, eager to report this incredible news to his superiors immediately. Before leaving, he remembered something. "By the way, HiC has been separated from Huawei as you requested and is fully advancing the production of the bionic cell chip. They say it will be ready in 3 to 6 months, definitely by the end of the year." 3 to 6 months? That's acceptable. Zhou Yang nodded, his attention already back on the experimental data. Meanwhile, the popularity of the Longshin battery continued to rise. Following Deming's livestream, various automotive review forums and media outlets rushed to test the Han DM and Longshin battery. The results were astonishing, with the Longshin battery surpassing existing lithium batteries in all performance metrics while maintaining high safety. The Longshin battery's international acclaim grew, drawing increasing attention. In response, BYD announced the addition of 6 production lines to expand the output of Longshin batteries and indicated plans to further increase capacity as needed. This positive news drove BYD's stock price up again, along with related sectors and companies. However, the stock prices of carbon nanotube producers, the raw material for Longshin batteries, saw a dramatic decline, with the steepest drop experienced by Tiannai Chemical. The headquarters of Tiannai Chemical was shrouded in a cloud of despair, a stark contrast to its once illustrious past. In the BYD conference room, Zheng Yun slammed his hand on the sleek conference table in anger, producing a dull thud. Recently, Zheng Yun felt as if he was living in hell. Since his last meeting with Wang Haoning, BYD suddenly announced the expansion of their carbon nanotube factory. This news hit the industry like a bombshell, causing stock prices of carbon nanotube manufacturers, initially buoyed by the Dragon Core battery, to soar. Many companies were eager and ready to ramp up production. However, no one anticipated BYD's sudden announcement that they had solved the production challenges of carbon nanotubes, not only developing a cost-effective method, but also achieving astonishing production volumes. This announcement was a bolt from the blue, plunging the carbon nanotube industry into a bleak state. In this unexpected industry upheaval, Tiannai Chemical was undoubtedly the biggest victim. In just over half a month, this former industry leader suffered catastrophic blows, plummeting stock prices, suppliers demanding overdue payments, and a broken financial chain. A once mighty giant was now teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Zheng Yun's father, the chairman of Tiannai Chemical, was particularly hard hit. This once high-spirited entrepreneur was now despondent, even contemplating ending his own life. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Yun's gaze fell on a photo on the table. It was a candid shot of Zhou Yang entering security at the National Conference Center. Recalling the scene, Zheng Yun's anger flared anew. That day, he had a dispute with Zhou Yang over queue jumping, and a man with a camera behind him happened to capture this photo. Zheng Yun spared no expense to obtain this photo, with one goal in mind: to uncover the true identity of Mr. Zhou. By meticulously examining photos from the press conference, Zheng Yun noticed some clues. Despite the gathering of many prominent figures, the seemingly inconspicuous Zhou Yang was placed in the central position, indicating his extraordinary status. After thorough investigation, Zheng Yun deduced that Zhou Yang was likely the Mr. Zhou Wang Haoning mentioned. He also verified that Tiannai Chemical had indeed received a special collaboration invitation from a government department. Recalling Zhou Yang's armed bodyguards at the security check, Zheng Yun was almost certain that it was their refusal of Zhou Yang's cooperation request that led to BYD's ruthless attack, resulting in their current dire situation. "Want to keep your identity hidden? I'll expose you." Zheng Yun's eyes gleamed with a vengeful light, his mind teeming with ideas for revenge. Soon, a post spread like wildfire across online forums. The headline boldly declared, "The most arrogant queue jumper in history, boasting, letting me cut in is a favor, otherwise I'll kill you." The post vividly narrated, from the perspective of the person cut in line, how they encountered the queue jumper, who was arrogant and even threatened to kill them. Crucially, the post included videos and photos as evidence. Most striking was a photo of a gun permit and a close-up of a waist, clearly showing that the queue jumper indeed had the means to make good on his threat. With the help of interested parties, this post went viral on major social media platforms, the topic's popularity skyrocketing. Netizens expressed shock. This person is unbelievably arrogant, cutting in line and then threatening to kill. Didn't you see? This was at the BYD press conference. And that gun permit is practically a license to kill. The woman with a bulging waist was clearly an undercover officer carrying a gun. Suddenly, someone boldly cut in line, attracting the attention of those around. Who does this guy think he is? Acting so arrogantly, someone whispered. Just because he has power and influence, does he think he can do whatever he wants? Threatening to harm people, as if this place operates outside the law, another person said indignantly. We should upload this video online and let everyone see what kind of person he is. Exactly, let him feel the power of the people. In this day and age, even the most arrogant can fall. As the video went viral, public opinion surged like a tide. Just as the topic was heating up, another explosive post emerged, claiming to have uncovered the true identity of the line cutter. The post included a photo from a press conference, showing the individual sitting confidently in the center. The author, with a conspiratorial tone, began to speculate boldly. This person must have an extraordinary identity to sit at the center of the BYD press conference as an invited guest. But since he's not part of the organizers, who could he be? The post concluded with a startling assertion. He is highly likely the owner of Matrix Energy, the mysterious company rumored to be planning a takeover of BYD's battery business. But the speculation didn't stop there. The post continued to weave a series of identity guesses. Perhaps he's not only the owner of Matrix Energy, but also their chief scientist. The Longshin battery might be his creation. His attendance at the press conference could be to showcase new technology. No wonder he's protected by armed plainclothes officers, just like those important scientists in the movies. This exposé was clearly crafted by a skilled hand. The language was precise, the logic tight, making it convincing. It was filled with suspense and conspiracy, easily sparking readers' curiosity and imagination. Wow, this guy is really something. No kidding, he's definitely a big shot behind the scenes. We better keep quiet, or we might get invited for a coffee chat. I looked into it, and this Matrix Energy is indeed very mysterious, almost like it appeared out of nowhere. Exactly, just like the Longshin battery suddenly emerged. It seems our country has been secretly preparing for something big. As the discussion deepened, the online narrative subtly shifted. The initial unanimous condemnation of the line-cutting behavior gradually evolved into a more neutral or even curious stance. People became increasingly interested in uncovering the true identity of this mysterious figure. A sudden commotion erupted in the crowd as a man in an expensive suit strode confidently through the throng, heading straight for the security checkpoint. People around immediately began to chatter, some grumbling with discontent. Who does he think he is, acting so arrogantly? While others speculated, judging by his demeanor, he might be someone important, possibly in a real hurry. A young man couldn't resist speaking up in defense of the man. He's not just anyone. He might have an urgent matter. What's wrong with cutting in line? The airport has VIP lanes too. A middle-aged woman chimed in. Exactly. The post mentioned he threatened to kill someone. I doubt it. Considering his status, no matter how arrogant, he wouldn't say something like that in public. A man with glasses shook his head, his voice tinged with skepticism. It's just a video, without sound. Who knows what really happened? These days, things are often taken out of context. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit office, Zhou Yang was intently staring at his computer screen, constantly refreshing comments on major social media platforms. As he noticed the sudden shift in public opinion, his face turned pale, his mouth slightly agape, eyes filled with disbelief. How could this happen? Zhou Yang murmured, stunned as if struck by lightning. It was all part of an elaborate plan he had paid dearly for, aiming to expose Zhou Yang by fabricating false information related to the trending topic, Longshin battery, intending to make Zhou Yang's line cutting seem more reprehensible. Yet, Zhou Yun never anticipated the situation would unfold in the exact opposite direction. Zhou Yun grabbed his phone from the desk and, with trembling hands, dialed the team leader responsible for the exposure post. As soon as the call connected, he unleashed his fury. What the hell happened? Why did it turn out like this? The person on the other end also sounded a bit frustrated, responding in a low voice. Boss, I think the problem lies in the direction of the hype you set. Netizens actually support the Longshin battery topic, seeing it as a good thing. Linking this person to it backfired. Zhou Yun listened, his eyes widening in disbelief. So it's my fault now? The other end remained silent. Frustrated, Zhou Yun ran his fingers through his hair, took a deep breath, and calmed himself before asking, what do we do now? Do you have any other plans? The tone on the other end suddenly became more relaxed, with a hint of confidence. Don't worry, boss. This is what we do. We definitely have a plan. In a few days, once the buzz dies down a little, we'll edit some photos and create a few more hot topics. The interest will rise again. Zhou Yun's eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed. All right, let's do that. If this works out, I'll give you an extra 100,000. He nodded in satisfaction. Hearing the promise of more money, the voice on the phone grew even more enthusiastic. You're generous, boss. Don't worry, we've got this. However, Zheng Yun was unaware that his seemingly ordinary exposure post had not only stirred up a storm online, but also caught the attention of intelligence agencies in the US. In a covert intelligence center, a group of analysts was diligently examining the potential hidden information behind this revelation. At the CIA headquarters in Country M, an urgent intelligence gathering operation concerning the Longshin battery from Country C was underway. As a regular intelligence analyst, Jack sat at his workstation, eyes glued to the computer screen. His task was to scour the internet for any trace of this revolutionary technology. Jack sighed softly, inwardly envying the senior agents undercover in Country C. They might be mingling with key figures at lavish parties, casually extracting critical intelligence. In contrast, he was stuck here doing mundane online searches. But Jack was not without his contributions. He had developed an efficient crawler program capable of automatically searching major websites in Country C for information related to the Longshin battery. Today, he entered the keywords Longshin battery and developer, hoping for a breakthrough. To his surprise, the crawler almost immediately triggered an alert. Jack frowned, muttering to himself as he picked up his coffee cup to review the gathered data. When he came across an expose about Zhou Yang, his coffee cup hovered in midair. The post was filled with accusations against Zhou Yang, from queue jumping to threats of murder, but these were not Jack's main concerns. His attention was drawn to a critical piece of information. Zhou Yang might be the developer of the Longshin battery. Although Jack quickly realized that most of the post might be fabricated, he keenly sensed that there could be some truth hidden within. He began to analyze the key points in the post. The fact that Country C's officials had dispatched armed plainclothes officers to protect Zhou Yang, and that Zhou Yang sat in the most prestigious position at a press conference. These details hinted at Zhou Yang's extraordinary status. Jack immediately started searching for more information about Zhou Yang, but aside from the expose, he found nearly nothing. This unusual lack of information heightened his alertness. I might have caught a big fish, Jack excitedly murmured to himself. This person, even if not the developer of the Longshin battery, is likely a senior figure at Matrix Energy. He quickly stood up and briskly walked toward the office of the Longshin battery intelligence team. The intelligence team was led by Senior Agent Robertson. When Jack finished his report, Robertson's face suddenly showed an indescribable expression as he looked at the photo. This person, Robertson murmured, a hint of surprise and recognition flashing in his eyes. What's up? Do you know him? A curious agent beside him asked. Robertson nodded and swiftly opened an investigation file on his computer. After confirming the photo again, he slapped the table. Yes, it's him. Who is it? The surrounding agents asked in unison. The office instantly filled with a tense and anticipatory atmosphere. The agents around Robertson swarmed like a hive, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Robertson tapped his finger on the computer screen, bringing a file to the forefront. Look here, he said, his voice tinged with a hint of tension. This person is Zhou Yang, a physicist. He was jailed for stealing confidential data from the research institute, but 4 months ago, something unbelievable happened. Robertson paused, scanning the expressions of the agents around him. He was rescued from our FBI branch headquarters by a group of people. What? A young agent exclaimed, unable to hide his shock. Rescued from the FBI branch headquarters? That place is heavily guarded with dozens, if not hundreds, of armed agents and security personnel. How is that possible? I know about this, another agent interjected, frowning. It caused quite a stir at the time, and the investigation went on for a long time, but it seemed to fizzle out. Robertson nodded, his expression serious. That's right, it was indeed a serious matter. We conducted a lengthy investigation and could basically determine it was done by people from Country C. But the problem is, we don't have concrete evidence, and the person was successfully rescued, so it ended up unresolved. He took a deep breath and continued. But thinking back now, the issues behind this incident might be much larger than we initially thought. Robertson's gaze swept over each agent's face, ensuring they were all listening intently. Zhou Yang was imprisoned for 2 whole years. If he was that important, Country C would have acted long ago, not waited until now. And the fact that they used such aggressive means, almost at any cost, what does that tell us? The agents held their breath, waiting for Robertson's explanation. It suggests, Robertson slowly revealed, that Zhou Yang might not have been important 2 years ago, but now he has become crucial. What's more intriguing is that during that time, Zhou Yang, who had almost no communication with the outside world, suddenly began frequent contact with people from Country C. Then they decided to rescue him at all costs. Why? Because he provided something of immense value. Robertson's voice trembled slightly. Our initial assumption was that Zhou Yang offered the experimental data he stole from the institute. But now, thinking it over, it might not be that. Rather it's... He paused, his gaze sweeping across each agent's face. The Longshin battery. This speculation hit everyone present like a sledgehammer. Robertson was startled by his own deduction, and the surrounding agents were equally shocked. Everyone held their breath, and the office fell into a deathly silence. Robertson's mind was racing with excitement as he continued to analyze. It's highly possible. We've been investigating the Longshin battery for a long time, yet we've found nothing. This technology seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Even with C countries' stringent confidentiality measures, there should have been some leaks. But we heard nothing. Then, shortly after Zhou Yang was rescued, the Longshin battery suddenly hit the market. Everyone present listened, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They realized they might have caught a big lead. Meanwhile, in the office of the Special Affairs Bureau 6 in C country, Chen Ryun stood straight in front of Director Han Haining. Han was furious, banging on the table and shouting, "What on earth are you doing?" Scattered on the table were photos of Zhou Yang cutting in line. Han roared, "How did you arrange this? Why take the normal route? Isn't there a secure channel? And even if you did, why was it photographed and exposed? And what's this about a license to kill? Chen Ryun, you've really outdone yourself. Even got a license to kill. Who gave it to you?" After venting for a while, Han sat back in his chair, coldly saying, "You're getting a reprimand. Write a self-criticism when you get back and reflect on this." Chen Ryun bit her lip, a hint of defiance in her eyes, but still asked, "Director, how should we handle this matter? What else can you do? Do you really need to ask me?" Han banged the table again. He explained that the Special Affairs Bureau 6 had immediately deleted all related posts online and quickly apprehended the person who posted them. As the incident's heat slightly diminished, it gradually faded from public attention. According to Han, since no severe consequences had resulted, a harsher penalty was avoided for Chen Ryun. Just then, a staff member suddenly entered, placing a document in front of Han. Han skimmed through it, his expression changing drastically. Pointing at Chen Ryun, he shouted, "You fool! You're suspended. Go home and reflect." Chen Ryun was taken aback, her brows furrowed slightly. "What now? Director, is there something wrong?" Her voice carried a hint of unease. Han Haining didn't answer. Instead, he angrily threw the file in front of Chen Ryun and shouted, "See for yourself." Chen Ryun took the file and quickly glanced through it. Instantly, a cold sweat ran down her spine. It was intelligence from an undercover agent in Country M, simple yet shocking. The intelligence department of Country M had identified Zhou Yang as the developer of the Longshin battery. Her heart raced. The appearance of Zhou Yang's name meant there was a high possibility that the intelligence was true. Worse still, the sudden discovery by Country M's intelligence department at this critical moment was likely related to Zhou Yang's recent exposure online. Some clues might have led them to deduce that Zhou Yang was indeed the developer of the Longshin battery. Chen Ryun bit her lower lip and whispered, "Director, I know I made a mistake." In her career, she had never made such a significant error. Han Haining waved his hand irritably. "Go back and reflect." Chen Ryun gritted her teeth and left silently. She knew she had been suspended, and soon she would be removed from Zhou Yang's side, without even a chance to make amends. Meanwhile, at the Zheng family villa, though the name was soon to change, Jing Yun was fast asleep. Suddenly, a rapid knocking on the door startled him. "Get lost. I have no money," Zheng Yun cursed, thinking it was a debt collector. The knocking persisted. Zheng Yun irritably pulled the blanket over his head. At that moment, a loud noise shattered the silence. The sound of breaking glass was crystal clear. The next moment, two fully armed Special Forces soldiers burst through the window, grabbing Jing Yun from both sides. The door was kicked open, and more soldiers rushed in. "That's him, take him away." A black hood was swiftly placed over Zheng Yun's head, and he was forcibly dragged out of the villa. Through the hood, Zheng Yun vaguely saw the road outside the villa lined with police cars, their flashing lights piercingly bright. Fear swept over him, and he wet his pants in terror. The Special Operations Bureau acted swiftly, arresting Zheng Yun for questioning. Although nothing useful was extracted, the situation was clear. Zheng Yun had not intentionally leaked information to foreign spies, but the Bureau believed his baseless speculations had led Country M's intelligence to some conclusions. In any case, Zheng Yun disappeared from the world, never to see it again. At the research base in Wanghu village, a young man stood rigidly before Zhou Yang. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'll be responsible for your security from now on. My name is Lu Jun." Zhou Yang was taken aback and asked, "Where's Chief Chen? I haven't seen her for a couple of days." Engrossed in his research on high-strength structural steel, he hadn't noticed Chen Ryun's absence. Lu Jun's voice was somewhat stiff. "That's classified. I'm afraid I can't answer." "Classified?" Zhou Yang chuckled. "What could possibly be classified from me?" He took out his phone and called Li Tianshu. "Director Li, I'd like to know what happened to Chief Chen. Why was she suddenly removed from my side?" Li Tianshu was momentarily stunned. "I don't know about this, Mr. Zhou. Please hold on. I'll find out." After hanging up, Zhou Yang glanced at Lu Jun and tossed his phone on the table. Lu Jun, looking awkward, said quietly, "Mr. Zhou, It's not that I wanted to hide it from you. Chief Chen made a mistake and has been suspended. Mistake? Suspended? Zhou Yang asked urgently. What happened? Over the past few months, Chen Riyun had been by his side constantly, managing every aspect of his life, and her sudden departure left him unsettled. Lu Jun, not daring to hide anything further, briefly explained the situation. Someone exposed me. Who? Zhou Yang frowned. It was probably Zheng Yun from Tianai Chemical, the person you had a dispute with during security checks, Lu Jun explained. Zhou Yang immediately recalled the young man he encountered during the security check. Tianai Chemical, so it was him. He understood a lot in an instant. At that moment, Li Tianshu called back. Mr. Zhou, I've inquired about the situation. Chief Chen made a mistake and was suspended by the Special Operations Bureau. Zhou Yang interrupted him. I already know what happened, but I don't think Chief Chen was at fault. If possible, I'd prefer her to handle my security. Li Tianshu was momentarily taken aback, a thought flashing through his mind. Could there be a romantic spark between Zhou Yang and Chen Ruoyun? If so, that would be wonderful. During this time, Zhou Yang had consistently produced results. The Longshin battery, bionic cell chips, high-strength crystalline steel. The nation valued Zhou Yang more and worried about how to retain such a top scientist. Treating him with the utmost respect was fundamental, but beyond that, Zhou Yang seemed indifferent to money and women, which made the country uneasy. Offering shares in Matrix Energy was not only a reward but also a means to retain him. But money was ultimately external, insignificant to someone of Zhou Yang's caliber. Emotions were key. Unfortunately, Zhou Yang's parents were deceased, and he had no close relatives in the country. Li Tianshu suddenly thought, if Chen Riyun and Zhou Yang truly sparked a romance, and eventually married and had children, it would be perfect. With ties like these, Zhou Yang could truly settle down. Understood. Li Tianshu replied immediately. Before hanging up, he remembered one more thing. Mr. Zhou, I've contacted all the metal smelting experts you requested. Except for those involved in ongoing projects. Most are willing to come, totaling 85. I'll arrange for them to be brought to the Research Institute in the next day or two. Great. Have them come as soon as possible. Zhou Yang hung up, glanced at Lu Jun. Sorry, it's not that I have anything against you. Lu Jun quickly shook his head, indicating it was no issue, though he couldn't help but think, it's because she's beautiful. Zhou Yang signaled Lu Jun to leave, refocusing on the experimental data in front of him. He hadn't really dwelled on Chen Riyun's situation, just accustomed to her presence. The sudden change was indeed a bit unsettling. In Zhou Yang's view, it wasn't a big deal if the people from country M knew he developed the Longshin battery. As long as he was in his homeland, surely his country could protect him? As for Chen Riyun's attractiveness, Zhou Yang hadn't paid much attention. Of course, having a pretty face around every day did improve one's mood. A bus slowly entered Wanghu village, the wheels humming softly as they rolled over the smooth asphalt road. On board were 7 or 8 passengers with focused expressions, the first batch of metal refining experts for this project. Professor Ma Jingchun adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, looking out the window in surprise at the rapidly passing scenery. I never expected to find a highway in such a remote area. He was a materials science professor from Harbin Institute of Technology, and his voice conveyed an undeniable curiosity. His colleagues around him agreed, with one pointing towards a neat cluster of buildings in the distance, and saying, it's not just the highway, look over there, there's even a military base. This research institute seems to be of a high level. As soon as he finished speaking, murmurs filled the bus. The thing is, I know all the renowned metal refining research institutes in the country, but I've never heard of this place, one expert said, frowning. Another chimed in. They mentioned researching some special project with a high level of confidentiality. Could it be a military project? The group engaged in a lively discussion, recalling the circumstances of their invitation. Someone approached them, only mentioning a mysterious project without revealing specifics, but emphasizing its importance and ample funding. When a project isn't short on funds, it's almost always a major project, someone concluded with a hint of excitement in their voice. Participating in such a project is a brilliant addition to one's credentials. Ma Jingchun turned to the front row, his gaze resting on an elderly man with graying hair. Mr. Su, do you know anything about this? He asked respectfully. All eyes focused on the elderly man, Su Chun, a leading figure in domestic metal materials research and an academician. Su Chun slowly turned his head, his gaze lingering on Ma Jingchun's face, clearly recognizing his former collaborator. I don't know, Su Chun replied calmly, which is why I decided to come and see what kind of project has unlimited funding. He paused, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his tone, while my own high-strength yield steel project can't even secure 10 million. An awkward silence fell over the bus. The others exchanged glances, all sensing the strong discontent in Su Chen's words. Ma Jingchun understood. He knew Su Chun had recently made breakthroughs in high-strength yield steel research but had struggled to obtain funding. Now, with a suddenly unlimited budget project, Su Chen's frustration was understandable. As the atmosphere grew tense, the bus came to a slow stop. Everyone rose to peer out the windows. Whoa, is the research institute inside the mountain? Someone exclaimed. It's possible, another agreed. Wow, this institute must be high-level. The experts were amazed. The scene before them was breathtaking. A towering mountain had been hollowed out, revealing a complex network of buildings. Such a large-scale research institute was rare in the country. Su Chun snorted softly, muttering under his breath, all show and no substance. Digging out a mountain like this is a waste of resources. The group disembarked in single file, standing in the plaza in front of the research institute. Ma Jingchun squinted into the distance and suddenly exclaimed, "Is that a blast furnace under construction? It doesn't look very large. Could it be for research purposes? Wow, what kind of project is this? It's incredible." The other experts followed his gaze, their faces full of disbelief. Building a blast furnace specifically for research was an astonishing move. Someone whispered, "A blast furnace isn't cheap, and building a steel plant like this only to abandon it after the project ends is wasteful." Extravagant waste. Su Chin's face grew darker. At that moment, the research institute's reception personnel appeared. Leading them was a spirited middle-aged man, accompanied by a major in military uniform. "Thank you all for coming," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "I'm Li Ziyu. After such a long journey, you must be tired. How about we head to the guest house for some rest first?" Su Chun waved his hand and said firmly, "No need to be polite. We're here for work. Didn't you say there was an important project that needed our involvement? Just take us to see it. I'm curious to see what kind of project it is." Li Ziyu hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right. The first-generation prototype is already off the line and undergoing testing in the back. Mr. Zhou is there too, so we might as well head over." Su Chin agreed, while the others looked surprised. "The first-generation prototype is already off the line? What's the point of us being here then?" Despite their doubts, they kept their thoughts to themselves. The group switched to an electric sightseeing car and headed towards the back mountain. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Even before they got close, the deafening roar reached their ears. Ma Jingchun perked up and said in surprise, "This sound, it's like artillery fire." He turned to the accompanying major and curiously asked, "Comrade, is that artillery fire?" The major just smiled and didn't answer. With many questions in mind, they finally reached the testing ground. It was an extremely expansive area. Originally, there was a depression behind Drum Mountain, but it had been developed, filled with stones excavated from the mountain, creating this vast testing field. As the roaring sound grew clearer, they entered the inner field, and the sight before them made them exclaim in shock. "Wow, it's a tank." About 1,000 meters away from them, a tank was continuously firing, aiming at a target roughly 3,000 meters away. Although the target was too far to see clearly, they could distinctly see the dust clouds rising each time the tank fired. This impressive scene left the group dumbfounded, filled with awe and curiosity. They couldn't help but wonder what kind of significant project this was, involving such advanced military equipment. Li Ziyu led the group toward the observation building next to the testing site, his steps light and his eyes shining with pride. As he walked, he introduced the experts following him. "Ladies and gentlemen, what you see before you is the first-generation high-strength crystalline steel sample that we've recently developed. Today, we'll be testing its penetration resistance using armor-piercing shells." His words immediately caught everyone's attention. The experts exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, thoughts racing through their minds. "High-strength crystalline steel? What kind of new material is this?" someone murmured. "Could it be crystallized alloy steel? I didn't expect anyone in the country was already researching this field." Another expert, eyes wide with surprise, couldn't help but praise. "The performance of this material is truly impressive. Since we got off the bus, they've fired dozens of shells, right? If they're all armor-piercing, and it still hasn't been penetrated, the strength is incredible." The group's excitement grew, discussions buzzing around. However, Su Chan poured cold water on the enthusiasm, saying coolly, "A steel plate several meters thick is naturally hard to penetrate." Hearing this, Li Ziyu smiled confidently. "You might not know, Professor Su, but the strength of this high-strength crystalline steel far exceeds your imagination. The target in front of us is 2 meters in length and width, but the key is its thickness only 50 centimeters. It's mounted on a concrete wall, and our test goal is for it to withstand 100 strikes from the latest model of armor-piercing shells." His words were like a thunderclap in a clear sky. Su Chen's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Impossible. 50 centimeters thick and you expect it to withstand 100 armor-piercing shells? Are you kidding?" Ma Jingchun and the others were also dumbfounded, as if they'd seen a ghost. A steel plate 50 centimeters thick that could endure 100 hits from armor-piercing shells. Such strength was simply unbelievable, almost defying the laws of nature. Seeing their reactions, Li Ziyu calmly added, "Don't be surprised, everyone. This is just our first-generation sample. According to Mr. Zhou's vision, our ultimate goal in this development is to maintain the same performance while reducing the steel plate's thickness by 3/4, down to just about 10 centimeters." These words hit everyone like a sledgehammer, leaving them speechless with mouths agape. Even the usually composed Su Chun was wide-eyed, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible. There's no such high-strength steel in the world." He quickly inquired, "Who is this Mr. Zhou you mentioned? Is he the one in charge of this project?" Su Chen's tone was filled with skepticism and urgency. "I refuse to believe such steel exists. Take me to meet him, right now." As an expert in high-strength steel, Su Chen understood what Li Ziyu's described goal entailed. It was akin to alien technology. He was eager to explore further, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. The sound of gunfire abruptly stopped, and everyone's gaze shifted to the distance. The tanks ceased their barrage, and faint calls of "We broke through" could be heard. At that moment, a group descended the stairs, led by a handsome young man, followed by several researchers and military personnel. Li Ziyu's eyes lit up as she quickly approached. "Mr. Zhou," she said, pointing to Su Chun and his group. "These are the first batch of metallurgy experts who have just arrived." Zhou Yang was slightly surprised, but then warmly greeted them. "Welcome, welcome. I'm Zhou Yang, the head of this research institute," he said enthusiastically, shaking hands with everyone. Su Chun had initially intended to question Zhou Yang, but seeing his youth and enthusiasm, he hesitated. He nodded slightly and reluctantly said, "Mr. Zhou, I'm Su Chun. I heard that your goal for the high-strength crystalline steel is 10 centimeters thick, capable of withstanding 100 armor-piercing shells? That's impossible. No one has achieved that worldwide." Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. "Academician Su." He immediately recognized the esteemed figure in the industry and warmly shook Su Chen's hand. "The test just concluded. Shall we go see the results together?" Su Chen nodded in agreement, filled with curiosity. The group drove to the target site. As the smoke cleared, they saw a high-strength concrete building with a 2-meter square, pitch-black steel plate embedded in the wall. At the center of the steel plate was a large indentation, with smoke still lingering. "Mr. Zhou, it wasn't penetrated," a researcher excitedly shouted after inspecting the back of the wall. Ma Jingchun and others were astonished to find that the steel plate was indeed only 50 centimeters thick. If it could truly withstand 100 armor-piercing shells, it was simply incredible. Su Chen quickly moved to the back of the wall. A meter-thick concrete wall had a large hole at the impact point, but the steel plate remained intact. He stood there, incredulous. Zhou Yang smiled and said, "Not bad. It met the expected target. I estimate it will take 10 more shells to penetrate it. The initial prototype is a success. Now we move to the second phase of research." The site erupted into cheers. As experts in metal materials, they understood the significance of such high-strength steel. The strength of their nation filled them with genuine joy. Su Chun turned to Zhou Yang, speaking sincerely. "Director Zhou, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. You've developed such an alloy steel. I am thoroughly impressed. Even though I'm getting old, I can still contribute. Feel free to assign work, and I'll fully support it." Zhou Yang was deeply respectful, admiring the dedication of the older generation of researchers. "Great, Academician Su, and all the experts. In the next phase, we aim to refine the crystallization to the nanoscale and complete the industrial production design for high-strength crystalline steel." Meanwhile, the excitement around the Longshin battery continued to rise. BYD announced the mass launch of the Han DM in early October, and as predicted by Lei Jun, Xiaomi released the Xiaomi 10 Special Endurance Edition in late September, boasting a battery capacity of up to 130,000 mAh. However, after the Xiaomi 10 Endurance Edition went on sale, it was out of stock on all major e-commerce platforms, and the Xiaomi official website also had limited availability. This situation sparked widespread discussion. Netizens complained, "What's Xiaomi doing? They promised online sales, but now it's limited. Only 500 units a day for the whole country. It's impossible to get one." A media outlet revealed, "Stop complaining, it's just a gimmick. Xiaomi only got 1,000,000 Longshin batteries, and each phone uses 16. Do the math on how many phones they can assemble. If you want a truly high-capacity phone, either wait or check out Huawei." Rumor has it Huawei got 10 million Longshin batteries, enough for tens of thousands of phones. Due to Xiaomi's hunger marketing, Huawei's popularity also rose. However, Yu Changhong announced on Weibo that the release of their latest flagship Mate 40 would be delayed, promising high-capacity Longshin batteries across the board and a huge surprise. He also shared an image of a pitch-black chip, sparking significant interest. Once Yu Changhong's Weibo post went live, comments flooded in like a tidal wave, quickly surpassing 1,000. Netizens speculated whether this Mr. Yu was planning a technological revolution. Some excitedly guessed, delayed release? Could it be a big surprise? With Longshin batteries as standard across all models, Huawei is really making a bold move. However, some Xiaomi fans felt it chill, lamenting in comparison. "Look at how bold Huawei is, and then look at Xiaomi. It really disappoints us Xiaomi fans." Soon, sharp-eyed individuals pointed out the key difference. Don't forget, Huawei secured 10 million Longshin batteries, while Xiaomi only got 1 million. Huawei isn't short on batteries. It's an external factor, unrelated to Xiaomi. The focus of the discussion quickly shifted to the accompanying image. Someone astutely noted, "You're missing the point. The discussion is about the image, not the chips. Then, another person mentioned the harsh reality. The US is fully sanctioning Huawei. It's rumored that the Kirin 9000 to be released might be Huawei's last chip, a swan song. The thought of no more Kirin chips is quite tragic. In response, someone bluntly said, "What's there to say? If the technology isn't up to par, naturally, we're at the mercy of others." Yet, others encourage domestic technology. Thankfully, our battery technology has made breakthroughs. I've seen a lot of foreign reports and comments recently. Those people are just sour grapes. They either accuse us of faking or stubbornly refuse to believe we can develop such advanced batteries. BYD is mighty. A single Lungsan battery can dominate the world, someone praised. But quickly, someone corrected. What does this have to do with BYD? Even BYD said they collaborated with academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The Lungsan battery technology most likely stems from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Academician Chen Tiankai is truly a national treasure. Everyone praised. Yu Changhong's image resonated widely. Everyone was well aware that Huawei was under US sanctions, and the Kirin chips might become a thing of the past. The announcement of a delayed release likely indicated further obstacles in chip production. Time flew by, and it was already November. In Wanghu Village, the research on high-strength crystalline steel continued intensively. The 100-member research team, led by Zhou Yang, made rapid progress, successfully developing the second generation of high-strength crystalline steel by the end of the month. The actual test results were astounding. The yield strength of the second-generation steel reached 7,200 MPa, an astonishingly high value. To put it in perspective, the strongest deck steel currently in the world is a special alloy steel produced by Country E, with a yield strength of only 1,000 MPa, a level even the US can't match. Zhou Yang's team's second-generation high-strength crystalline steel had a yield strength 7 times greater than Country E's strongest alloy. In actual tests, a 15 centimeters thick steel plate could withstand 100 armor-piercing shells without penetration. This achievement thrilled the entire team, as their accomplishment was undoubtedly world-leading. However, Zhou Yang was not satisfied. He solemnly stated, "We've basically solved the issue of yield strength, but our next step is to continue advancing. We need to upgrade in terms of lightweight, tensile resistance, and resistance to extreme temperature differences. In other words, our goal is to develop the third generation of high-strength crystalline steel, which is the ultimate goal of our project." Zhou Yang's words left the experts present in silence, each finding it hard to believe. Such astounding research results were still not enough, and they needed further breakthroughs? Ma Jingchun couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Zhou, is this really necessary? The current second-generation high-strength crystalline steel is already world-leading, not just slightly better, but several times stronger, ahead by several generations. Is it really necessary to invest heavily in further research?" Zhou Yang answered without hesitation, "This project is my call. If I say it's necessary, then it is necessary." His tone was firm and indisputable. The development of the third-generation crystal steel has become crucial for mech design. Zhou Yang firmly stated that, no matter what, they must research and develop it, as the existing second-generation technology can only produce semi-finished products at best. Faced with Zhou Yang's determination, many experts exchanged knowing glances and said no more. After all, Zhou Yang was in charge of the project and funding, so they just needed to follow instructions. Su Chen sighed softly, yet a slight smile appeared on his lips. He thought to himself, this is the hallmark of young people. They are never satisfied with the status quo and continually strive for better. If it were him, he might have already been resting on his laurels. Time flew by, and before long, it was November 5th. Li Tianchu suddenly visited with exciting news. "Mr. Zhou, Hezilicon has already produced a sample of the Tianqin 100. Li Tianchu's face beamed with joy. This bionic cell chip, after consulting with Zhou Yang, was named Tianqin, with 100 as its code. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang was delighted. "Oh, that's pretty fast progress." He calculated in his mind that it had been less than 3 months since September. Of course, he also understood that Hezilicon had only produced a lab sample, and there was still a way to go before mass production. Li Tianchu continued, "Yu Changhong contacted me and would like you to come over for some guidance. Do you have time?" Zhou Yang readily agreed. He couldn't miss such a significant project-related matter. The next day, on the 6th, Zhou Yang flew to SZ. This time, learning from previous experiences, Chen Ruiyan chose to exit through the VIP channel to avoid unnecessary trouble. At the VIP channel exit, Yu Changhong, along with Kong Lu and several Hezilicon executives, had been waiting for quite some time. Their faces were filled with anticipation and excitement. "Boss, what time is the flight?" Someone couldn't help but ask. 9:50, so he should be out by 10 at the latest, Yu Changhong replied, frequently glancing towards the exit. "It's been over 2 months since we last saw Mr. Zhou, and I'm truly excited to see him now." An executive couldn't help but say, "Yeah, finally getting to see my idol." Another chimed in, their tone full of admiration. During this period, after delving into the study of bionic cell chips, Zhou Yang's status within the high silicon RD team had reached an almost divine level. Kong Lu and others, like devoted students, worked tirelessly day and night, finally achieving some results. At this moment, they were anxiously awaiting the review of their teacher, Zhou Yang. A group of them strode through the airport's VIP passage, drawing considerable attention. The passage was filled with business elites, and among them, some recognized Yu Changhong. That's President Yu of Huawei, someone whispered in awe. In SZ, especially in the business world, almost everyone was familiar with the giant name of Huawei. As the leader, Yu Changhong's influence had permeated every aspect of the city, making him even more famous than many celebrities. President Yu personally came to meet someone. Who could it be? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. At the VIP passage exit, the crowd began to stir. Yu Changhong's eyes lit up as he quickly moved toward a young man in a woolen coat, accompanied by a tall, beautiful woman. Mr. Zhou. Yu Changhong warmly extended his hand, and Kong Lu and others excitedly stepped forward to greet him. Zhou Yang shook hands with each person in turn, his gaze landing on Kong Lu. You managed to produce a sample in just over 2 months. Impressive. A simple compliment, but it brought tears to Kong Li's eyes. Over the past 2 months, he had led his team with almost no rest, fully dedicating himself to the development of Tianxin 100, with hardships only he truly understood. All right, let's talk outside. Yu Changhong directed as he led the group towards the parking lot. Suddenly, a figure burst out from the crowd ahead, swiftly drawing a gun and unhesitatingly firing at Zhou Yang. As the gunshot echoed, Zhou Yang felt a warm liquid splatter across his face. At the same time, a silhouette lunged at him, pinning him down. In an instant, the entire airport descended into chaos. Gunshots suddenly erupted, a deafening series of blasts reverberating throughout the airport terminal. The shooter pulled the trigger without hesitation, clearly intent on taking lives. Yu Changhong and the others were petrified, as if frozen in place by a spell. However, the 2 special agents accompanying Chen Ryun reacted in an instant. As if anticipating the attack, their movements were fluid and swift as they drew their pistols and fired almost simultaneously. 2 crisp shots rang out, and the bullets flew like lightning towards the shooter. One hit precisely between the eyes, and the other struck the eye, causing the shooter to collapse dead, blood quickly pooling on the floor. The entire incident happened in a flash, lasting only 2 or 3 seconds, too fast for the eye to catch. The 2 agents quickly crouched down, positioning themselves on either side of Zhou Yang to shield him. It was then Zhou Yang realized he had fallen to the ground, with Chen Ryun on top of him, using her body to shield him from the deadly first shot. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. 5 or 6 people sprinted from 20 meters away, each drawing a pistol. 4 of them quickly formed a protective circle around Zhou Yang. Another rushed to the fallen shooter, kicking his gun away. Quick, retreat to the lounge. Chen Ryun got to her feet in one swift motion, pulling Zhou Yang up without explanation, signaling him to keep his head down as they swiftly moved towards the lounge 30 meters away. Zhou Yang suddenly realized his chest felt warm, and looking down, he saw a pool of blood, yet strangely, he felt no pain. Without a word, Chen Ryun, along with the other agents, escorted Zhou Yang into the lounge. It was only then that Yu Changhong and the others snapped out of their daze, their faces pale. Blood, there's blood on the ground, one executive exclaimed. Is Mr. Zhou shot? Kong Lu screamed, and Yu Changhong felt dizzy, his mind blank. The agents entered the lounge, quickly clearing it and securing the entrance. At that moment, Chen Ryun suddenly staggered, almost falling. Zhou Yang then noticed blood seeping from her back. You've been shot, Zhou Yang exclaimed, recalling the harrowing scene earlier. I'm fine, Chen Ryun insisted, struggling to stand, sweat beading on her forehead, yet her expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. Radio, she said briefly. An agent immediately handed her a small radio. Chen Ryun quickly issued orders. This is Chen Ryun. Mobilize personnel immediately. Coordinate with airport police to seal all exits, restrict access. Notify local police. Mobilize SWAT to seal all roads within 3 kilometers of the airport. She then dialed a number, uttering only 4 words, code red. This brief code seemed to carry significant weight, as the agent's expressions turned exceptionally serious. After completing the orders, Chen Ryun turned to Zhou Yang, her tone calm and resolute. Mr. Zhou, please remain calm and do not panic. We assure you, your safety is our utmost priority. Zhou Yang's gaze was fixed on Chen Ryun, who was sweating profusely but showed no expression. This scene made Zhou Yang anxious, and he urgently said, I'm fine, but you've been shot. There's a medical room at the airport. We need to get there quickly. However, Chen Ryun shook her head firmly, her voice low and resolute. No, this is a gunshot wound. We need to go to a major hospital. But the situation outside is unclear. There might be lurking enemies. We must wait here for support. As soon as she finished speaking, a flurry of footsteps was heard outside. In an instant, 7 or 8 fully armed special agents appeared outside the lounge, tightly surrounding the area. A middle-aged man quickly walked up to Zhou Yang, first giving him a quick glance to ensure he was unharmed before letting out a sigh of relief. He then turned to Chun Ruyun and said seriously, "Chief Chun, I'm Chao Yuhang, the captain of the action team." As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Chun Ruyun's wound and exclaimed, "Chief Chun, you've been shot." Chun Ruyun forced herself to stand, her tone firm. "I'm fine. Chao Yuhang, establish a defensive line immediately. Until reinforcements arrive, the VIP's safety is the top priority." Chao Yuhang nodded solemnly, but couldn't help asking with concern, "Chief Chun, but you?" Chun Ruyun interrupted him without hesitation. "I said, I'm fine." Zhou Yang could no longer hold back, standing up angrily. "How can you be fine? Chun Ruyun, don't think you're the only capable one in the world. There are so many people here, my safety isn't an issue." He turned to Chao Yuhang, his tone strong. "Captain Chao, do you listen to me, or not?" Chao Yuhang was taken aback, aware of Zhou Yang's significant status. He cautiously nodded. "Of course, you are also a leader, and I naturally follow your instructions." Zhou Yang immediately ordered. "Good. Now arrange for a car to take her to the nearest major hospital." He pointed to Chun Ruyun. Chao Yuhang's expression changed drastically, while Chun Ruyun urgently shouted, "Chao Yuhang, don't you dare." Zhou Yang stood his ground. "He may not dare, but I do." "Chun Ruyun, are you not even listening to me now?" Chun Ruyun was momentarily speechless and said nothing more. Seeing this, Zhou Yang immediately ordered Chao Yuhang, "What are you standing there for? Get your people to act, and if she resists, have someone hold her down." Chao Yuhang snapped out of it and quickly signaled. Several agents immediately stepped forward and lifted the chair, carrying it away without further ado. Zhou Yang then turned to Chao Yuhang, his tone severe. "Chao Yuhang, I'll remember you. If anything happens to her, I'll hold you accountable." Chao Yuhang shivered, immediately shouting orders. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and get her out of here." Several agents quickly escorted Chun Ruyun away. Just then, a commotion was heard outside the lounge as Yu Changhong and others arrived. "Mr. Zhou, are you okay? Let me in. I need to see Mr. Zhou." Yu Changhong's anxious voice came, but he was stopped by the agents outside. Hearing this, Zhou Yang said to Chao Yuhang, "Let them in." Chao Yuhang resolutely shook his head. "No, their identities haven't been verified yet. It's too risky." Zhou Yang frowned. "I trust them, and if there are gunmen outside, they're not safe out there either." Chao Yuhang still insisted. "Mr. Zhou, your safety is more important than theirs." Zhou Yang, feeling helpless, shouted outside, "President Yu, I'm fine. Please wait outside and follow the arrangements." All right, as long as you're fine." Yu Changhong breathed a sigh of relief. At his level, he naturally understood the importance of Zhou Yang and his significance to the entire nation. If anything happened to Zhou Yang, it would be a disaster for many. The airport was bustling with people, but at Chun Ruyun's command, the airport division, under the security department's direction, quickly sprang into action with the airport security team. They moved like an invisible net, swiftly covering the entire airport. Every entrance and exit was guarded, with strict orders to prevent anyone from entering or leaving. The sudden lockdown caused unease and confusion among the passengers. Some anxiously asked, "What's going on? Why can't we leave?" Another passenger urgently said, "I have an important matter to attend to. Can I go out first?" The travelers who were stopped became agitated, and a wave of dissatisfaction spread through the crowd. At the main entrance, a leader stood at the forefront and loudly announced, "Please remain calm, everyone. There is an emergency situation at the airport. We ask for your patience and cooperation." Meanwhile, the airport's public address system repeatedly broadcast this message, echoing in every corner. Passengers began speculating in hushed tones. "Emergency situation? What could it be?" Someone responded, "I have no idea." Suddenly, a terrified voice exclaimed, "I think someone heard gunshots over there. Damn, could it be a terrorist attack?" This statement was like a bomb, igniting further panic. "Are you serious? No way. I need to get out of here. It's too dangerous." Many travelers, panicked and frightened, surged towards the exits, causing chaos. The leader, sweating with anxiety, reported the situation to Chao Yushing over the radio. "What should we do? The scene is getting out of control." Chao Yushing's voice came through the radio, calm and firm. "What do you mean? What should we do?" "Just wait for the team." Fortunately, an emergency response team was stationed not far from the airport. At the signal, over 100 fully armed personnel arrived within 5 minutes, quickly sealing off the airport. Their disciplined presence had a calming effect on the agitated crowd. The previously restless passengers gradually began to settle down. "Forget it, something big is definitely happening. I'll just wait it out," sighed a passenger. "Yeah, you're right. If something's really going on, it might not even be safe outside," another agreed. With the initial unrest under control, staff began to systematically guide passengers into the departure lounge to wait. 15 minutes later, an even more dramatic scene unfolded. Dozens of large trucks stopped outside the airport, and more fully armed personnel disembarked, forming a tight perimeter around the entire airport. Wow, this is serious. This is unbelievable. Many people were astonished, quickly pulling out their phones to capture the rare sight. Meanwhile, outside the lounge, Yu Changhong, though relieved to hear that Zhou Yang was safe, still felt uneasy. He whispered to someone beside him. It seems like that guy was targeting Mr. Zhou. It's terrifying. Someone nearby dismissively replied, what do you mean? As if they would come after us. We're just ordinary people. Mr. Zhou is someone important. Another person chimed in. Mr. Zhou's bodyguard is incredible, taking a bullet like that. I've only ever seen that in movies. I can't believe it really happened. Yu Changhong, feeling irritated, sharply interrupted. Enough, stop talking. Luckily, Mr. Zhou is unharmed, or we'd be in big trouble. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. A team quickly arrived and secured the lounge area. The leader, speaking into a radio, commanded, seal off all access points within a 3-kilometer radius of the airport. Not even a fly should get through. Another group arrived swiftly. Minister, the person at the lounge entrance respectfully greeted the newcomer. The middle-aged man, Gao Kun, the head of the security department in SC City, had arrived. Old Lin, Gao Kun greeted him briefly. Old Lin nodded, his expression serious. Let's go inside. The two entered the lounge quickly. Inside, Zhou Yang sat calmly, but his eyes showed concern for Chen Ruiyun's condition. Seeing Zhou Yang, Gao Kun immediately relaxed and said urgently, Mr. Zhou, it's such a relief that you're okay. Old Lin quickly stepped forward, his expression serious, and said to Zhou Yang, Mr. Zhou, let's leave now. Zhou Yang nodded slightly, his gaze firm as he replied, all right, but I need to go to the new district hospital. Upon hearing this, Gao Kun frowned, his tone tinged with concern. Isn't that a bit risky? Zhou Yang looked directly at Gao Kun, his voice calm, yet authoritative. Let's go. Don't make it sound like the sky is falling. Gao Kun hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement and turned to Chao Yuxing, instructing, Chao Yuxing, head to the new district hospital right away. Chao Yuxing immediately complied and left. Let's move, Zhou Yang said, rising and striding purposefully towards the exit. Outside the lounge, he noticed Yu Changhong and his group being held back in a corner by security personnel. Zhou Yang turned to Old Lin, with a hint of a request in his voice. Old Lin, can we bring my friends along too? After a brief consideration, Old Lin nodded in agreement. Under tight security, the group quickly headed to the underground parking lot. The security department had arranged for 2 discreet, yet powerful sedans. Zhou Yang got into one, while Yu Changhong and the others boarded the other. The convoy slowly pulled away from the airport and sped towards the new district hospital. Inside the car, Kong Le couldn't contain his curiosity and asked quietly, what exactly is Mr. Zhou's background? Yu Changhong's expression turned serious, and he replied in a low voice, don't ask questions you shouldn't. Seeing the national level of cooperation, Yu Changhong had his suspicions. Given the situation with BYD splitting its battery business and collaborating with Matrix Energy, similar to his own situation, Yu Changhong boldly speculated that Zhou Yang might be the developer of the Longxin battery. Such a national asset deserved all the privileges he received. The convoy arrived smoothly at the new district hospital. Zhou Yang quickly made his way to the operating room, learning that Chen Ruiyun had been taken in for treatment. Gao Kun softly reported to Zhou Yang, Mr. Zhou, I asked the doctor, and they said Director Chen was brought in just in time, so the situation shouldn't be too serious. Hearing this, Zhou Yang's tense nerves eased slightly, and he felt a sense of relief. If Chen Ruiyun had died taking a bullet for him, he would never forgive himself. However, the young woman's courage and determination had truly amazed him. By the way, who attacked me? Zhou Yang suddenly asked, a sharp glint in his eyes. Gao Kun's expression changed slightly, and after a moment of consideration, he replied, we've conducted an initial investigation, ruled out several possibilities, and identified the gunman. It seems to be orchestrated by opposing forces. Opposing forces? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding the implications, his eyes showing a mix of realization and vigilance. In today's world, the speed at which information spreads is astonishing. News that SC Airport was locked down by a large number of special police and military personnel was almost instantly posted online, with numerous videos readily available. TikTok's real-time popularity soared, quickly reaching the top spot, and comments surged into the hundreds of thousands in no time. Inside the airport, the crowd was restless. Someone whispered, I heard there were gunshots, and all tourists are being stopped from leaving. Another anxious traveler added, not only are we not allowed to leave, but no one is allowed to enter either. Meanwhile, traffic control had been implemented on the highway leading to the airport. Witnesses reported that the area 3 kilometers from the airport was completely sealed off by police, forcing all vehicles to exit at a distance. Online, various speculations emerged. Some believed it was an anti-terrorism drill, but others quickly refuted this. If it were a drill, they wouldn't control so many travelers. It's more likely that something serious has happened. A netizen claiming to be at the airport posted, I'm telling you, at least a regiment of troops has arrived. It's terrifying. Major media outlets rushed to the scene, but were all stopped outside the cordon. At the same time, someone noticed that a large number of military personnel had also appeared at the nearest new district hospital, with one building completely sealed off. Media reporters unable to enter the airport turned their attention to the new district hospital. Inside the hospital, Director Gao Kun was receiving a report from his subordinates. Director, a lot of reporters have arrived outside. Gao Kun frowned, deeply aware of the rapid spread of information. Zhou Yang, overhearing this, suggested, Director Gao, it's best not to let this situation escalate. If there's no issue at the airport, it would be wise to withdraw and restore normal order as soon as possible. We don't need so many people guarding here either. After contemplating for a moment, Gao Kun responded, Mr. Zhou, we can withdraw, but you must come with us to a safer place. We still don't know if the other side has any further plans. Zhou Yang originally wanted to stay at the hospital until the surgery was over, but he understood that if he didn't leave, Gao Kun wouldn't withdraw. He had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll go with you. Gao Kun immediately contacted Colonel Lin, requesting a helicopter to evacuate Zhou Yang. Initially, Zhou Yang thought this was unnecessary, but he eventually agreed due to Gao Kun's insistence. Before leaving, Zhou Yang apologized to Yu Changhong and others, stating that his trip to Haishi might be delayed by 2 days. He also specifically praised the performance of Kong Lu and others, granting them a 2-day leave. Soon after, a military helicopter landed on the hospital's rooftop helipad. Zhou Yang boarded and left, leaving Kong Lu and others in shock. 4 hours later, Li Tianchu hurried to the military camp guest house. As soon as he saw Zhou Yang, he repeatedly apologized. Mr. Zhou, this was a serious oversight on our part, and we frightened you. Rest assured, we will never let something like this happen again. Zhou Yang calmly responded, it's all right. When I returned to the country to conduct this research, I anticipated that such incidents might occur. Back then, my parents were killed by hostile forces, and they never revealed any information even in the face of death. I won't give up on my research because of fear. Li Tianchu was moved, having already investigated Zhou Yang's parents' situation and understanding the sacrifice they made for the country. Zhou Yang then inquired about the surgery on Chen Ruyun. Upon learning that it had been successfully completed with no residual effects, he breathed a sigh of relief. He then asked about the investigation into the incident. Has the situation been clarified? Was it a hostile force, the M country? He pondered the motives behind M country's actions against him. Li Tianchu replied, I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but Director Han from the Special Affairs 6th Bureau is here. Perhaps he can explain it to you. Only then did Zhou Yang notice Han Haining standing behind Li Tianchu. Han Haining hurried forward, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As Chen Ruyun's direct superior, he knew all too well that if anything happened to Zhou Yang, he would be the first to bear responsibility. Taking a deep breath, he reported to Zhou Yang, Mr. Zhou, we're still investigating the details, but the general outline is clear. It likely started with the incident at the Longshin battery launch, where Chen Ruyun cutting the line with you triggered a chain reaction. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, looking slightly surprised. How could it be connected to that? Han Haining proceeded to explain Zheng Yun's situation and the relevant information from the Special Affairs Bureau 6 regarding the Intelligence Department of Country M. It was due to that line-cutting incident that Zhou Yang came under the radar of Country M's intelligence agency. Zhou Yang frowned, letting out a soft sigh. I see. I never expected Tian Nai Chemical to be tangled in such grievances. He then asked, so, does the Intelligence Department of Country M suspect that I'm the developer of the Longshin battery, which is why they sent someone to assassinate me? Han Haining nodded in confirmation. It appears so, at the moment. Zhou Yang let out a cold snort, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. If Country M wants me dead, then I'll just have to develop something even more powerful, making our nation the strongest in the world. Li Tianchu immediately applauded upon hearing this. Mr. Zhou, I admire you for those words. Rest assured, from now on, the research is in your hands, and we'll handle everything else. Han Haining also made a solemn declaration. Mr. Zhou, I, Han Haining, swear that if you are harmed again, you can have my head. Meanwhile, a video of the airport incident continued to spread rapidly online. The authorities quickly issued a statement debunking the rumors, stating it was an extreme incident triggered by personal disputes, and the perpetrator had been subdued. With the help of technology, the incident was gradually suppressed. Despite this, Zhou Yang knew that Country M would not give up so easily. Yet, he was not afraid. The next day, Zhou Yang went to the High Silicon headquarters to inspect the bionic cell chip samples. Yu Changhong personally received him and apologized once again for the previous incident. Zhou Yang waved it off. It's all in the past. Let's see what you've achieved in the past 2 months. In the laboratory, Kong Lu and others were already waiting. After some pleasantries, Zhou Yang's gaze fell on a small chip on the lab bench. Is this the Tianxin 100? He asked. The chip was extremely small, measuring only 1.5 centimeters in length and width, with the actual chip size being just 1 centimeter square and about 1 millimeter thick without the external packaging. With permission, Zhou Yang carefully picked up the chip. Externally, it looked no different from existing silicon-based chips, but it contained astonishing technology inside. Has its performance been tested? Zhou Yang inquired. Kong Lu replied excitedly. Yes, it has been tested. Compared to the A14, its performance is 112 times greater. Theoretically, the design of Tianqin 100 was expected to be over 100 times that of the A14, but it turned out to be even more powerful in reality. 112 times? That's unbelievable. Li Tianshu couldn't help but exclaim. Kong Lu couldn't hide his pride. Its main frequency has reached an astounding 340 GHz, performing exceptionally well in floating-point operations and multithreading. It's no exaggeration to say that this tiny chip's computing power rivals that of a small supercomputer. Li Tianshu nodded repeatedly. Although he wasn't familiar with the technical details, he understood one thing. The Tianqin 100 was incredibly powerful, powerful enough to outclass any chip in the world. Zhou Yang set the chip down with satisfaction. In just over 2 months, HiSilicon had produced a sample, exceeding his expectations. Let's move on to the next phase and start industrial production, he said with a smile. The lab erupted in cheers. Although the chip research was successful, in the eyes of Kong Lu and others, it was only truly successful with Zhou Yang's approval. Zhou Yang turned to Yu Changhong. How's the preparation for the supporting factory? He knew that chip design was only one part. Being able to produce it was crucial. The entire production process, from raw materials to slicing, wire bonding, curing, and packaging, involved hundreds of technical steps, not an easy feat. Yu Changhong smiled in response. Thanks to the production process design you provided, Mr. Zhou, we've solved nearly 80 of the issues. The most critical wire bonding equipment has also been successfully developed. I estimate that it will take at most another month to complete all designs and another month to install and commission the equipment. If all goes well, we should solve the production issues within 2 months. With the state's billion-dollar funding support, HiSilicon recruited talent on a large scale, significantly enhancing its research capabilities. However, the key was Zhou Yang's completion of the entire industrial design, including equipment design, process requirements, and even the control systems for the equipment. With adequate funding and manpower, completing the process from industrial design to production in just over 4 months, though challenging, was not impossible. Li Tianshu widened his eyes in surprise, not expecting the Tianqin 100 to be put into production so quickly. He realized that it was all thanks to Zhou Yang solving the industrial design challenges. Good. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction, knowing the chip issues were resolved. Suddenly, Yu Changhong raised a question. With both Mr. Zhou and Director Li here, I'd like to discuss whether we should hold a launch event for Tianqin 100 to unveil it to the world. Such a high-end chip, once announced, will undoubtedly cause a global sensation. Also, I'm not sure about the national stance whether to continue hiding our capabilities or to reveal them. After all, even the fact that HiSilicon split from Huawei and joined Matrix Energy hasn't been disclosed. Li Tianshu pondered for a moment before saying, this is a major decision. I need to report to the higher-ups and seek instructions. By the way, Mr. Zhou, what are your thoughts? Zhou Yang smiled and replied, why not make it public? This is a great achievement. The whole world should celebrate it. Besides, our nation no longer fears any threats. We should boldly make our enemies fear us and bow down. Li Tianshu's expression turned serious, and he promptly stated, understood, I will relay your opinion to the higher-ups accurately. A few days later, the decision from above was finally set lejo public. Just as Mr. Zhou predicted, today's China no longer fears any challenge, and there's no need to hide. Li Tianshu declared with conviction, if we want to be the best in the world, we must show the confidence of being number one. We aim to be the core of technology, so that our competitors can only look up to our achievements. Yu Changhong nodded enthusiastically, his eyes shining with pride. He thought to himself, having developed such an astonishing technological breakthrough, it would be a shame to keep it hidden. With Huawei struggling under US sanctions, Tianqin 100 was undoubtedly the strongest counterstrike. On November 20th, Yu Changhong posted a cryptic message on Weibo. December 1st, Qingtian Center. The future meets you unexpectedly. This brief statement carried a significant amount of information. Yu Changhong's post quickly made headlines, sparking widespread attention. Netizens speculated. Yu is planning something big. You posted a picture of a chip earlier, and I guessed Huawei was preparing a major move. Now it's finally happening. Maybe they've solved the chip production issue? If that's the case, it would be fantastic. However, there were also skeptical voices. Impossible. TSMC isn't working with Huawei anymore. Who can they rely on? Domestic semiconductor companies? Don't dream. Maybe it's just a new phone launch. The Mate 40 has been delayed for so long. If it's just the Mate 40 with a Lungsun battery, that would be disappointing. After such a long delay, is that all we've got for us fans? Someone chimed in. The production issue with Lungsun batteries has been resolved. Many phone manufacturers have received large shipments, and Xiaomi has already started mass distribution. Next month, all major brands' flagship phones will likely feature Lungsun batteries. Honestly, The Lungsan battery is amazing. With tens of thousands of milliamperes, I basically only charge once a month now. Despite the online buzz and media outlets trying their best to gather information from various sources, Huawei's confidentiality was impeccable. No information leaked until the day of the launch. On the day of the launch, in Wanghu village, a knock at the door went unnoticed by Zhou Yang, who was deeply focused on coding. The visitor quietly pushed the door open and tiptoed behind Zhou Yang. It's 9:40, the person softly reminded. Mr. Zhou, it's almost time. Zhou Yang instinctively murmured an acknowledgement, then suddenly realized the voice wasn't Li Ziyu's. He quickly turned around and was met with a pair of bright eyes. Chun Ruoyun. Zhou Yang's eyes widened in disbelief at the person standing before him. Mr. Zhou. Chun Ruoyun nodded with a rare smile, showing a softer side of the usually aloof beauty. Great. Zhou Yang stood up excitedly, wanting to give Chun Ruoyun a warm hug to welcome her, but hesitated as he approached, opting instead to extend his hand. Welcome back. Chun Ruoyun shook his hand sincerely, saying, I should be thanking you. I owe my life to you. Zhou Yang waved it off with a smile. Come on. You took a bullet for me. We're even. But seriously, don't do that again. Chun Ruoyun smiled, her eyes shimmering with determination. She thought to herself that even if she encountered similar dangers again, she would not hesitate to step forward. Just then, Zhou Yang's voice interrupted her thoughts. By the way, what were you telling me earlier? Zhou Yang asked, looking up from his documents. Chun Ruoyun quickly responded. The Huawei press conference on your schedule is about to start in 20 minutes. With that, she walked briskly to the television and skillfully turned on CCTV Channel 1. The TV screen immediately switched to the live broadcast. Compared to the previous BYD press conference, this one was evidently more high-profile. The significance of the Tianqin 100 surpassed even that of the Longxin battery, and the entire venue was filled with a tense yet excited atmosphere. Zhou Yang settled onto the sofa and said calmly, All right, please make me a cup of tea. This time, the security department would never allow him to attend in person, and Yu Changhong wouldn't dare to extend an invitation. On the television, a reporter in formal attire stood outside the Qingtian Conference Center, enthusiastically describing the scene. The entire Qingtian Center can accommodate 7,000 spectators, and people are currently entering. In addition to the enthusiastic general audience, Huawei has also invited numerous industry insiders to attend. The reporter's voice was full of passion. Now, let's turn the camera to the inside of the Qingtian Center. Not only CCTV, but all major mainstream media outlets were also streaming the event online. On the Douyin platform, the number of viewers had already surpassed 10 million. Online, comments poured in like a tide. What a grand event. Even CCTV is broadcasting it. I heard Yu Changhong attended the BYD conference last time. Is he just following the trend because of the CCTV broadcast this time? Honestly, having a company's press conference broadcast by state media feels a bit inappropriate. That's right, state media should be more formal. Broadcasting technology achievements that benefit the nation, like the Longxin battery, makes sense. But why broadcast Huawei launching a phone? The discussions continued, but as the clock struck 10 in the morning, the conference commenced right on time. The entire venue fell silent, and all eyes were fixed on the center stage. The Huawei press conference was as minimalist as ever, devoid of any extravagant decorations or complex arrangements. On stage, Yu Changhong, dressed in a well-tailored suit, walked forward with a determined stride. His gaze swept over the dense crowd below as he began to succinctly and powerfully introduce Huawei's recent achievements. When Yu Changhong mentioned, Next, we have a special guest, all eyes turned to one side of the stage. A young man emerged from behind the scenes, and his appearance immediately stirred a buzz among the financial journalists present. A low murmur spread through the crowd. Wow, I know that guy, one reporter whispered in surprise. That's He Ziyu from Matrix Energy. Indeed, it was him. Matrix Energy, a mysterious company, had caused quite a stir in the industry. Rumors suggested that the battery business split from BYD was acquired by this company. Many analysts speculated that there might be government backing behind Matrix Energy. After all, strategic technological achievements like Longxin batteries would unlikely be entrusted to an ordinary private enterprise. But at this moment, the journalists were more concerned with another question. Why was Matrix Energy appearing at a Huawei press conference? Some seasoned reporters had already begun to piece together the answer, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and excitement. On stage, Yu Changhong soon revealed the answer. Smiling, he said, Let's welcome Mr. He Ziyu from Matrix Energy. Next, on behalf of Huawei, I will announce a major decision. Yu paused briefly before continuing. In fact, this decision was made more than 2 months ago, but we are only formally announcing it now. The decision is that HiSilicon Kirin will spin off from Huawei and, through a technical equity contribution, merge with Matrix Energy to become its subsidiary. We will not disclose the specific details of the acquisition plan at this time. These few succinct words were like a bombshell, causing a massive stir on site. The journalists whispered and speculated among themselves. HiSilicon Kirin was a semiconductor enterprise into which Huawei had invested heavily, considered the top chip design company in the country. It was reported that Huawei invested billions annually into HiSilicon Kirin. Experts had estimated that the valuation of HiSilicon Semiconductor alone exceeded hundreds of billions. Such a valuable company, now absorbed by Matrix Energy? Everyone present was in disbelief, as if witnessing an earth-shattering business drama unfold before their eyes. The room was abuzz with chatter, as everyone marveled at the bold moves of Matrix Energy. First, they absorbed the battery division, and now they've acquired HiSilicon Kirin, showcasing their formidable strength. This isn't just Matrix Energy, it's the national team stepping in, a seasoned journalist whispered. Look, there's no business information available apart from the name. Such a level of secrecy, who else could it be but the national team? The business elites and media professionals present weren't surprised by Matrix Energy's acquisition of HiSilicon Kirin. With the national team's power, acquiring a company valued at even trillions wouldn't be a challenge. The real shock was that HiSilicon Kirin, a core part of Huawei, was willing to be acquired. Huawei isn't even a public company. Many investors have been turned away, indicating they aren't short on cash, an industry insider analyzed. Yet, they've suddenly sold to the national team. There's a lot more to this than meets the eye. Meanwhile, the general audience on various streaming platforms was simply awestruck by Matrix Energy's capabilities. Wow, Matrix Energy is incredible. They've even swallowed HiSilicon Kirin. Does anyone know how much HiSilicon Kirin is worth? At least 100 billion, I'd say. I remember they also acquired a battery division from some other company, which must be worth several billion too. At the press conference, after briefly introducing Yu Changhong didn't delve much deeper. After all, Yu was more of a figurehead, and some details were not meant for public disclosure. Let's move on to the next phase. Yu Changhong continued after Yu left the stage. Recently, we faced sanctions from the United States, which severely impacted our chip business. Many speculated that our next-generation chip would never see the light of day. This statement caused the room to fall silent. In contrast, the streaming platforms were filled with outraged comments against the US. But Yu Changhong shifted his tone. Despite the adversity, our dedicated researchers have developed the next-generation chip, which is called the 1000. As an image of the 1000 appeared on the big screen, the room erupted in cheers. The streaming platforms were flooded with enthusiastic comments. It's truly a new generation of chips. There were rumors that Huawei had already completed the next-gen chip, supposedly the strongest ever. But production is key. TSMC isn't manufacturing for Huawei anymore, and domestic companies can't produce at 5 nanometers. Developing it without production is futile, isn't it? Don't be pessimistic. Just achieving the development is already impressive. Yu Changhong gestured for silence before continuing. A round of applause is in order, but I must tell you that Huawei aims for more than just this. As he spoke, the screen dramatically changed to reveal a brand new chip, accompanied by inspiring music. The audience was puzzled. Another chip? Yu Changhong elaborated. We've learned from our setbacks and decided to fundamentally change our R&D approach. We owe this new future to one individual. Due to confidentiality, I can't reveal this person's identity, but in the hearts of our tens of thousands of researchers, they are unforgettable. The audience exchanged confused glances, unable to grasp the situation. Yu Changhong had just introduced this person so ceremoniously, yet couldn't disclose who they were or what they had done. All right, Yu Changhong announced loudly. Let me introduce this chip, with complete independent intellectual property, and soon to enter mass production, the biomimetic cell chip, known as the Core 100. The room fell silent, leaving everyone bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be talking about the 1000? How did it suddenly become the Core 100? And what on earth is a biomimetic cell chip? And mass production? When did they start producing their own chips? Haven't they only been designing them? But those with keen insight realized that Yu Changhong was about to drop a bombshell. Skipping over the 1000 to highlight the Core 100 suggested that in HiSilicon's eyes, the Core 100 was the flagship chip. Yu Changhong continued, the biomimetic cell chip is a completely new type of chip, unlike anything else in the world today. It uses entirely new base materials and an innovative internal structure. While I can't disclose specific details, I can tell you that within this 1 square centimeter, 1 millimeter thick chip, there are 26 trillion quasi-transistor structures. Yes, 26 trillion, which is 100 times the number of transistors in Apple's A14 chip. Boom. The atmosphere in the room exploded. The audience was in an uproar. 26 trillion transistors, 100 times that of the A14, which was touted as the world's most powerful chip. Yu Changhong's statement was like a bombshell, leaving everyone's minds blank. The live streaming platforms also went silent, as viewers were left in shock. Yet Yu Changhong seemed unfazed by the impact and continued. The Core 100 will have a clock speed of 340 GHz. To put that into perspective, its computing power is comparable to a small supercomputer. Oh my god, a 340 GHz clock speed, am I hearing things? Such a tiny chip with such a high clock speed, it's unbelievable. In the audience, many were already screaming at the top of their lungs. A 340 GHz clock speed was simply too astonishing. The live stream rooms across various platforms fell silent as the audience held their breath, waiting for Yu Changhong to unveil the mysteries of the Tianqin 100. However, you chose not to delve into technical specifics, but instead opted for an explanation that everyone could grasp to introduce this revolutionary chip. The Tianqin 100 utilizes a quasi-transistor structure, with a count reaching 26 trillion, making it 100 times more powerful than the strongest current chip. Yu's voice echoed through the quiet venue. Its clock speed reaches an astounding 340 GHz, also over 100 times that of the A14. In simple terms, the overall performance of the Tianqin 100 is 100 times that of the current most powerful chip on Earth, the A14. These words landed like a bombshell, causing a significant stir at the event. People began to whisper and discuss, their eyes filled with disbelief. Previously, experts predicted that the Kirin 1000 might not surpass the A14, but should match the Snapdragon 865. After all, Apple's A series chips have long been the pinnacle of global technology. However, Huawei not only introduced the Kirin 1000, but also launched the Tianqin 100. What was even more astonishing was that the performance of the Tianqin 100 exceeded all expectations, as if it were an alien technology. A one or several-fold increase would be acceptable, but a hundred-fold leap was simply unimaginable. Mr. Yu, are you serious? A reporter couldn't help but stand up and ask loudly. Is this Tianqin 100 real? Because these numbers are so astonishing, they sound fictional. This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. The performance of the Tianqin 100 was so overwhelmingly powerful that it cast doubt, making people question their own ears. At that moment, a staff member quickly approached the stage and handed a smartphone to Yu Changhong. Holding the phone up high, Yu's voice carried a tone of pride. This is our Suntober-released flagship phone, the Mate 40 Pro. It will be equipped with the Tianqin 100 chip. Originally, I was supposed to provide a detailed introduction of this latest flagship phone, but many media friends have already covered it extensively. Today, let's focus on the real star, the Tianqin 100. Another wave of exclamations swept through the crowd. To emphasize the importance of the Tianqin 100, even the introduction of the latest flagship phone was simplified. All eyes were on the phone in Yu's hand, the one equipped with the incredible Tianqin 100. Yu continued, rather than explaining the power of this phone with technical jargon, let's demonstrate it in a more straightforward way by running a benchmark. He skillfully operated the phone, launching the Antutu benchmark test. The phone screen was projected in real time onto the big screen, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the results. As you know, the latest iPhone 12 with the A14 scored 570,000 on Antutu. Yu said as he started the test. Let's see how the Tianqin 100 scores. A few minutes later, the results finally appeared. As the number flashed on the screen, the entire venue fell into a stunned silence. Both the live audience and those watching the stream gasped audibly, as if struck by a sudden blow. What? What's the score? Someone asked with a trembling voice. 8 digits. My God, it scored over 65 million. Holy cow, another voice exclaimed. Has the world gone mad? Did Antutu make a mistake? Over 65 million. Is this for real? Voices of doubt and amazement erupted, sending the entire venue into chaos. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before them. Yu Changhong had just demonstrated a benchmark result that was over 100 times greater than that of the A14 chip. The number was so astonishing that everyone present felt a dizzying sensation, as if they were going to lose their minds. Noticing their reaction, Yu Changhong smiled slightly and said, I know some of you might doubt the authenticity of this score and suspect us of cheating. However, you can verify it yourselves. Please take out your phones and open the Antutu benchmark rankings. You'll see the data for this phone. As soon as he finished speaking, the room filled with the rustling sound of people eagerly taking out their phones and swiftly scrolling through their screens to check the Antutu rankings. Soon, exclamations of surprise echoed around the room. A striking name appeared on the list, Huawei Mate 40 Pro, with a benchmark score that matched the astonishing number Yu Changhong had just shown. Over 65 million. Seeing the shocked expressions, Yu Changhong continued. If anyone thinks Antutu isn't professional enough, let's switch to a more authoritative software, Geekbench. This is a widely recognized professional benchmarking tool abroad. Let's conduct a comparative test. He calmly explained. As far as I know, the A14 scores 1583 in single-core and 4198 in multi-core on Geekbench. Meanwhile, the Snapdragon 865 scores 845 in single-core and 3106 in multi-core. While speaking, Yu Changhong skillfully opened the Geekbench software and began a new round of testing. The room fell silent, with everyone holding their breath, eyes fixed on the screen, waiting for the results. A few minutes later, the test results finally appeared. The moment the numbers popped up, another wave of gasps swept through the room. Although Geekbench did not recognize this brand new chip, the scores were nonetheless astonishing. over 181,000 in single-core, and a staggering 478,000 in multi-core. These numbers didn't just overshadow the A14, they utterly obliterated it. Yu Changhong wore a confident smile as he surveyed the room and continued. You've all witnessed the incredible performance of the Tianqin chip. Now, imagine what such a powerful chip could accomplish. He paused briefly before adding, running hundreds of applications in the background simultaneously? Limited by memory, it might not reach your expectations. Or perhaps running the most graphically intense mobile games. Honestly, I don't think it's necessary to test that. With the performance of the Tianqin 100, any existing mobile game can run smoothly at the highest settings without any pressure. At this, many people smiled knowingly. Indeed, with such powerful performance, the Tianqin 100 could easily handle any game. Yu Changhong concluded, the Tianqin 100 has a performance 100 times greater than the current strongest chip. What does that mean? It means that you might never be able to push the CPU to full power because its performance is simply too excessive. The atmosphere at the Huawei technology launch event was tense, yet enthusiastic. Yu Changhong stood on stage, his gaze intense as he surveyed the packed audience below. His voice was strong and resonated throughout the venue. The Tianqin 100 is our debut, and we have no intention of compromising its performance. This chip is not just limited to the mobile domain. It holds immense potential across a wider range of fields. He paused, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. For instance, a computer. This statement was like a bombshell, igniting the audience. Eyes widened in surprise, and there was a collective gasp. The room buzzed with exclamations and whispers. Holy cow, Huawei is aiming big. Not just mobile platforms, they're stepping into desktop territory too. If Tianqin 100 is 100 times stronger than the A14, desktop CPUs might be left far behind. Someone quietly asked, do you think Intel will be worried after this launch? Yu Changhong gestured gently, and a staff member promptly brought a laptop on stage. He looked around and continued. As we all know, mobile chips primarily use the ARM architecture, while desktop CPUs use the x86 architecture. This architectural difference has always been a barrier to cross-platform applications. With a hint of pride in his voice, he added, however, our new generation of Bionic Cell chips has completely changed that. It features a brand new architecture that not only supports backward compatibility with ARM and x86, but can also be applied to both mobile and desktop platforms. His words once again electrified the audience. It was as if they were on a roller coaster, their emotions fluctuating wildly, yet to recover from the last shock before being propelled to a new peak. Pointing to the laptop in front of him, Yu Changhong's voice was steady and powerful. All of you professionals here should know why Intel doesn't produce standalone graphics cards and why NVIDIA doesn't venture into the CPU market. It's not because they lack the technology. In fact, Intel, as the largest chip manufacturer, has a market share in integrated graphics far surpassing NVIDIA. His gaze swept over every attentive face in the audience. So, is it because the profits aren't attractive enough? Certainly not. The real reason is patent barriers. NVIDIA and AMD have spent years building a patent fortress, and that is the true obstacle. Yu Changhong's remarks caused quite a stir on the livestream platform. Viewers were puzzled, asking, does Intel even make graphics cards? Isn't NVIDIA the world's largest graphics card manufacturer? However, some industry insiders quickly pointed out the oversight in these questions. They explained that while NVIDIA indeed dominates the discrete graphics card market, most regular computers actually use integrated graphics. In this realm, Intel is the undisputed leader. At the launch event, Yu Changhong continued to speak confidently. He highlighted that patents have always been a formidable barrier in the chip industry. However, their Bionic Cell chip operates on fundamentally different principles from traditional chips, thus completely avoiding patent issues. We have redefined the chip, he stated confidently. Yu Changhong opened the laptop in front of him and began to introduce the Tianqin 100. He emphasized the chip's high compatibility, capable of functioning on both mobile and desktop platforms. In fact, the CPUs for mobile and desktop platforms are essentially the same, he explained. The main difference lies in power consumption. Next, Yu Changhong discussed the GPU. He mentioned that the Mate 40 Pro can smoothly run any mobile game, not just because of its powerful performance, but also due to a newly designed GPU. This GPU, also based on Bionic Cell chip technology, perfectly circumvents patent restrictions and delivers incredible performance. As soon as Yu Changhong finished speaking, the livestream platform was abuzz once again. Viewers jokingly asked, is NVIDIA CEO sweating now? Many believe that Huawei intended to challenge multiple fields at once. Back at the launch event, Yu Changhong had already started the laptop. The screen displayed a Microsoft system, a detail that many professionals noted with approval, confirming that the Tianqin 100 is indeed compatible with the x86 architecture. Yu Changhong announced a video rendering test. He explained, modeling relies on the graphics card, while rendering relies on the CPU. CG rendering and video rendering are the ultimate tests of a CPU's computational power. Sometimes, a few seconds of video can take hours to render. He opened a professional rendering software and began processing a pre-prepared video. Remarkably, the initial modeling was rendered at a visibly fast pace, with lighting and textures appearing rapidly. In just a matter of seconds, the entire video was rendered. This speed left everyone present in awe. Even high-end workstations typically require hours to render such a video. The astonishing speed demonstrated by the Tianqin 100 undoubtedly left a profound impression on all the viewers. The testing process conducted by Yu Changhong left the film post-production and video rendering professionals present absolutely astounded. They were well aware that such video rendering typically requires a significant amount of time and effort. However, the emergence of Tianqin 100 has completely transformed the industry landscape. This is unbelievable, a seasoned post-production specialist murmured in amazement. With mainstream configurations, this video would take at least a full day and night to render. The performance of Tianqin 100 is simply out of this world. The atmosphere at the launch event became electric, with discussions buzzing all around. Seizing the moment, Yu Changhong continued to demonstrate the prowess of Tianqin 100. Let's try something else, he suggested. My team tells me that the game with the most demanding graphics right now is Cyberpunk, which requires extremely high specifications from a graphics card. Let's test it on this laptop. Yu Changhong adeptly launched the pre-downloaded game. On the large screen, the game loaded almost instantly, with no noticeable waiting time. He casually set all the graphics settings to the highest level. It's widely known that Cyberpunk is a true graphics card killer, and even the so-called strongest in the universe, 3090 graphics card struggles to run it smoothly at 60 frames per second. Yet, astonishingly, the laptop in Yu Changhong's hands managed to run the game smoothly at the highest graphics settings. This scene sent the gamers present into an uproar. "No way," exclaimed one player who had just purchased a 3090, lamenting, "I feel like I got ripped off. Why didn't Huawei release the Tianqin 100 earlier? My 3090 just arrived." Another eager gamer asked, "Never mind anything else. I just want to know when Tianqin 100 will be available. I can't wait any longer." At the launch event, the remarkable performance of Tianqin 100 left everyone in awe. Attendees whispered among themselves, discussing the potential revolutionary changes this groundbreaking product could bring. Considering the terrifying performance of the Tianqin 100, no one found it surprising. It's truly a performance monster. The venue buzzed with voices, discussions rising and falling. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the noise, causing everyone to turn their heads towards the source. "Mr. Yu, what about cooling? With such powerful performance, the heat generation must be significant, right?" A middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses stood up, asking seriously. The moment he spoke, the room fell silent. Many industry insiders suddenly realized this critical issue, a look of understanding flashing in their eyes. They thought to themselves, the stronger the performance, the higher the power consumption and the more serious the heat generation. Desktop CPUs outperform mobile chips, but aren't used in phones because of their high power consumption. A phone's small battery and limited internal space make heat dissipation a real challenge. All eyes focused on Yu Changhong, awaiting his response. Facing the intense gaze of the crowd, Yu appeared calm, as if he had anticipated this question. He cleared his throat and spoke. "Well, I've covered most of what I needed to say. We had planned a QA session, so let's start it now." Yu looked around and continued. "I know some might think that the stronger the performance, the more heat it generates. But your understanding is based on existing silicon chips. The bionic cell chip is a completely different entity." Yu paused briefly to let the audience digest this information, then continued. "I mentioned earlier that it has a structure similar to transistors, but in reality, it's different from transistors. Its operating mode and internal structure are not what you imagine. While I can't disclose too many details, I can tell you that its heat generation isn't as severe as you think." The room was silent, everyone listening intently. Yu's voice resonated clearly throughout the venue. "We've tested it, and even under full power, its heat reaches only about 50 to 60 degrees. With appropriate cooling design, there's no need to worry about heat issues." Hearing this, many people showed surprised expressions. Yu continued, "As for power consumption, it is indeed significant. However, thanks to breakthroughs in battery technology, I believe this level of power consumption shouldn't be a problem." As Yu finished speaking, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. Indeed, the emergence of Longshin batteries means that starting next year, phone battery capacities could suddenly exceed 100,000 mAh. By then, no matter how high the chip's power consumption, it could be managed with ease. The venue was once again filled with enthusiastic discussions, eyes gleaming with excitement, as if they were already witnessing the limitless possibilities of future technology. With exceptional performance and controlled power consumption, combined with the Longshin battery, Tianqin 100 is truly unbeatable. Looking across the globe, there's no competitor in sight. At the launch event, the lights were dazzling, and the atmosphere was electric. Yu Changhong stood on stage, surveying the sea of reporters and audience members below, and began to speak steadily. I'm sure you all have many questions, so I'll focus on addressing some of the key concerns you may have. As soon as he finished speaking, the reporters eagerly raised their hands. Yu casually pointed to a well-dressed male reporter, who immediately stood up and asked, Mr. Yu, who is the person you mentioned earlier? Was Tianxin 100 developed by this individual? The room fell silent as everyone's eyes turned to Yu, anticipating his response. The powerful performance of Tianxin 100 had already stunned the industry, and its sudden debut had sparked countless speculations. Although people trusted Huawei's research and development prowess, the unexpected arrival of Tianxin 100 was still hard to believe. With no prior hints or leaks, its impressive unveiling led many to wonder if there was a mysterious figure behind its creation. Yu wore a mysterious smile and replied nonchalantly, "No comment." Next question. Another female reporter quickly stood up, intending to probe further about the mysterious figure, but seeing Yu's expression, she shifted her question. Mr. Yu, you mentioned that Tianxin 100 is about to enter mass production and will be featured in the Mate 40 Pro. Have you resolved the mass production issue? How did you manage to do it? Where did you source the lithography machines? Yu remained composed and answered confidently. First, I need to clarify that Tianxin 100 is not a traditional chip. It is a completely new design, from the materials to the production methods to the architecture. Everything is new. Therefore, we don't need to purchase lithography machines because they're unnecessary. As for mass production, yes, we've solved it, and production will begin as early as January next year. This statement caused a stir in the audience, and the live streaming platforms were buzzing with excitement. Netizens left comments such as, "Wow, Huawei is incredible, going straight to mass production. No need for lithography machines? They're starting from scratch. What will ASML think about this news? Will we be able to buy phones with Tianxin 100 in January? Can't wait." Seizing the moment, another reporter asked, "Mr. Yu, how much will Tianxin 100 cost?" Yu smiled slightly, exuding confidence, and said, "The final price of Tianxin 100 hasn't been decided yet. However, I can assure you that the price will not exceed that of the A14 or Qualcomm's flagship chips each year, which means around 700 yuan. This price announcement once again caused a sensation in the room, as everyone realized that a chip revolution was on the horizon. The cost of the A14 chip has long been public knowledge, approximately 100 or around 700 renminbi. Now, Huawei's newly released Tianxin 100 is sold at the same price, yet it claims to be 100 times more powerful than the A14. This announcement has sent shockwaves through the tech community like a bombshell. On live streaming platforms, viewers were ecstatic, flooding the screen with comments like "Huawei rules." However, in Wanghu Village, Zhou Yang remained unusually calm. He gestured to Chen Ruiyun to turn off the TV, prompting her to ask in confusion, "Mr. Zhou, the press conference isn't over. Aren't you going to watch?" Zhou Yang shook his head, deep in thought. There's nothing more to see. He understood well that the pricing of Tianxin 100 wasn't solely Huawei's decision, but a reflection of national strategy. Even if it meant taking a loss, they aimed to promote it globally and compete directly with high-end foreign chips. Zhou Yang calculated that the cost of Tianxin 100 was around 400 renminbi, leaving room for considerable profit. Yet, the mysterious figure mentioned by Yu Changhong aroused Zhou Yang's suspicion. Was this state-directed? Yu Changhong would never casually divulge such confidential information. Although the Huawei press conference concluded, its impact rippled outward. Tianxin 100 quickly climbed to the top of trending topics, with major media outlets and forums abuzz about this chip that purportedly outperformed the A14 by 100-fold. At 7 p.m. that evening, the news broadcast devoted an unprecedented 5 minutes to detailing the research achievements of Tianxin 100. The official endorsement further confirmed the authenticity of Tianxin 100, igniting a sense of national pride across China. Following the breakthrough with Lungsan batteries, the emergence of Tianxin 100 allowed Chinese citizens to genuinely feel the strength of their nation. The news quickly reached across the ocean. At Apple's headquarters in the United States, executives gathered with grave expressions to watch the recording of Huawei's press conference. The subtitles were clear, but one term puzzled everyone: bionic cell chip. What on earth is this thing? Someone murmured, voicing the confusion shared by all present. A senior executive's scream pierced the silence of the conference room. 100 times more powerful than our performance? That's sheer nonsense. However, no sooner had he spoken than the benchmarking results left everyone speechless. The numbers flashing on the big screen were staggering. AnTuTu scores surpassed 60 million, and Geekbench reached a whopping 470,000. These figures hit like a sledgehammer, shattering the hopes of everyone present. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. A senior executive cleared his throat, breaking the suffocating silence. "I've already contacted the Geekbench company. They verified the backend data, and this benchmark result is real." His words exploded like a bomb in the room, plunging the scene into a deathly silence. All eyes were fixed on the demonstration table, watching Yu Changhong's every move. As he pulled out a laptop to test video rendering and gaming performance, the expressions of the executives grew even more serious. they realized a crucial point: the GPU. Huawei had not only made breakthroughs with the CPU, but had also conquered the GPU. How is that possible? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. A technical director, furrowing his brow, slowly explained. In theory, both GPU and CPU are essentially chips, just with different computational directions. Developing a GPU itself is not difficult. The real challenge is how to bypass existing patent barriers and develop a GPU compatible with current software. His gaze swept across everyone present as he continued. NVIDIA and AMD have built an almost insurmountable patent wall to protect their interests. For any company, breaking through this barrier is extremely challenging. The technical director paused, taking a deep breath. I speculate that this Tianqin 100 might indeed, as Yu Changhong said, use an entirely new architecture. This way, they wouldn't be restricted by any patents. Thus, designing Tianqin 100 and developing a GPU with equivalent performance wouldn't be a difficult task. However, the technical director's explanation did not alleviate the heavy atmosphere among those present. The astonishing video rendering capabilities displayed by Tianqin 100 put unprecedented pressure on them. Apple's mainframe business, especially its workstation-level mainframes renowned for powerful office performance, has always been the go-to in the video rendering field. Now, the emergence of Tianqin 100 struck like a heavy blow, catching their esteemed mainframe business off guard. In the QA session that followed, Yu Changhong confirmed they had resolved the mass production issue and could start production as early as next January. Damn it, exclaimed an executive. They don't even need a lithography machine anymore. How can the US sanction be now? It's impossible. Then, when Yu Changhong announced that their Xion 100 chip would not be priced higher than the A14, the executives became even more unsettled. They're declaring war on us, shouted one executive. Better performance than the A14 at a lower price. This is disruptive. Tim Cook cleared his throat to quiet the room. Looking around at everyone, his expression was gravely serious. Gentlemen, we have a big problem. Yes, a big problem for Apple. The emergence of Xion 100 is bound to have a significant impact on us, he continued. V is a very powerful company, and I've heard they plan to develop an operating system. Even though we have a complete mobile ecosystem, we cannot ignore their challenge. Everyone nodded in agreement. V was indeed coming at them with full force, posing a real threat. So, what should we do? An executive asked. There was silence until Cook spoke again. V's ambition is too great. They not only want to challenge us, but also Intel and AMD. So, I think we can unite to put pressure on them. V had revealed a lot at their launch event, not only planning to use Xion 100 on mobile platforms, but also extending it to desktop platforms, and even getting into GPUs, which threatened both Intel and AMD. If V succeeded, neither Apple, Intel, nor AMD would let them off the hook. Essentially, V was taking on three of the most powerful companies in the tech industry simultaneously. Yes, that's the way to do it. Let them crash and burn. Many executives nodded in agreement. Cook said, all right, I'll go to Intel tomorrow. CIA, Lungsan Battery Intelligence Team. Jack had recently joined the intelligence team, responsible for gathering information. Boss, I'd like you to take a look at something, Jack said to team leader Robertson. Robertson wasn't in a good mood. Not long ago, their team had identified Zhou Yang as the developer of the Lungsan battery. After reporting to their superiors, Robertson proposed an assassination plan to eliminate Zhou Yang directly. The plan was approved but failed. In retaliation, the intelligence agency from the other world had dismantled many of their bases and eliminated several undercover agents, causing significant losses to the CIA. Robertson had been criticized for this. What is it? Robertson asked absent-mindedly. Jack started playing a video, which was footage of V's launch event. What is this? Robertson watched for a while and impatiently said, just get to the point. Jack fast-forwarded the video and said, the point is here. This mysterious person Yu Changhong mentioned, HiSilicon, was split off and acquired by Matrix Energy. You should know Matrix Energy. Shortly after the acquisition, HiSilicon developed the Xion 100 chip. So, I suspect this mysterious person might be the developer of Xion 100 and also the developer of the Lungsan battery Zhou Yang. The mention of Matrix Energy alone was enough to catch Robertson's attention. After analysis, the intelligence team was fairly certain that Matrix Energy represented the other world's government. Now, Matrix Energy was making moves in the chip sector and quickly produced results. Yu Changhong thanked a mysterious person, making it hard not to suspect that Zhou Yang, closely associated with Matrix Energy, was the developer of Xion 100. Is this Xion 100 really that impressive? Robertson asked. Jack nodded vigorously. More than impressive, it's like alien technology, just like the Lungsan battery. That's why I suspect Zhou Yang is behind Xion 100. Based on the information I've gathered, Huawei shouldn't have this development capability yet. In Jack's view, if V had the capability to develop Xion 100, they wouldn't have been so badly hit by the US sanctions. Robertson gasped and exclaimed, isn't Zhou Yang a battery developer? How is he now developing chips? Jack shrugged. Who knows? But I've always said he's a genius, a true genius. We shouldn't have let him go. Enough. Robertson waved his hand. Let's not dwell on the past. Come with me to see the director. Half an hour later, Robertson reported their suspicions to the current CIA director, Ferguson. Robertson concluded, Director, Zhou Yang is becoming increasingly formidable. Now that he's developed a chip, such a person cannot be allowed to stay free. We must eliminate him. Ferguson's expression was serious. He raised his hand to indicate Robertson should leave, saying, I'm aware of the situation. I'm heading to the White House now. We'll decide on a course of action once I return. A few hours later, Ferguson returned. Director, are we proceeding with action? Robertson asked. Ferguson nodded. Yes, we will take action, but not to assassinate him. Instead, we'll find a way to bring him to the U.S. Such a genius should be working for us. Bring him to the U.S.? Robertson's eyes widened, almost thinking he'd misheard. Director, is that possible? Ferguson replied. Nothing is impossible. Anyway, just find a way to bring him over first. Your team handles intelligence gathering since you know Zhou Yang's situation best. The actual operation will be led by Adrian. Who, that madman? Robertson exclaimed. Adrian was famously known as the madman at CIA headquarters not because he was insane, but because his methods were incredibly reckless. To achieve his goals, he often carried out outrageous actions. For example, in a small Middle Eastern country, he orchestrated a rebellion to eliminate a target, resulting in the target being killed by rebel forces. However, the rebellion also caused numerous civilian casualties, leading to severe consequences. That's why others called him a madman. The impact of Xian 100 was still unfolding, while in Wanghu village, research on high-strength crystalline steel was steadily progressing. Zhou Yang estimated that they would complete the third phase within a month. One day, Li Tianshu unexpectedly approached him. Mr. Zhou, may I ask you a question? Li Tianshu's expression was somewhat serious. Oh, what is it? Zhou Yang replied. Li Tianshu said, I know the research on high-strength crystalline steel is going well. From the test results, its performance is excellent. My question is, can this material be used in aircraft engines to solve the material issues there? Aircraft engines. Zhou Yang was taken aback. Was he referring to the so-called crown jewel of industrial technology, the aviation engine? Aero engines, the crown jewel of industrial technology, represent the pinnacle of human industrial achievement. Their complexity is incredibly high, akin to reaching for the stars. Out of over 200 countries worldwide, only 4.5 have mastered this technology. The United States, Russia, France, the United Kingdom, and our country, which is just beginning to enter the field. Zhou Yang and Li Tianshu stood in a spacious office, overlooking the bustling research center outside. Li Tianshu's brow was furrowed, indicating he had something important to discuss. Noticing his expression, Zhou Yang asked, What's going on? Li Tianshu took a deep breath and began. Just yesterday, Russia abruptly informed us that they are unilaterally terminating the negotiations for the introduction of the AL-41 engine series. There was a hint of frustration in his voice. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Are we still bringing in the AL-41? What about our own WS engine? Li Tianshu explained with a wry smile. Our WS engine can't be produced on a large scale yet, which is why the authorities decided to introduce the AL-41 to resolve the engine issue for the J-20. This has been in negotiation for a long time and was nearly finalized. But at this critical juncture, Russia suddenly changed its mind, decisively abandoning the talks. It's likely related to the Longshin battery. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood the connection. He chuckled softly and said, Since you're asking, let me confirm that the third-generation high-strength crystalline steel can definitely be used in aero engines. As for when the third generation will be completed, it should be within a month. Li Tianshu's eyes lit up as he eagerly confirmed. Mr. Zhou, are you sure? Zhou Yang nodded, his gaze firm. Here's what we'll do. Get me an aero engine research team, preferably familiar with the WS design, and we'll collaborate to see if we can solve the specific issues. Hope shone on Li Tianshu's face. Although the plan to introduce the AL-41 had hit a setback, Zhou Yang's words offered a new direction. Perhaps this was the opportunity to break through the aero engine technology bottleneck. In Zhou Yang's next plan, the control system and propulsion issues have become the two main focal points. The mech's short-distance flight capability relies on a particle propulsion system similar to a Hall thruster, which also opens new directions for engine research. Upon hearing this, Li Tianshu immediately expressed his intention to get started on arrangements. In fact, the state dispatched Li Tianshu to seek Zhou Yang's assistance not just for the high-strength crystalline steel issue. They harbored an even greater expectation hoping that Zhou Yang could break through the technical bottleneck of aviation engines. Zhou Yang's research capabilities have been well proven, with each of his achievements considered groundbreaking, inspiring great hope in him. Meanwhile, in the Russian consulate in Beijing, Dimilov was anxiously waiting. Have they not contacted us yet? He asked his assistant for the 100th time, to which the assistant helplessly shook his head. A few days ago, as a special envoy from the Kremlin, Dimilov conveyed the unilateral decision to halt the export of AL-41 engines to China. In the first 2 days, the Chinese side frequently contacted Dimilov, trying to resume negotiations. At that time, Dimilov was arrogant, constantly using sarcastic remarks to make things difficult for the Chinese negotiators. The Kremlin's strategy was to warn China while taking the opportunity to raise prices and secure a larger share of oil transactions. After all, Russia needed funds, and China had the purchasing power. However, to Dimilov's surprise, the Chinese side suddenly cut off contact, remaining silent for 2 whole days. This unusual silence made Dimilov restless. After some thought, he said to his assistant, "Go, arrange a car for me. I need to visit General Gao." The assistant nodded and immediately began preparations. An hour later, Dimilov arrived at the General Armament Department, requesting a meeting with Gao Jianjun, who was responsible for military procurement. In Dimilov's view, as long as he could persuade Gao Jianjun, the export issue of the AL-41 engines could be easily resolved. However, to his surprise, Gao Jianjun did not have time to meet him. "No time to see me? Are you sure?" Dimilov's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. This unexpected rejection left him feeling both puzzled and uneasy, as if it signaled that the situation was slipping out of his control. The assistant nodded slightly, relaying the secretary's words. Upon hearing this, Jimmy Lov jumped up from his seat, his face filled with anger. "This is a blatant insult," he said through gritted teeth. "I came here personally, and Gao Jianjun won't even see me." He strode toward the door, shouting furiously, "Let's go. They will regret this." However, after just a couple of steps, Jimmy Lov stopped. Despite his anger, he understood that if this fell through, he would face consequences upon returning home. "Go talk to them again," Jimmy Lov said to his assistant, suppressing his anger. "Tell them I'm waiting here for them." And so, Jimmy Lov waited in the reception room for a full 3 hours. As time passed, he became increasingly convinced that Gao Jianjun was deliberately keeping him waiting as a form of retaliation. Jimmy Lov smirked inwardly, thinking, "Humph, it's just a negotiation tactic. I won't get angry easily. After all, we hold the upper hand in these negotiations. You're being rude to me now, but at the negotiation table, I'll demand 10-fold, 100-fold in return. You will regret this." Despite his simmering anger, Jimmy Lov forced himself to remain calm. Just then, Gao Jianjun's secretary finally came to inform him that Gao Jianjun was ready to see them. Jimmy Lov strode into Gao Jianjun's office, his expression dark and stormy. However, to his surprise, Gao Jianjun was unusually indifferent, not even looking up as he continued to work on some documents. He said coldly, "Mr. Jimmy Lov, I have another meeting soon. You have 5 minutes. What do you want to say?" 5 minutes. Jimmy Lov felt a wave of humiliation but suppressed his anger and began. "General Gao, regarding the AL-41 engine, we can actually reopen negotiations if you're willing to meet a few of our requests." Gao Jianjun suddenly interrupted him, his eyes still on the papers in front of him. "Mr. Jimmy Lov, didn't my secretary inform you? We've decided not to proceed with the AL-41 engine." "What?" Jimmy Lov exclaimed, standing up abruptly and slamming his hands on the desk. Suddenly, he felt a sense of having shot himself in the foot. He realized that this matter seemed to have been completely botched by his country. Gao Jianjun glanced up at Ji Maluofu, his eyes betraying impatience. In a cold tone, he said, "Mr. Ji Maluofu, I work over 12 hours a day. I hardly have the time or luxury to joke around with you." Ji Maluofu's expression changed dramatically, and he asked urgently, "But the AL-41 engine, are you really not interested in it anymore?" His voice shook slightly, clearly alarmed by the possibility. Gao Jianjun shook his head slightly, speaking with determination, "I've already answered that. We genuinely don't need it anymore. If there's nothing else, Mr. Ji Maluofu, I have a meeting to attend." With that, he stood up, ready to leave. Ji Maluofu seemed shocked, collapsing onto the sofa, his face as pale as a sheet. After Gao Jianjun left the office, Ji Maluofu's assistant quickly approached, anxiously asking, "What was the outcome of the negotiations, sir?" Ji Maluofu appeared as if he'd lost his soul, muttering, "They said they don't want it." The assistant stood frozen, incredulous. "How can that be? Is there another seller involved? That's impossible. Besides us, who else in the world would dare to sell them engines?" Ji Maluofu shook his head, equally baffled by the situation. As he stepped outside, the cold wind hit him, bringing some clarity. He slapped his face hard, his mind racing. Something's off, very off. Even if they don't know our bottom line, they should understand that our previous move to end negotiations was just a tactic. From the big picture, they need the AL-41, and we're the only ones who can provide an engine of this caliber. Their sudden change of heart doesn't seem like a negotiation trick. He turned to his assistant, a sharp glint in his eyes. Either a new seller has emerged, or they truly don't need it anymore. There must be something happening that we don't know about. Quick, use all our connections and find out what's going on. The assistant hurried away, visibly tense. G. Malofa knew that this deal was not just about the multi-billion-dollar engine order, but also the promise of a $100 billion oil trade share from Z country. If the deal fell through, the losses would be immeasurable. Meanwhile, in Wanghu village, Li Tianchu quickly organized a team of experts to arrive. Among them, Li Bingxian from Dawn Engine Group was appointed as the lead. Li Bingxian had previously been responsible for the preliminary research and initiation of the WS project at Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Corporation before being poached by Dawn. At Dawn, he led the development of an engine codenamed TS, which ultimately lost to WS in the final procurement evaluation. This defeat had a significant impact on Li Bingxian, making him somewhat paranoid. When informed by his superiors that someone might have solved the material problem for the aero engine, Li Bingxian was filled with skepticism, suspecting he might be deceived. He thought to himself that if someone had truly resolved this issue, Xi'an Aircraft would have already recruited them, leaving no room for someone like him, who had been sidelined, to handle it. At that moment, his deputy, Kong Ning, interrupted his thoughts, reminding him, "Chief Engineer Li, it seems we're almost there." As the bus slowly approached their destination, Li Bingxian's heart remained a mix of doubt and anticipation. Li Bingxian adjusted his glasses and gazed out the car window. A small mountain gradually came into view as the car came to a gentle stop. Suddenly realizing something, he exclaimed in surprise, "Is the research institute actually inside the mountain?" Li Ziyu nodded to confirm, "That's right. Our institute is located within the mountain. Chief Engineer Li, Mr. Zhou is already waiting for you. Let's head inside." As they passed through the heavy alloy doors, Li Bingxian noticed armed soldiers standing guard on either side. This sight immediately made him realize that this was no ordinary research facility. In terms of confidentiality, it was likely one of the highest levels in the country. Even more astonishing was that the entire mountain had been hollowed out, an undertaking of immense cost. The awe-inspiring scene dissipated any lingering resentment Li Bingxian felt. He felt like a commoner accidentally wandering into a presidential palace, filled with an involuntary sense of intimidation. He speculated silently that whoever could establish such a facility must be no ordinary individual. Kong Ning and the others couldn't help but exclaim, "This research institute is enormous. Did they really hollow out the entire mountain? That's incredible." Li Bingxian quickly hushed them, "Don't talk." The group arrived at a spacious laboratory. Zhou Yang had been waiting for some time and greeted them with a smile. "Hello, Chief Engineer Li, I'm Zhou Yang, the person in charge of this institute." Li Bingxian hurried forward to shake hands. Despite his inner frustration, he dared not show any sign of it in this imposing setting. After briefly greeting the others, Zhou Yang led Li Bingxian to the experiment table. On the table lay a square block of metal, resembling some kind of alloy. Zhou Yang introduced it. "Chief Engineer Li, this is our institute's latest achievement, high-strength crystalline steel. What you see is the second-generation product, and we expect the third and final generation to be completed within a month. Here are the test data for the second generation. Please take a look." Li Bingxian took the materials and, after a quick glance, his eyes widened in disbelief, his hands trembling slightly. "This can't be real. Are these figures fabricated? This strength, this heat resistance, how is it possible? When did our country develop such a material?" The data before him surpassed even the top foreign materials he knew by several times. Zhou Yang smiled and said, "Whether it's fabricated or not, the material is right here, and Chief Engineer Li can test it yourself." He paused before continuing, "I've been quite busy lately, but the materials are provided, and the specific engine design will be up to you. Of course, focus on perfecting the WS. Relevant data from Shifei has also been sent over, and we have all the large-scale experimental equipment here. If you need anything, you can ask her." Zhou Yang pointed to Li Ziyu. "Whatever you need, you can find her. Oh, and don't worry about funding, it's unlimited." Zhou Yang checked his watch and said, "I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay long. Let's skip the formalities. We're all researchers here, no need for that. Lastly, I hope you can resolve the production process issues for the WS as soon as possible." With that, Zhou Yang nodded to everyone and turned to leave, leaving Li Bingxian and the others standing in the laboratory, pondering the implications of this astonishing new material. Such a simple, yet unconventional welcome ceremony left Kong Ning and the others feeling dissatisfied. They felt that Zhou Yang was not giving them the respect they deserved. Despite the institute's prestigious reputation, Kong Ning considered themselves to be of considerable stature and felt slighted by the perceived lack of regard. "Chief Engineer Li, isn't Mr. Zhou taking us too lightly?" Kong Ning murmured, frowning slightly. Li Bingxian seemed to ignore Kong Ning's complaint and handed him some documents, saying calmly, "Take a look first." He then turned to Li Ziyu, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Secretary Li, is this high-strength crystalline steel really developed by your institute? Who's leading the project? Is it that Mr. Zhou we just met?" Li Bingxian racked his brain but couldn't recall any prominent figure named Zhou Yang in the domestic materials field. Li Ziyu nodded and then shook his head, explaining, "I'm not very familiar with the research specifics. This high-strength crystalline steel was proposed and initially led by Mr. Zhou, but he's not heavily involved with the project anymore. The development of the third generation is mainly under the leadership of academician Su Chun. Who? Li Bingshuan's eyes widened in surprise. Su Chun? I know him. He's a real heavyweight in the domestic metallurgy industry. Secretary Li, are you saying that academician Su is here too? Li Ziyu nodded with a smile. He's in the lab next door. Would you like to meet him? Is that possible? Li Bingxian suddenly felt a bit apprehensive, considering Su Chen's esteemed status. Li Ziyu reassured him with a smile. Of course it is. Academician Su is very approachable, and I'm sure he'll be pleased to meet you. With that, Li Ziyu led the group to the adjacent laboratory. Inside the lab, Su Chun was leading his team in an experiment. As Li Bingxian and his group arrived, the lab erupted in enthusiastic applause. We did it, Professor. We succeeded, someone exclaimed joyfully. An elderly yet vigorous voice followed. Good, good, good. Another hurdle overcome. But honestly, we couldn't have done it without Mr. Zhou's guidance. Li Bingxian hurried into the lab, his gaze quickly finding Su Chun. Li Ziyu stepped forward to make introductions. Recognition flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Oh, it's you. I remember we met at an industrial ministry meeting once. Li Bingxian, excited, said, I can't believe academician Su remembers me. I'm truly honored. Su Chen smiled. You're impressive yourself. I heard you're doing well at Shifei, and the WS project owes much to your efforts. Mentioning the WS project brought a complex expression to Li Bingshuan's face. With a sigh, he said, Don't remind me. It's my own fault for being too ambitious. I switched to liming, aiming to develop a more advanced engine to rival Shifei, but reality hit me hard. Seeing Li Bingshuan's dejection, Su Chun patted his shoulder and spoke warmly. That's life, full of ups and downs. But now you're here, and maybe this is the new beginning you need. Li Bingxian nodded vigorously. Meeting Su Chun made him fully trust the experimental data on high-strength crystalline steel. With such materials, creating better aerospace engines no longer seemed like an unattainable dream. Professor Su, I'm sure I'll be seeking your advice often in the future. Please don't find me bothersome, Li Bingxian said sincerely, hope rekindling in his eyes. As soon as Li Bingxian finished speaking, Su Chun shook his head with a smile. How could that be? Honestly, instead of asking me, you should consult Mr. Zhou. If he's willing to give you some guidance, you'd really hit the jackpot. Mr. Zhou. Li Bingxian was momentarily puzzled, then suddenly realized. The entire research institute belonged to Zhou Yang, and even someone as esteemed as Su Chun was willing to work under him. Li Ziyu had also mentioned that the high-strength crystalline steel was developed by Zhou Yang, and it was only after the project matured that Su Chun was put in charge. Zhou Yang was always the core. To attract top talents like Su Chun and have them willingly follow him speaks volumes about Zhou Yang's capabilities. Li Bingxian nodded vigorously, and any resentment he felt dissipated. I understand, he said softly, with admiration shining in his eyes. Meanwhile, in Zhou Yang's office, Li Ziyu gently knocked on the door. It was opened by Chun Riyun, who nodded to Li Ziyu before quietly stepping aside. Zhou Yang was focused on his computer screen, fingers flying across the keyboard. Mr. Zhou, Chief Engineer Li and his team have been arranged, Li Ziyu reported. Zhou Yang gave a slight nod, without looking up. Seeing this, Li Ziyu was about to quietly leave when Zhou Yang suddenly called him back. Make arrangements to visit Bat in the next couple of days. Zhou Yang's voice was calm and firm. Li Ziyu was taken aback and instinctively asked, Bat? Which one? Bat? As in Baidu, Tencent, and Alibaba, Zhou Yang replied, his gaze intense. Visit all of them. The order doesn't matter. Zhou Yang had already prepared most of the groundwork for the intelligent core. The basic research outline was expected to be completed today, leaving the execution to the specialists. Domestically, the only private enterprises qualified to be involved were these three. Li Ziyu didn't dare to ask further, simply nodding in agreement, and cautiously inquired, what identity should we use? Zhou Yang thought for a moment. Go as representatives of matrix energy. He explained briefly, the intelligent core, in layman's terms, is artificial intelligence. Like Jarvis from Iron Man, it can assist mecha pilots in solving numerous problems. Mecha systems are complex and cumbersome to operate. Handing over the control commands to AI is ideal. Our goal is to allow pilots to control the system with simple commands, ideally making it as straightforward as playing a game. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. Li Ziyu respectfully exited the office. Chun Riyun followed closely behind, as security arrangements for Zhou Yang's upcoming trip could not be neglected. The next day, at Tencent's headquarters in Shenzhen, a middle-aged man walked briskly into the lobby, presenting his credentials to the receptionist. My name is Chao Yuxing, and these are my credentials. I need to see your company's head right now. His tone left no room for negotiation. The receptionist, recognizing the familiar seal, was immediately taken aback. The same credentials had appeared a few months prior. Of course, please wait a moment, she said hurriedly, picking up the phone with trembling fingers to dial her superior. In no time, the group president, Lin Haoning, arrived with several aides. Captain Chao, To what do we owe the honor of your visit? Lin Haoning's voice carried a hint of tension. Chao Yuxing was no ordinary figure. He was from national security. During their last visit, they went straight to the data center and deleted some data without hesitation. Such individuals were not easily dealt with. Lin Haoning took a deep breath and added, "By the way, our President Ma is also on his way back." His eyes showed a flicker of hope, as if awaiting the arrival of a savior. Chao Yuxing stood up and shook hands with Lin Haoning out of courtesy. With Mr. Ma about to return, he decided to wait a bit longer. 10 minutes later, Chao Yuxing finally met Ma Huatin, the former richest man in the country and a true business mogul. "Hello, Captain Chao." Ma Huatin greeted Chao Yuxing respectfully. He was well aware of the power Chao Yuxing represented, and even someone of his stature dared not take it lightly. The red line of national security was not to be crossed by anyone, regardless of their power or wealth. "Hello, Mr. Ma." Chao Yuxing nodded in acknowledgement before getting straight to the point. "I'm here to inform you that a distinguished guest will be visiting your company tomorrow. We need to conduct a preliminary security investigation to ensure everything is foolproof. This afternoon, our security personnel will take over your company's security operations entirely." As soon as Chao Yuxing finished speaking, the accompanying security head couldn't help but exclaim, "Take over completely? Isn't that a bit overbearing?" Ma Huatin shot the person a glance and quickly responded, "Of course, we will fully cooperate. May I ask what kind of guest requires such high-level security?" Chao Yuxing smiled and replied, "It's someone from Matrix Energy. I can't disclose more details." "Matrix Energy?" Ma Huatin was taken aback. Chao Yuxing then proceeded to inspect the building's security with the security head, leaving Ma Huatin and the others to speculate. Lin Haoning eagerly asked, "Mr. Ma, isn't Matrix Energy the company that took over HiSilicon and acquired BYD's battery business? I heard it's backed by the national team, but I'm not sure if that's true." Ma Huatin, deep in thought, pulled out his phone and dialed Yu Changhong's number. "Mr. Yu, it's me. Matrix Energy is suddenly visiting. What do you think?" Yu Changhong paused for a moment on the other end of the line and simply said, "Give them a proper reception," before hanging up. Realizing the importance, Ma Huatin immediately ordered, "Call a meeting with the company's top executives to discuss how to properly host tomorrow's visit. Make sure everyone is on their toes and doesn't let Tencent down at this crucial moment." At 1 p.m. the next day, a discreet sedan drove into Tencent's underground parking lot. The entire garage had been cleared, with security personnel stationed every few feet. Ma Huatin and the other executives hurried to the garage to wait. The car door opened, and Chun Ruyan stepped out first, followed by Zhou Yang. When the Tencent executives saw that the visitor was just a young man in his late 20s, they were taken aback. Zhou Yang calmly approached and extended his hand to Ma Huatin. "Hello, I'm Zhou Yang. Sorry to keep you waiting." Despite facing a top domestic tycoon, Zhou Yang's demeanor was as if he were meeting ordinary people. At his level, money and power no longer held sway over him. Ma Huatin snapped out of his surprise and shook Zhou Yang's hand. "Hello, Mr. Zhou." Though unaware of Zhou Yang's exact identity, the circumstances spoke volumes. Leading the way upstairs, Ma Huatin suggested, "Mr. Zhou, we've prepared a small welcome ceremony upstairs. We hope you can join us." Zhou Yang politely declined, saying, "Perhaps after the tour." He got straight to the point. "How many research and development personnel does Tencent currently employ?" Without hesitation, Ma Huatin replied, "Globally, we have over 70,000 RD personnel, with around 40,000 in China, distributed across various RD centers. Our core RD staff consists of approximately 8,000 elite members." Zhou Yang nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "Do you have a team working on artificial intelligence?" Ma Huatin's eyes lit up, and he quickly answered, "Yes, we have a team of about 500 people dedicated to AI research. Although Tencent primarily focuses on gaming, artificial intelligence can be applied to smart ad recommendations, analyzing user consumption habits, and more. Can you take me to have a look?" Zhou Yang asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ma Huating immediately nodded in agreement, unable to contain his excitement. He walked briskly ahead to lead the way, his mind already sketching out a blueprint for collaboration artificial intelligence, the pinnacle of future technology. Tencent had long been laying the groundwork, investing a team of hundreds of elite members in dedicated research and development. Arriving at a spacious and bright office, Ma Huating pointed to a middle-aged man with thinning hair and introduced, "This is Wu Yinming, the head of our AI department." Zhou Yang assessed Wu Yinming, who, aside from his slightly anxious hairline, appeared rather ordinary for an IT expert. He got straight to the point. "Can you tell me about your development projects?" Wu Yinming cautiously glanced at Ma Huating and, upon receiving a nod of approval, led Zhou Yang to a computer. He skillfully brought up a program and explained, "Mr. Zhou, this is our developed AI customer service system. It can monitor game operations in real time and respond swiftly to player inquiries, with feedback nearly indistinguishable from that of a human." There was a note of pride in Wu Yinming's voice. "This system has been running in the background for nearly 5 months. We've been continuously updating the database to enhance its human-like qualities. Initially, 13 of players could identify it as AI, but now, less than one can. Zhou Yang remained expressionless, simply asking, "Is there anything else?" This unexpected question caught Wu Yiming off guard. After a brief pause, he continued, "Our intelligent program has a broad range of applications. For example, it can automatically allocate resources based on server load, diverting traffic during peak times and activating idle servers during lulls." Seeing Zhou Yang still smiling but non-committal, Wu Yiming grew somewhat flustered, especially under Ma Huateng's increasingly stern gaze. He hastily added, "Oh, and we've also developed an intelligent game creation program. You just input basic requirements, and it can automatically generate a game." Zhou Yang finally spoke, with a hint of sarcasm. "You truly are a gaming company." Ma Huateng's heart sank, and he shot Wu Yiming a sharp look before quickly clarifying, "Mr. Zhou, although we started in gaming, our company's overall research and development capabilities are undoubtedly among the top in the country." Zhou Yang nodded in understanding, acknowledging Tencent's undeniable financial strength. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? I'll give you a challenge, and you provide me with an answer within a week." With that, he opened a blank document on the computer and swiftly typed a line. Everyone leaned in to see, and the screen boldly displayed, "Write a program that draws a picture." "All right, that's it for today." Zhou Yang extended his hand to indicate his departure. Although Ma Huateng felt it was somewhat abrupt after all, Zhou Yang had barely seen anything before leaving, still politely shook his hand, promising, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, we'll do our utmost to tackle this challenge." Zhou Yang nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. As his car drove away, the assembled executives stood there, exchanging complex glances. This sudden challenge seemed to herald an impending and unknown transformation. In Ma Huateng's office, an executive asked anxiously, "Mr. Ma, who is this Mr. Zhou? Wasn't he here to visit? Why did he leave after just a quick look?" Ma Huateng pondered for a moment and then replied slowly, "He only looked at the artificial intelligence department. He might be considering a partnership on an AI project with us. However, I sense he wasn't too impressed with our achievements." From start to finish, Zhou Yang didn't even say a single good. Frowning, Ma Huateng's tone turned stern. "What is Wu Yiming up to? We invest billions every year, and this is all we get? If he can't do the job, we might need to consider replacing him." Another executive attempted to defend Wu Yiming. "We can't entirely blame Wu Yiming. Artificial intelligence is like a bottomless pit. Even if we invest billions a year, we might not see much of a return." Ma Huateng waved his hand decisively. "Let's go back and take a look at that problem." Everyone hurried back to the artificial intelligence department. As soon as he entered, Ma Huateng got straight to the point. "Wu Yiming, what do you think of this problem?" Wu Yiming was filled with anxiety. He recalled the notice from the higher-ups he received yesterday, stating that a big figure would be visiting today. At the time, he thought that since the AI department had only been established for a year or two without any standout achievements, the big figure wouldn't come there. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yang did come. The entire visit, in Wu Yiming's eyes, was a complete disaster. Especially at the end, Ma Huateng's expression was extremely unpleasant. An executive dismissed the concern, saying, "Isn't it just writing a program and drawing a picture? It seems pretty simple to me." Many executives with technical backgrounds nodded in agreement, thinking the task wasn't difficult and could be handled with a simple program. Wu Yiming shook his head, his tone grave. "Leaders, I think Mr. Zhou's intention with this problem might not be that simple. It's not just about drawing a picture, but how to draw writing a program that mimics human thought to decide how to draw." Ma Huateng thought for a moment and said, "This shouldn't be too hard, right? Write a program and tell it, I want to draw a tree. What's so difficult about that?" Wu Yiming was on the verge of tears. "Mr. Ma, it's not that simple. I feel the first challenge Mr. Zhou is posing is for the program to decide what to draw on its own, rather than us giving it a prompt." Ma Huateng instantly realized the difference. Giving a program a prompt to draw and having it decide what to draw are two completely different concepts. The question of "what do I want to draw?" is not easily answered. Ma Huateng decided to hand this challenging problem over to the professionals. He said with gravity, "This is important. Mr. Zhou has given us 7 days. In these 7 days, lead your team, utilize all the company's R&D personnel, and use every resource to solve this problem. There will be a substantial reward if you succeed, understood?" Wu Yiming was startled, realizing the degree of importance Ma Huateng placed on Zhou Yang's challenge. He quickly responded, "Yes, I will do my utmost." Wu Yiming knew that if he couldn't resolve this issue, his future prospects might be bleak. The pressure weighed heavily on his shoulders, and he understood that the next 7 days would be a grueling battle. The car moved smoothly as Zhou Yang sat quietly in the back seat, looking slightly distracted. Opposite him, Chen Riyun noticed his absent-mindedness and softly asked, "Not satisfied?" Zhou Yang snapped back to reality, realizing Chen Riyun was speaking to him. He hesitated for a moment and said, "We rarely talk about anything other than work, do we?" This was indeed the first time Chen Ruyun had engaged in small talk with him. Their previous conversations had always been work-related. Chen Ruyun's eyes flickered with a hint of unease as she replied, I just thought you seemed a bit unsatisfied, so I asked. Zhou Yang chuckled lightly and admitted, I can't say I'm satisfied. Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely satisfied. Chen Ruyun suggested. Actually, you could mention it to the higher-ups. You could easily start your own company. She knew that Zhou Yang was hoping to find partnerships similar to those he had with BYD and his Silicon. Zhou Yang shook his head, his expression serious. It's different. This project can train a lot of talent, and I want these people to not just stay in research institutes, but to actively engage in society, striving to develop and change the world. He further explained that if they simply moved thousands of researchers to develop artificial intelligence, they might return to their original research institutes or universities after the project, becoming disconnected from society. In contrast, a commercial collaboration model could quickly transform research outcomes into societal changes driven by profit. Chen Ruyun smiled and said, All right, you have your big ideas. I can't argue with you. Her smile left Zhou Yang momentarily dazed. He recovered and softly said, You should smile more often. Chen Ruyun blushed slightly and said nothing more. The next day, Zhou Yang traveled to Hangzhou as planned to visit Alibaba. He was received by Alibaba's vice president, as Jack Ma was unavailable. Compared to Tencent, Zhou Yang was more impressed by Alibaba. He noticed that Alibaba had strong research capabilities in data processing, especially in their product recommendation algorithms. Zhou Yang didn't comment much, leaving only one question before departing Hangzhou. The day after Zhou Yang left, Jack Ma returned to the Hangzhou headquarters. He asked, I heard someone from Matrix Energy visited. What did they see? The vice president replied, They just toured around, mainly looking at our AI research. Oh, and they left us a question to solve in 7 days. Jack Ma asked to see the question and then fell into deep thought. He finally said, Matrix Energy is a significant player. It would be great to cooperate, but if not, it's fine too. We should focus on our own work. As for this question, assign it to a team to study seriously. We should make an effort to win a good partnership if possible. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had already arrived in Beijing. Li Tianshu greeted him at the airport, getting straight to the point. Mr. Zhou, are you planning to develop artificial intelligence? In recent days, a dedicated team has been reporting the itinerary to him in detail. News of Zhou Yang's consecutive visits to Tencent and Alibaba had already reached Li Tianshu's ears. More intriguingly, Zhou Yang had left a puzzling question at these two tech giants. Upon receiving the information, Li Tianshu immediately gathered relevant experts for a spirited discussion. Yes, it's artificial intelligence, Zhou Yang admitted calmly, with a hint of confidence in his voice. Li Tianshu furrowed his brows, his curiosity growing deeper. From Lungsan batteries to chips, and then to high-strength crystalline steel, Zhou Yang's range of research fields was astonishingly wide. Even more impressive was that each research project had achieved groundbreaking results. Li Tianshu firmly believed that Zhou Yang could also achieve remarkable feats in the field of artificial intelligence. However, he couldn't quite understand Zhou Yang's leapfrogging research approach. Zhou Yang's research model seemed to be racing against time. As soon as a project was proposed and a partner company found, even before results were fully realized, he was already moving on to the next field. Take the Tianjin 100 collaboration with Huawei, for instance. Mass production hadn't even started before Zhou Yang shifted his focus to other research directions. This sense of urgency made Li Tianshu wonder if Zhou Yang was chasing some unknown objective. Rumor had it that Zhou Yang worked over 12 hours a day. Despite his young and promising career, Li Tianshu hoped to find an appropriate opportunity to gently advise him to relax and enjoy life. After all, Zhou Yang's current achievements had already surpassed most scientists in the country. Mr. Zhou, Li Tianshu cautiously began, his tone filled with concern. As the weather grows colder and the year-end approaches, have you considered taking some time to rest in the south? Zhou Yang looked up at Li Tianshu, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. During this period, he had been relentlessly busy, solving several critical problems. The core issues of the mecha had also been mostly resolved. He nodded slightly, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Actually, taking a break might not be a bad idea. The system provided 5 years, and at the current pace, it should definitely be enough. Zhou Yang didn't give a definitive answer, but nodded slightly. A hint of joy flashed in Li Tianshu's eyes as he began to plan his future work arrangements in his mind. As the car slowly drove into Baidu's headquarters, Li Tianshu and Zhou Yang saw Robin Li leading a group of Baidu executives waiting outside. Robin Li was the first to step forward and shake hands with Li Tianshu, a hint of respect in his eyes. After all, Li Tianshu's status was quite significant, warranting attention even from the head of an internet giant like Robin Li. This must be Mr. Zhou. Welcome, welcome, Robin Li warmly addressed Zhou Yang, extending his hand. As a tech leader with a typical engineering background, Robin Li came across as much more low-key than other internet magnates. Hello, Mr. Li, Zhou Yang replied, shaking hands and following the group into the grand lobby of the Baidu building. Upon entering, Zhou Yang got straight to the point, asking, "Mr. Li, how advanced is your autonomous driving technology?" Among the three bat giants, Baidu's research in artificial intelligence is considered the most in-depth, especially in the critical application of autonomous driving. Robin Li glanced at Zhou Yang, aware that he was from Matrix Energy, yet his specific role remained a mystery. He cautiously replied, "We're currently in the road testing phase, but it's still the first-generation product. We have a long way to go to reach our ultimate goal." Zhou Yang followed up, "And how does it compare to Tesla? After all, Tesla remains a leader in automotive autonomous driving technology globally. However, recently, with the large-scale launch of the Han DM, Tesla has been struggling in the domestic market." Zhou Yang suddenly remembered that Li Ziyu had mentioned BYD's intention to push the Han DM into the international market to capture overseas shares. Zhou Yang agreed with this idea to make big money. One can't just focus on the domestic market, but must also have the courage to earn from foreign markets. He silently decided that in the future, he would not only support BYD's international expansion, but also encourage Huawei to set its sights globally and gain international market recognition. Zhou Yang's question hit the nail on the head. Robin Li responded candidly, admitting, "In terms of algorithms, we are indeed not as advanced as Tesla. There are still some gaps." This honesty earned Zhou Yang's appreciation. Despite the criticism Baidu faced regarding its operations, the leader undeniably had exceptional technical acumen. Over the next 2 hours, Zhou Yang carefully toured Baidu's research and development center. Before leaving, he left the same question as before. Among the three companies, Zhou Yang had a particular liking for Baidu, but he decided to wait for the results before making a decision. After all, in terms of the level of research personnel, the differences among the three were not significant. A few days later, the answers from the three companies arrived one after another. Each provided a picture and an open-source program. Tencent's work was a realistic landscape oil painting, with detailed brushstrokes that vividly captured the texture of the fields, almost like it was created by a professional artist. Alibaba's was a piece filled with postmodern style, composed of chaotic color blocks, with no discernible form. Baidu's answer was unexpectedly simply mere irregular circle, akin to a child's casual doodle. "Director Chun, which painting do you think is better?" Zhou Yang asked. Standing by, Chen Ruoyan glanced at them and said, "I think Tencent's is the best, very realistic." Zhou Yang smiled and picked up Baidu's piece. Although he hadn't closely examined the programs from the three companies, he had already made up his mind would choose Baidu. The research focuses of these three companies were indeed different, but in the field of artificial intelligence, Baidu remained the leader. "Ziyu, make arrangements. I want to invite Baidu's boss for a meal," Zhou Yang instructed. The next morning, a Hongqi sedan pulled up in front of Baidu's headquarters. Robin Li came down early to wait. The driver got out first and presented his credentials. "Mr. L, I'm the driver responsible for your transport." Robin Li quickly waved his hand. No need to check the credentials. The car drove out of the city and headed west. "Is it this far?" Robin Li couldn't help but ask. "Just 15 more minutes," the driver answered succinctly. Robin Li suppressed his curiosity. When he received Zhou Yang's dinner invitation yesterday, he had a vague feeling that Baidu might have already won the partnership with Matrix Energy. This made him incredibly excited. In recent years, Baidu had been declining, and as someone who wasn't skilled in management, he was anxious about the company's stagnant state. With Matrix Energy's partners, whether it was Dia or his Silicon Kirin, now thriving, how could he not be tempted by such an opportunity? 15 minutes later, the car began to ascend a mountain. Halfway up, they were stopped by armed guards, and only after thorough credential checks and identity verification were they allowed to pass. Robin Li noticed that there were guards every few steps and soldiers patrolling everywhere, clearly indicating it wasn't an ordinary place. After another security check, he was led into an ancient-style manor. The entire building was classic and elegant, with a serene and refined environment. Finally, in the garden at the deepest part of the manor, he met Zhou Yang. "Mr. Zhou." Robin Li was somewhat shocked. Such a heavily guarded place was obviously not where ordinary people lived. "Mr. Li, please have a seat." Zhou Yang had a laptop and some documents in front of him. "Ziyu, notify the kitchen to prepare." After Li Ziyu left, Zhou Yang turned his laptop towards Robin Li. "Mr. Li, these are some things I've written. Please take a look." Robin Li took a closer look and was stunned. "Is this an artificial intelligence program?" Zhou Yang nodded. Robin Li immediately focused on studying it. As someone with a technical background, he could understand the program, but there were still many parts that puzzled him. An hour later, Li Ziyu reported, "Mr. Zhou, the meal is ready." "Mr. Li, let's have a meal first," Zhou Yang said, standing up. "What meal? This is too important." Robin Li realized his faux pas and quickly corrected himself. "Sorry, Mr. Zhou, I got too engrossed. By the way, how long have I been looking?" "An hour." "What? It's already been an hour." Robin Li exclaimed in surprise. "Mr. Zhou, you wrote this?" He looked at Zhou Yang incredulously. He originally thought Zhou Yang was a high-ranking official, But the level of this program was something even top scientists might not be able to write. Are you in research? Zhou Yang nodded. Yes, just a researcher. What did you think I was? I thought you were a high official. Robin Lee laughed, though his mind was in turmoil. A researcher enjoying such treatment, with guards and Li Tianchu accompanying him, living in such a place, was no ordinary scientist. This level of treatment was likely reserved only for national treasures. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the Longshin battery and Core 100 were the works of Zhou Yang? Although Dia and his Silicon Kirin were industry leaders, they might not be qualified to develop such groundbreaking technology. On the other hand, this mysterious and nationally esteemed scientist before him seemed more capable. As Li Yanhong stepped into the restaurant, he was instantly struck by the opulent, classic decor. A landscape painting on the wall caught his eye. He recognized it as one worth millions. Glancing around, the Wang Wallywood chairs silently spoke of the restaurant's extraordinary nature. Even someone as worldly as Li Yanhong couldn't help but feel a bit of pressure. After they took their seats, Zhou Yang casually introduced. I heard the chef has experience with state banquets, but I'm not sure which cuisine he's best at. If it doesn't suit your taste, just let me know, and I can have them make adjustments. Li Yanhong quickly waved his hand and smiled. No need to trouble yourself. I'm not picky. I'm sure the skills of a state banquet chef won't disappoint. Indeed, the dishes that were brought out were like works of art, so exquisite that he hesitated to dig in. Zhou Yang, however, seemed used to such luxury and casually used his chopsticks to open up a fish. Li Yanhong marveled at how such top-tier cuisine was so commonplace for Zhou Yang. During a break in the meal, Li Yanhong couldn't help but ask, Mr. Zhou, why did you show me that confidential document? Aren't you afraid I might steal it? Zhou Yang calmly replied, that was intended for you. You must have realized by now that what I wrote is just a framework. Filling in every detail will require the combined effort of thousands of people. Li Yanhong nodded in understanding. Although he had only spent an hour with the document, he already saw it as more of an extensive outline, with the specifics needing significant manpower to complete. Zhou Yang continued. You know about matrix energy, right? To collaborate, Baidu would need to spin off a completely new business entity to join matrix energy. Unlike BYD and HiSilicon Kirin, Baidu initially had foreign investment and is registered in the Cayman Islands, controlling domestic companies through layers of holding. Even now, Baidu's major shareholders are foreign investment banks. This structure isn't suitable for collaboration. It must be led by Matrix Energy to ensure AI core technology remains under national control. Li Yanhong expressed his understanding. He had already inquired about BYD and Huawei, knowing they had integrated relevant departments into Matrix Energy. However, Baidu's situation was more complex, and spinning off the relevant business wouldn't be easy. He knew it would be a formidable challenge. Zhou Yang noticed a hint of hesitation on Robin Li's face and decided to speak candidly. I chose Baidu, Zhou Yang said directly, because you are a company with a rich foundation, especially having made substantial achievements in the field of artificial intelligence. He looked Robin Li straight in the eye, his tone firm and sincere. To be honest, I'm not very skilled in business matters, Zhou Yang continued, shaking his head slightly. But from my perspective, Baidu's operations are too scattered. If you're committed to AI, you should go all out, leaving no way back. His voice carried a hint of passion. The future of artificial intelligence is far broader than you imagine. Zhou Yang paused briefly to let his words sink in before suggesting. If you're really considering this, perhaps Baidu should become more focused, keeping only the core business. As for profitability, that's a minor issue. As long as you do well, Matrix Energy can back you up. Robin Li was left speechless, clearly impacted by Zhou Yang's words. The meal felt tasteless to Robin Li, who couldn't savor any of it. Afterward, he didn't continue to look through his notebook, but simply strolled around the estate with Zhou Yang before leaving in a hurry. Li Ziyu quietly appeared beside Zhou Yang and asked softly, Mr. Zhou, do you think he'll agree? Zhou Yang shook his head, his tone calm. How would I know? I'm not a mind reader. Whether he agrees or not doesn't significantly affect the bigger picture. He paused, adding thoughtfully. For Robin Li, this involves projects worth hundreds of billions, affecting thousands of jobs and his own career. But for me, these are minor issues. As long as the direction is right, there won't be major problems. In the following days, Zhou Yang remained at the estate. It wasn't to wait for Robin Li's response, but to give himself a short break. The long-term busyness had made him feel somewhat fatigued, and he needed time to adjust. Then one day, Li Ziyu received a message from Robin Li, saying he wanted to visit again. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang nodded in agreement, waiting patiently for Robin Li's arrival, filled with anticipation for the conversation to come. In the same place, Li Yanhong met Zhou Yang once again. Sunlight filtered through the window panes, casting dappled shadows on the floor of the reception room. Li Yanhong wore a relaxed smile, clearly in a good mood. He greeted Zhou Yang with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Zhou Yang nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. He spoke calmly. Have you made a decision? Li Yanhong took a deep breath and began. I've thought it over seriously these past 3 days. You're right. At heart, I'm a tech person. There was a tone of realization in his voice. I should focus more purely. I agree with your idea to streamline Baidu. Changing his tone, Li Yanhong frowned. However, there are still some challenges. First, the delisting procedures abroad are quite complicated. Secondly, dealing with shareholders, especially foreign ones, is tricky. He briefly explained Baidu's AB share structure. Although the management held the greatest power on the board, it wasn't easy to remove shareholders. A hint of helplessness flashed in Li Yanhong's eyes. After listening, Zhou Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. He said nonchalantly, "That's simple, a small matter. I'll handle it." As he spoke, he gestured to Li Ziyu standing nearby. "Get in touch with Director Li and see if he can find a way to remove Baidu's foreign shareholders." Li Ziyu nodded in response and left. Though Zhou Yang appeared casual, he was already calculating various possibilities for interest exchange in his mind. Li Yanhong stared in disbelief. What seemed like the most difficult problem to him, Zhou Yang had resolved so effortlessly. Even more astonishing was that he truly believed Zhou Yang wasn't bluffing, but genuinely had the capability. Zhou Yang stood up, pointing outside. "There's a pond out back. Let's go fishing." "Okay." Li Yanhong nodded blankly, completely unprepared for how smoothly things had progressed. In the following days, Li Tianshu acted swiftly. On the third day after Li Yanhong made his decision, Baidu's largest shareholder, the American investment firm Draper Fisher Jurvetson, submitted a request to withdraw its shares from Baidu's board. This news left Li Yanhong astonished. Not only did Draper Fisher Jurvetson agree to withdraw, but they also didn't demand excessive terms. Subsequently, other small foreign shareholders also submitted withdrawal agreements, falling like dominoes. As Li Yanhong watched all this unfold, he felt both shocked and delighted. Now, only one final step remained: a listing from the US stock market and re-registering the company domestically. Li Yanhong gazed out the window, as if already envisioning Baidu's new future. On TikTok, a financial news story about Baidu officially submitting a delisting application to Nasdaq dropped like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire internet. The video also showed the official announcement from the New York Stock Exchange, confirming the authenticity of this shocking news. Various financial media outlets quickly reshared the story, propelling it to the top of trending topics, with the comment sections buzzing with activity. Netizens were abuzz with discussions. Some believed this was a sign of Baidu struggling in the US market, while others pointed out that despite Baidu's relative decline among the bat giants, its multi-billion-dollar market value and standing in China's internet industry remained significant. Some suggested Baidu should return to list on the shares market, but this was quickly countered by others humorously warning of potential losses. In the face of such sensational news, Baidu remained silent. As one of the internet giants, Baidu's every move attracts attention, especially a major decision like delisting. Numerous journalists rushed to Baidu's headquarters to seek interviews. At the headquarters, a reporter asked CEO Li if there was a need to respond to the external speculation. CEO Li succinctly replied, "Let's arrange a press conference in 3 days to announce our upcoming plans." 3 days later, Baidu's headquarters was teeming with people. Almost all major media outlets were present, with many broadcasting live on their TikTok accounts, drawing a large audience. When CEO Li appeared in person, the atmosphere became intensely charged. As the press conference began, CEO Li and several executives took their seats. Stepping up to the podium, CEO Li got straight to the point. "Today, I will announce several important matters on behalf of Baidu. Please note, there will be no QA session today. I ask all reporters to remain quiet and not disrupt the order here." CEO Li's first announcement was a bombshell. Baidu would delist from the US stock market, divest all foreign shareholders, dissolve its Cayman Islands company, and re-register domestically, incorporating all operations into a newly established domestic company. This news caused an immediate uproar both on-site and in the live streams. Next, CEO Li announced that Baidu would enter a consolidation phase, streamline some operations, and optimize its search business by switching to a right-side ad model to enhance the cleanliness of search result pages. This decision shocked everyone, as it implied Baidu might lose significant advertising revenue. Finally, CEO Li dropped the heaviest news. The consolidated Baidu company would be acquired entirely by Matrix Energy. This announcement was like a nuclear bomb, completely electrifying the scene. Reporters could no longer remain silent, and the venue erupted into chaos. Viewers in the live stream also plunged into a frenzy of discussions. Some marveled at Matrix Energy's financial power and influence. Others speculated about potential high-tech innovations Baidu might roll out, and some worried whether other internet giants might also face acquisitions. This press conference not only drastically changed Baidu's fate, but also plunged the entire tech industry into a fog of uncertainty. As Li Yanhong mentioned, there was no QA session at the press conference. After announcing 3 major news items, Li Yanhong waved goodbye to the crowd and left the venue directly. This left the gathered reporters flushed with frustration but helpless. The next day, as expected, the headlines of major media outlets were dominated by the sensational news of Matrix Energy's full acquisition of Baidu. Even more astonishing was that Baidu, as promised by Li Yanhong, began a radical transformation. Now, when you open Baidu's homepage, you are greeted by a simple search box, with the previously bustling recommended news and trending lists completely gone. The search results page has also been revamped. Related content is neatly arranged on the left, and a few selected advertisements are displayed on the right. The entire interface is clean and refreshing, offering a new visual experience. It's been so many years, and the Baidu I knew has finally returned. Countless netizens expressed their excitement on various social media platforms. Meanwhile, long-criticized sections like Tieba and Baijiahao underwent significant reforms. The management authority of Tieba was fully decentralized, and the Baijiahao service was shut down completely. Even software from the Baidu suite, like the security guard, suddenly sent users notifications of permanent service discontinuation. Baidu Cloud also removed its notorious speed limits, and the membership system was abolished. For a while, the phrase Baidu turning over a new leaf was rampant on the internet. On platforms like TikTok, countless jokes emerged, such as, "Today I opened Baidu and there were no pop-ups. It feels so unfamiliar." Surprisingly, Baidu, as Li Yanhong stated, underwent a complete streamlining, transforming from a profit-driven company into one focused on public welfare. Some influential online personalities began predicting how long a simplified Baidu could survive, claiming that with this reform approach, Baidu would last at most 3 more years before shutting down. After all, the remaining operations of Baidu had lost their profitability, relying only on minimal advertising revenue to barely sustain themselves. Meanwhile, at Tencent headquarters, Ma Huateng was staring at the middle-aged man in front of him, Hu Kun, a representative sent by Baidu. "What on earth are you doing?" Ma Huateng couldn't help but ask. Hu Kun's purpose was to represent Baidu in selling assets, and the scope of sales was staggering. HAO 123 navigation site, Baidu Music, Baidu Games, Baidu Browser, Baidu Nuomi, Baidu Maps. Almost all businesses, except for the core search engine, were up for sale. More puzzling was that many of these businesses were operating well and were quite valuable. Such a large-scale asset sale raised suspicions that Baidu might be planning to exit the market. In response to Ma Huateng's inquiry, Hu Kun simply smiled and replied, "Mr. Ma, I'm just a small vice president. How would I know Mr. Li's thoughts?" Ma Huateng pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "By the way, what project is Matrix Energy collaborating with you on?" Before Hu Kun could answer, Ma Huateng continued on his own. "No need to think much. It's definitely artificial intelligence, right? But I'm really curious, what kind of project would lead Baidu to undergo such a massive transformation and abandon so many businesses? Do you no longer need to be profitable? Oh, I get it. Matrix Energy is backing you up, isn't it?" Ma Huateng gazed at the documents on his desk, his brow slightly furrowed. He knew well that after the state took over Baidu, profit and loss were no longer the primary concerns, as the government would back everything. This realization made him reflect that his once envied feelings towards Baidu had completely vanished. "If I were to collaborate with Zhou Yang, I'd likely end up like Baidu, forced to kick out foreign investors and split up the business." Ma Huateng shook his head, a hint of relief in his voice. "Your boss, Li, acted impulsively this time. No project is worth such a heavy price." He picked up the documents again, examining them carefully. A thought crossed his mind. Since Baidu is selling, why not seize the opportunity to acquire it? It was a chance that was previously unattainable. Meanwhile, a similar scene was unfolding across the country. Soon, news broke out that Baidu was frantically selling off its business units. The news hit like a bombshell, causing great turmoil and anxiety within Baidu. In the Tieba division, employees gathered, whispering to each other. "I heard the IT department next door has already disbanded, and many developers are on leave," one employee said grimly. "Assets like IT are definitely easy to sell," another chimed in. "Regardless of quality, it seems they're determined to sell everything, even if it means lowering the price in the end. Our Tieba department should be fine, right? After all, we're one of Baidu's core businesses," someone tried to reassure themselves. "One of the core, not the core," a calm voice pointed out. "I really envy the search engine team now. They won't be affected no matter what happens. I don't get what's so great about this Matrix Energy. If they're acquiring, just acquire. Why do we need to streamline our business?" Someone couldn't help but complain. Just then, the division head strode in, clapping his hands to grab everyone's attention. His voice was particularly clear in the now quiet office. "All right, starting tomorrow, except for essential maintenance staff, everyone else is on leave. Our Tieba has been sold to Alibaba." The announcement was like a bolt from the blue, and everyone present let out a collective groan, with an indescribable sense of dejection and unease filling the office. At the Baidu headquarters, a sudden internal meeting left employees feeling uneasy. In the conference room, hushed conversations filled the air, with a sense of anxiety and confusion hanging over everyone. "Are they crazy? They've even sold Tiaba. Are they planning to shut everything down? One employee couldn't help but complain. Another sighed and tried to console them. Stop it. Complaining won't change anything. It's a decision from the top. What can we do, even if we're unhappy? Forget it. Let's focus on finding new jobs, a third voice chimed in. With so many departments being cut, there'll be a lot of people job hunting. Someone suggested, why not just go to Alibaba? They've bought us, and using our original team would make sense. I've heard Alibaba pays well. The room was filled with a somber atmosphere as everyone shared their thoughts. Just then, the team leader walked in, surveying the worried faces of the employees, and frowned slightly. Come on, don't look so down, he said, raising his voice. The sky hasn't fallen, and no one said you're getting laid off. He paused before continuing. There's a big project coming up, and everyone will be involved. I can tell you in advance, there will be salary increases. A big project? What kind of big project? Everyone was taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances. Someone couldn't help but ask. Baidu has sold off all its sellable businesses. What big project could there be? The leader smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, in 10 days, you'll find out. In the following days, news of Baidu selling its businesses caused a stir in the industry. Major media outlets reported on it, and people speculated endlessly. Meanwhile, headhunting firms anticipated large-scale layoffs at Baidu, as selling so many core businesses seemed to make layoffs inevitable. However, 10 days later, an unexpected announcement shattered all expectations. A major announcement appeared on Baidu's official website, and media outlets and user apps simultaneously received breaking news notifications. Baidu invests billions to fully enter the field of artificial intelligence. We are now recruiting computer-related talent nationwide. Salaries are significantly above industry standards, with excellent benefits. If you have talent, you're welcome to join us. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire internet industry. Even more astonishing, that very evening, the usual alcohol commercials before the 7 p.m. news were replaced by a Baidu recruitment ad. This meticulously crafted commercial, with its unique creativity and stunning visuals, instantly captured the attention of viewers across the country. In just a few minutes, Baidu's impending foray into the artificial intelligence sector spread like wildfire, becoming widely known to everyone. This advertisement is not some poorly made piece, but rather a well-crafted one that almost doesn't seem like a recruitment ad. The scene unfolds slowly, revealing a cozy bedroom. The protagonist is awakened by a friendly call, sitting up groggily. The curtains automatically open, letting in soft sunlight accompanied by pleasant music, adding a touch of warmth to the morning. Rubbing his eyes, the protagonist lazily walks to the bathroom. While squeezing toothpaste, he casually asks, "Da Huang, do I have any emails?" As soon as he finishes speaking, a string of information scrolls across the mirror, including the day's weather forecast and the latest news headlines. Suddenly, a gentle voice speaks in his ear. "Master, you have one unread email." A reply from Baidu. "Congratulations, Master, you have been accepted by Baidu." Hearing this, the protagonist cheers excitedly, almost dropping his toothbrush. Guided by that mysterious voice, the protagonist dons a smart suit. Opening the front door, he finds a sleek car waiting outside, as if it drove straight out of a sci-fi movie. Sitting inside, he realizes it's a driverless car. A holographic projection suddenly appears on the dashboard, showing a beautifully designed Gundam mech. The protagonist's eyes light up, clearly a dedicated Gundam fan. The mech in the projection speaks. "Master, 0EW reporting, destination detected, requesting departure." The protagonist smiles slightly, softly commands, "Go," and the car smoothly hits the road. In the final scene of the ad, the protagonist confidently joins Baidu. The frame freezes, with a striking slogan appearing. "Join us and change the world together." The ad is impressively produced, with visuals akin to a blockbuster, leaving a lasting impression. Even more surprising is that this ad aired during the prime time just before the 7 o'clock news countdown, an unprecedented move. Online, discussions about the ad surged like a tide. Is Baidu going all out on artificial intelligence now? Did they sell off so many businesses to focus? Quite the bold move, someone remarked. Another user responded, "Baidu's been in AI for a while. Didn't they say they were working on autonomous driving? Wonder what they'll come up with this time." Some were skeptical. Who knows? A lot claim to be doing AI, but none have really delivered yet. Others focused on practical matters. All that is just talk for us ordinary folks. The real question is, will Baidu offer high salaries? I've already switched jobs and submitted my resume, waiting for results in real time. A user claiming to have received an offer shared. To be honest, Baidu is serious this time. I got an offer in advance, with 5 years as a coder, and the pay is indeed above industry standards, at 35K a month. This news triggered exclamations. Wow, that high? A 5-year coder getting 35K is at least 4,050 above the industry average. Enough talk. I'm submitting my resume now, someone eagerly stated. However, Baidu's actions weren't just about attracting talent with high salaries. They also began poaching talent from other companies on a large scale. The scene shifts to Tencent headquarters. Wu Yiming, head of the AI department, stands before his superior, submitting a resignation letter. The superior looks incredulous. Old Wu, what's this about? Resigning? You're doing well, why? Wu Yiming answers somewhat sheepishly. Just looking for a change. The superior snorts. Just a change? Don't tell me Baidu's poaching you. How much are they offering? The superior's face shows anger. In recent days, many have resigned, and upon inquiry, they were all poached by Baidu. Wu Yiming is the first senior tech personnel Baidu has poached. Caught red-handed, Wu Yiming blushes with embarrassment, unable to respond. In the Tencent meeting room, the atmosphere felt almost frozen. The person in charge squinted, a hint of disdain in his voice. Let's be clear, how many hundreds of thousands a year? 60 or 70? It's just money. Baidu isn't short on cash, and neither are we at Tencent. Whatever they offer, I'll make sure we top it by 10%. Wu Yiming sat in his chair with his hands clasped on the table, hesitating before he spoke. They're offering me 1.2 million a year. What? The person in charge's eyes widened instantly, and he choked, coughing violently. His face turned bright red, as if he'd just heard something unbelievable. Once he finally caught his breath, his voice was filled with disbelief. Are they crazy? The manager's exclamation echoed in the room. He knew very well that Wu Yiming's current salary was less than 500,000, and Baidu had just doubled it, offering a staggering 1.2 million. No wonder Wu was tempted. Who could resist such an offer? The bold claim of offering 10% more than Baidu was something he no longer dared to bring up. After a moment of silence, the manager lowered his voice, a mix of probing and expectation. By the way, was it a headhunter who contacted you? Or someone from Baidu? Could you help me get in touch with them to see if they need any HR people? At this moment, all talk of ideals and responsibilities turned into empty words. Money was the real deal. Wu Yiming looked at the suddenly eager smile on the manager's face and couldn't help scratching his head, feeling both amused and helpless. Scenes like this were playing out across various internet companies. Baidu was throwing money around, aggressively poaching talent, and indeed, they managed to lure away quite a few industry elites. This approach caused an uproar, with some business leaders even stepping forward to complain that Baidu's actions were unethical and disruptive to industry norms. However, Baidu turned a deaf ear to these criticisms. They had just completed a business integration, were financially robust, and had the powerful backing of Matrix Energy. In just a month, Baidu completed a massive business restructuring, forming a vast R&D team of over 23,000 people. The entire company was immersed in intense and fulfilling research and development work, like a well-oiled machine, with every part running at full speed. At this juncture, an exciting piece of news came from HiSilicon. The mass production issue of Tianqin 100 had been resolved, nearly 2 weeks ahead of schedule. This was undoubtedly a major breakthrough, injecting a strong dose of motivation into the project's progress. Yu Changhong immediately reached out to Zhou Yang, sincerely inviting him to the launch ceremony. However, after careful consideration, Zhou Yang declined the invitation. His schedule was already packed, and he couldn't spare the time. More importantly, in his view, the ceremony was just for show. The real significance lay in the work that followed. With the core control issue resolved, Zhou Yang's focus had shifted to another critical system of the mech of the propulsion system. This was a brand new challenge that required his full attention. In Zhou Yang's mind, innovative design ideas had already begun to take shape, and he was eager to bring these concepts to life. The development of the particle thruster is a daunting challenge. Although the system provides detailed technical documentation, overcoming the numerous technical difficulties and production processes remains a formidable barrier. Zhou Yang, assessing the situation, decided to consolidate the team's efforts and fully commit to the thruster's development once Su Chun and Li Bingxian completed their current projects. Yu Changhong stood in the laboratory, looking at the empty seats, hesitant to speak. He knew Zhou Yang was extraordinary. The mass production of Tianqin 100 might be just a minor milestone in Zhou's eyes. However, for Yu Changhong, it was undoubtedly a monumental achievement. On December 16th, Yu Changhong tapped his phone screen and posted a tweet that shook the internet. December 24th, Christmas Eve, Mate 40, see you there. Behind the brief message was the groundbreaking news of Tianqin 100's upcoming debut. The news spread like wildfire, causing an uproar in the tech community. At Apple's headquarters, executives sprang into action, urgently convening a meeting. Spread out before them were not ordinary product brochures, but detailed intelligence gathered from Huawei suppliers. Cook's brow was furrowed, his eyes boring into the spec sheet as if trying to burn a hole through it. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, clearly shaken by the information before him. It's as if they're holding nothing back. One executive couldn't help but exclaim, frustration evident in his voice. Indeed, a 120 Hz high refresh rate screen, dual stereo speakers, 3D structured light, under-display camera, along with the latest LPDDR5 memory and UFS 3.0 storage. Huawei seemed to have packed every top-tier feature into this phone. What's more perplexing was that despite the rich configuration, the Mate 40 remained astonishingly slim. Damn it, another executive gritted his teeth. It's all because of that damn Longshin battery. Everyone understood that internal space in a phone was always at a premium. In the past, many flagship features had to be cut simply because there was no room. Now, the advent of the Longshin battery had completely changed the game, not only freeing up significant internal space, but also allowing for a larger battery capacity. Cook turned to the head of the supply department, his voice tinged with urgency. How are the negotiations with BYD going? Can we secure a supply? Apple was also eager to incorporate the Longshin battery into their products, but the critical issue was the scarcity of supply. So far, they hadn't succeeded. The conference room was filled with a tense and anxious atmosphere, as everyone realized that the balance of power in the tech world was quietly shifting. The head of supplier management shook his head and sighed heavily, his expression grave. There's no stock. They've allocated at least half of their production to electric vehicles. Even their own phone manufacturers are getting limited quantities of batteries. Hearing this, Cook's face darkened, and he slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. Why are they making electric vehicles? He cursed through gritted teeth. Using such high-tech batteries in electric cars is a sheer waste. Cook glanced around the room, his gaze piercing. Next year, every phone manufacturer will launch phones with high-capacity Dragon Core batteries. And we, Apple, still haven't secured any Dragon Core batteries. His voice was low and menacing. Imagine, all the phones on the market with tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of mAh capacity, while we're stuck with 3,000 milliamp hours and 5W fast charging. We won't stand a chance. He suddenly stood up, placing both hands on the conference table, his gaze like a knife sweeping across everyone present. No matter what, we must get those Dragon Core batteries. Understand? The meeting room fell into a dead silence. After a moment, a senior executive cautiously spoke up. So what should we do now? Cook clenched his jaw, a fierce glint in his eyes. I've already had discussions with Qualcomm, Intel, and Nvidia. This time, we're going to unite and launch a full-scale attack on Huawei. His voice was low and resolute. This is a battle of life and death. It's either them or us. We cannot let them rise, or else the order we've painstakingly built over the years will be destroyed. Taking a deep breath, he continued. The Core 100 introduced by V is a groundbreaking technology that could change the entire industry landscape. If V comes out on top, we won't stand a chance. So this time, many companies have banded together to suppress V on all fronts. Cook's eyes gleamed with confidence. Apple, Intel, Nvidia, Qualcomm, 4 companies combined, with a market value over $1 trillion. V is no match for us. He smirked coldly, and the first shot will be fired by Apple. Meanwhile, V Company was also making final preparations for their upcoming launch. Yu Changhong announced the imminent release of the M40, and the company launched a massive promotional campaign. Online and offline advertisements were everywhere, with a staggering investment that left people in awe. The Qingtian Center was bustling with activity, setting up the venue as the 24th drew nearer. However, just on the 23rd, Yu Changhong received some unsettling news. What? The venue in Europe won't rent to us anymore. Yu Changhong's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? We've already signed the contract. More shocking information came through the phone, and Yu Changhong's face grew increasingly grim. They're willing to pay the penalty? Fine, then we'll sue them and make them compensate for our losses. Yet, the other party's attitude was even more infuriating. They say they're not afraid of a lawsuit. Yu Changhong gritted his teeth. Fine, very well. Get me a lawyer immediately and sue them. V had originally planned to hold simultaneous launches domestically and in Europe. The V phone performed well in the European market, and more importantly, it could sell at a higher price, generating more profit. But Yu Changhong never imagined that just 2 days before the launch, the European Exhibition Center would unilaterally breach the contract. What's even more infuriating was the other party's shameless attitude. Pay up? Sue us if you want, but you're not holding your launch here. Yu Changhong cursed under his breath, sensing a conspiracy. He knew full well that the release of the Core 100 had threatened many interests. These forces had been lying in wait, not out of kindness, but waiting for Huawei to make the first move. Now, the dirty tricks had finally come. Humph. The more they try, the less we can let them succeed, Yu Changhong resolved. For Huawei, this was also a battle of counterattack. The 24th arrived as scheduled. The Qingtian Center was packed with people, and the venue was filled to capacity. Major live streaming platforms were broadcasting the event, with countless netizens eagerly discussing the upcoming new phone specs. Specs aren't much to talk about. With the Core 100 and Dragon Core battery, everything is there. I'm just concerned about the price now. It seems only the Pro version has the Core 100, while the standard version still has the Kirin 1000. No doubt, just for the Core 100, as long as the price isn't outrageous, I'm buying it. Exactly, this is our own developed chip, must support. We used to rely on others' chips, but now we finally have our own designed and produced phone chip, and it performs 100 times better than theirs. Haha. I really want to see Apple's and Qualcomm's faces right now, probably furious. I heard it's officially launching on Christmas tomorrow. I've already decided on my girlfriend's gift. It's going to be the M40. Many netizens were abuzz with discussion, mostly about the price. After all, it's a flagship phone, so all the new technologies are expected to be included. Otherwise, how could it be called a flagship? At 10 o'clock, the launch event officially began. Yu Changhong walked onto the stage with a smile. It's been over a month since we last met. After a brief introduction, he got straight to the point. Let's take a look at the actual device first. Yu Changhong took a phone from an exquisite box. The waterfall screen, ultra-thin body, and V's consistently outstanding industrial design once again amazed the audience. This phone is so thin, only 6.5 millimeters. The audience was filled with exclamations. That's thanks to the breakthrough in battery technology. Once the battery technology advances, the internal space increases, someone explained. I read that Xiaomi plans to redesign the motherboard, no longer using the current three-layer design. They'll lay out the motherboard and integrate the Dragon Core battery into it, making phones thinner and thinner. The ultra-thin body combined with striking industrial design made the phone in Yu Changhong's hand look like a piece of fine art. Next, Yu Changhong methodically introduced the phone's specifications. As expected, every top-tier feature was included. So slow, might as well just announce the price. Yeah, we already know the specs, the price is the key. Finally, after an hour of the launch event, Yu Changhong finished detailing all the phone's specs. Everything was top-notch, and unlike before, the standard version wasn't cut down compared to the Pro version. The only difference was the chip. Yu Changhong put down the phone and looked across the audience. Next, it's time to announce the price. I believe this is what many people are most concerned about. The launch event venue and livestream audience perked up instantly. How much would the world's first phone with the Core 100 sell for? Yu Changhong's lips curled into a smile. We'll reveal that mystery a little later. His words caused a stir in the room. Online, people began to vent their frustration. Yu Changhong, enough already, just tell us the price. Keeping us in suspense like this, I'm about to lose it. However, Yu Changhong's next words took everyone by surprise. With a wave of his hand, he announced loudly. Next, I want to announce that the M40 will be equipped with our newly developed Harmony OS. Harmony OS, the system that had long been rumored to exist, was finally being brought to light by V. In an instant, both the venue and the live platforms erupted into excitement. Not long ago, Google announced it would cut off its suite of services from Huawei phones, effectively severing Huawei's lifeline in the international market. For overseas Android users, losing Google services is as detrimental as losing WeChat for Chinese users. At the time, many felt sorry for Huawei, believing this tech giant might never recover. However, Huawei quickly launched the Harmony OS as a counterattack. History seems to be repeating itself. Recently, under the influence of the US, TSMC halted its chip manufacturing for Huawei's Kirin chips. In response, Huawei launched the Tianqin 100. During the launch event, comments flooded the live stream. Wow, I thought Harmony OS was dead, but it's actually here. No doubt, Huawei is amazing. This is how it should be. The more setbacks, the stronger we become. Sooner or later, everything will be domestically produced. Going domestic is one thing, but we should also sanction them just like they do to us. Meanwhile, at Apple's headquarters, Tim Cook and his executives watched the launch event online. When Yu Changhong announced that the Mate 40 would feature Harmony OS, the meeting room fell into stunned silence. Holy cow, they actually developed this system. Impossible, it has to be fake. They don't have the technology. Stop deceiving yourselves. They've announced it across all their models, so they've obviously developed it. Even if they have, so what? The key is the ecosystem. Cook frowned and slowly spoke. The core of a mobile system is the ecosystem. Just like Apple's core competitive advantage isn't the phone itself, but the iOS ecosystem we've built over the years. All software developers create apps for us, and that's the key. A new system is easy to develop, but if developers don't create apps for it, no one will use it. Not to mention the importance of user habits. Just then, Yu Changhong's voice came through from the event, announcing that Harmony OS would be compatible with all Android apps and that deep collaborations had been established with major domestic developers like Tencent and NetEase. These companies would not only port existing games to the Harmony platform, but also release several new games first. Apple's meeting room fell silent again. Huawei was clearly beginning to build its Harmony ecosystem, posing a significant threat to Apple. All eyes were on Cook. Cook's expression was grim, as if water could drip from his face. He took a deep breath and said, Harmony OS was bound to come out eventually. Huawei's ambitions are vast, and I saw this coming. All right, everyone, don't panic. Rome wasn't built in a day, and building an ecosystem isn't easy either. What I'm most concerned about now is the price of their Mate 40. At the launch event, after a brief demonstration of Harmony OS's excellent compatibility and interface design, Yu Changhong moved on to the highly anticipated pricing segment. The audience and online viewers went silent, all speculating on the price of the new device with the Tianqin 100 chip. With this configuration, plus the perfect combination of the Longshin battery and Tianqin 100, the Pro version should start at $6,999. The standard version is not a big deal. It might max out at $4,999, but the Pro version, with the global first release of Tianqin 100, if it sells for $7,000, it's really not expensive. Those calling for $7,000 must be dreaming. This is the Tianqin 100. The iPhone 12 relies on just the A14 and dares to sell for over $8,000. The Tianqin 100's performance is 100 times better, so why sell it for just over $7,000? Exactly, some people have been kneeling for so long, they can't stand up anymore. Our own phones, with better specs, why should they be cheaper? I support starting at $9,000. Yu Zhonghong didn't keep them guessing and directly announced the pricing. The standard Mate 40 would start at $5,999, which caused a stir both at the event and online. He then revealed the Pro version's price, $8,499. This price surprised many. Some thought it was cheap, others thought it was expensive, but most noticed that it was almost identical to the price of the iPhone 12 Pro. Huawei seemed to be directly challenging Apple's pricing strategy. At Apple's headquarters, many executives laughed when they heard the price. Haha, they actually dared to sell it so expensive. Are they digging their own grave? Exactly, who do they think they are? At that price, who would buy theirs? Anyone would choose our iPhone 12. Daring to sell at the same price as us, they don't deserve it. Cook finally smiled and said, Huawei is too arrogant, but we must remain vigilant. They're launching tomorrow, aren't they? Announce a price cut for us too. Let's cut 1,000 off and completely crush them. Cutting 1,000 is too much. I think just a few hundred would suffice, suggested one executive. But Cook shook his head and insisted, no, 1,000 it is. This time, I want to completely crush them, leaving no chance for a comeback. All right, 1,000 it is. We still have plenty of profit margin. The executives agreed, knowing Apple's profit margins are notoriously high. With the Mate 40's price announcement, discussions erupted online. Many believed Huawei's pricing was too high, suggesting that if it were 1,000 cheaper, sales might be better. Some predicted Huawei's pricing strategy aimed at Apple's could end in failure. In the face of these criticisms, Huawei remained silent. The new phone was promptly listed on their official website, with a nationwide release set for 8 a.m. on the 25th. On the morning of the 25th, just as dawn was breaking, popular tech blogger Ifei Xiaomei was already seated in front of her live stream setup. Her well-groomed long hair draped smoothly over her shoulders, and her bright eyes sparkled with excitement. As the stream went live, thousands of fans flooded in, and Xiaomei's sweet smile instantly lit up the screen. Good morning, everyone. Xiaomei greeted enthusiastically. Today, we're heading to the Huawei flagship store in Sanlitun to see how the Mate 40 is selling. There's a lot of buzz online about it possibly flopping, so let's check it out ourselves. Xiaomei got into her car while her assistant held the phone to film. We'll be there in half an hour, hopefully without any traffic jams, she said, interacting with her viewers while driving. Oh, and if we hit 1 million likes during this stream, I'll do the first ever unboxing of the legendary Tianqin 100 for you guys. As time passed, the stream's popularity continued to climb. Half an hour later, Xiaomei arrived in Sanlitun. Look, there's the Huawei flagship store, and the Apple store is right across from it, Xiaomei pointed out. I wonder if yesterday's launch made Apple nervous? By 8 a.m., Sanlitun was already bustling. Xiaomei headed straight for the Huawei store, but suddenly stopped in her tracks. Oh my gosh, is this a line? She exclaimed in disbelief. In front of the camera, a long queue snaked its way forward, and the live chat exploded with reactions ranging from surprise to skepticism and heated debates. Xiaomei quickly made her way to the front of the line and stopped a young man. Hey there, are you guys lining up to buy the Mate 40? The young man glanced at the camera and nodded. Yeah, I got here at 6, but I heard some people started lining up at midnight. Midnight? Xiaomei exclaimed. Another young man chimed in. Don't believe him. The ones who came at midnight are definitely scalpers. Realizing the situation, Xiaomei explained to her viewers, it might be due to limited production of the Tianqin 100, so the first batch is in short supply. If you want one, better act fast. With her assistant, Xiaomei continued along the line, which stretched for hundreds of meters, as the live chat grew even more animated. At the front of the line, Xiaomei saw Huawei employees maintaining order, and other streamers were broadcasting as well. She sent her assistant to join the line while she prepared to interview some customers. Suddenly, Xiaomei's eyes lit up. Look, I bumped into an old friend. She approached a middle-aged man taking photos. This is Yaodao Benzin, a special guest blogger from the ZOL forum. Say hi to everyone, Yaodao. Yaodao waved grudgingly at the camera. What are you doing here? Xiaomei pouted. If you're here, how can I, a tech blogger, not be? I want to buy one to take apart, but this line. Yaodao smiled mysteriously. Want to disassemble one? Talk to me. I've already got a Mate 40 Pro on the way, should arrive soon. What? How did you get one so early? Xiaomei exclaimed. Yaodao boasted. With millions of fans, it's normal for a tech blogger like me to get a phone for review, right? Xiaomei muttered in dissatisfaction. I have tens of millions of fans. Why the special treatment? Yao Dao laughed and pointed across the street to the Apple store. Look, something interesting. Xiaomei looked closely and gasped. Oh my gosh, Apple's prices have dropped? The iPhone 12 series is 1,000 cheaper? Is this for real? The live chat erupted again, with viewers debating, some delighted, others skeptical, and some suggesting Apple was feeling the pressure. Xiaomei quickly interviewed Yao Dao. Do you think Apple's scared? Yao Dao shrugged. Who knows? Maybe they're just trying to counter Mate 40's sales. But it's clear Mate 40 has put pressure on Apple, and that's significant. All right, it's time for the sale. Let's go check it out, Yao Dao said, patting Xiaomei on the shoulder, and they headed into the Huawei store together. At 8 a.m. sharp, the doors of the Huawei flagship store swung open, revealing a long, winding line of eager customers. The store manager, armed with a megaphone, loudly directed the crowd. Customers purchasing the Mate 40, please use the designated channel. All others can head straight into the store. The turnout far exceeded expectations, prompting the manager to swiftly allocate a dedicated area for phone purchase registrations to prevent chaos. At the front of the line, a middle-aged man clutched his stomach and shouted impatiently. Enough with the talk. I've been in line for 7 or 8 hours. I need to use the restroom. Hurry up, give me an order for 10 Pro models. The manager glanced at this obvious scalper and chuckled inwardly. Rumors of a shortage in Tianqin 100 chips had fueled speculation about the Mate 40 Pro scarcity, enticing scalpers to stockpile and inflate prices. If they saw the mountains of inventory in the warehouse, they might think twice. They're buying without even trying it out? Xiaomei asked, puzzled. Yao Dao laughed and explained. Remember when the iPhone was released? People just bought it after watching the launch event. Come on, let's go experience the real deal. Can we open it? Xiaomei's eyes lit up. Of course. 20 minutes later, the two returned to Yao Dao's place to restart their live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the first unboxing of the Mate 40 in the entire network. Yao Dao set up the camera and carefully opened the box. The craftsmanship is incredible. It's practically a work of art, Yao Dao admired as he touched the phone's body. After turning it on, he decided to push the limits. Let's try installing 200 apps simultaneously. Under the power of the 5G network, a stunning scene unfolded. App icons began appearing on the screen like mushrooms after rain, filling an entire page in just 5 seconds. More astonishingly, these apps installed almost instantly, with no visible progress bars. This is insane, Xiaomei exclaimed, ruffling her hair in excitement. They're not installing one by one. 5 or 6 pop up at once. It's like magic. Keep testing. Yao Dao frantically opened apps, managing to run over 130 programs simultaneously before memory constraints halted him. Checking the task manager, the multitude of background processes was staggering. Even more impressive was that the SoC usage peaked at only 5. The livestream chat exploded with comments. 200 apps installed in seconds. This performance is out of this world. Harmony OS's smoothness is unmatched. I'm ordering one just for the Tianqin 100. Don't forget to take it apart, Uncle, Xiaomei reminded. I can't wait to see this powerful chip up close. Yao Dao nodded, equally curious about the processor that had demonstrated such incredible performance. In Yao Dao's workshop, a set of professional disassembly tools was neatly arranged. He skillfully picked up the tools and began to take apart the latest Huawei phone. As the back cover was carefully removed, Yao Dao's eyes widened with amazement, and he exclaimed, "It seems the rumors are true," he said excitedly. "The world's first fully integrated motherboard is right in front of us." The camera zoomed in on the phone's interior, revealing a seamless motherboard. With the absence of a traditional large battery pack, the internal space was remarkably efficient. As Yao Dao continued to disassemble, he explained, "The emergence of the Longshin battery has completely changed phone design. Future phones will only be thinner and more powerful." As the disassembly progressed, the top-tier components were revealed one by one. Pointing to a component the size of a chip, Yao Dao said, "This is the legendary Longshin battery, with a capacity of over 8,000 mAh. It's simply incredible." Xiaomei, standing nearby, added, "It's said that all this cutting-edge technology comes from matrix energy, likely supported by national power." Yao Dao nodded in agreement and continued focusing on the disassembly. However, when he reached the chip area, he frowned. This packaging, he pointed to a part resembling an iron block, seems to be fully enclosed, making disassembly very challenging. Xiaomei leaned in to observe and asked, "Is it to prevent technology leaks?" Yao Dao analyzed, "Exactly. New technology needs protection, and special packaging can prevent reverse engineering. This means if it breaks, you might have to replace the entire motherboard." After careful consideration, Yao Dao decided to pause the disassembly. "The risk is too high. I need to study it further," he said cautiously. The livestream audience expressed their understanding. One comment read, "We used to copy others, but now it's others trying to crack our technology. It's truly satisfying." Meanwhile, at Apple's Asia-Pacific headquarters, a newly released Mate 40 had just arrived. Through a video call, Cook eagerly inquired, "So, can it be taken apart?" The engineer shook his head, his brow furrowed. "The disassembly is extremely difficult. Huawei must have used some sort of special encapsulation technology, and forcibly dismantling it could completely ruin the chip. Cook pondered for a moment, a glint of determination in his eyes. We have no choice but to take the risk and try. We'll forcefully disassemble it to observe the internal structure. His tone carried a hint of resignation. Huawei once claimed that the Tianqin 100 is a bionic cell chip, but the specifics of this world-first technology remain a mystery. What's even more perplexing is that Huawei hasn't applied for any related patents. Glancing around, Cook lowered his voice and continued. As of now, Huawei still hasn't publicly applied for patents, which we all know what that implies. The engineers exchanged glances, all understanding that this technology had been classified as a defense secret, with no possibility of being made public. In the short term, we won't be able to obtain any technical information, Cook resolved. The only breakthrough is to start with the Tianqin 100 available on the market and analyze it through reverse engineering. The engineers said no more and immediately set to work on the disassembly. They first attempted to melt the outer metal layer at high temperatures, reaching over 1,000 degrees. The casing finally melted, but the chip turned to ash as well. Next, they switched to precision milling using a machine tool. This was an extremely time-consuming task, requiring immense patience and precision. After several hours, they carefully ground away the metal casing, revealing the internal structure. The core components of the Tianqin 100, including the integrated GPU and other parts, were clearly visible. Run the tests immediately, Cook ordered impatiently. However, even Apple's top engineers found themselves at a loss when faced with this mysterious chip. Under a microscope, they discovered that the chip itself had another layer of encapsulation. Carefully continuing to grind away, they were met with a shocking sight as the outer encapsulation was removed. A thick, black viscous liquid oozed from within the chip. Liquid? How could it be liquid? Cook exclaimed in surprise, eyes wide. Could this be what they call mimicking self-fluid? He immediately commanded. Quick, analyze the composition of this liquid. The engineers promptly engaged in intense analysis. After a long wait, they finally reached preliminary results. Cook listened intently as the engineers explained. It turned out that this substance was a relatively new material, discovered not long ago. The chip was empty inside, and Cook frowned slightly as he looked at the test results. He quickly grasped the key issue and decisively said, "All right, no need to test any further." Before he finished speaking, he cut off the video connection, and the screen instantly went dark. Meanwhile, in the research lab at Wanghu Village, Zhou Yang was intently examining the aero-engine prototype in front of him. Li Bingxian and his team were busily working around the nearly assembled engine, with an air of tension and focus permeating the room. At that moment, Li Ziyu walked briskly into the lab, holding a stack of neatly organized news briefs. She reported in a cheerful tone, "Mr. Zhou, the sales of Mate 40 are impressive. Mr. Yu just announced on Weibo that the first-day shipments have exceeded 500,000 units, and that they are working hard to increase supply." Zhou Yang nodded slightly, his expression calm. To him, whether it was 500,000 units or over 1,000,000, it was not enough to cause much of a stir. Li Ziyu continued to report the important information she had gathered as part of her daily routine. "By the way, Mr. Zhou," Li Ziyu added with a hint of concern, "after the release of Mate 40, there's been a lot of content online about the teardown of the Tianqin 100. Do you think this could lead to a leak of its technology?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang's lips curled into a slight, dismissive smile. He looked at Li Ziyu and explained, "Let me put it this way. When Apple released the A14, were they worried about others tearing down the chip for reverse engineering? The internal structure is clear under an electron microscope, and labs have all sorts of instruments. But the key is, even if you expend great effort to understand the internal principles and structure, can you produce it?" Li Ziyu suddenly understood, her face showing a look of realization. Zhou Yang continued, "Even if I were to publish all the technical principles of the Tianqin 100 now, could they produce it? It's not that simple." He chuckled disdainfully. "It's like a nuclear bomb. The manufacturing principles are in physics textbooks, but can you make one? Knowing it doesn't help. So, talk of imitation and reverse engineering is not worth mentioning." With that, Zhou Yang turned his attention back to the aero-engine prototype in front of him. Li Bingxian and his team were fully focused on the final adjustments, filling the entire lab with an atmosphere of tension yet fulfillment. Li Bingxian stood before the small furnace outside the laboratory, his heart racing. As a participant in the WS project, he was intimately familiar with this aero-engine project. What truly excited him, however, was the successful preparation of the third generation of high-strength crystalline steel, thanks to Su Chen's efforts. This meant they were about to enter the industrial mass production design phase, and years of hard work were finally coming to fruition. "Mr. Zhou, the assembly is complete," Li Bingxian said, his voice slightly trembling as he approached Zhou Yang. "We've just finished the final check, and everything is normal." Zhou Yang nodded and said, "Then let's start the test run." Li Bingxian took a deep breath. This step was crucial. Although replacing the original materials with high-strength crystalline steel was relatively straightforward, Whether it could meet the process requirements was still unknown. If the test run failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Standing behind Zhou Yang, Li Ziyu asked softly, Mr. Zhou, should we notify the higher-ups first? Gao Jianjun and the others would surely want to witness this moment. Zhou Yang handed her a pair of noise-canceling headphones and calmly said, no need. We can inform them after we succeed. Although I believe we will succeed, it's best to proceed with caution. With that, he put on the headphones and signaled Li Bingxian to start. Clear the area. Inject the fuel. Li Bingxian ordered loudly. The on-site engineers immediately sprang into action. Fuel injection complete. Li Bingxian took a deep breath, glanced at Zhou Yang, and shouted, start the engine. As the ignition system activated, the Eagle 1 aero engine roared to life with a deafening noise. A bright red flame burst from the nozzle, and the immense noise instantly filled the entire test site. The system is functioning well. Kong Ming shouted excitedly. The on-site engineers couldn't help but cheer. Li Bingxian clenched his fist discreetly, stealing a glance at Zhou Yang, whose expression remained unchanged. He thought to himself that Mr. Zhou was indeed composed, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Proceed to the next step. Increase the thrust, Li Bingxian commanded. As the engine gradually increased power, the exhaust plume turned from bright red to pale blue, signifying complete combustion and stable thrust. The exhaust plume extended further, distorting the air behind it with intense heat. The test stand securing the engine emitted a grating metallic sound due to the immense thrust. Thrust data is in. Kong Ming reported loudly. How much? Li Bingxian asked eagerly. 121 kilonewtons. Kong Ming replied excitedly. Fantastic. Li Bingxian couldn't help but celebrate with a fist pump. Zhou Yang also nodded in approval. 121 kilonewtons was precisely the design target for the WS. This Eagle 1 engine was built entirely according to the WS design specifications, with the only difference being the replacement of key internal materials. These new materials were intended to enhance the engine's durability rather than alter its performance metrics. The strength of design indicators is closely related to the overall design of the engine. Li Bingxian took a deep breath and continued to explain. The design indicators of the WS engine are quite impressive. Without afterburner, it can achieve a thrust of 121 knots, which is equivalent to 12 tons. Once the afterburner is activated, the maximum thrust can soar to 18 tons. His eyes gleamed with pride. This data is on par with, if not superior to, the F-119 engine on the US F-22. The only gap is in lifespan. F-119 can reach an astonishing 8,000 to 12,000 hours, while our WS, even the finished products from Xi'an, can barely reach 2,000 hours. Li Bingxian's tone carried a hint of regret. 2,000 versus 10,000. That's the huge gap in material technology. With a command from Li Bingxian, the engine roared to life, entering afterburner mode. Instantly, a torrent of blue flames erupted from the engine's rear like a waterfall. In afterburner mode, the engine's fuel consumption is staggering, as if it were not just emitting exhaust flames, but directly spraying aviation fuel. While afterburner is incredibly powerful, it also takes a significant toll on the engine, Li Bingxian reminded. Theoretically, an aircraft can only use afterburner for 2 to 3 minutes in the air. Exceeding this time could cause irreversible damage to the engine. As Li Bingxian issued another order, the engine's roar intensified, and the deafening sound waves reverberated throughout the test site, making the entire mountain seem to resonate. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the research institute, a patrolling soldier nervously said to his squad leader, why does it feel like the mountain is shaking? Is there an earthquake? The squad leader, also sensing something unusual, pondered for a moment before replying, don't talk nonsense. It's likely some kind of experiment. Focus on your duties and don't meddle in things you shouldn't. At that moment, an urgent voice crackled over the squad leader's radio. Attention, 2nd Squad. Satellite detected an abnormal target in Area 391. You are the nearest patrol team. Proceed immediately to investigate and maintain open communications. The squad leader's expression changed dramatically, and he barked sharply. Everyone, target Area 391. Move out immediately. A group of 8 moved swiftly like phantoms. As they neared their target area, the squad leader gave a subtle hand signal, prompting the team to drop to the ground and blend into their surroundings with seamless precision, showcasing their excellent training. The squad leader then took out binoculars to meticulously scan the target area. Meanwhile, not far away, a white man dressed in a grass-green camouflage suit lay quietly in the underbrush. He held a high-resolution pair of binoculars, his gaze fixed on the direction of the research facility, occasionally pausing to swiftly jot down notes in a notebook before him. The notebook contained a rough sketch of the facility's perimeter, marked with guard positions and patrol routes. Confident in his disguise, the white man was unaware that Squad 2 had silently closed in to within 200 meters. After a thorough search, the squad leader finally pinpointed the target in the bushes. The bastard's pretty well hidden, he muttered under his breath. then turned to issue orders. 1 o'clock direction, 200 meters away. Li Banfu, take Gongzi and the other 3, flank him from behind, and wait for my command. Li Banfu received the order and led 3 soldiers in a swift retreat, using the terrain for cover as they silently maneuvered to encircle the white man from behind. In just a minute and a half, Li Banfu was in position. Move in, capture him alive. If he resists, take him down, the squad leader ordered coldly. The 3 soldiers beside him instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons and unhesitatingly followed the squad leader into action. Covering the 200 meters, they crawled until only 100 meters remained. Then the squad leader suddenly sprang up and sprinted like the wind. Damn, I'm exposed. The white man in the bushes was caught off guard, and upon seeing the 4 soldiers suddenly appear, he was so startled that he trembled, hastily getting up to flee. But as he turned, he realized that 4 more soldiers had appeared behind him, surrounding him completely. Don't move. 8 gun barrels were simultaneously trained on the white man. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, raising his hands in the air, shouting in terror, "I surrender, don't kill me." Inside the research institute, the atmosphere in the laboratory was tense. Amid the roar of the engine, thrust data continued to climb. 170, 178. Kong Ning exclaimed excitedly. We've reached maximum thrust. Li Bingxian clenched his fist and gave an order with excitement. Maintain it. Shut down the afterburner in 2 minutes. However, Zhou Yang waved his hand to interrupt. Forget 2 minutes. Just keep the afterburner on. What? Li Bingxian was shocked. That would damage the engine. Zhou Yang calmly explained. This is an experiment. We need to find the limit. If it gets damaged, so be it. First, test the afterburner's limit, then assemble it for a durability test to see if it can reach the designed lifespan of 10,000 hours. Li Bingxian hesitated. Zhou Yang's words seemed casual, but assembling an engine costs a lot of money. However, Wanghu Village Research Institute never lacked funding, allowing them to experiment freely. All right, let's continue, Li Bingxian decided. I want to see how long it can last in afterburner mode. The staff quickly evacuated, as such extreme tests were highly dangerous. Time ticked by 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The test site temperature soared to 40 or 50 degrees, and the engine's tailpipe was glowing red hot. Half an hour passed. Li Bingxian swallowed hard, his eyes fixed. Kong Ning shouted from below. Chief Engineer Li, we're running low on fuel. In afterburner mode, the engine consumed nearly a ton of high-grade aviation kerosene per minute. This half hour had already burned through hundreds of thousands in fuel. Stop it, Li Bingxian urgently ordered. The engine's roar gradually ceased, and Li Bingxian led the team into the test site for inspection. Zhou Yang removed his headphones and said calmly, let's go. Operating in afterburner mode is like extreme operation. Lasting 30 minutes without exploding is proof enough. This engine can be considered a success. Zhou Yang was already contemplating the next step, developing a particle propulsion engine. Just then, Chen Ruyan hurried in. Mr. Zhou, a spy has been caught outside. A spy? Zhou Yang was slightly surprised, but not overly concerned. Is the Institute's security all right? Chen Ruyan nodded. She hadn't wanted to disturb Zhou Yang, but considering the need to enhance security, she decided to inform him in advance. Zhou Yang's unexpectedly calm reaction allowed Chen Ruyan to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. She reassured him. Mr. Zhou, rest assured, the security of the Institute is absolutely reliable. That's good, Zhou Yang nodded, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Matters of security are best left to professionals. As for the possibility of spies at the Institute, it wasn't surprising to him. The emergence of the Longshin battery and the Tianjin 100 was bound to attract attention from all sides. The assassination attempt at the airport had already indicated that hostile nations had targeted him. It was only logical that the Institute would be discovered, especially with the myriad of reconnaissance satellites overhead. Zhou Yang knew that the only thing to do now was to strengthen security so that his adversaries could do nothing but watch and worry, unable to act. The next day, a group of people arrived at the Institute, weary from travel. Li Tianshu, Gao Jianjun, and others filed in, their faces filled with urgency. Mr. Zhou, has the research been going smoothly? Li Tianshu asked with a smile, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhou Yang smiled calmly, his gaze sweeping over the group behind Li Tianshu. It's been good. You all have quite the network. We just did the test run yesterday, and here you are today. Your speed is truly impressive. Li Tianshu let out an awkward laugh. Gao Jianjun chimed in. You guys burn through dozens of tons of aviation fuel a day. If we didn't know what was happening, our intel would be seriously lagging. So, was the engine test successful? Gao Jianjun's tone was filled with excitement. When the state initially supported Zhou Yang in developing the engine, no one expected results so quickly. In such a short time, they had already reached the test run stage, which was astonishingly fast. Zhou Yang nodded slightly. I suppose it was successful. They're assessing the damage today. Let's go take a look together. Damage? Li Tianshu was taken aback, a hint of surprise in his voice. The engine is damaged? Zhou Yang explained. I had them run the afterburner for 30 minutes yesterday, which likely caused some damage to the engine. Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun couldn't help but cough in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. A sudden fit of intense coughing erupted from the group behind Gao Jianjun, as if Zhou Yang's earlier words had shocked them. 30 minutes of afterburner operation? That sounded like a fairy tale. Such prolonged high-intensity work could not only cause severe damage, but might even result in the engine's complete failure. Zhou Yang's gaze swept over the group and finally settled on a middle-aged man with graying temples who appeared to be the leader. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Gao Jianjun immediately understood and quickly introduced them. Oh, I almost forgot. Mr. Zhou, these are the engineers from Xi'an Aircraft, the core team responsible for the WS project. This is the project leader, Engineer Yuan Haifeng. Zhou Yang realized the situation, smiled warmly, and extended his hand to Yuan Haifeng. I see. Welcome, everyone. Although Yuan Haifeng had never met Zhou Yang and hadn't even heard of him, he keenly sensed the extraordinary status of Mr. Zhou from the respectful attitude of Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun. However, that earlier statement about 30 minutes of afterburner operation was hard for him to accept. Yuan Haifeng carefully chose his words and said as tactfully as possible, Mr. Zhou, with all due respect, sustaining afterburner operation for 30 minutes seems unlikely. This was already a very diplomatic way of putting it, almost on the verge of accusing Zhou Yang of lying. Yet, faced with this near challenge, Zhou Yang remained unruffled and instead smiled, saying, Engineer Yuan, whether it's true or not, why don't we see for ourselves? He then turned to Gao Jianjun and asked, by the way, General Gao, is the aviation kerosene ready? Although Gao Jianjun, as a high-ranking official in the assembly department, theoretically had the authority over the allocation of aviation kerosene, such minor matters typically didn't require his personal attention. Nonetheless, he responded cheerfully, it's on its way. We'll first deliver 2,000 tons to you, and if it's not enough, we'll arrange for more. As they talked, they walked and soon arrived at the testing site. As Yuan Haifeng and his team entered the area, their attention was immediately drawn to the engine on the test stand. From its appearance, the engine was identical to the one in their WS project. They noticed many people working busily beneath the engine. Suddenly, Yuan Haifeng's eyes locked onto a figure in the center of the crowd, Li Bingxian. At the same time, Li Bingxian seemed to sense something and quickly turned his head. The moment he saw Yuan Haifeng, his expression changed instantly, and he muttered through gritted teeth, Yuan Haifeng. Li Bingxian walked briskly from the test stand, a dark expression on his face. What are you doing here? He asked harshly. Zhou Yang was slightly taken aback, sensing some tension between the two men. Yuan Haifeng's eyes were fixed on the engine ahead, and he said coldly, is this the engine you developed? How come it looks exactly like ours? Didn't you say you were going to develop your own engine when you left Shifei? Why are you copying ours now? Just as Li Tianshu was about to intervene, Zhou Yang gently shook his head to stop him. This was clearly a personal matter between the two. Li Bingxian stood tall, responding defiantly. Yes, it's modeled after your WS project. But we've used new materials, and the internal structure is entirely different. As for imitation, let me tell you, this is just the beginning. Next, I'll design an entirely new engine that can rival the F-135 from the US, maybe even surpass it. The F-135 is known as the most advanced engine announced by the US, considered the strongest in the world. Yuan Haifeng snorted. Anyone can talk big. The key is to deliver. I heard you ran afterburner tests for 30 minutes yesterday. How did that go? The engine must have failed, right? Failed? Li Bingxian scoffed, and then shouted. Kong Ning, refuel it. Let's run another test. Yuan Haifeng retorted. Fine. Let's see how different your engine really is. Zhou Yang suggested. Let's watch from above. Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun nodded in agreement and followed Zhou Yang to the observation deck. Gao Jianjun suddenly asked, Mr. Zhou, there's an air show on the 10th of next month. Can this engine be showcased? Zhou Yang looked at Gao Jianjun, slightly surprised. This WS engine, using high-strength crystalline steel, had just been assembled and had not undergone thorough testing. Engines are crucial to the safety of fighter jets and pilots, and must go through extensive testing to ensure they are 100% safe and reliable before being fitted onto aircraft. Even after that, they require long-term real-world testing before mass production, a process that usually takes years. For instance, the F-119 engine used in the F-22 dates back to the 1980s. Once an engine is finalized, it can be used for a long time. After a moment of thought, Zhou Yang cautiously replied, Personally, I think it should be fine, and it could even proceed to real-world testing. But I can't guarantee anything. The WS engine has been in development for over a decade, and theoretically, it's sound. The main issue has been with materials, but I'm very confident in the durability of high-strength crystalline steel. Gao Jianjun nodded slightly and turned his attention back to the activity below. Yuan Haifeng led a team of engineers to assist with the engine adjustments. One engineer whispered to him, Engineer Yuan, the materials inside are indeed different. Yuan Haifeng had noticed this, but insisted on seeing the test results before believing it. Clear the area. Start the engine. With the command given, the engine roared to life, emitting a deafening sound. Gao Jianjun's eyes lit up. Successfully igniting the engine was already a significant achievement. Li Bingxian glanced at Yuan Haifeng with a sense of pride and ordered, "Increase thrust. Engage the afterburner." Kong Ning understood and quickly increased the thrust, activating the afterburner once maximum thrust was reached. Instantly, the roar became even more ferocious, and the entire test site shook from the sound waves. Great! Gao Jianjun stood up in excitement. How's that? Li Bingxian asked arrogantly. Yuan Haifeng smirked. It's only been a short while. There's still a long way to go. Time passed by the second. 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes went by. At the 10-minute mark, Yuan Haifeng's expression began to change. Meanwhile, Gao Jianjun beside Zhou Yang was visibly excited. 10 minutes of continuous afterburner operation was already telling. Keep going. Li Bingxian gritted his teeth. Kong Ning, today we test this engine's limits. Luckily, we managed to get 100 tons of aviation fuel from the depot yesterday. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to test properly. Yuan Haifeng's expression fluctuated, while the engineers behind him looked incredulous. 15 minutes had passed, and by conventional standards, the engine should have encountered issues. Running an afterburner continuously for 15 minutes is extremely challenging and could typically cause an engine to flame out or explode. Additionally, the fuel capacity usually isn't enough for such extended afterburner use. Yet, the Eagle 1 had been running with afterburner for 15 minutes, and from the outside, the engine's operation appeared stable. The engineers couldn't help but wonder if the 30-minute afterburner test from yesterday had really taken place and what materials were used to withstand such high-intensity operation. Quickly, the 30-minute mark was reached. Li Bingxian didn't order a stop. The test continued. Gao Jianjun asked in astonishment, "Is the performance of this high-strength crystalline steel really that impressive?" He knew that this Eagle 1 was structurally identical to the WS engine, with the only difference being the material of the core components. Zhou Yang nodded in confirmation. Yes, besides its strength, the most notable feature of high-strength crystalline steel is its structural stability and durability. Li Tianshu suddenly asked, "By the way, has the third-generation high-strength crystalline steel been completed?" Since the engine issue was resolved, the development of high-strength crystalline steel must also be complete. Zhou Yang answered, "Yes, it's been produced. The next step is to resolve the mass production issue. Academician Su and his team are working on it." Li Tianshu's eyes brightened. This material has a vast range of applications, from tank armor to ship decks, even aircraft carrier decks and fighter jet skins. If mass production is achieved, it would be fantastic. Gao Jianjun eagerly asked, "Mr. Zhou, how long do you think it will take to solve the mass production issue?" Once mass-produced, this material will significantly enhance our weaponry. After careful consideration, Zhou Yang replied, "I estimate by mid-next year." That's soon. Gao Jianjun was somewhat surprised. Solving the mass production issue in just 6 months is quite fast. However, recalling how Zhou Yang helped BYD resolve the mass production of Longshin batteries in just 2 months and develop Tianjin 100 in a few months, achieving mass production of high-strength crystalline steel in half a year doesn't seem too far-fetched. Zhou Yang nodded slightly, a hint of confidence in his eyes. With mature technical data, solving the mass production issue in 6 months is actually a conservative estimate. In reality, 3 to 4 months should suffice. The reason it might take longer is due to the unique nature of steel production. The equipment at steel plants are gigantic, and there are quite a few technical challenges to overcome. Mass production in just 6 months. Li Tianshu couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Zhou, what scale are we talking about?" 10 million tons, Zhou Yang replied calmly. What? Li Tianshu's eyes widened. Isn't the production of this special steel supposed to be very low? Gao Jianjun was also taken aback by the number, gasping, "Mr. Zhou, are you sure you're not joking?" "I don't have time to joke with you," Zhou Yang said sternly. "That's why the preliminary work must start immediately, like choosing a site for the steel plant. A 10 million ton steel plant needs at least 20 square kilometers and nearly 10,000 employees. To achieve mass production in 6 months, planning must start now." Just then, the engine suddenly emitted a harsh noise. "Shut it down." Li Bingshuan's face changed, and he shouted loudly. The engine slowly came to a stop, its tail invisibly deformed, clearly beyond repair. Surprisingly, Yuan Haifeng didn't make any sarcastic remarks. Instead, he stood there motionless. "How long did it run?" "About 45 minutes, someone nearby answered. 45 minutes in afterburner mode before failing. That's incredible," Yuan Haifeng murmured, then rushed to Li Bingxian. "What material did you use?" Li Bingxian glanced up at the observation room, pride on his face. "Mainly using the high-strength crystalline steel developed by Mr. Zhou." "Impressive, isn't it?" "Impressive? It's at a monstrous level." Yuan Haifeng nodded frantically. "Wait, you said Mr. Zhou developed it?" "So young." Li Bingxian immediately interrupted. "Yuan, show some respect to Mr. Zhou. He's the greatest scientist I've ever met. Heard of the Longshin battery, Tianxin 100? All his masterpieces. Yuan Haifeng was too shocked to speak. Battery, chip, special steel. That's an enormous range. At this moment, Zhou Yang and Gao Jianjun approached. Yuan Haifeng immediately went to meet them. Mr. Zhou, could we use the high-strength crystalline steel at Shifei? Many of our projects are hindered by material issues, including civilian and helicopter engines. Zhou Yang smiled. Of course. We've completed the lab preparation phase, and mass production will be possible in no more than 6 months. You can use it however you like then. Already heading to mass production? Yuan Haifeng felt as if he were in a futuristic world. Zhou Yang turned to Li Bingxian. Engineer Li, take Engineer Yuan to meet Academician Su. Perhaps the future particle propulsion project could collaborate with Shifei. After sending them off, Gao Jianjun brought up the air show again. Mr. Zhou, have you considered attending? Me attend. Zhou Yang was a bit surprised. Aren't they worried about exposing my identity? Li Tianshu spoke earnestly. Things are different now. The nation is strong enough not to fear any challenges. Someone like you, who has made such significant contributions, shouldn't have to hide. Your achievements should be recorded in history and remembered by everyone in the country. Listening to these words, Zhou Yang thought of his parents, who had dedicated their lives quietly. At that moment, he deeply felt the nation's recognition and respect for scientific researchers. All right, Zhou Yang nodded firmly. The pine forest behind the research institute is tranquil and mysterious, a stark contrast to the heavily guarded atmosphere surrounding it. Two soldiers nod slightly, confirming that Mr. Zhou has already entered the woods. Chen Riyun sighs softly and follows. Deep within the forest stand two solemn graves, the final resting place of Zhou Yang's parents. Zhou Yang stands before them, his expression solemn. Not wanting to disturb him, Chen Riyun bows deeply to the tombstones and then steps back to wait quietly. After a long while, Zhou Yang turns around and is slightly surprised to see Chen Riyun. Why are you here? Is something the matter? Chen Riyun shakes her head and offers him a white handkerchief from her pocket. Zhou Yang's eyes are slightly red, but he doesn't take the handkerchief, instead wiping away his tears with his hand. Not many people use handkerchiefs these days. Chen Riyun explains, my mom embroidered it for me. She said it was blessed at a temple to keep me safe, so I always carry it with me. As they walk out, Zhou Yang asks, by the way, New Year's Day is coming up, right? Chen Riyun nods in confirmation. Zhou Yang suddenly says, all right, I'll give you 2 days off. Go home and visit your family. Chen Riyun quickly shakes her head. No need. I usually don't go home for New Year's. For someone like Chen Riyun, even during the New Year, it's not always possible to go home. Curious, Zhou Yang asks. I haven't asked yet. Where's your home? CS City, Chen Riyun replies. Zhou Yang says, that's not too far. It's decided then. I'll give you 2 days off to go home and celebrate the New Year. After saying this, he mutters to himself, and not just you. Ziu, Academician Su, Engineer Li, they all should have a break. Research is important, but rest is necessary too. Chen Riyun wants to say more, but Zhou Yang's face turns stern as he says, I'm the head of the institute, so what I say goes. Chen Riyun can only smile wryly and agree. After a pause, she asks, and what about you? She knows Zhou Yang no longer has any family. Me? Zhou Yang replies, I still have things to do. Chen Riyun suggests, Mr. Zhou, you just said we should balance work and rest. Why don't you come with me to celebrate New Year's? Go with you. Zhou Yang looks at Chen Riyun and says helplessly, are you worried something will happen to me? So you're taking me with you even on your vacation to keep an eye on me? Chen Riyun laughs. Of course, I can't afford to be careless with your safety. Are you sure your family will agree? Zhou Yang hesitates. Chen Riyun says, why wouldn't they? It would be an honor to have you. Well, all right. Zhou Yang finally nods in agreement. Chen Riyun smiles and takes a couple of steps back to stand behind Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang asks again, by the way, how many people are in your family? I need to prepare gifts in advance. He thinks to himself that coming unannounced, gifts are a must. In Zhou Yang's mind, Chen Riyun is not just his bodyguard, but also his girlfriend. Visiting a girlfriend's home for the holiday, gifts are even more necessary. Zhou Yang specifically asked Li Ziyu to help prepare some gifts. Although buying them himself would show more sincerity, Zhou Yang is always busy and doesn't have the time, so he entrusted Li Ziyu with his requests. Time flies, and New Year's Day arrives in no time. On the morning of the 1st, Zhou Yang gets into the car, with Chen Riyun driving, heading to her hometown. On the surface, there's only one car, but Zhou Yang suspects there's security in the shadows. Since the last assassination attempt, the security around Zhou Yang has become almost extreme. Although it hasn't reached the point of clearing areas in advance, it's not far off. VIP has departed. Falcon 1, stay alert. Falcon received, following. In the air, a military helicopter is hovering. The pilot's attention is focused on the car below. The cabin is open, with 2 snipers ready, and an observer using a high-precision telescope to closely monitor the situation below. Zhou Yang is unaware of these security measures. An hour and a half later, They arrive at their destination, a regular village on the outskirts of CS City. Zhou Yang gets out of the car, muttering, "Not much traffic on the road today." Chen Ruoyan smiles to herself, thinking it's not that there wasn't much traffic, but that someone had cleared the way. In front of them is a modest two-story building on the edge of the village. To the left is vast farmland, and across from it runs a winding river. In the courtyard, two osmanthus trees are lush and fragrant. In front of the gate, a small patch of open ground has a BMW 3 Series parked, indicating a guest has already arrived. Zhou Yang takes a deep breath and goes to the trunk to get the gifts. These were carefully prepared by Li Ziyu, and Zhou Yang isn't entirely sure of their contents. Chen Ruoyan's family isn't large. Her parents are alive. She has an elder sister who is married, and a cute little niece. "Let me take those." Chen Ruoyan offers to take the gifts. Zhou Yang politely declines. No, it's not right for the host to carry the gifts. With that, he follows Chen Ruoyan inside. Auntie. In the yard, a 7 or 8-year-old girl is skipping rope. Seeing Chen Ruoyan, she excitedly shouts and runs over. Tong tong. Chen Ruoyan picks up the girl in a hug. After a brief moment of affection, the girl loudly announces, "Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie's back, and she brought her boyfriend." Chen Ruoyan's face turns red, and she quickly scolds, "Tong tong, don't talk nonsense, this is my boss." The girl, with wide eyes, innocently asks, "Auntie, what's a boss?" "Oh, playing dumb are you?" Chen Ruoyan feigns anger and tickles the girl. At this moment, hearing the commotion outside, several people come out of the house. It's Chen Ruoyan's parents, her elder sister, and her brother-in-law. "Ruoyan, why are you back?" Her sister, Chen Ruoshi, says in surprise. Her mother, Li Guizhi, rushes forward excitedly, hugging Chen Ruoyan tightly. Her father, Chen Tao, after a moment of excitement, immediately huffs. "You still know how to come back. Anyone would think you died somewhere out there." "Old man, what nonsense are you talking about? Our daughter finally comes home, and you're not happy, but I am," Li Guizhi scolds. After that, she notices Zhou Yang and her eyes light up. She eagerly asks, "Ruoyan, who is this? Your boyfriend?" Chen Ruoyan blushes again and sneaks a glance at Zhou Yang. Seeing no particular reaction from him, she quickly shakes her head. "Mom, don't say that. This is Mr. Zhou, my boss." Unexpectedly, Zhou Yang says, "Hello, uncle and auntie. I'm Zhou Yang, Chen Ruoyan's boyfriend." Li Guizhi laughs. "See? He is your boyfriend." "What boss? I understand. All right, Xiao Zhou, come on in and have a seat." Chen Ruoyan's face turns beet red with anxiety. Zhou Yang, although feeling a bit awkward, finds this warm family atmosphere something he hasn't experienced in years. Zhou Yang followed Chen Ruoyan into the room and was immediately greeted with a warm welcome from the family. Zhang Bo, a refined middle-aged man, smiled and extended his hand. "You must be Xiao Zhou." "Hello, I'm Zhang Bo, welcome to our home." He turned to the little girl beside him and said, "Tong Tong, say hello to uncle." Chen Ruoyan stood to the side, looking pale. Her mother, Li Guizhi, had called Zhou Yang Xiao Zhou earlier, which already made her uncomfortable, and now her brother-in-law was doing the same. To her, Zhou Yang was an awe-inspiring figure, and she couldn't comprehend how others could address him so casually. However, Zhou Yang didn't seem to mind. He politely shook Zhang Bo's hand, and then took out a carefully prepared gift from his bag. "Uncle and auntie, sorry for the intrusion. I brought you some gifts. I wasn't sure what you might like, so I just picked something simple. I hope you like it." Li Guizhi accepted the gift with a cheerful smile, teasing Chen Ruoyan with a glance. "There's no need for gifts, just having you here is enough. And you still insist he's not your boyfriend, yet here he is with gifts." Chen Ruoyan wished she could disappear on the spot, regretting inviting Zhou Yang over. But little Tong Tong was already eager, asking, "Uncle Zhou, what did you get me? Can I see?" She excitedly opened the heavy box and was thrilled to find a violin inside. Zhou Yang explained, "I heard you were learning the violin, so I got you one. Do you like it?" Zhang Bo examined the violin's brand and suddenly looked serious. "I recognize this brand. It's an Italian handmade brand, and they don't produce many each year. Each one is worth at least tens of thousands. Xiao Zhou, this gift is too valuable. We can't accept it." Zhou Yang felt a bit embarrassed, unaware that the violin Li Ziyu had purchased was so expensive. But since it was already given, he insisted, "It's already bought, so please keep it." Tong Tong seems to really like it. Amidst the surprised reactions, others also opened their gifts. Li Guizhi received a Hatian jade Buddha pendant. Chen Tao got a precious inkstone. Chen Ruoshi received a set of imported cosmetics, and Zhang Bo was gifted a fine mechanical watch. Zhang Bo quickly estimated the total value of these gifts, which exceeded 1 million. He was somewhat taken aback. Meanwhile, Li Guizhi looked at Zhou Yang with increasing approval and began asking about his work and life. Chen Ruoyan reiterated that Zhou Yang was merely her boss, but Li Guizhi seemed to ignore this, continuing her enthusiastic conversation with him. Zhou Yang briefly introduced his work in artificial intelligence research, which piqued Zhang Bo's interest. As everyone was about to sit down for dinner, Zhang Bo received an urgent phone call. There was a problem with his work project. A hydraulic pipe had cracked, and he might need to return to his company, miles away, immediately. In his moment of dilemma, Zhou Yang inquired about the situation and offered his help. Although Zhang Bo was skeptical about how an AI researcher could solve a mechanical issue, he explained the problem in detail. After listening to Zhang Bo's description, Zhou Yang smiled slightly and said, "It's actually quite simple." "Uncle, do you have any paper?" Zhou Yang asked, urgency flashing in his eyes. Chen Tao, puzzled, handed over a piece of rice paper and stood behind Zhou Yang, observing curiously. Zhou Yang quickly picked up a pen and began writing swiftly on the paper, the pen tip dancing across the surface. First, he wrote down a detailed list of components, followed by the steps of the manufacturing process. "These are the proportions of the elements," Zhou Yang explained as he wrote. "If you can't have a steel mill customize it for you, you can directly use nickel aluminum high temperature alloy and process it this way. This will also meet the design specifications." He added some specific processing methods. Zhang Bo stared at Zhou Yang in disbelief, skepticism written all over his face. "Can this really work?" he stammered. Chun Ruashi impatiently said, "Whether it works or not, you'll find out by trying. Anyway, I won't let you leave now." Zhang Bo looked troubled and was about to argue when Chun Run suddenly interjected, "Brother-in-law, give it a try. Trust Mr. Zhou." Then she leaned closer to Zhou Yang and whispered, "Mr. Zhou, does what you wrote need to be kept confidential?" Zhou Yang shook his head and casually replied, "It's just a simple high-strength alloy material. No need for secrecy." Zhang Bo hesitated for a moment, but eventually took a photo and sent it to his colleagues. "All right, let's eat. Even if you have to go back, at least finish your meal first," Li Guizhi called out. Zhang Bo deliberately lagged behind, pulling Chen Ruyun aside to ask quietly, "Isn't this Xiaozhou a computer guy? How does he know about metal materials? Is what he wrote reliable?" Upon hearing Xiaozhou, Chen Ruyun frowned and replied through gritted teeth, "It's Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou. Brother-in-law, if you call him Xiaozhou again, I'll be mad. I've told you 100 times, he's my boss." Zhang Bo remained indifferent. "Boss or not, after you get married, won't you still be the one in charge at home? By then, won't he acknowledge me as his brother-in-law?" Chen Ruyun was left speechless, caught between laughter and tears. "Anyway, is what Xiaozhou wrote reliable? Does he really know this stuff?" Zhang Bo pressed on. Chen Ruyun gritted her teeth and replied, "You can trust it. If he's not reliable, then no one is. A national-level scientist solving your process issues, and you still doubt it." The table was filled with home-cooked dishes. Although simple, Zhou Yang felt a deep sense of warmth. It had been years since he had such a homely meal. As everyone sat down, Chen Tao opened a bottle of Tianji Lan and asked, "Xiaozhou, can you drink?" Before Chen Ruyun could stop him, Zhou Yang cheerfully replied, "I can, uncle." Chen Ruyun looked at Zhou Yang in surprise. She had never seen him drink on any occasion. "Good. A man who can't drink, what's that about?" Chen Tao said, pouring Zhou Yang a full glass. Seeing Zhang Bo still on his phone, Chen Tao sternly said, "Time to eat. Put the phones away." Zhang Bo, startled, quickly silenced his phone and put it away. Chen Tao raised his glass and said, "I'm very happy today. First, Ruyun is home, and second, she brought Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou, on behalf of our whole family, welcome." Zhou Yang hurriedly picked up his glass, thanked him, and took a sip. Chen Tao drank half his glass in one go, then casually said, "You're not young anymore. You're 26 this year, aren't you? Find a date next year and have the wedding with Xiaozhou." With a snap, the chopsticks in Chen Ruyun's hand broke. Zhou Yang almost spat out his drink, turning his head to cough violently. "You old fool. Can't you keep your mouth shut even when drinking?" Li Guizhi scolded, rushing over to pat Zhou Yang's back. "Auntie, I'm okay now," Zhou Yang said, looking up to meet Chen Ruyun's eyes. Her eyes were filled with apology and trepidation, with a hint of expectation. Zhou Yang found the meal uncomfortable. He drank quite a bit, glass after glass, until he eventually passed out. "You old fool, he's so young. Why did you make him drink so much?" Li Guizhi scolded again. Chen Tao retorted, "He's a man, so what if he gets drunk? I'll take care of him," Chen Ruyun said, standing up and carrying Zhou Yang out of the dining room. Zhang Bo shivered and said, "Xiaozhou seems to have a good temper, but I'm afraid he'll be bullied by Ruyun in the future. We all know how strong Ruyun is." When Zhou Yang woke up again, it was dark outside. He felt a hand beside him and turned to see Chen Ruyun lying next to him. As soon as she felt the movement, she opened her eyes and quickly got up. "Mr. Zhou, you're awake. Do you need some water?" Chen Ruyun asked hurriedly. Zhou Yang nodded, drank some water, and asked, "What time is it?" "Almost midnight," Chen Ruyun replied, turning on the light. Zhou Yang looked around and saw many feminine items, quickly realizing, "Is this your room? Sorry for sleeping in your bed." "It's okay." Chen Ruyun shook her head and asked, "Mr. Zhou, are you feeling all right? Should I call a doctor?" Zhou Yang shook his head. "No need. I'm just a bit dizzy." Chen Ruyun quickly said, "Then rest a bit more. I'm nearby. Call me if you need anything." Zhou Yang lay back down, his head spinning, and soon fell asleep again. Chen Ruiyun sat on the sofa opposite, quietly watching him. In the darkness, a low sigh was heard. It's a pity. I'm not worthy of you. The next morning, Zhou Yang got up. Li Guizhi immediately prepared toiletries for him. Xiao Zhou, you're up? Li Guizhi warmly greeted. Yes, thank you, Auntie, Zhou Yang replied, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Suddenly, Zhang Bo rushed into the bathroom and gave Zhou Yang a big hug. Not far away, Chen Ruiyun almost rushed over to kick Zhang Bo away. Xiao Zhou, you're amazing, Zhang Bo said excitedly. The thing you gave me worked, not a single leak. Zhou Yang smiled, glad it worked. Zhang Bo said, how should I thank you? How about a commission? I'll talk to the bosses about it. Zhou Yang quickly stopped him. No need, brother Zhang. It was nothing major. Li Guizhi chimed in. Why not? Xiao Zhou, are you silly? This money isn't coming from your brother-in-law. It's from their company. Zhang Bo, not only should he get it, but he should get a good amount. With a deal worth millions, Xiao Zhou helped you so much. At least give him 100,000, right? Zhang Bo hung his head, while Zhou Yang was left speechless, caught between laughter and tears. After staying at the Chun family home for a day, Zhou Yang was ready to leave. On the way back, Chen Ruiyun drove in silence, her expression solemn. Zhou Yang, staring at the scenery flashing by outside the window, suddenly broke the silence. If I said I wanted to marry you, would you agree? The words hit like a bolt of lightning. Chen Ruiyun was so startled that she lost control of the steering wheel, causing the car to swerve wildly before coming to a screeching halt in the middle of the road. High above, in a circling helicopter, the pilot urgently radioed. There's an incident. Move, move, move. Even before the words were fully out, the helicopter was diving swiftly toward the ground. Simultaneously, several off-road vehicles sped in from all directions, surrounding the car in a tight defensive formation. Dozens of heavily armed soldiers poured out like a tide, quickly establishing a first line of defense. The major leading them shouted, set up the perimeter. The wind roared overhead as the helicopter hovered low, its 23mm cannon pod menacingly aimed downward. The major immediately opened the car door, revealing Zhou Yang rubbing his forehead, clearly having hit his head. In the driver's seat, Chen Ruiyun sat frozen, looking thoroughly shaken. Mr. Zhou, are you all right? The major asked urgently, as a doctor with a medical kit was already rushing over from a distance. Zhou Yang waved a hand to indicate he was fine, then turned to Chen Ruiyun with concern. Ruiyun, are you okay? Chen Ruiyun nodded blankly, her eyes fixed on Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was transferred to a backup vehicle and left the scene, leaving Chen Ruiyun to handle the aftermath. Just then, her phone rang. It was Han Haining calling. As soon as she answered, Han Haining's voice erupted in a tirade. Chen Ruiyun, what the hell are you doing? Twice now, this is the second time. Are you capable of doing your job or not? If not, get back here immediately. After 5 minutes of scolding, Han Haining finally calmed down a little and demanded, tell me, what on earth happened? Chen Ruiyun paused for a moment before slowly revealing the truth. He said he wants to marry me. He said what? Damn. On the other end of the line, Han Haining cursed, clearly stunned by the news. After a long pause, he lowered his voice to confirm. Chen Ruiyun, are you saying Mr. Zhou said he wants to marry you? Yes, Chen Ruiyun replied blankly. And did you agree? Han Haining asked urgently. No, Chen Ruiyun answered truthfully. Han Haining was immediately anxious. Are you crazy? How could you not agree to something so wonderful? Are you out of your mind? You're 26 already. In a few years you'll be considered an old maid. And then who would want to marry you? Mr. Zhou is willing to marry you, and you still refused? This is Mr. Zhou we're talking about. Chen Ruiyun, you should go home and thank your ancestors. If I were a woman and 30 years younger, I'd be eager to marry him. And you refused? You're driving me nuts. Chen Ruiyun bit her lip and explained, I didn't say I wasn't willing. He just said it so suddenly. I didn't have time to react or say anything. What? You didn't refuse? Han Haining exclaimed in surprise, then burst into laughter. Good. Good. Mr. Zhou wants to marry you. This is fantastic news. Chen Ruiyun, our Special Affairs Bureau is like your family. When you make it big, don't forget about us, all right? Got it, Chen Ruiyun replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Han Haining continued. All right, I approve of this. From now on, you're on leave. Spend time with Mr. Zhou and prepare for the wedding. I'll have Lu Jun take over the security matters. With that, he hung up, leaving Chen Ruiyun standing there with a complex expression. By this time, Zhou Yang had returned to the research institute. A few hours later, the office door opened quietly, and Chen Ruiyun slipped in silently. Their eyes met, and Zhou Yang smiled wryly. Chen Ruiyun, even if you wanted to refuse me, you didn't have to react so dramatically. You almost drove the car into a ditch. Chen Ruiyun bit her lip, then looked up and said, I didn't say I refused. I just didn't react in time when you said it. Zhou Yang was taken aback and asked in surprise, you agree? Chen Ruiyun nodded gently, and this usually tough female agent, capable of taking on a dozen men, now showed a shy, feminine side. Zhou Yang, filled with emotion, stood up and gently embraced Chen Ruiyun. She didn't resist, resting her head against his chest, her face flushed. After a while, Chunrian spoke. Mr. Zhou, even though you have a high status, I'm not that easy. If you want to marry me, you have to give me a grand wedding. Also, you still owe me a proposal. All right. Zhou Yang nodded firmly, then asked, so, you're still calling me Mr. Zhou? What's wrong with calling you Mr. Zhou? You are my Mr. Zhou, Chunrian said, hugging Zhou Yang tightly, her voice filled with shyness. In the following days, Zhou Yang received several congratulatory calls from high-ranking officials, congratulating him on finding true love. Li Tianshu even came by in person to ask when Zhou Yang planned to hold the wedding and how he intended to organize it. In the end, they consulted someone to pick an auspicious date, settling on August 26th of this year. Mr. Zhou, you don't need to worry about the wedding arrangements. I'll have a team handle it, and they'll make sure it's perfect, Li Tianshu assured him, patting his chest, as if completing an important political task. Zhou Yang found it amusing, but realized he couldn't shortchange Chunriyun. She deserved a grand wedding, the kind that would make all the girls envious. On January 8th, Zhou Yang boarded a private jet bound for SC. Since the last incident, the state no longer allowed him to fly commercial and had provided him with a luxurious Gulfstream G700 jet, even building an airport near the Research Institute for his convenience. The plane landed smoothly on SC's dedicated runway. Zhou Yang, holding Chun Ruyun's hand, disembarked. Their relationship had deepened rapidly since it was confirmed. A car picked them up and drove them to a villa with a beautiful environment. By the way, Ziyu, invite Mr. Yu over for dinner, Zhou Yang instructed, thinking that since he was in SC, he should meet Yu Changhong for a meal. Mr. Zhou, Yu Changhong greeted Zhou Yang, looking a bit emotional. After some small talk, they sat down in the private garden to chat. Your flagship phone was launched around Christmas, right? How's it selling? Zhou Yang asked. It's the first in the world to feature the Tianqin 100 chip. Talking about the Mate 40, Yu Changhong sighed. Sales are good, but it's been a bumpy ride. Oh, how so? Zhou Yang inquired with curiosity. Yu Changhong explained. The day after our launch, Apple slashed prices across the board, dropping by $1,000. It's clear they want to start a price war with us. He smiled slightly, but they miscalculated. Even with the price cut, they couldn't outsell us. The M40 launched on Christmas Day like a dazzling new star, instantly lighting up the entire market. On the first day, the shipment across all platforms reached an astonishing 500,000 units. Although there was a decline on the second day, it still maintained a strong momentum with 300,000 units. In just a week, the total shipments had surpassed the 1 million mark, becoming the focal point of the industry. Meanwhile, the fruit company found itself in an awkward situation. Despite slashing prices by 1,000 yuan across their entire product line, sales showed no significant improvement. This price cut strategy not only failed to impact the M40 sales, but also left the fruit company in a dilemma. Lowering prices is easy, but raising them back is difficult. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Yang couldn't help but wonder, isn't this a good thing? With M40 sales looking so promising, why is Yu Changhong encountering setbacks? Yu Changhong, with a serious expression, explained slowly. The price cut is just a minor ploy by the fruit company to annoy us. Seeing that it's not working well, they've started to play their trump card. Intrigued, Zhou Yang asked, oh, what kind of big move can the fruit company possibly have? Yu Changhong took a deep breath and elaborated. Firstly, the fruit company unilaterally issued a notification. Any app developer who wants to launch an iOS version is no longer allowed to list their apps in any Huawei phone market. If caught, authorization will be immediately revoked. He continued, you know, most apps, especially games, are developed for both Apple and Android systems. But now, developers are forced to choose between the fruit company and Vither launch on iOS or forego all fruit company users. This is undoubtedly coercing software developers to pick sides. Zhou Yang frowned and pondered. This doesn't seem to affect Android users much, right? Even if all apps are removed from the V market, users can still download them from other app markets. Besides, how will the fruit company enforce this rule? That won't be easy. Yu Changhong nodded in agreement, but added, true. But the main point of this move by the fruit company is to send a signal they want a complete break with us at V, showing irreconcilable differences. Although the impact on our users is limited, some software vendors will surely choose to remove their apps from the V market. As you said, the fruit company isn't really trying to achieve anything specific, they're just sending a signal. V, we're ready for a showdown. Zhou Yang chuckled dismissively. Is there anything else? This kind of mild suppression is barely worth considering. Yu Changhong's expression grew even more serious. This is just the beginning. Under the fruit company's influence, the Department of Commerce in the United States has reinitiated sanctions against us, and they are even more severe than before. Not only are chips restricted, but no company is allowed to engage in any form of business cooperation with us at V without authorization. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang's eyebrows furrowed, and his voice was filled with surprise. How could the United States issue such a severe ban? Isn't this lowering their own status? It's equivalent to a comprehensive sanction on V. All of V's business activities in the United States will be restricted, and they can't even use a single screw from a US supplier. For a superpower to sanction a private company like this, it would severely damage the US government's reputation, making them appear shameless. Just imagine, if they can sanction V today, they could sanction any other company tomorrow. Who would dare to do business in the United States? Yu Changhong sighed softly, his brows furrowed with a serious expression. He began to speak slowly. Through various channels, we've discovered that the sanctions are being driven by more than just the fruit company. Inger, Ingda, and even Modong, along with all of Wall Street, are involved behind the scenes. He paused for a moment before continuing. The fruit company alone probably couldn't sway the decisions of the US government. But these massive corporations are backed by the entirety of Wall Street, which has a vested interest in this. With Wall Street's influence, it's indeed possible to push the US government to make such a decision. Zhou Yang's expression was serious as he asked, "How severe is the impact?" Yu Changhong nodded, looking even more grave. "The impact is quite severe. Firstly, our business in North America is essentially a total loss. Even more challenging is that many of our products face the dilemma of needing new suppliers." He picked up the latest M40 smartphone from the table and continued, "Especially this flagship phone, which is highly integrated and top-tier in configuration. Key components, from the camera and motors to the screen and cables, are supplied by US companies. With the ban now in place, all these partnerships have been severed." Yu Changhong rubbed his temples wearily. "Fortunately, we stocked up on some inventory in advance, otherwise it would be difficult to cope. However, even so, during the process of switching suppliers, some new suppliers are not meeting quality standards, which undoubtedly causes a significant impact." Zhou Yang frowned in thought, murmuring, "While China is strong, it can't cover everything. Many high-end products inevitably require foreign components. Even with domestic alternatives, they may not reach the world's top standards. Ordinary phones might be less affected, but flagship products must use the best components, and this ban strikes right at the heart." Yu Changhong nodded in agreement and continued, "This issue has caused quite a stir online. Although many netizens express support for Huawei, our phone sales have still dropped significantly due to the impact." Suddenly, a hint of amusement flickered in Yu Changhong's eyes. However, amidst this turmoil, something interesting happened that unexpectedly caused a surge in our phone sales. Zhou Yang was intrigued and asked, "Oh, what happened?" Yu Changhong gave a mysterious smile and said, "This occurred last week, and it's quite unbelievable. A week ago, on the Z Country Hacker Alliance website, a user with the ID Hedgehog Uncle posted a message. He cleared his throat as if reading the post aloud. The M40P I ordered from the official website for Christmas has arrived. The phone is indeed well made, and its performance is astounding. However, what I'm more curious about is the chip 100. I've watched many teardown videos online, but it seems no one has successfully disassembled the chip 100. It's a bit disappointing, but understandable given the strict confidentiality requirements." At that moment, a bold idea flashed through my mind. Could I install Windows 10 on a smartphone? I knew this idea sounded a bit far-fetched. After all, it's well known that due to the architectural differences, Android phones cannot directly install Windows systems. Android uses the ARM architecture, while Windows is based on the x86 architecture. However, I suddenly recalled something Mr. Yu mentioned during a conference. He talked about the new architecture of the Xion 100, which not only supports ARM and x86 architectures, but was also demonstrated on a laptop at the event. This information sparked a glimmer of hope in me. Perhaps installing Windows on a phone equipped with the Xion 100 wasn't impossible after all. With this thought in mind, I embarked on a series of in-depth investigations. I sifted through a lot of information and even reached out to a few old friends working inside HiSilicon. After persistent efforts, I finally discovered a method to install it. To verify the feasibility of this method, I recorded a test video. In the video, I first wiped the phone's original firmware and then successfully installed the Windows 10 system. Although the process seemed simple, it was filled with numerous technical breakthroughs. Next came the truly exciting part. In the video, my slightly excited voice could be heard saying, "The Xion 100 is so powerful and even integrates a GPU. Of course, it should be used for gaming." With that, I began downloading the famous large-scale game, Cyberpunk 2077. Surprisingly, Windows 10 was able to recognize the Xion 100's GPU, treating it as an integrated graphics card. I speculated that this might be related to V Company's future plans to integrate Xion 100 into the PC platform, as they seem to have prepared for this in advance. I reminded viewers, for those who want to try, do it quickly. V Company might disable this feature at any time. To fully showcase this incredible discovery, I connected a mouse and keyboard using a Type-C adapter and projected the display onto a large screen via wireless casting. The following scenes were unbelievable. Cyberpunk 2077 ran exceptionally smoothly on this modified phone, with detailed graphics and fluid operations, akin to experiencing it on a high-end gaming PC. Watching all this, I couldn't help but remark, who needs an RTX 3090? Who needs a high-performance computer? With just an M40p, you have both a flagship phone and a high-performance PC. Looking back, the M40p's price of over 8,000 seems like a bargain. This video spread rapidly online, like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire internet. People were amazed by this technological breakthrough, and discussions about it continued to soar, making it the hottest tech topic at the moment. Initially, this post circulated only within small circles of hackers and tech enthusiasts. However, once the related video was uploaded to Bilibili, the situation quickly spiraled out of control. The initial video's view count skyrocketed past 5 million, and over a dozen tech bloggers rushed to follow suit, each with more sensational headlines than the last. On TikTok, the topic shot to the top of the trending list, capturing nationwide attention. Sensing an opportunity, game streamers began experimenting with this new method in their broadcasts. When Uncle Hedgehog released a user-friendly installation package, interest surged once more. This package spread like wildfire across major forums, with downloads easily surpassing hundreds of thousands. What can your phone do? Challenge quickly went viral on TikTok, with users eager to showcase their phone's newfound capabilities. The art and design community also joined in, with some posting videos of art rendering on the M40p phone after system modifications, showcasing astonishing speeds. In no time, this phone became a favorite in the tech world, with countless innovative uses emerging. For ordinary consumers, the allure of this phone was obvious. For just over 8,000 yuan, they could enjoy performance comparable to a computer, which felt like a bargain. Sales figures quickly rebounded, leading to a new surge in demand. This market response far exceeded the company's expectations. Zhou Yang felt both surprised and helpless about the situation. He knew that V Company had plans to adapt the Chip 100 across platforms, but didn't anticipate such a massive response. Curiously, he asked, "So how are you handling it? Are you blocking the loophole?" From a technical standpoint, closing this loophole wasn't difficult. However, Yu Changhong shook his head and explained, "We didn't do that. Many consumers, after modifying the system, eventually realize it's still just a phone, and most will find a way to revert back. Very few actually use the phone as a computer. If this boosts sales, why not let it be?" Zhou Yang smiled slightly and asked, "Do you have any plans to deal with the sanctions from the fruit company?" Yu Changhong responded with a wry smile. "What else can we do? We'll just have to hold on for now." After a moment of thought, Zhou Yang suggested, "How about I make a call for you?" Yu Changhong was taken aback. He had come to Zhou Yang with the hope, albeit unspoken, that Zhou Yang might help. Given Zhou Yang's status and influence, if he were willing to step in, it could definitely sway the higher-up's stance on the matter. Zhou Yang took out his phone and dialed Li Tianqi's number. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Yang got straight to the point. "Director Li, regarding the fruit company's sanctions on V, what's the stance from the top?" Li Tianqi was surprised that Zhou Yang brought this up and asked in return, "Did V come to you for help?" "Yes," Zhou Yang admitted frankly. Li Tianqi paused for a moment. Hiding one's capabilities is sometimes acceptable, but Zhou Yang believes that our country no longer needs to do so. With a determined gaze and a powerful voice, he declared, "Our goal is to become the strongest nation in the world. To put it bluntly, we aim to conquer the entire planet and be the #1 on Earth." Zhou Yang's tone became even more serious. "If they hit us, we can't just smile and do nothing. We need to strike back, and even harder. For instance, we could directly ban the sale of their fruits." Zhou Yang made these remarks in front of Yu Changhong. Listening to him, you felt a surge of passion, almost moved to tears. He recalled the two instances when V had been sanctioned by a certain country, and a sense of grievance welled up within him. Now, if the country were to take action, it would truly be a timely help. On the other end of the line, Li Tianqiu paused for a moment, then responded solemnly, "I understand. I will relay your message to the higher-ups." After hanging up, Yu Changhong gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. "Banning fruit sales, Mr. Zhou, you're truly formidable." Zhou Yang let out a cold snort, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. They were the ones who acted shamelessly first. Yu Changhong laughed heartily, instantly feeling much better, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his chest. Zhou Yang stood up and called out, "Let's go fishing." "All right." Yu Changhong quickly followed, his steps light. To Zhou Yang, the Huawei incident wasn't a major issue. He had said what needed to be said and didn't concern himself with it further. Time quickly moved to January 10th, marking the start of the air show. The entire event would last 5 days, attracting participation from several countries and over 100 military enterprises. Although it was called an air show, it featured not only aviation weapons, but also numerous army weapons like tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. At 8 a.m., as the sun began to rise, Sun Chao, a reporter from the Iron Blood Forum, had already arrived early at the exhibition center. He took out his phone and dialed a number. 262, where are you? Soon, the two found each other in the crowd. 262, whose real name was Zhang Yifan, was a well-known military blogger. "Brother Sun, They exchanged brief pleasantries before hurrying towards the entrance. As they walked, Sun Chao asked, "What do you think the Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Corporation will unveil this time?" A hint of excitement flashed in Zhang Yifun's eyes. Who knows? But they've been building hype, so it's bound to be big news. Do you think it could be the rumored H-20? The military community had been buzzing for days. Xi'an Aircraft had been creating anticipation, claiming they would unveil a major product at this air show, sparking endless speculation and imagination. The air show had also highlighted Xi'an Aircraft's press conference as a key event, scheduling it right after the opening ceremony and giving them the main stage. All these signs suggested that Xi'an Aircraft was indeed planning something significant. That's unlikely. Sun Chao shook his head with a smile, though a hint of anticipation glimmered in his eyes. Following the crowd, they entered the exhibition center. Inside the spacious hall, various high-tech weapons were already neatly arranged, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Zhang Yifun's eyes widened, like a child in a candy store. "Don't rush. Come with me to see the opening ceremony first." Sun Chao pulled Zhang Yifun, who was eager to explore. Zhang Yifun was a bit impatient. "The opening ceremony is just a bunch of speeches by leaders. What's there to see?" Sun Chao shook the DSLR in his hand, his tone resigned. "Buddy, I'm a reporter. I have interviews to conduct, all right? Come on, accompany me first. As soon as the opening ceremony ends, we can watch the press conference." Zhang Yifun reluctantly nodded, following along, though his mind was already eagerly anticipating the exciting displays to come. At the center of the exhibition, the stage for the opening ceremony stood imposingly. At exactly 9 o'clock, the host's powerful voice pierced the air. "We invite our distinguished guests to take their seats on stage." A group of people emerged from backstage, with Li Tianshu and Zhou Yang walking side by side, leading the way onto the stage. "Mr. Zhou, this is your seat." Li Tianshu respectfully guided Zhou Yang to the central position. Below the stage, journalists seemed to have coordinated as they raised their cameras in unison, flashes going off in quick succession, almost lighting up the entire venue. Despite it being Zhou Yang's first time facing such a scene, he showed no signs of nervousness. He sat down calmly, as if he were naturally meant to be in the spotlight. The host began introducing the leaders on stage, mentioning both local officials and senior members of the General Armaments Department. When it was Zhou Yang's turn, the host simply stated, "We welcome academician Zhou Yang." There was no further introduction. This unexpected title caused Zhou Yang to pause slightly. He leaned over and quietly asked Li Tianshu, "Since when am I an academician?" Li Tianshu smiled and replied, "With your achievements, an academician title is an understatement." Zhou Yang understood that the authorities were clearly using this airshow to bring him into the public eye, gradually pushing him to the forefront. An academician title was merely the opening move in a larger strategy. The introduction of this academician sparked a buzz among the hundreds of guests below. Zhang Yifun elbowed the person next to him, Sun Chao, and remarked in surprise, "This academician is way too young, isn't he? He looks barely in his 20s, and I remember the youngest academician is around 40. Sun Chao nodded thoughtfully. "Zhou Yang? I've never heard of him." Sun Chao then took out his phone and quickly searched for Zhou Yang, but found nothing. Strange. If he really is an academician, there should be an entry on him at least in an encyclopedia, Sun Chao said, puzzled, as he looked up at Zhou Yang sitting in the central position, snapping a couple of photos of this mysterious figure. He even logged onto the Chinese Academy of Sciences website to search, but still found nothing. In such a formal setting, the host couldn't have introduced the wrong person. But if the Chinese Academy of Sciences doesn't have any information on him, what's going on? Sun Chao muttered to himself, falling into confusion. He wasn't the only one. Many at the event were drawn to the enigmatic academician Zhou Yang. Among the crowd, Dmitriev was also present. When he saw Zhou Yang, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's him." Sitting next to him was Griva, the new negotiator sent by the Kremlin. After the failure of the last engine export negotiations, Dmitriev had been severely reprimanded by the Kremlin and demoted, with the negotiating duties now falling to Griva. Frowning, Dmitriev whispered to Griva, "This man is likely the reason for our negotiation failure." Although Dmitriev found it unlikely, he still utilized a significant amount of resources from the intelligence department to investigate. After persistent efforts, they actually uncovered some clues. It seemed that the Z side had initiated a mysterious research project, with all signs pointing to the field of engines. Ultimately, decisive intelligence came from the CIA of M country. Dmitriev furrowed his brow and slowly revealed a shocking truth. "It was then that I learned about the existence of this person." Grua frowned in confusion, clearly not fully grasping Dmitriev's words. Noticing his expression, Dmitriev directly asked, "Have you heard of the Longshin battery and the recently world-shaking Tianjin 100 chip?" Grua nodded. He was well aware of these sensational technological breakthroughs. In fact, it was precisely because Z country developed the Longshin battery that he felt discontent, prompting him to teach Z country a lesson, which led to a series of subsequent events. Dmitriev's voice was low and resolute. It was this person who developed the Longshin battery and the Tianqin 100. What? Grua nearly jumped out of his chair in shock. He quickly lowered his voice, sat back down, and asked urgently, "Are you kidding? Wasn't the Longshin battery developed by BYD?" Dmitriev chuckled disdainfully, a hint of scorn in his eyes. "You believe that nonsense? Buddy, better believe it. The CIA has already confirmed this." He paused for a moment and continued. "As far as I know, they even organized an assassination attempt. Do you remember the news about SC Airport being closed due to an anti-terrorism exercise not long ago? That was the CIA's assassination operation." Grua's mouth dropped open, struggling to process this information. He couldn't imagine that technological achievements of the caliber of the Longshin battery and Tianqin 100 could all be the work of a single individual. Even if a nation were to exert all its efforts, it might not be able to develop any one of these. The existence of this mysterious figure seemed to upend everything he knew about technological advancement. Zhou Yang's remarkable achievements caused quite a stir at the venue. Not only did he independently develop two cutting-edge technologies, but astonishingly, he also participated in breakthrough engine research. Guliwa eagerly sought confirmation from Ji Maluofu, who solemnly nodded in response. "Based on the intelligence we have," Ji Maluofu said in a lowered voice, "the mysterious RD project by Party Z is likely led by Zhou Yang. This is probably why they unilaterally halted negotiations with us, pinning their hopes for engine technology breakthroughs on Zhou Yang." Guliwa instinctively questioned, "But is he really capable of this?" No sooner had he spoken than he realized he had asked a foolish question. If the Longshin battery and Tianqin 100 were indeed Zhou Yang's creations, then he certainly had the capability to tackle the engine research challenges. This realization made Guliwa grit his teeth and say in frustration, "Damn, what should we do then? Are we really going to abandon these negotiations?" Ji Maluofu remained silent, clearly also in a predicament. Just then, Guliwa's gaze fell on Zhou Yang on stage, and a wild idea suddenly emerged. "What if we just kill him? Then we'd become national heroes." Ji Maluofu's mouth dropped open in shock as he stared incredulously at his companion. The absurdity of the idea was beyond words. Assassinate Zhou Yang? They'd be shot by snipers before they even got close. The opening ceremony was brief and solemn, concluding after an hour following speeches by several leaders. The air show officially commenced, and Zhou Yang and others had already left. The host's voice spread throughout the venue via the sound system. "Please proceed outside, where Shifei will hold the first press conference of the air show in half an hour. Let's go." Zhang Yifan excitedly pulled Sun Chao, heading outside. As the highlight of the air show, the expansive outdoor area was filled with all kinds of aircraft, where major press conferences would take place. "It's definitely going to be fighter jets, maybe even the legendary H-20. Zhang Yifan trembled with excitement. "We've been waiting for this moment for so long." Outside the exhibition, the crowd was bustling, with hundreds of people gathered together. Ordinary spectators, weapon manufacturers from various countries, and procurement teams were all eagerly anticipating the grand launch of the air show. Zhang Yifan and Sun Chao squeezed through the throng, finally making it to the front row, their eyes filled with anticipation. The stage was already set, and as time passed, the press conference began right on schedule. Yang Junchong, an engineer from Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Corporation, took the stage. After a brief introduction, he got straight to the point. The issue of aircraft engines, a long-standing problem for our country's fighter jets, remains unresolved even with the J-20 in the skies. Zhang Yifan was taken aback, whispering urgently, "Could it be that the WS project has finally made a breakthrough?" His heart raced as he kept his eyes fixed on the stage. Sun Chao, however, appeared skeptical, frowning as he said, "I doubt it. If there had been a significant breakthrough, we would have heard something by now." Sun Chao continued, "You know, sometimes the country deliberately leaks information, like casually showcasing a different fighter jet engine in the news. These accidents are carefully planned. The WS project is so important that if there was any hope of a solution, there would be hints, at least a signal like, 'We're almost there. Are you worried yet?'" Zhang Yifan, still excited, countered, "You can't be so sure. Who says there can't be a surprise? I've been waiting for this day for years. Aircraft engines have always been our weak spot, and people online talk about it a lot. Just like Engineer Yang said, the J-20 is flying, but the engine problem remains unsolved." Yang Junchong teased the audience, gesturing for attention. The big screen slowly unveiled a mysterious exhibit covered by a red cloth. The audience craned their necks, eager to see what lay beneath. Zhang Yifan impatiently remarked, "Judging by the size, it's likely the aircraft engine." Sun Chao caught the excitement, but remained cautious. "Don't get too excited yet. It might just be the WS-10. At that moment, Yang Junchong's voice boomed again, like a thunderclap. "Let's welcome the key figures of the WS-15 Project Chief Engineer Yuan Haifeng, Chief Engineer Li Bingxian, and Academician Zhou Yang to reveal the answer." This announcement instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the entire audience. Zhang Yifan was ecstatic, exclaiming, I knew it was the WS-15. It really is the WS-15. After all these years, it's finally here. Sun Chao was equally moved, his eyes welling up as he clenched his fists in excitement. Academician Zhou Yang was the first to step on stage, followed closely by Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian. Zhou Yang initially wanted to defer to the others, but the two chief engineers insisted on giving him the honor, making Zhou Yang the center of attention. The room erupted with thunderous applause, echoing throughout the venue. Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian immediately waved to the crowd, their expressions proud and composed. Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment before following suit, raising his arm and smiling as he waved twice to the audience. What, it's him? Sun Chao exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening. Zhang Yifan also noticed Zhou Yang and quickly whispered, "Isn't that academician Zhou Yang who was sitting in the center during the opening ceremony? How did he become the head of the WS project?" "I know Chief Engineer Yuan Haifeng. Xi'an Aircraft has always announced him as in charge of the WS project," Zhang Yifan pondered with a frown. "But who is this Chief Engineer Li? And how did Zhou Yang also become a project leader?" He turned to Sun Chao, full of questions. Sun Chao was equally puzzled and whispered, "And did you notice, both Chief Engineer Yuan and Chief Engineer Li are walking behind, while Zhou Yang is at the front. Typically, the core leader of a project walks ahead. Could it be that this academician Zhou Yang is the actual head of the WS project?" "I don't know." Zhang Yifan shook his head, though internally he was deeply shocked. He is so young, not only an academician but also leading the WS project. It's incredible. Countless camera flashes went off simultaneously, capturing the figures of Zhou Yang and his colleagues at this historic moment. This time, Zhou Yang had taken his first step into the spotlight, becoming the center of attention. Amid the crowd, Dimitri's expression was terrifyingly grim as he muttered through clenched teeth, "So, it's him. He's the one who solved the WS project. Damn it, how did they do it so fast?" Jelawai was equally stunned, mumbling to himself, "Zhou Yang looks like he's only in his 20s. How can someone so young have developed the Longshin battery, Tianxin 100, and now the WS project? It's like Einstein has possessed him." Zhou Yang steadily walked onto the stage, approaching a prominent red button. Pressing this button would unveil the mysterious red cloth behind. He turned to his colleagues with a smile and said, "Shall we do this together?" Yuan Haifeng, Li Bingxian, and Zhou Yang exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Together, they reached out and pressed the button in front of them. Instantly, a crimson curtain cascaded down like a waterfall, revealing a brand new aircraft engine gleaming with metallic luster. The room erupted with thunderous applause, the sound echoing through the space. Zhou Yang stepped aside, joining the crowd in enthusiastic clapping. The engine stood like a superstar in the spotlight, capturing everyone's attention. Amidst the half-minute of applause, Yang Junchang finally began his introduction. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our newly launched WS-15 aircraft engine. It boasts a dry thrust of 105 knots and an afterburner thrust of 181 knots. Thanks to the use of new materials, its thrust-to-weight ratio has reached 11, and its lifespan has remarkably exceeded 10,000 hours." Yang Junchang's final statement sent another wave of excitement through the audience. Nearly everyone present was a seasoned military enthusiast, keenly aware of the technical challenges of the WS series engines and the significance of a 10,000-hour lifespan. 10,000 hours. They've really done it. Zhang Yifan exclaimed, waving his arms in excitement. The military enthusiasts around him echoed his sentiment, and the chant of 10,000 hours became a deafening roar, sweeping across the event. Meanwhile, the foreign weapons manufacturers and procurement delegates present wore serious expressions. A 10,000-hour lifespan, confidently showcased at such a public air show, unequivocally announced that Country Z had overcome all technical hurdles of the WS-15 and solved the mass production issues. This marked the removal of yet another shackle restraining the mighty dragon. Yang Junchang continued, "I won't delve into more technical details. However, we have a special surprise for you today. A J-20 fighter jet equipped with 2 of the latest WS-15 engines will fly over the exhibition site before our eyes." "What? The J-20? Did I hear that right?" As the audience erupted in astonished murmurs, a powerful roar tore through the sky. On the distant horizon, a sleek fighter jet sliced through the heavens like a majestic eagle, speeding towards the exhibition site. In the almost sci-fi-like cockpit of the J-20, Colonel Chang Lei sat in the pilot's seat, a top ace with 20 years of fighter jet experience. He casually pressed the communication button and asked with a smile, "So, how should I fly today?" A voice, old yet commanding, came through the communication channel. "Today is the day for the eagle to spread its wings and brandish its sword. Chang Lei, show me your true skills and fly freely." "Understood, understood," Chang Lei replied crisply, expertly putting on his oxygen mask. His eyes gazed through the cockpit glass at the exhibition center below. For this demonstration, the airspace spanning dozens of kilometers around had been completely cleared, leaving this vast sky as his stage. "Old buddy, let's begin," Chang Lei murmured, gently pushing the throttle. Instantly, the fighter jet accelerated, and the immense thrust pinned him firmly to his seat. Below, the spectators at the exhibition center heard a deafening roar and erupted into enthusiastic cheers. J-20. Zhang Yifan excitedly grabbed Sun Chao's arm, waving it vigorously. Everyone looked up to the sky, watching as a J-20, trailing a massive plume, sliced through the air like a sharp sword. "Vortex, it's the vortex, amazing!" Zhang Yifan screamed excitedly. The crowd watched intently as the J-20 flew over the exhibition center and suddenly performed an astonishing vertical climb. This wasn't just any ascent, it was an almost 90-degree super climb. The thunderous roar echoed through the skies, and even from kilometers away, the ground spectators felt their eardrums vibrate, forcing them to cover their ears. Zhou Yang was no exception. As he grimaced while covering his ears, Chen Riyun handed him a pair of black earplugs. They exchanged knowing smiles, and Zhou Yang put on the earplugs, feeling much more comfortable. Vertical climb, what a maneuver, incredible. Zhang Yifan had to shout to balance the pressure on his eardrums. Sun Chao, equally excited, keenly noticed some unusual details. "The climb angle is steeper," he analyzed. "The engine's performance is stronger, it's been upgraded, definitely upgraded." High above, the J-20 began its dazzling display. Various high-difficulty maneuvers drew cheers from the spectators on the ground. Jimalov looked up at the fighter jet, murmuring, "It's like a sci-fi fighter jet, truly beautiful." Next to him, Guliwa also marveled. "Yes, the maneuverability is incredible. In terms of aerodynamic design, the J-20 can claim to be second in the world, with no one daring to say they're first. The strongest aerodynamic design brings unbelievable maneuverability. The only issue was the engine, which held back this golden dragon. But now, with the new engine, the J-20 has finally overcome its last shortcoming." In the high-altitude cockpit of the J-20, Chang Lei wore a satisfied smile. It's not enough, he thought, sensing the fighter jet still had more potential to unleash. With this in mind, he decided to climb even higher. As the J-20 ascended to 3,000 meters, it became a small speck in the eyes of the ground spectators. Fortunately, the clear skies provided excellent visibility, allowing everyone to still see the outline of the aircraft. Suddenly, the J-20 began to accelerate. At this moment, the two WS-15 engines truly unleashed their incredible power, as if they had been leisurely strolling before and were now finally walking at a normal pace. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and a bowl-shaped airflow appeared around the J-20. "The sound barrier, it's broken the sound barrier." Zhang Yifan screamed in excitement once more, his voice drowned out by the chorus of gasps from the surrounding spectators. The cheers from the crowd reached their peak. For the first time, the J-20 showcased its breathtaking ability to break the sound barrier in front of the public. As a supersonic cruise fighter jet, the J-20 can effortlessly surpass the sound barrier even in cruise mode. The sonic boom took a few seconds to reach the ground, and even from 3 kilometers away, it was deafening. Yet, no one complained about the piercing noise. Instead, every spectator was shouting excitedly, eyes glued to the elegant figure in the sky. Chang Lei expertly maneuvered the jet to ascend, with the J-20 trailing a visible sonic boom cloud and leaving striking white contrails in the clear blue sky. The jet climbed to an altitude of 4 to 5 kilometers before stabilizing. With a light chuckle, Chang Lei said over the communication channel, "This is just the beginning. I'm engaging the afterburner." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed the throttle to its limit. Instantly, the fighter jet seemed to be propelled by an invisible giant hand, accelerating in a flash. The air in front of the J-20 seemed to solidify into an invisible wall, pierced by the jet's sharp nose. A massive sonic boom cloud rapidly spread across the sky, creating a spectacular natural phenomenon. The spectators on the ground were stunned, watching as the silver-gray warbird vanished from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a stunned silence. Zhang Yifan widened his eyes, murmuring, "Is that the afterburner? Otherwise, there's no way the speed could increase so quickly, especially when it's already supersonic." Sun Chao nodded blankly, unable to respond before a deafening roar belatedly tore through the air, as if threatening to split the earth. Seconds later, the J-20 reappeared like a silver lightning bolt, slicing through the sky and returning to the audience's view. Its speed was unbelievably fast, almost impossible to track with the naked eye. "The afterburner is definitely on. It's incredible," Zhang Yifan screamed with excitement. Sun Chao, equally thrilled, nodded repeatedly. They both knew that in afterburner mode, the J-20 could reach an astonishing speed of nearly twice the speed of sound, a feat that would thrill any aviation enthusiast. Within seconds, the J-20 reappeared in the sky, maintaining its afterburner mode and accelerating in a climbing posture, like a sharp sword piercing the heavens. Over the next few minutes, the jet performed a series of dazzling maneuvers, repeatedly roaring over the spectators' heads, showcasing its incredible speed and agility. Zhang Yifan was so excited that he couldn't contain himself, shouting, "This is amazing! Even missiles can't catch up with this speed. This is the true strength of the J-20, it's incredible." His excitement was palpable, and he kept repeating "incredible" to express his exhilaration. However, Sun Chao noticed something unusual. Frowning, he asked, "How long has it been in afterburner mode?" Zhang Yifan didn't immediately understand. "What?" Sun Chao explained. "The J-20 has been flying with afterburners for 2 or 3 minutes now. Isn't it said that a fighter jet shouldn't use afterburners for more than 2 minutes? Going beyond 5 minutes could cause irreversible damage to the engine." This realization made Zhang Yifan anxious. "You're right, it's been over 2 minutes. Oh no, could the engine be damaged? Maybe the pilot got too carried away and forgot to turn off the afterburner." Sun Chao shook his head, speaking seriously. "Are you kidding? Only ace pilots fly the J-20. They wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Unless..." He paused. "Unless the J-20's engine is powerful enough to withstand prolonged afterburner use without significant damage." This thought made Sun Chao shiver. He realized that if this were true, the J-20 would have an unparalleled advantage in afterburner mode. He began to analyze. Imagine, in a heat-in confrontation, the enemy wouldn't be able to lock onto such a high-speed target. Even if they managed to lock on, their missiles couldn't catch the J-20. In modern aerial combat, bay and visual range strikes are the norm. The enemy could be shot down by our missiles before they even see us. Sun Chao's voice trembled slightly with excitement. With such powerful speed and sustained afterburner capability, the J-20 strike and penetration abilities would reach unprecedented heights. It's fair to say that this jet would be nearly invincible in the air. He paused, his gaze shifting to the nearby exhibition stand. And all of this is thanks to that powerful engine and its extraordinary performance. Sun Chao couldn't help but look towards Zhou Yang and the others on the stand with deep respect. He thought to himself, these three are the true heroes of the nation. In the sky, a J-20 fighter jet repeatedly soared back and forth, drawing the attention of the professionals present. Soon, they noticed something unusual. The jet had been using afterburners for an extended period. Dimilov frowned, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. "Doesn't the pilot worry about the engine failing?" he explained. "In this low-altitude environment, air resistance is greater, making it harder to reach top speed. Using afterburners has a significant impact on the engine. Typically, using them for even a few dozen seconds is considered long. However, the J-20 overhead had been using afterburners for a full 5 minutes. Suddenly, a realization struck Dimilov, and he quickly said, "They must have reinforced the internal materials to enhance strength. I remember the host mentioning earlier that WS-15 uses new materials. That must be the reason. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to risk using the afterburners for so long." Grieva was stunned and took a moment to recover. "Doesn't that mean they won't need our engines anymore? The AL-41's performance isn't even as good as the WS-15. With the WS-15, why would they want the AL-41? What's the point of our negotiations?" Dimilov shook his head with a wry smile. At this moment, he was no longer worried about whether China would purchase the AL-41 engines. His thoughts turned to a broader perspective. What impact would China, having solved the WS-15 challenges and allowing the J-20 to reach its full potential, have on the world? What effect would it have on their own country? Overhead, the J-20 gradually slowed down, made one last low pass over the field, and then disappeared from sight. It wasn't that the pilot, Fan Lei, didn't want to continue flying, but the fuel was running low. In afterburner mode, fuel consumption is more intense. After using afterburners for 5 minutes, continuing further might even jeopardize the return flight. "Amazing!" Zhang Yifan shouted excitedly. Sun Chao was equally thrilled, adding, "If the WS-15 really has a lifespan of 10,000 hours, as Shifei claims, that's truly impressive. I think it's probably close to that. Even if there's some exaggeration, it can't be much. Just the fact that the pilot dared to use afterburners for 5 minutes shows how durable this engine is. The more durable the engine, the longer its lifespan." The lively atmosphere persisted for several minutes before gradually calming down. Yang Junchang picked up the microphone and loudly announced, "This is the true capability of the J-20 equipped with 2 of our Shifei WS-15 engines. Let's give the warmest applause to the 3 chief engineers of the WS project, whose efforts have made the mass production of the WS-15 possible." The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Everyone understood what the breakthrough of the WS-15 meant, and it was all thanks to the contributions of Zhou Yang and his team. Zhou Yang smiled, clapping as he led Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian off the stage. The applause continued for a long time. Zhang Yifan clapped enthusiastically. Sun Chao urgently said, "No, I must find a place immediately to write an announcement and release it so everyone knows about this." Zhang Yifan replied with a chuckle, "Are you still waiting to send out an announcement? Look around. The whole venue is filled with people holding phones and cameras. This news has already spread across the country. Indeed, the air show was already trending online, and the news of the J-20 featuring the latest WS-15 engine was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire internet. Major news outlets and short video platforms were flooded with reports, especially the video of the J-20 breaking the sound barrier, trailing a sonic boom cloud across the sky, left every viewer in awe. Online, countless netizens were moved to tears, with comment sections filled with phrases like, "Our country is amazing," and "I'm proud of my country." Some expressed regret, saying, "I wish I could be there in person." Others excitedly wrote, "The backbone of our nation, a great powers fighter jet. It's incredible." Some even boldly declared, "From now on, if anyone says our fighter jet engines are lacking, I'll fight them." Meanwhile, the names of WS-15 developers Zhou Yang, Yuan Haifeng, and Li Bingxian spread like wildfire, becoming a hot topic of conversation across the nation. Some netizens began to delve deeper. "I know Yuan Haifeng. He's a senior engineer at Xi'an Aircraft and has been responsible for the WS project. I checked on Li Bingxian, and he seems to be an engineer from Liming, also from Xi'an Aircraft, involved in the WS project's preliminary research." However, information about Zhou Yang sparked controversy. Some were puzzled. Who exactly is Zhou Yang? I've never heard of him, and there's nothing about him online. Plus, he looks too young, barely in his 20s. Soon, skepticism arose. Some speculated, could he be fake? Maybe the son of a big leader, here to claim the glory? Another netizen agreed, very likely. Think about it, he's so young. Even if he's a genius, at best he's a PhD. What can a PhD do in such a high-level research project? The discussion grew heated, with some expressing anger. It's shameful. Initially, I was thrilled about the WS-15 breakthrough, but now seeing this, it's disgusting. It's outrageous that someone would steal credit, especially from veteran scientists like Chief Engineer Yuan and Chief Engineer Li, who have dedicated decades to the country. Amid the controversy, questions about Zhou Yang's identity and contributions grew, casting a shadow over what should have been a nationwide celebration of technological achievement due to the appearance of a young face. Chief Engineer Yuan and Chief Engineer Li, though outwardly silent, were seething with anger inside. They decided to take action and expose Zhou Yang's ugly side to the entire nation. Yes, he should be exposed, someone whispered in agreement. Let more people see his true colors. Soon, a wave of criticism against Zhou Yang swept across the internet. Countless netizens joined in the outcry, with some clueless media outlets fueling the fire. Zhou Yang's reputation online plummeted rapidly, surrounded by accusations and insults. Yet, at this moment, Zhou Yang was completely unaware of it all. As Zhou Yang stepped down from the podium, he was surprised to see tears in the eyes of Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian. "Mr. Zhou, we really can't thank you enough," they both said, turning to bow deeply to Zhou Yang. If it weren't for Zhou Yang's development of high-strength crystalline steel, this moment might have taken many more years to achieve. Zhou Yang quickly stepped forward to stop them, saying in a flustered manner, "Please, there's no need for that. I just did a bit of research and solved the materials issue. You are the real heroes here. Don't forget, the engine, from nothing to something, was all designed by you." Yuan Haifeng wanted to say more, but Zhou Yang hurriedly interrupted. "All right, as I said, we're all contributing to the country. There's no need to divide credit." Li Bingxian nodded in agreement. "Mr. Zhou is right. Contributing to the country is what we should do. Talking about credit is too mundane." Afterward, Zhou Yang didn't linger at the air show. As the convoy departed, he suddenly turned to Chen Ryun and asked, "Ryun, isn't your sister in SC? Should we pay her a visit?" Zhang Bo works at Zhaowei Electromechanical's headquarters in SC, where Chun Ruoshi's family also resides. Chen Ryun thought for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps it would be better for my sister and her family to come to the villa." She was mainly considering the potential security risks of visiting Chun Ruoshi's home. However, Zhou Yang insisted, "That won't do. It's not proper to invite someone over when we're the ones visiting. Let's arrange it this way. Plus I have other matters to discuss with your brother-in-law." Zhou Yang had learned that Zhaowei Electromechanical was the largest private enterprise in the country specializing in transmission systems. He realized that solving the mech's transmission system issue was equally crucial, and now was the perfect time to address it. The atmosphere in Li Tianshu's office was tense. His secretary had just handed him a stack of reports, and their contents were shocking. As Li Tianshu quickly skimmed through the materials, his frown deepened. Suddenly, he slammed his desk in anger. "Ridiculous! Shameless!" he roared. "Who did this? Who's stirring things up? Investigate immediately. Once you find out, deal with it seriously. And these news reports, have them all retracted." All the reports were about Zhou Yang and were filled with malice. They painted Zhou Yang as a bully and a credit stealer for the WS-15's first flight. Li Tianshu couldn't tolerate this. He knew well that the successful maiden flight of the WS-15 was largely due to Zhou Yang's development of high-strength crystalline steel. Frustrated, Li Tianshu rubbed his temples. The higher-ups intended to put Zhou Yang in the spotlight at the airshow, but this was the result. He felt ashamed to face Zhou Yang. "Yes," the secretary responded immediately, leaving without delay. That day, the National Press and Publication Administration acted swiftly, issuing a directive. All media outlets that reported false news about Zhou Yang were penalized and ordered to make corrections. No major media platforms, including major news outlets and popular apps, were spared. The media felt the formidable power of the state. Without hesitation, all related reports were withdrawn, and the content was thoroughly revised. Videos on platforms like Douyin were promptly removed. Within hours, false reports about Zhou Yang nearly vanished from the internet. The state's intervention was swift and powerful. However, netizens who had been eagerly discussing the WS-15's maiden flight and criticizing Zhou Yang for stealing credit suddenly found that all reports about Zhou Yang had disappeared. Videos were taken down, and searches yielded no results. The speed of this action was astonishing, highlighting the powerful backing behind it. Some began to question, if the background isn't strong, how could one steal such credit? But we can't let someone with merit be wronged. Want to silence us? Impossible. Exactly, others echoed. The more they suppress, the more guilty they seem. We need to make our voices louder, so everyone knows the truth. Let's flood the comment sections. Soon, the comment sections of major news stories and popular videos were flooded. A group of people relentlessly posted comments, repeatedly mentioning Zhou Yang's alleged credit stealing. The controversy, already significant, now drew even those previously unaware, sparking curiosity about Zhou Yang's true identity. Li Tianqiu closely monitored the public opinion, but this time, he did not rush to intervene. On the second day of the air show, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs regular press conference took place as scheduled. Given the global sensation caused by the WS-15's first flight the previous day, journalists eagerly posed questions about the event. Spokesperson Zhou Yang calmly and methodically addressed all inquiries, though his responses were standard. At that moment, a journalist suddenly stood up, breaking the silence of the conference room. His voice was slightly tense but firm as he asked, "I've noticed that many media outlets have reported on the 3 chief engineers of the WS-15 project. Among them, Zhou Yang, an academician, became one at under 30 and served as the chief engineer of the WS project. Many netizens have questioned this, believing that Zhou Yang has taken credit from Chief Engineer Yuan and Chief Engineer Li. What is your perspective on this issue?" As soon as the question was raised, the room fell silent. All eyes from the media turned to the journalist who had posed the question, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. This issue had been lingering in many minds for some time, especially among foreign journalists. While they could only envy WS-15's success, they keenly noticed the controversy surrounding its development team. To them, this was undoubtedly a potential scandal. The attitude of the General Administration of Press and Publication yesterday had hinted at Zhou Yang's strong background, causing some journalists to hesitate, planning to wait until the matter escalated further before asking. However, now someone had broken the ice and directly brought this sensitive topic to the forefront. Zhou Yang's gaze landed on the questioning journalist, and a subtle, enigmatic smile appeared on his lips. After a brief pause, he responded in a steady and firm tone. "First, I want to make it clear that all online reports about academician Zhou are false and unfounded." This statement left the journalists exchanging glances, their eyes filled with surprise and doubt. This was the government's first official response to the issue, and it was evidently more direct and assertive than many had anticipated. Without pausing, Zhou Yang continued, "Since the journalist mentioned academician Zhou, I will take this opportunity to reintroduce him to everyone." His tone became more solemn. "Academician Zhou Yang is an important scientist in our country. Due to confidentiality principles, I cannot disclose much about his specific situation. However, after research and discussion by higher authorities, it has been decided to make public some of his research achievements." This statement left the journalists even more puzzled. What did "cannot disclose due to confidentiality principles" mean? And why make public some research achievements? Could it be that Zhou Yang had other significant, unknown accomplishments? Zhou Yang's voice remained steady and powerful as he continued. "Recently, you may have noticed breakthroughs in several technological challenges in our country, such as the Longshin battery and the Tianqin 100. I can tell you here that the Longshin battery was successfully developed by academician Zhou." This unexpected piece of information once again plunged the conference room into a stunned silence. The journalists' pens hovered above their notepads, their eyes filled with disbelief. Clearly, this response not only failed to quell the doubts, but also sparked more questions and speculation. The news of the Tianqin 100 chip hit the press conference like a bombshell. As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, the room was plunged into a stunned silence. The journalists were left speechless, their minds blank, as if this astounding news had struck them like a lightning bolt. The Longshin battery and the Tianqin 100, 2 groundbreaking technologies capable of reshaping the global landscape, were both the work of Zhou Yang? This completely overturned everyone's understanding. Such technological breakthroughs would typically require the efforts of a massive research team of thousands, taking years or even decades. But Zhou Yang? How old is he? Even if he had started researching from elementary school, it would still seem impossible to overcome these technical challenges. Not to mention the WS-15 project, another game changer. The journalists exchanged incredulous glances. If they reported this, their colleagues would likely dismiss it. But where were they now? This was a government press conference, where every word was carefully considered and meticulously crafted. In this solemn setting, Zhou Yang spoke on behalf of the Z country's government. The government wouldn't make baseless claims or fabricate stories to elevate an individual. The only explanation, then, is that it's all true. The Longshin battery and the Tianxin 100 truly are Zhou Yang's creations. Zhou Yang's expression grew more solemn as he continued. Academician Zhou has made outstanding contributions to our country's technological development. He is a great figure of our nation. The government will not tolerate any form of slander or false reporting. I hereby sternly warn those with ulterior motives to cease their actions immediately. The honors awarded to academician Zhou Yang are not to be tarnished. Many astute journalists noted the phrase, great figure of our nation, used by Zhou Yang. Such a designation is not easily bestowed. However, if these remarkable achievements truly stem from Zhou Yang, then he indeed deserves this title. Zhou Yang continued. A special report will be broadcast on the news at 7 p.m. tonight, detailing academician Zhou Yang's significant contributions to our country's scientific research. If you have any questions, please tune in. With that, he announced the end of the press conference and slowly exited the room, leaving behind a group of journalists still reeling from the shock. In the SC Binzhou neighborhood, a car slowly drove into the underground parking lot. Chen Ryun cautiously looked around until a confirming voice came through her earpiece. Then she nodded to Zhou Yang beside her. After getting out of the car, Zhou Yang keenly noticed security personnel hidden in the shadows. The entire complex seemed to be under tight control. The elevator stopped on the 12th floor, and Chen Ryun, carrying a gift, gently knocked on the door of apartment 1201. When Shun Ruashi opened the door and saw Zhou Yang and her delight was unmistakable. After some pleasantries, Zhang Tong excitedly rushed out, first hugging Chen Ryun, then pestering Zhou Yang for gifts. Zhang Bo also appeared, warmly inviting them to stay over, but Chen Ryun politely declined, saying she just wanted to eat her sister's cooking. While Zhang Bo went out to buy groceries, Zhou Yang was pulled away by Zhang Tong to listen to her play the violin. Chen Ruashi hurried to stop her, but to no avail, and could only close the kitchen door with a wry smile. When the piece ended, Zhou Yang, despite feeling uncomfortable, unexpectedly showcased his own violin skills, impressing everyone present. During dinner, Zhang Bo received a mysterious phone call and subsequently revealed that he was planning to leave Zhaowei Electromechanical. Zhou Yang quickly picked up on this information and began contemplating the business opportunities it presented. Zhang Bo spoke about the various issues within the company's management and the loss of core technical staff. This conversation sparked an idea in Zhou Yang: why not start his own company? Throughout the evening, the conversation shifted between work, weddings, and life, but Zhou Yang's thoughts were already drifting towards a future business venture. As night fell, and they bid farewell to Zhang Bo's family, Zhou Yang's mind was already outlining a brand new business plan. Zhou Yang's words made Zhang Bo fall into deep thought. He furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Zhang, if a company wants to enter the transmission systems field, could you recruit the technical talents you know? Zhang Bo looked at Zhou Yang with confusion, not fully grasping his meaning. He responded, which company are you talking about? It might not be easy. People are doing well where they are and might not want to switch jobs. He continued, Xiaozhou, which company are you referring to? I know most of the companies in the transmission systems field here. Are you trying to help me find a job? No need. I've already lined up an interview for tomorrow. Zhou Yang shook his head and explained, I'm not introducing you to a job. I have some spare funds and think the transmission industry has a promising future. I was wondering if I could invest and you could manage it for me? No need to work for others anymore. You could be your own boss. After all, we'll be family soon, so it's only right to look out for each other. Be my own boss. Zhang Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. Shun Ruashi, who was nearby, was also surprised but quickly caught on and said excitedly, that's great news. Xiaozhou, are you serious? Being your own boss is way better than working for someone else. Zhang Bo shot Chen Ruashi a stern look and said, what do you know? Running a business is no small feat. What if it fails? He then turned to Zhou Yang, his tone softening. Xiaozhou, I appreciate the offer, but running a business is not child's play, especially in the transmission system sector. If you do it on a small scale, it's hard to make money, and doing it big requires a significant investment. How big? Chen Ruashi asked curiously. Zhang Bo replied, at least in the billions. So much? Chen Ruashi was startled. Zhou Yang chuckled and said, no worries, I can manage a few billion. He briefly explained his shares in Matrix Energy and the company's recent developments, hinting that his net worth had surpassed 100 billion. Zhang Bo and Chen Ruashi were stunned. Chen Ryun looked at Zhou Yang with a hint of exasperation, thinking he was a bit too blunt. Zhang Bo fixed his gaze on Zhou Yang and asked, Xiaozhou, what exactly do you do? I thought you were in artificial intelligence. Just then, the news on TV suddenly aired a special documentary titled The Great Master of the Nation, Zhou Yang. The screen showed photos of Zhou Yang inspecting the BYD base, capturing everyone's attention. Hey, isn't that Xiao Zhou? Chen Ruoshi exclaimed. It really is, looks exactly like him, Zhang Bo agreed. Zhou Yang turned to the TV, puzzled about how he ended up on the news. The documentary detailed Zhou Yang's contributions to the Longshin battery and the Tianjin 100 projects, and included interviews with chief engineers Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian, who praised Zhou Yang highly, calling him the Einstein of modern society. Zhou Yang felt a bit embarrassed, thinking the praise was over the top. The documentary concluded with a scene from the West Air show, where Zhou Yang looked up at the J-20 flying overhead. Auntie, Mom, I see Uncle on TV. Zhang Tong pointed out. Zhang Bo and Chun Ruoshi snapped back to reality, speechless for a moment. Finally, Zhang Bo stammered. Xiao Zhou, I mean Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang quickly interjected. Zhang, just call me Xiao Zhou. No matter who I am or what I've done, in 8 months we'll be family. As for this documentary, even I didn't know about it. Zhang Bo and Chun Ruoshi were slightly relieved, though still filled with disbelief. Zhang Bo began asking Zhou Yang about the Longshin battery and Tianjin 100, even pulling out his Mate 40 Pro phone to inquire if its chip was Zhou Yang's work. Zhou Yang awkwardly nodded. Zhang Bo then connected the dots with the earlier control by the property management downstairs and realized. So the big leader who came earlier was actually you. Zhou Yang glanced at Chun Riyun and quietly replied, It seems so. My goodness, this is unbelievable. Zhang Bo exclaimed, then pulled out his phone. I need to take a picture and post it on social media. Can I? Zhou Yang laughed and said, Of course, but I doubt anyone will recognize me. Zhang Bo eagerly put his arm around Zhou Yang's shoulder for a photo, confidently stating, No way. You've been on national TV. Everyone will know you. Zhang Bo quickly snapped a photo and posted it on his social media with the caption, Guess who this is? His WeChat friend list was extensive, including former colleagues, industry peers, and partners. As soon as he sent the message, replies flooded in. Who is this? I don't recognize them, someone said, puzzled. Moments later, a startled comment broke the calm. Whoa, isn't that Zhou Yang from TV? Wow, Zhang, you're amazing. Did he come to your place for dinner? Coincidentally, a documentary featuring Zhou Yang was airing on the news, and more people began to recognize him in the photo. Zhang Bo's social media was instantly buzzing. Are you serious? Maybe it's just someone who looks like him. Impossible, he's a national master and an academician featured on CCTV. How would ordinary folks like us get to know him? Zhang, with such a feast, why didn't you invite me? I'm on my way. Come on. Are you just after the food, or hoping to meet him? I'm heading out too. Initially, Zhang Bo was pleased as he browsed through the comments, but he quickly realized something was off. Several friends claimed they were coming over immediately, which made him anxious. He turned to Zhou Yang and asked nervously, Xiao Zhou, my friends say they're coming over. Is that okay? Chun Riyun snatched the phone, glanced at it, and looked at Zhang Bo with resignation. She quickly pressed an earpiece and whispered, Lu Jun, Plan A, stand by for evacuation. Zhang Bo was stunned, and Chun Ruoshi asked curiously, who are you talking to? At that moment, Zhang Bo had an epiphany, realizing the place might already be surrounded by bodyguards. He imagined a movie scene, dozens of bodyguards bursting in, saying, Mr. Zhou, it's time to go. Zhou Yang glared at Chun Riyun and said, Enough, don't be so tense. If people come, they come. Why can't I meet anyone? But, Chun Riyun hesitated. No buts, let's continue eating, Zhou Yang interrupted decisively. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Riyun pressed the earpiece again. Abort action, maintain vigilance. Then, Chun Ruoshi also caught on and couldn't resist looking towards the balcony, asking, are there snipers aiming at us like in the movies? Of course not. Zhou Yang and Zhang Bo denied in unison. Really? Chun Ruoshi looked disappointed. Zhou Yang chuckled, knowing full well that such a possibility did exist. Zhang, what do you think about what I mentioned earlier? Zhou Yang shifted the topic. Zhang Bo was taken aback. You mean about starting a business? Zhou Yang nodded and explained in detail. Yes, my idea is to establish a company. You'll handle the management and operations, and you can recruit the technical staff. I'll provide the technical data, focusing on developing high-tech transmission systems. Don't worry too much about profits or losses. This company is primarily for proving the technology. Once the technology matures, you can decide whether to collaborate with external companies. In short, it's more of a research-focused enterprise rather than a traditional business. Zhang Bo's jaw dropped, not expecting Zhou Yang to be serious, let alone provide core technical data. This proposal far exceeded his expectations, leaving him momentarily speechless. If Zhou Yang had said this before, Zhang Bo probably wouldn't have taken it seriously. After all, in his eyes, Zhou Yang was just someone who worked on artificial intelligence and knew nothing about transmission systems. However, at this moment, Zhang Bo's attitude had undergone a dramatic change. Zhou Yang's development of the WS-15 had successfully taken to the skies. In the face of such technical prowess, What was a transmission system? Zhang Bo furrowed his brow, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. But I'm afraid I won't do it well, he said, his voice tinged with a lack of confidence. Once, he prided himself as a leading figure in the industry, boasting exceptional skills. Yet now, standing before Zhou Yang, his once prized abilities seemed insignificant. Zhou Yang noticed Zhang Bo's concerns and offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Zhang. I'm here to help, he said with encouragement and support in his voice. At that moment, Chen Ruoshi quickly shot Zhang Bo a glance, as if to say, don't hesitate. This is a rare opportunity. Zhang Bo took a deep breath and finally nodded slowly. All right then. Seeing this, Zhou Yang immediately continued. All right, let's settle it then. I'll have someone contact you later to help manage the company's affairs. He paused and added, regarding the shares, we'll split them into 4 parts. Each of you, including Tong Tong, will get a share, and Ryun will get one too. Zhang Bo was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. How can that be? You invested the money. The company should be yours. I'm fine with just a salary. Chen Ruoshi nodded in agreement. That's right. Even though we're about to become family, we should still be clear about finances. We can't take your money. Their attitudes showed their understanding and sensibility. Zhou Yang, however, was unfazed and said casually, all right, Zhang, just go with it. Consider it a gift I'm preparing for Tong Tong. Zhang Bo was about to protest, but at this moment, Chun Ryun interjected, all right, brother-in-law, just accept it. He sees things further than we do. Money isn't a concern for him. Consider these shares as a gift from us to you, hoping you both can have a better life. Chun Ryun knew well that life wasn't easy for Zhang Bo and Chen Ruoshi and SZ, with significant pressure from the mortgage. Zhang Bo and Chen Ruoshi exchanged a glance, a complex emotion passing through their eyes. Finally, they nodded slowly. All right then. It's worth mentioning that Zhang Bo's friend never appeared, possibly being stopped by someone. Meanwhile, this documentary caused quite a stir nationwide, especially sparking immense discussion online. Once Zhou Yang's documentary aired, it immediately sparked widespread discussion online. The official TikTok account quickly shared the video, propelling it to the top of the trending list. Viewers were shocked and expressed immense admiration for the 27-year-old scientist. Wow, an excited commenter wrote. I can't think of any other words to describe my feelings right now. Academician Zhou is truly a national treasure. Absolutely incredible. Another user, deeply moved, commented, this is a real role model, someone all young people should look up to. I feel so ashamed and embarrassed for having misunderstood Academician Zhou before. The documentary detailed Zhou Yang's significant scientific achievements, including the Longshin battery and Tianqin 100. Many viewers found it hard to believe that these cutting-edge technologies were developed by one person. Someone exclaimed, what kind of genius could create these things? The mention of high-strength crystalline steel in the film prompted speculation. One viewer joked, don't ask, just assume it's beyond what us ordinary people can understand. As discussions continued, some users began to connect recent business moves to Zhou Yang. Matrix Energy's acquisition of BYD's battery business and high-silicon Kirin might have been directed by academician Zhou. Could the acquisition of Baidu also be his doing? This speculation led to further debate. Some pointed out Baidu's recent moves, like high-profile talent poaching and sudden delisting, which might hint at a major project underway. Could it be something significant, like HiSilicon's achievements? And very likely led by academician Zhou. The focus quickly shifted to the field of artificial intelligence. An enthusiastic commenter said, we used to think Baidu's AI efforts were all talk, but if academician Zhou is leading, they might really be working on groundbreaking AI technology. Wow, artificial intelligence, amazing. Another user chimed in, pushing the discussion to its peak. As more details emerged, people were filled with anticipation and admiration for Zhou Yang and his research projects. This discussion sparked by the documentary not only clarified previous misconceptions about Zhou Yang, but also ignited public interest and enthusiasm for technological innovation. Zhou Yang's name swept across the entire country of Z like a whirlwind. Overnight, his young face became a household symbol. As a nationally recognized figure, his achievements were remarkable. The Longshin battery, the Tianqin 100, and the first flight of the WS-15, each one enough to secure his place in history. Reports and discussions about Zhou Yang flooded forums and video platforms, with people marveling at his youthful excellence. However, this wave of attention did not slow Zhou Yang down. After his trip to SC, he returned to the research institute, fully dedicating himself to the next phase of research, a particle propeller, crucial for short-distance mech flight. Meanwhile, after the successful maiden flight of the WS-15, Li Bingxian also returned to the institute. He originally planned to go back to Liming Group to pursue his dream of engine design, creating a top-tier engine comparable to the F-135. With high-strength crystalline steel as a foundation, Li Bingxian believed this goal was within reach. Yet, plans changed unexpectedly. Li Ziyu suddenly informed him that Zhou Yang wanted him to attend a meeting. This was rare at the institute, as unlike other places, they did not frequently hold meetings that could waste valuable research time. With some curiosity, Li Bingxian and Tang Ning arrived at the meeting room, where they found Zhou Yang and Su Chun already waiting. Zhou Yang simply said, "Li, you're here. Have a seat. We're waiting for one more person." After sitting down, Li Bingxian glanced at Su Chun, who shrugged, indicating he was also in the dark. 30 kilometers from the meeting room, a 20-square-kilometer area was under intense construction. Planned as the industrial base for high-strength crystalline steel, a large number of engineering personnel were working around the clock on infrastructure. It was expected that within a month, the basic facilities of this large steel plant would be completed, followed by the preparation and construction of blast furnaces and other equipment, a task Su Chun would oversee. 20 minutes later, the door opened, and Li Ziyu entered with a middle-aged man. Dressed in a suit and wearing black-rimmed glasses, the man had a scholarly appearance. His gaze swept across the room before settling on Zhou Yang. Excitedly, he stepped forward, extending his hand. "It's an honor to finally meet you, Mr. Zhou. When I received the invitation, I couldn't believe it. Now, seeing you in person, I know it's real." Zhou Yang stood to greet him, shaking his hand. "Welcome, Professor Yi Roming." Yi Roming? Li Bingxian frowned, trying to recall. Next to him, Kang Ming quietly explained, "Isn't he the particle physics expert from Nankai University's Institute of Physics? In the field of particle physics research in our country, he's top-notch." Li Bingxian realized who he was, but was puzzled. Why did Zhou Yang invite Yi Roming here? Particle physics seemed unrelated to their metal materials and aero-engine research. With this question in mind, he awaited the start of the meeting, eager to uncover the mystery. Zhou Yang gestured for Yi Roming to sit down, then turned to the blackboard and began to write and draw with intense focus. His strokes were swift and precise, sketching out complex models and formulas on the board. The projects on high-strength crystalline steel and the WS-15 are essentially complete, Zhou Yang explained as he continued to write and draw. "Next, I would like to invite all of you to assist me with a new research study." Yi Roming, Li Bingxian, and Su Chun immediately leaned in, closely observing the content taking shape on the blackboard. As Zhou Yang's strokes extended, their expressions gradually shifted from focused to astonished. Suddenly, Yi Roming furrowed his brow and said thoughtfully, "This looks like an ionization model." Li Bingxian quickly added, "It seems to be applied to propulsion systems." "A Hall thruster?" Su Chun suddenly exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. The three exchanged a significant look and nodded in confirmation. In the ionization model Zhou Yang had drawn, they clearly saw the shadow of a Hall thruster. However, some key parts of the model left them puzzled, unsure why Zhou Yang had made such configurations. Kang Ming lowered his voice, with a hint of uncertainty, and said, "My God, it's a Hall thruster. Isn't it considered to have no research value?" Li Bingxian shook his head in disagreement. "How could it have no research value? It's just that with our current technological level, we can't yet develop a practical Hall thruster." He paused, then continued, "After all, it's hailed as one of the most sci-fi futuristic technologies." Images of scenes from sci-fi movies flashed through Li Bingxian's mind. In the boundless universe, with a soft whoosh, a spaceship emits a blue flame from its tail, slowly accelerating into the unknown depths of space. Such scenes have frequently appeared in science fiction, and now, it seems that fiction is becoming reality. Although there are many incomprehensible parts in the model before him, this does not diminish Li Bingxian's confidence in its reliability. With Zhou Yang's ability to develop the Longshin battery and Tianqin 100, no one dared to question his capabilities. Zhou Yang has now been elevated to the pantheon of technological innovation. Whenever he proposes researching a technology or predicts an outcome, everyone would unhesitatingly devote themselves to the research, firmly believing in the realization of Zhou Yang's vision. Zhou Yang focused intently on writing and drawing on the blackboard, spending a good 10 minutes filling 2 large blackboards before he finally stopped. Each stroke contained profound scientific principles, and every formula could be a breakthrough innovation. Everyone present held their breath, awaiting Zhou Yang's revelation of this project that might change the future of humanity. The three experts accurately guessed that Zhou Yang was indeed researching particle propulsion technology related to Hall thrusters. He succinctly explained, "These materials outline my research on particle propulsion. There's a lot more detail, which I've almost finished organizing." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yang called out, "Ziyu." Li Ziyu responded promptly, entering with 3 hard drives, which he placed in front of each expert. Zhou Yang continued, "The detailed information is all in these. I hope the 3 of you can collaborate to help me complete this project." Without a word, Su Chun and Li Bingxian picked up the hard drives and headed out. Yi Roming eagerly asked, "Where's my office?" The swift actions of the 3 surprised Zhou Yang, who had prepared a speech to persuade them, which now seemed unnecessary. Zhou Yang couldn't help but smile, feeling pleased that the project had a promising start. The day after Zhou Yang returned to Wanghu village to confirm the Particle Research Institute project, a shocking announcement was made at a routine press conference by the Ministry of Commerce in Beijing. Facing numerous reporters, the spokesperson suddenly declared, starting from January 20th, we have received reports and will conduct a 90-day investigation into Apple's improper business practices in the country. During this period, Apple must cease all commercial activities domestically. This statement left the reporters in astonishment. Who was the informant? What constituted the improper behavior? The Ministry of Commerce provided no substantive explanation, only announcing the decision. However, the implication was clear: Apple was effectively banned from the Chinese market. Many astute reporters immediately linked this to Apple's prior sanctions against Huawei. Clearly, this was the Ministry of Commerce's direct response, and a powerful one at that. This unexpected news caused a stir in media circles, sparking various speculations and analyses. On the trending list of Douyin, a piece of news quickly shot to the top: Apple banned from sale. This announcement exploded across the internet like a thunderclap. With a serious expression and a firm tone, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Commerce announced the investigation's decision. The background music was stirring and powerful, like the beating of war drums. Netizens flooded the comment section with messages of support and applause. I stopped using Apple ages ago. Domestic phones are just as good. Support the Ministry of Commerce. Ban Apple. An eye for an eye. Treat them as they treat us. Meanwhile, the domestic tech industry reported a series of breakthroughs. Lungson's battery technology took the lead globally. The Tianqin 100 chip outperformed the A14 by 100-fold, and the long-troubled WS-15 aircraft engine successfully completed its maiden flight. These achievements significantly boosted national pride. The next day, Apple's official stores nationwide were forcibly closed by the commerce authorities, and all inventory was sealed. Major e-commerce platforms swiftly removed Apple products. On the U.S. stock market, Apple's stock price plummeted, with a fierce and unrelenting decline. At Apple's headquarters, CEO Tim Cook was furious, slamming his fist on the conference table. How dare they, he roared. They'll sue them. After his anger subsided, Cook began to think strategically. He decided to issue a statement, contemplating a complete withdrawal from the Chinese market. His executives were shocked and quickly reminded him that China accounted for a quarter of the company's revenue. Cook waved them off confidently. Do you really think would actually leave? This is a strategy to force them to compromise. Our phones are the best in the world. They can't afford to let us go. Subsequently, Cook frequently met with top U.S. government officials, rallying allies like Intel and Qualcomm to apply pressure. Soon, the U.S. government announced it would retaliate against China's ban, with specific measures yet to be disclosed. Cook left satisfied, unaware that the U.S. government's retaliation plans were far beyond his imagination. At CIA headquarters, Director Ferguson summoned Agent Adrian. What's your plan for Zhou Yang? Ferguson asked. Adrian eagerly inquired if the White House had made a decision. Ferguson nodded. This person is too troublesome. Even the WS-15 flew with his help. We need to strike first. Adrian, lowering his voice, proposed a bold plan. While Zhou Yang is at the research institute, send a fighter jet to directly bomb the entire facility. Ferguson was shocked, exclaiming, do you want to start a war? Adrian, however, was confident. From what I know about China, they aren't ready for a full-scale war yet. They'll continue to endure for the bigger picture. At that moment, a male voice suddenly emanated from the phone on Ferguson's desk. This plan isn't entirely unfeasible. Ferguson's heart raced as he tried to dissuade the caller, but the voice on the other end simply said, await further instructions, before hanging up. The office was plunged into an unsettling silence. At AFH, an Air Force base in Country M, night has fallen. A ghost-like plane silently glides onto the runway. Inside a secretive room on the base, a group of people is busy with tense anticipation. Adrian stands in the center of the room, facing a middle-aged man with an expression as calm as still water. Colonel Reina. Adrian holds a satellite image marked with a mountain and several buildings, a red cross prominently marked on the mountain. Colonel Reina, this is your target, Adrian says gravely. Once you enter the enemy's air defense zone, you might be discovered. But you must prioritize completing the mission, even at the cost of your life. Reina glances at Adrian with an almost indifferent calmness. All right, since I'm here, I know what to do. I don't need a lecture from you. Just tell me when I can depart. Adrian doesn't elaborate further. Reina is the carefully chosen person for this mission, which is almost certainly a one-way trip. Since Reina was selected, he must be mentally prepared. Wait for my signal, Adrian says tersely, then turns to leave, allowing Reina some rest. An hour later, Adrian returns, nodding at Reina. Through the intelligence system, he has confirmed that Zhou Yang is currently inside the research facility. Reina says nothing, striding out of the room. On the runway, an F-22 fighter jet has been waiting, fully fueled and armed with missiles, but without extra fuel tanks because this is a mission with no return, making them unnecessary. Reina boards the jet, expressionless as he secures the helmet visor. On the ground, Adrian waves and shouts, good luck. Reina doesn't even glance his way, closing the cockpit. The fighter jet taxis down the runway, its engines leaving a pale blue trail as it shoots into the sky like an arrow, vanishing into the dark night. Meanwhile, at BJ Special Operations Bureau 6, Han Haining, still in his office at 11 p.m., receives a call that sends a chill down his spine. What did you say? Han Haining exclaims. Are you sure the information is accurate? Accurate. At this point, the fighter jet might have already taken off. The voice on the other end replies briefly before hanging up. Han Haining listens to the dial tone for a moment, then snaps back to reality, quickly grabbing a red phone to relay the message immediately. Inside the Wanghu Village Research Facility, Zhou Yang and Chen Riyun are already asleep. Suddenly, a loud noise, the door is kicked open. Chen Riyun leaps up instinctively, grabbing a handgun from the bedside and aiming at the door. The lights come on, revealing a breathless Lu Jun, code red, emergency evacuation, he says urgently. Chen Riyun's face changes drastically as he quickly gets up, scooping up the still-dazed Zhou Yang, and follows Lu Jun out of the room. Outside, the research facility is in chaos, alarms blaring. Soldiers and security personnel are rushing around, directing researchers to evacuate through secret passages. What's happening? Zhou Yang finally wakes up, realizing he's in Chen Riyun's arms, feeling bewildered. Chen Riyun, carrying Zhou Yang but moving swiftly, reassures him in a low voice. Don't panic, emergency evacuation. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Zhou Yang then notices their attire, both are scantily clad, one in underwear and the other in shorts. About to speak, he sees a special agent carrying an equally underdressed Li Bingxian rushing by. Zhou Yang closes his mouth, silently accepting the situation. Meanwhile, on the border, pilot Zheng Fang is conducting a routine aerial patrol in a J-10 fighter jet. In the vast night, only the roar of the engines breaks the silence. Suddenly, the communication channel bursts with an urgent call from the command center. Falcon 1, reliable intel indicates an enemy fighter jet will pass through your defense zone. Search immediately, and upon sight, intercept. If they don't comply, shoot them down, understood? Shoot them down. Zheng Fang's heart races as he takes a deep breath, quickly entering combat mode. Falcon 1, understood, he replies firmly. Just then, a shadow flashes above the J-10 at an incredible speed. Zheng Fang catches a glimpse of a bird-like silhouette darting past. Damn, Zheng Fang curses, jerking the control stick, pushing the throttle to the max, pulling into a sharp climb and roll, engaging afterburners, and chasing the shadow into the night. Command center, target spotted. Damn, it's an F-22, hell. Zheng Fang reports urgently, enduring up to 9 gs of force as blood rushes to his head. Shoot it down. The command center orders without hesitation. Zheng Fang begins locking onto the target, firing his cannon, tracing a bright line through the night sky. However, the F-22 is too fast, quickly pulling away. I can't keep up, requesting backup. Zheng Fang calls out anxiously. Backup is on the way, hold on. The command center responds with equal tension. At that moment, the F-22 accelerates into the night. Target lost, Zheng Fang mutters in frustration, slapping his thigh. The helplessness of being unable to catch up overwhelming. Suddenly, a new voice crackles in the communication channel. Falcon 1, this is Hunter, approaching the defense zone, ETA 30 seconds. Be careful, brother, it's an F-22, that bastard's too fast, Zheng Fang warns. Don't worry, Speedwise, I'm not afraid, Hunter responds with a chuckle. Several kilometers away, a J-20 slices through the night sky, speeding toward the scene. Zheng Fang is about to reply when alarms blare in the cockpit. I'm locked on, he screams in terror. It's the F-22, it's on my tail. Damn, they've launched a missile. Zheng Fang's breathing quickens as he executes a steep climb, deploying countermeasures. Under extreme forces, breathing becomes nearly impossible, yet he forces himself to focus, glancing back at the countermeasures. The countermeasures didn't work, damn. These are Zheng Fang's last words. In the J-20, pilot Ma Xiaojing looks up just in time to see a huge fireball erupt in the distant night sky. Damn you! Ma Xiaojing's eyes blaze red with rage. In an instant, Ma Xiaojing's gaze became as sharp as a hawk's, catching a fleeting glint out of the corner of his eye. Without hesitation, he slammed the throttle to its limit, propelling the specially modified J-20 fighter jet into a deafening roar. The latest WS-15 engines unleashed scorching blue-white flames, seemingly igniting the very air around them. As the jet banked sharply, it emitted a teeth-gritting creak, as if the wings might snap at any moment. Hold together, Ma Xiaojing shouted, gripping the controls tightly, feeling every vibration coursing through the aircraft. As the engines completed the turn, the J-20 shot forward like a bullet, breaking the sound barrier and leaving a white sonic boom cloud in its wake, in a relentless pursuit of the distant F-22. At that moment, not only Ma Xiaojing, who had just witnessed the tragic death of his comrade, but everyone in the command center was plunged into a deathly silence. The last words of Zheng Fang seemed to echo in their ears, the air heavy with grief and anger. After a long silence, a middle-aged man in a major general's uniform decisively pressed the communication button, his voice low and resolute. "Hunter, take him down. He crossed the border and destroyed our jet. We cannot let this F-22 escape. Don't worry, even if it costs me my life, I'll make sure he's down." Ma Xiaojiang's breathless voice came through the communication channel, each word filled with determination. The major general set down the communicator and immediately issued a series of orders. "Notify all radar systems along the route to lock onto this F-22 with full force. Once locked, fire missiles immediately and ensure it's shot down." He turned to face the others. "Inform the Thunderbolt Squadron. All combat aircraft must take off immediately. If we don't bring down this F-22 today, we're all to blame." With that, he slammed his fist onto the table in frustration, freezing the tense atmosphere in the command center. At this moment, a breathtaking chase was unfolding in the skies between two of the world's top fighter jets. The J-20, trailing a sonic boom cloud, sliced through the sky like a silver lightning bolt. The target was 50 kilometers away, and Ma Xiaojiang was fully focused on trying to lock onto it. However, the F-22, being a stealth fighter, was incredibly difficult to target accurately. Moreover, the J-20, now at an astonishing speed of Mach 2.5 in afterburner mode, had already surpassed the minimum attack range for medium-range missiles. "Ma Xiaojiang, pull back," came the urgent command from the control center over the communication channel. "No way." Ma Xiaojiang flatly refused, his voice filled with a reckless determination. In reality, pulling back was indeed the most tactically sound move at this moment. Stealth fighters like the J-20 are typically designed to engage targets from hundreds of kilometers away, often able to lock on and fire missiles silently like snipers. But now, Ma Xiaojiang was facing another of the world's most advanced stealth fighters. Given its superior stealth and electronic countermeasures, trying to lock on and shoot it down from such a distance was nearly impossible. Furthermore, if the opportunity was missed and the missile failed to hit, catching up again would be even more difficult. In a blink, the distance between Ma Xiaojiang and the F-22 had closed to just 10 kilometers. "Die," he shouted, pulling the trigger. The missile bay opened instantly, and a PL-10 air-to-air missile roared out like a caged tiger, trailing a long plume of white smoke as it streaked towards the F-22. Two world-class fighter jets were now locked in a breathtaking battle of life and death high above the Earth. Missiles like the PL-10 air-to-air missile equipped on the J-20 have the capability of lock-on after launch. This means that pilots don't need to lock onto a target beforehand. They can launch the missile as soon as they are within attack range. Once released, the missile autonomously searches for and locks onto the target, allowing the aircraft to quickly exit the danger zone. Inside the F-22 cockpit, Reina noticed a rapidly approaching aircraft from behind. Judging by the incredible closing speed, it was likely the most advanced J-20 fighter jet from Country Z. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared in the cramped cockpit, with the display screen flashing a warning about a newly launched missile. "A rookie, trying to play with me?" Reina smirked disdainfully, completely unfazed. As the executor of this mission, his track record was impressive. With 20 years of flying experience, he had participated in numerous missions, been through several wars, and shot down 11 fighter jets, making him the ace of aces. At this range, it would only take seconds for the missile to hit after being launched. Reina instantly engaged the afterburners, and the F-22 roared forward. Simultaneously, a hidden hatch on the aircraft opened, deploying a small decoy flare. The air-to-air missile headed straight for the decoy, erupting into a brilliant flash of light high in the sky. Seizing the moment, Reina sharply pulled the control stick, executing a crisp Immelman turn. The J-20, at full throttle, shot past beneath the F-22 like an arrow. In an instant, the roles of hunter and hunted were reversed. "Time to die, kid," Reina sneered as he pressed the launch button. A close-range air-to-air missile screamed towards the J-20, equipped with the same lock-on after-launch capability, relentlessly pursuing the jet's exhaust trail. Mao Xiaojiang, piloting the J-20, fought to maneuver his aircraft, attempting to evade the crisis through agility. Although he also had decoy flares, in such a close-quarters life-and-death duel, each defensive measure was precious and disposable. Once depleted, the only outcome would be destruction and death. With its two powerful WS-15 engines, the J-20 demonstrated astonishing maneuverability. In terms of aerodynamic design alone, the J-20 even slightly outperformed the F-22. In this deadly aerial confrontation, the superiority of these top-tier fighter jets' performance was about to be revealed. The J-20 fighter jet piloted by Ma Xiaojiang twisted and rolled through the night sky like a nimble serpent, yet the missile behind him relentlessly pursued. Gritting his teeth, he made the bold decision to stall the jet, executing the challenging falling leaf maneuver. Using such a technique at high speed is extremely dangerous. Not only could the jet buckle under the immense pressure, but the pilot might also black out from the intense forces. Ma Xiaojiang was well aware of all this, yet he had no other choice at this moment. As the maneuver began, Ma Xiaojing felt as if his insides were being crushed and his vision darkened. The immense pressure nearly suffocated him. However, his risky decision paid off. The missile narrowly missed him and exploded into a brilliant firework in the sky. Just as Ma Xiaojing was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the night sky was suddenly illuminated by a barrage of gunfire. A stream of cannon shells swept towards him like a meteor shower. He immediately pushed the throttle. The jet accelerated in an instant, and he pulled off a sharp turn, narrowly evading the deadly web of fire. At this moment, Ma Xiaojing realized he was facing an F-22 fighter jet. Unlike the F-22, which was equipped with guns, his J-20 lacked such close combat weapons. Clearly, the designers of the J-20 had never anticipated such an extreme, close-range dogfight. However, having witnessed his comrades being shot down and narrowly avoided a midair collision, Ma Xiaojing had no choice but to engage in this fierce aerial duel. He continued to climb, desperately dodging the enemy's gunfire. Inside the F-22 cockpit, the American pilot, Rainer, frowned. The performance of the J-20 in front of him exceeded all expectations, proving to be a formidable opponent. At such close range, hitting with the cannon was a matter of luck, and his only remaining short-range missile felt inadequate. Worse still, even if he wanted to disengage, the F-22 couldn't match the J-20's speed and couldn't shake off the opponent. Rainer's eyes flickered with an idea, and he decisively turned, feigning an escape. Trying to run? Ma Xiaojing immediately sensed the F-22's intention. With a roar, he launched into pursuit without hesitation. At that moment, he calculated, I have one PL-10 missile left, but I need to get into the no-escape zone to launch it. This is my only chance. Despite the adrenaline pumping through his veins, Ma Xiaojing's mind remained unusually calm, rapidly calculating the strength comparison between the two. He knew that the no-escape zone required extremely close distance and the perfect angle. Once a missile was launched within this range, no matter how agile the opponent was, escape would be nearly impossible, ensuring a hit. The two top-tier fighter jets chased each other through the night sky like two entwined meteors, neither willing to give up this potentially life-or-death final showdown. Ma Xiaojing piloted his J-20 fighter jet in a heart-stopping aerial duel against an F-22. Both pilots were top-level aces, showcasing breathtaking maneuvering skills at high speeds. The F-22 suddenly executed a 90-degree climb, using its vector thrust to decelerate and level out, instantly positioning the J-20 in front. This renowned Pugachev's Cobra maneuver, performed at such high speeds, was incredibly challenging. Realizing the opponent was about to launch a missile, Ma Xiaojing unhesitatingly pushed the control stick hard, causing the jet to stall midair and slowly turn to face the F-22 behind him. This was the legendary falling leaf maneuver, which Ma had only practiced once before. At that moment, Ma Xiaojing seemed to merge with the aircraft, tuning out the roaring noise and immense pressure. As the J-20 aligned with the F-22, he decisively fired a PL-10 missile. Almost simultaneously, the F-22 launched its own missile. Both missiles screamed towards their targets, leaving less than 5 seconds for the pilots to react. Raina, the F-22 pilot, immediately dove down, engaging afterburners and releasing a barrage of flares. Ma Xiaojing, enduring the intense pressure from the stall, roared as he rapidly ascended, also releasing flares. Following 2 loud explosions, both missiles detonated in midair. Ma Xiaojing breathed a sigh of relief and pursued the F-22. Raina found himself in a predicament. Out of short-range missiles, with only medium-range and air-to-ground missiles left, which were unusable at this distance. The cannon still had ammo, but it was limited. Raina realized he couldn't continue tangling with the J-20, fearing being radar-locked if the encounter dragged on, and decided to evade and proceed with his mission. However, Ma Xiaojing was not willing to let it go. Although the J-20 was out of usable weapons, he activated the afterburners, speeding towards the F-22 with astonishing velocity. Raina quickly understood Ma Xiaojing's intent. This madman intended to ram him for a mutual destruction. The speed was too great for any further reaction. Ma Xiaojing shouted over the open channel, "This is Z country's territory. Go to hell." A massive fireball blossomed in the night sky, like a brilliant firework. On the radar at the command center, the marker representing the aircraft vanished. No one knew exactly what had happened on site. The general hurriedly contacted the support units. Wang Yanjun, Ma Xiaojing's superior, led another J-20 to the scene quickly. Upon learning that Ma Xiaojing's plane had crashed, Wang Yanjun was desperate and, ignoring potential engine damage, ordered afterburners to be engaged to reach the site swiftly. Upon arrival at the coordinates, they found a huge blaze rising from the ground. Upon closer inspection, Wang Yanjun noticed 2 aircraft nose wreckages in the explosion debris, realizing the opponent had also been downed. At that moment, they spotted a slowly descending parachute. It was Ma Xiaojing, who had successfully ejected. The command center erupted in cheers upon hearing the news, with some female soldiers moved to tears. The general immediately arranged a rescue team and inquired about the details. Wang Yanjun explained that the young man, nicknamed Ma the Bold, might have chosen the most drastic method of attack, ramming the enemy aircraft directly after running out of ammunition. The people at the command center gasped. They couldn't imagine the determination Ma Xiaojing must have had to choose such a method. The general cursed affectionately. "You little rascal," though his eyes unknowingly grew moist. This thrilling aerial battle not only showcased the pilots' superb skills, but also demonstrated their courage to sacrifice for the defense of their nation's airspace. At the AFH Air Force Base, Adrian and his team were closely monitoring the images transmitted by reconnaissance satellites, keeping a vigilant eye on the situation over Country Z. Due to the covert nature of the mission, Reina, who had entered Country Z, was maintaining radio silence, leaving Adrian to rely solely on satellite images to repeatedly observe the Wanghu Village Research Institute, waiting for signs of an explosion to determine if the mission was successful. Time ticked by, and 5 hours passed as dawn began to break. Adrian's eyes were bloodshot as he tiredly rubbed his swollen eyes. The latest satellite images showed the research institute remained intact. Just then, his phone rang suddenly. Adrian answered it, and 3 brief words came through the receiver. It crashed. The phone slipped from Adrian's weakened grasp and hit the ground heavily. The mission had failed. In truth, after such a long wait, Adrian had already had a foreboding feeling. 5 hours was enough to deplete all the fuel of the aircraft. Meanwhile, in a military camp hundreds of kilometers away, Zhou Yang, dressed in military uniform, anxiously inquired about the situation. Opposite him, Chun Ryun, also in uniform, explained with a grave expression, "It's Country M. They dispatched a fighter jet attempting to bomb our research institute." Zhou Yang was shocked and incredulously exclaimed, "Are they insane? Sending a fighter jet to invade another country's airspace and bomb a civilian target is tantamount to provoking a war." Chun Ryun, with a worried look, responded softly, "Perhaps they really have gone mad." Zhou Yang stood up, his gaze fixed in the direction of the research institute, and asked, "So what's the situation now?" Chun Ryun shook his head and replied, "It should have been intercepted, but the specifics are still unclear." Zhou Yang remained silent, his mood heavy. At the same time, in the South China Sea, a massive carrier strike group from Country M's Pacific Fleet was anchored on the sea. In the command center of one of the destroyers, Rear Admiral Charles was leisurely smoking a cigar, admiring the slowly rising sun over the sea through the porthole. A concerned lieutenant colonel asked, "Admiral, what does the Department of Defense want us to do here? This position is very dangerous." Charles shrugged indifferently and replied, "How should I know? It's probably another routine show of force. Big Brother M likes to send carrier fleets out for a spin to assert dominance, always hanging around in safe areas, just to intimidate others." As he spoke, Charles's attention was drawn to something unusual on the sea. "What's that?" he asked, pointing to the distance. The lieutenant quickly grabbed binoculars to observe, then exclaimed, "It's a submarine, a Country Z submarine." Charles snatched the binoculars, but he no longer needed them. The submarine was slowly surfacing right in the center of the fleet. The surrounding ships almost simultaneously noticed the unexpected intruder, and all the soldiers were momentarily stunned. The lieutenant immediately shouted, "Quick, fire torpedoes, sink it." Charles hurriedly stopped him, shouting angrily, "Are you crazy? Sinking it would mean starting a war." The command center fell into a tense silence. Charles stared at the submarine, gritting his teeth. What are they trying to do? Damn it, how did they get in? These destroyer crews are useless. What's the point of having them? He cursed, while ordering all ships to go on high alert and demanded immediate contact with the Department of Defense. Meanwhile, inside the submarine codenamed 7213, Deputy Captain Jiang Ming asked confusedly, "Old Shui, what do we do next?" Captain Schweb gritted his teeth and said, "Go, open the hatch. I'm going out for a smoke to get some fresh air. Oh, and bring me a red flag. Also, bring over Sun Yan's folding deck chair. I want a sunbathe." Jiang Ming was dumbfounded for a moment before he went to carry out the orders. Charles, observing through binoculars, watched intently as an officer emerged from the hatch, stretched lazily, then unfurled a red flag and secured it, finally bringing out a folding deck chair to lie on leisurely, even lighting a cigarette to smoke slowly. Under the watchful eyes of countless machine guns and torpedoes from the surrounding dozen or so ships, this officer was sunbathing as if the entire fleet didn't exist. At that moment, the phone call from the Department of Defense was connected. Charles immediately said through gritted teeth, "Minister, let me take him out. As long as we don't admit it, no one will know." The defense minister on the other end shouted angrily, "Charles, are you insane? Do you want to start a war?" A barrage of scolding left Charles red-faced. What infuriated Charles even more was that through the binoculars, he saw the officer on the deck chair raise his right hand and flip the bird. Charles nearly choked with rage and screamed, "Bastard, he's provoking us." The defense minister said sternly, "Charles, do not engage. The situation is very delicate right now, and we don't have the upper hand. If we attack their submarine, it might really spark a war." We don't have the upper hand. Charles was stunned. Clearly, it was Country Z that had brought a submarine into their fleet center and was provoking them. How could they not have the upper hand? The defense minister was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, 2 hours ago, one of our F-22s took off from AFH, entered Country Z's airspace, shot down a J-10 fighter jet, and was then shot down by enemy fighters. Damn, Charles's mouth dropped open, and he was stunned for a full 10 seconds before he cursed. Are you guys insane? Only a madman would do something like that. Now Charles finally understood why the defense minister said they didn't have the upper hand. They had already sent a fighter jet into someone else's airspace and shot down their aircraft. How could they still have the upper hand? As for the submarine in front of them, Charles now realized that this was clearly Country Z's retaliation. A heavy silence hung over the bridge like lead. General Charles finally spoke, his voice carrying a barely detectable tremor. What do we do now? The Minister of Defense's reply was suffocatingly brief. Wait. The communication was abruptly cut off. Wait. Charles almost choked on his own words. How could they just wait in such a critical situation? Wait for what? His deputy cautiously suggested. General, maybe we should leave? Pretend we didn't see them. Charles whipped around, pointing at the massive submarine in the center, and roared, Are you blind? How can you ignore something that big? He took a deep breath and continued. An entire carrier fleet, dozens of ships, and we're scared off by just one submarine? Where's our dignity? The deputy gritted his teeth and whispered, Then let's take it out. Get out. Charles snapped. Neither leaving nor fighting seemed like an option, leaving him in a dilemma. Meanwhile, on the submarine's deck, Schwebai lounged in a deck chair, a cigarette in hand, though he was far from enjoying the sun. He spoke in a low voice. What did they say up there? Jiang Ming popped his head out and replied succinctly, Wait. Schwebai sighed. Good grief, how long are we supposed to wait? Jiang Ming offered to join him, but Schwebai waved him off. Forget it. One of us dying is enough. Don't get involved. Jiang Ming replied helplessly. As if I could survive if you didn't. Schwebai rolled his eyes and fell silent. Meanwhile, in the military camp, Zhou Yang finally received the latest news. Chen Riyun reported with a grave expression. The enemy's F-22 was taken down by our J-20, but we also lost a J-10, and the pilot was killed. Damn it. Zhou Yang punched the table in frustration. After a brief silence, he asked, What's the country's decision? Chen Riyun shook her head. Not clear yet, but they won't let it go easily. Zhou Yang pondered. Go to war? Even with increased national power, they were only barely on par with the opponent, not overwhelmingly superior. A balanced war would be a Pyrrhic victory at best, not to mention the worst-case scenario nuclear war, which would revert everyone to the Stone Age. Suddenly, Zhou Yang stood up. We're leaving. Where to? Chen Ruiyun was taken aback. Back to the research institute, Zhou Yang said firmly. As a scientist, he couldn't fight on the battlefield, but he could help his country grow stronger in his own field. Although his original plan was to build up resources slowly and finally unveil their trump card mechs, the enemy clearly wouldn't give them time to develop. Zhou Yang understood that if the roles were reversed, he too would seek to eliminate any threats to his supremacy. The Longxin Battery, Tianjin 100, WS-15 China had challenged the US in several fields. Sanctioning Huawei and bombing research institutes were just the beginning. Chen Riyun asked worriedly, Is it safe to return to the institute now? They might send more jets. Zhou Yang replied confidently. They won't dare, and I trust our soldiers to shoot down any intruders. Seeing the determination in Zhou Yang's eyes, Chen Riyun nodded. All right, I'll make the arrangements. Meanwhile, in a hidden military reconnaissance satellite control center deep in the snowy plains of Yi country, Captain Bestruff was reporting to his superior. The target has stopped in the South China Sea. The superior glanced over and said briefly, Keep tracking. Then, the latest satellite images arrived. Bestruff noticed a black dot in the center of the fleet. He quickly enlarged the image and exclaimed, My God, Colonel, come take a look. The colonel came over, and he was stunned. In the center of the image was a surfaced submarine with its hatch open, and an officer casually lying on a deck chair smoking, a red flag waving behind him. Heavens, is that a Chinese submarine? The colonel exclaimed, surfacing in the middle of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. What are they thinking? Aren't they afraid of being destroyed? Another satellite image came in. Zooming in, they saw the officer on the submarine raising his hand. Is he flipping the bird? The colonel's eyes widened. Bestruff nodded blankly. Looks like it. Crazy. The world has gone mad. The colonel was dumbfounded. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to start a world war? A submarine appearing in the center of the fleet was a blatant provocation, like stepping on the face of the U.S., taunting, hit me if you dare. The colonel knew something major was happening. China wouldn't act so boldly unless there was a significant reason. He hurriedly instructed, Keep monitoring. Send me the photos. I'm notifying the Kremlin now. Soon, the images reached the Kremlin. The E-country government faced a simple yet critical decision. Should they make this public? Strangely, neither China nor the U.S. had made any disclosures or protests, maintaining an eerie silence. Yet the calmer it seemed, the more serious the situation likely was. Meanwhile, in Beijing, a video call was initiated. On one side of the screen was U.S. Secretary of State Andrew, and on the other was a stern Chinese General Ding Chun. General Ding, Andrew greeted. Ding Chun, with a serious expression, spoke slowly. Mr. Secretary, as of this moment, at 6:10 a.m., we have 10 missiles aimed at your airbase in AFH. With a single command from me, your base will be reduced to rubble within 5 minutes. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Andrew's forehead as he quickly explained. General Ding, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Ding Chen's voice was severe. An F-22 crossed our borders, resulting in the loss of 2 of our aircraft and the death of a pilot. And you call it a misunderstanding? Andrew argued. But it really is a misunderstanding. That pilot defected and was planning to surrender to you. Your pilots must have misunderstood and retaliated. Defected? Surrendered? Ding Chen scoffed. These people were getting better at lying through their teeth. Ding Wei sneered dismissively and hung up the call. Let's proceed, he said decisively, dialing another number with a glint of coldness in his eyes. In the skies above the border, a J-20 fighter jet was circling. The pilot, Wang Yanjun, had bloodshot eyes and a stern expression. He had just learned that his subordinate, Ma Xiaojiang, was forced to eject after a collision, and another J-10 was destroyed with its pilot sacrificed. This was a vendetta that had to be settled. At that moment, a brief, powerful command came through the communication channel. Proceed. A cold gleam flashed in Wang Yanjun's eyes as he replied in a deep voice. Understood. He cut the communication and pushed the throttle, sending the aircraft soaring like a sword through the sky towards its target. The fighter jet quickly crossed the border, approaching the Air Force base of Country M. Inside the base, chaos reigned. Commander Adrian had received intelligence about an impending missile attack and was urgently evacuating. Sir, should we evacuate too? An anxious subordinate asked. Adrian nodded dejectedly. Gather everything and destroy all the documents. His subordinates immediately got busy, destroying all related files. Adrian was unwilling to accept this turn of events. If this operation succeeded, he would have gained the attention of higher-ups and more power. But now, not only had it failed, it also resulted in severe consequences. If superiors sought accountability, he would be the first to face it. He sighed deeply, looking out the window, and his eyes suddenly widened. A black that was rapidly approaching, trailing a massive plume of flame. Adrian shuddered instantly. It was a missile heading straight for the building. The next moment, Adrian lost consciousness. With a thunderous explosion, the entire building was obliterated by an air-to-ground missile. 300 kilometers away, Wang Yanjun coldly pulled the control lever, and the jet traced a semicircle before quickly vanishing into the horizon. In Beijing, the video communication reconnected. Andrew was furious, shouting, "You actually bombed our Air Force base. Are you trying to start a war with us? Let me tell you, we're not afraid. We have the world's strongest Navy and Air Force, and the most allies." Ding Wei smiled contemptuously. Minister Andrew, first of all, I must clarify that this was an accident. Our fighter jet accidentally dropped a missile when passing over your Air Force base, which happened to cause an explosion. How can you blame us for that? Andrew's eyes widened. You call it a misunderstanding. Others call it an accident. Do you take us for fools? Ding Wei continued. I also need to tell you that we are equally unafraid of war. We may not have the world's strongest Navy and Air Force, but we have a military capable of resisting any enemy. As for your many allies, well, none of them can fight. Andrew gritted his teeth, staring at Ding Wei for a long while before suddenly calming down. All right, we're all adults here. Let's not be childish. We shot down your fighter jet, and you bombed our Air Force base. This matter should be settled, right? What about our casualties? Ding Wei asked. Andrew raised an eyebrow. We lost people too, and more than you. But we lost pilots, Ding Wei emphasized. Andrew chuckled lightly. You say that as if we didn't lose pilots too. He waved his hand dismissively. You want compensation, right? Fine, that's a minor issue. Name a number, and I promise not to haggle. But it can't be in the form of compensation. It could be something like tariff exemptions. Ding Wei snorted. Our pilots' lives are priceless. We don't want any form of compensation, just one condition. Lift all trade restrictions and allow our products to flow freely without any undue limitations or sanctions. Andrew's expression turned serious as he pondered for a moment. I can't promise you that right now. I need to discuss it with the president before making a decision. Ding Wei nodded. Andrew added, since that's the case, can you withdraw your submarine? Ding Wei glanced at him. Withdraw your fleet as well. If you trespass into our territorial waters again, the submarine won't surface. All right. Andrew ended the call. In the South China Sea, Shuebai had been sunbathing for 2 hours. The tropical morning sun was harsh, even for someone accustomed to the dim interior of a submarine. Old Jiang, I think I'm getting a tan. Do you have any sunscreen? Shuebai asked. Sunscreen? Brother, we're submariners. Are you joking? Jiang Ming replied, exasperated. Shuebai sighed. How much longer do we have to sit here? Although being surrounded by so many ships from Country M makes me feel like Zhang Fei on Changban Bridge, scaring off Cao Cao's army. It's not ideal to keep roasting like this. Either we fight or we don't. Just give us a clear answer. At that moment, Jiang Ming suddenly shouted, Old Shui, orders from above retreat. On the opposing destroyer, Charles had just received a call from the Ministry of Defense. Retreat. He glanced at the submarine opposite, feeling frustrated. All right, understood. After hanging up, Charles ordered, retreat. As the order was passed down, he watched Shui Bai on the submarine pack up his deck chair, preparing to leave. What frustrated Charles even more was that Shui Bai waved goodbye in his direction. Let's go, all of us. Next time, it won't be as simple as a greeting, Shui Bai muttered, diving back into the submarine. Meanwhile, a news agency released a story, or rather a photograph, that quickly spread across the world. At 8 o'clock, Zhang Yifan woke up, rubbing his sleepy eyes. The fatigue from editing videos late into the night hadn't completely faded. While munching on some bread, he habitually started scrolling through Douyin. It only took 2 videos before a shocking news headline grabbed his attention. Breaking. Z country submarine confronts M country Pacific Fleet in the South China Sea. The images on the screen snapped him awake. In the first photo, a Z country officer in uniform reclines casually on a folding chair on the deck of a submarine, with a bright red flag waving beside him, defiantly flipping the bird to the sky. The second photo, taken from an aerial perspective, vividly displays a tense scene surrounded by numerous warships, with part of an aircraft carrier's deck visible. The video quickly skyrocketed to trending status, garnering over 1 million likes and a flood of comments. The comments section was ablaze. This can't be real, right? How could a submarine risk detection by anti-submarine ships and dive right into the enemy fleet's center? Wait a minute, this angle. It's clearly a satellite photo. I heard it was first released by a news agency. Who cares if it's real or not? Just for the audacity of that officer, it deserves a like. Zhang Yifan hurriedly contacted his old friend Sun Chao from the Iron Blood Forum. Brother Sun, did you see those photos? Is the news reliable? Sun Chao's voice was grave. I verified it with multiple sources. It's highly likely to be true. Xiao Zhang, surfacing in the heart of the enemy fleet, goes way beyond ordinary military confrontation. This is truly a clash of titans. At that moment, the Ministry of Defense's routine press conference began. Colonel Wu Luan, the spokesperson, addressed the packed room of journalists, responding to the incident for the first time. Around 6:30 this morning, one of our aircraft inadvertently entered AFH airspace due to a navigation system failure. During the process of locating its position, a missile accidentally detached and struck an M country airbase, causing an explosion. The statement caused an uproar. Shortly after, the M country White House held a press conference, where the spokesperson, with a somber expression, announced, last night, one of our F-22s entered Z country airspace for unknown reasons, collided with a Z country fighter, and the pilot was lost. Initial assessments suggest possible pilot mental state issues. The internet exploded. What do you mean accidental? This is clearly a retaliatory action. The F-22 deliberately invaded, crashing our fighter. Of course we have to retaliate. The submarine's maneuver in the South China Sea was epic. Zhang Yifan and Sun Chao connected via video call, both wearing expressions of extreme seriousness. As military enthusiasts, they understood more than the average netizen what this meant: fighter jets crossing borders, air bases under attack, submarines confronting aircraft carriers. Each detail hinted at a dramatic military confrontation unfolding. This was no longer a simple military skirmish, but a crisis teetering on the brink of war. Do you think there will be a war? Zhang Yifan's voice trembled with fear as his eyes nervously wandered around the room. Sun Chao was equally tense. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his inner turmoil. Probably not. If war were imminent, missiles would have already been raining down on us. There would be no need for a press conference or concocting excuses about accidents or mental breakdowns. Unable to resist, Zhang Yifan stood up and quickly walked to the window. He looked up at the sky, which was clear and blue, with no sign of missiles. He breathed a sigh of relief, though the worry in his heart was not completely gone. This is terrifying. I hope it passes soon. Sun Chao nodded in agreement and began to analyze the situation. Modern warfare, especially conflicts between major powers, would be catastrophic if it erupted. No one dares to start a conflict lightly. Ballistic missiles could instantly destroy key military facilities, and if conventional weapons aren't enough, nuclear weapons might be used. He continued, his tone growing more serious. It's the 21st century. We've landed on the moon. The naval battles, tank duels, landings, and street fights of World War II are history. Even if a conflict arises, it might be more about cleaning up after a peace agreement. The nuclear deterrence effect is even more frightening. If one country suffers a severe blow, it could lead to mutual destruction with others. Listening, Zhang Yifan's heart raced, and he couldn't help but glance out the window again. The sun was still shining brightly, and people were going about their business as usual on the streets. He felt slightly reassured but remained cautious. Meanwhile, discussions about the event were raging online. The media seemed to be in a frenzy, with military experts and analysts taking turns to speak, discussing everything from China's 5,000-year history of warfare to the current international situation, predicting an inevitable conflict between China and the US. Yet, days passed with no official investigation results released. Instead, some scattered news caught attention. China's multi-billion-dollar oil purchase agreement with Russia fell through. A conflict between a Middle Eastern country and Russia left Russia embarrassed. These seem to be responses to US-China provocations against Russia. Following this, the US Department of Commerce suddenly announced the lifting of sanctions on Huawei, welcoming Chinese companies to invest in the US, and promising to deepen trade cooperation by significantly reducing tariffs on Chinese imports. In response, China's Ministry of Commerce announced the end of its investigation into Apple, confirming no violations, and lifted the sales ban. This series of seemingly unrelated events suggested an undercurrent of subtle shifts in the international landscape. Zhang Yifan and Sun Chao, though relieved, understood that this smoke-free battle was far from over. The sudden shift by the Ministry of Commerce left many bewildered. The investigation into Apple had barely begun when it was abruptly concluded with no issues found, a turnaround that was puzzling. Even more surprising, the previously tense China-US relations showed signs of easing. Trade restrictions were loosened, and the US even welcomed Chinese companies to invest and set up factories there. This series of changes left many feeling at a loss, as if a dramatic play had suddenly ended. However, to those with deeper insight into the situation, this appeared to be merely a temporary compromise, with both sides gathering strength for the next round of negotiations. Beneath the seemingly calm surface, undercurrents were at play. Meanwhile, security measures at the Wanghu Village Research Institute were upgraded once again, to an astonishing extent. In just 10 days, a military camp capable of accommodating thousands sprang up 3 kilometers from the institute. An anti-aircraft missile regiment was stationed there, significantly enhancing the institute's air defense capabilities. Further away, 30 kilometers from the institute, a military airport was under rapid construction, rumored to house J-20 fighter jets. The station troops expanded from 1 regiment to 3, including an Army aviation regiment. The roar of helicopters became a constant in the skies above the institute, underscoring its growing importance. Yet, despite such stringent security measures, higher authorities remained anxious. The US had already deployed F-22 fighter jets to the region, and who could guarantee the next threat wouldn't be a ballistic missile? After all, any incident could be explained away as a misunderstanding or mental lapse. Amid this tense atmosphere, Li Tianshu returned to the institute. His first words to Zhou Yang were straight to the point. "Mr. Zhou, how about we relocate?" "Relocate?" Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, questioning. Li Tianshu nodded and explained, "Build a new research institute in the northwest." Zhou Yang pondered for a moment before responding. "All right, but we should keep this institute as well. Over there, it could serve as a testing ground." "Testing ground? Testing what?" Li Tianshu asked, frowning with a hint of confusion in his eyes. He instinctively straightened his back, sensing that an important announcement was about to be made. Zhou Yang smiled slightly, but did not immediately answer Li Tianshu's question. Instead, he said, "The research on high-strength crystalline steel is complete, and the issue of mass industrial production is about to be resolved." He spoke with a touch of pride. "I think we can now consider applying this material comprehensively to our military equipment." Zhou Yang went on to explain in detail. This high-strength crystalline steel is a versatile material. Not only is it strong and lightweight, but it also boasts excellent properties such as corrosion resistance and high-temperature resistance. It can be used to manufacture everything from large aircraft carrier decks to small bulletproof helmets, and even the protective steel plates in bulletproof vests. Li Tianshu nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Do you have any specific application ideas?" Zhou Yang shook his head with a humble smile and replied, "What ideas could I have? I'm not a weapons expert. You should ask Narinko or AVC, where the real defense industry experts are. Designing weapons is their specialty. I'm just providing the materials." Li Tianshu nodded, deep in thought. The recent friction with country M indicated that the other side was growing impatient. Although they had temporarily retreated this time, another attack could occur at any moment. He resolved to further strengthen military capabilities. After sending off Li Tianshu, Zhou Yang immersed himself in the research of particle thrusters. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In March, as spring began to blossom, it seemed as if the disputes between country Z and country M had never happened, with economic cooperation becoming increasingly frequent. The Longshin battery swept the international market, achieving great success in country M and bringing considerable profits to BYD, causing its stock to soar. Huawei also took the opportunity to enter the mobile phone and communications equipment market in country M, capturing a significant market share from Apple with its superior performance. At this time, Robin Li suddenly called, his excitement unmistakable in his voice. "Mr. Zhou, the first version of Fuxi is out." 10 Scania box trucks formed a long line on the highway, their uniform chrysanthemum logos standing out under the sunlight. At the end of the convoy was a discreet MPV, where Kong Lu sat inside. Boss, where exactly in Beijing are we headed? One of the subordinates couldn't help but ask. This equipment is worth billions. Who's the big client? Kong Lu smiled slightly. You'll know when we get there. The convoy left the highway, passed through the bustling city, and finally stopped in front of a modern building. The large Baidu sign on the facade was particularly striking. So it's Baidu, whispered a few engineers. Looks like they're working on artificial intelligence research. A middle-aged man quickly approached them. Hello, Manager Kong. I'm Li Chuanshuang, Vice President of Baidu. Mr. Li and Mr. Zhou are already waiting upstairs. Mr. Zhou is here too? Kong Li's eyes lit up. The engineers present were thrilled to hear the name since the CCTV report. Zhou Yang had become almost a mythical figure in their eyes. After arranging for the equipment to be unloaded, the group took the elevator straight to the top floor. In the office, Zhou Yang warmly greeted them. Was the journey smooth? Transporting from Shenzhen to Beijing isn't easy. With your guidance, Mr. Zhou, no challenge feels too daunting. Kong Lu quickly replied. Zhou Yang got straight to the point. How long will it take to assemble the equipment? If we have enough manpower, 3 days should be sufficient. Li Yanhong immediately assured. You can mobilize any engineers you need. Good. We'll launch Fuxi in 3 days, Zhou Yang said succinctly. Although Kong Lu was curious about Fuxi, he wisely refrained from asking further. Over the next 3 days, he led hundreds of Baidu engineers in assembling the supercomputer centered around the Tianqin 100, boasting computational power trillions of times greater than the Sunway Taihu Light. 3 days later, Li Tianshu personally went to the suburban estate to pick up Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, what level of intelligence can Fuxi achieve? Li Tianshu couldn't contain his curiosity. Zhou Yang humbly replied, don't expect too much. This is just the first version, and success is still uncertain. Upon arriving at Baidu headquarters, Li Yanhong and his team were already waiting. In a specially modified underground space, in front of a massive display screen, Li Yanhong solemnly said, at such an important moment, it should be you, the creator, who initiates it. Zhou Yang approached the control panel and began inputting commands. The program, with a capacity of 23 terabytes, consisted entirely of core code and pure data, and would continue to expand through learning. Shouldn't there be a ceremony for such a historic moment? Kong Lu couldn't help but remark. As the first true artificial intelligence, this was a milestone event. Zhou Yang waved his hand. Let's see if it works first. With that, he pressed the start button. Data cascaded down the screen like a waterfall, and even this supercomputer took a full minute to complete the loading. Suddenly, the screen went black. Did it work? Li Tianshu asked nervously. Zhou Yang smiled. The program didn't crash, so it's a preliminary success. Right now, Fuxi is like a newborn. While it has the ability to think, it knows nothing. It needs to learn, just like humans, acquiring knowledge, developing abilities, and even forming its own personality. Personality? Li Tianshu's expression changed abruptly. Li Tianshu furrowed her brow and anxiously asked, Mr. Zhou, will this Fuxi have independent consciousness like in the movies? What if it turns bad and wants to destroy humanity? Her voice was filled with concern, clearly influenced by sci-fi films depicting AI revolts. Zhou Yang listened and gave a slight, wry smile. He patiently explained, think about it this way, I wrote the program. For an intelligent being, I am like its creator. Why would it go against the creator's will? His tone carried a hint of confidence. Control over intelligent programs is essential. It's the fundamental layer of AI programming. Without such restrictions, who would dare use AI? Li Tianshu felt somewhat reassured but still had doubts. She pressed further. So how does it learn? Zhou Yang turned to Li Yanhong and asked, is the database ready? Li Yanhong nodded in confirmation. They had prepared an extensive learning database, covering languages, human history, and various fields of knowledge. This database existed independently, as Zhou Yang wanted to observe the changes and personality that the AI would develop after learning from it. Zhou Yang explained that the reason for keeping it offline was to prevent the AI from encountering inappropriate content online. Fuxi was still like a blank slate, without a basic worldview or the ability to discern right from wrong. Zhou Yang planned to expose it to more complex information once it had developed some discernment abilities. Let's begin, Zhou Yang said, taking a deep breath and entering the final command. Instantly, the program started running. Although the large screen showed nothing yet, in the adjacent server room, the indicator lights on every storage device began flashing wildly, indicating that Fuxi had started learning and storing data. Zhou Yang closely monitored Fuxi's data growth rate and was amazed to find it increasing by dozens of terabytes per second, with the pace still accelerating. With a database exceeding 10 petabytes, Zhou Yang estimated it wouldn't be long before Fuxi had absorbed all the material. Watching the blinking lights in the server room, Li Yanhong couldn't help but exclaim, the Tianqin 100 is indeed powerful. Its computing capabilities are incredible. 10 minutes later, the server storage space was already running short. Kong Lu widened his eyes and exclaimed, "This data volume is enormous. This is 100 petabytes of storage space." He explained that 1 petabyte is equivalent to 1,000,000 gigabytes, and if used to store videos, it might take a lifetime to watch them all. A 100 petabyte storage capacity is equivalent to 200,500 gigabytes standard hard drives. Zhou Yang immediately asked, "Is the backup server ready?" Li Yanhong nodded and quickly connected the backup server to the system to accommodate the astonishing rate of data growth. In Baidu's data center, an unprecedented data storm was unfolding. Li Tianshu stood in the middle of the server room, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he stared intently at the constantly flickering monitoring screens. The temperature in the room was steadily rising, and the cooling system hummed loudly, yet it struggled to counter the immense heat emitted by the servers. "How's the power supply?" Li Tianshu asked the staff member beside him, his voice tinged with tension. "We've connected the dedicated cables, and the state grid has sent people to ensure power supply," the staff member replied. "But it might still not be enough." Just then, Kong Lu hurried into the room, surprise etched on his face. "What's going on? How did the data suddenly expand to this extent?" he asked, staring at the rapidly increasing numbers on the screen. "The original program was only a few dozen TB, and now it's expanded thousands of times." Zhou Yang stood nearby and calmly explained, "It's because it's learning, but not in the right way." Seeing Li Tianshu's confused expression, Zhou Yang continued, "Simply put, it's like a student with an exceptional memory. When it wants to learn something new, it just records the information straightforwardly. For instance, when faced with 10 PB of data, it first memorizes everything completely, which takes up 10 PB of storage space." Zhou Yang gestured in the air. "After memorizing, it begins to analyze. Take an image, for example. It will first remember the image, then search for similar content in other data to try to understand it. During this process, it continually takes notes and re-records, potentially using another 10 PB or even more space. The problem is," Zhou Yang said, frowning, "it hasn't learned to use the knowledge it summarizes to overwrite or integrate previously learned content. It can't find commonalities between different data, nor can it compress and condense information." At that moment, the data curve on the screen suddenly changed. As Baidu's data center was fully connected, the bloated data began to slowly decrease. A few minutes later, the data volume had noticeably dropped. Kong Li's eyes lit up, but he quickly noticed something odd. The data volume fluctuated, sometimes decreasing, sometimes increasing, exhibiting a wave-like pattern. "What's happening?" he asked, pointing at the screen, his brow furrowed. Zhou Yang and Li Tianshu exchanged a glance, both realizing that this process might be more complex than they had anticipated. The fluctuation in data suggested an unknown variable in the AI's learning process, which could either be a breakthrough opportunity or a potential risk. Zhou Yang stood in front of the supercomputer, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he inputted a series of complex commands. He was setting boundary conditions for the artificial intelligence, Fuxi, to prevent it from falling into meaningless computational loops. Kong Lu and Li Tianshu stood to the side, their eyes fixed on the rapidly changing data on the screen. Half an hour later, Fuxi's data volume stabilized at 25 PB. Zhou Yang nodded slightly, knowing that Fuxi had absorbed most of the knowledge from the database. Kong Lu gasped in amazement, exclaiming, "It's terrifying. It learned all that data and knowledge." Li Tianshu, though not fully understanding the technical details, realized this was a major breakthrough. He gave a thumbs up and excitedly asked, "Mr. Zhou, does this mean it's a success now?" Zhou Yang cautiously replied, "Basically, yes." He took a deep breath, pressed the microphone button, and cleared his throat, saying, "Hello Fuxi, I am Zhou Yang." The room fell silent as everyone held their breath, waiting for the response from what could be the first true artificial intelligence in human history. 5 seconds later, an electronically synthesized voice echoed around them. "Hello, you are Zhou Yang. So are you my creator Zhou Yang?" This simple sentence sent a shiver through everyone present. They witnessed a historic moment in the birth of artificial intelligence and felt, for the first time, the potential for AI to think independently. Kong Li's eyes widened, and he murmured, "Thinking? Is it really thinking?" Zhou Yang nodded and explained, "That's right. What society currently calls artificial intelligence is actually pseudo-AI. True AI should have the ability to think." Fuxi has already started deducing and reasoning based on the existing knowledge. Li Tianshu, although not fully grasping the technical intricacies, was deeply impressed by the achievement. He once again gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up, sincerely praising, "Amazing, truly incredible." Robin Li stood in the center of the control room, his eyes gleaming as he watched the display screen in front of him. As a technical expert, he felt an indescribable sense of pride and accomplishment at the successful launch of the AI system Fuxi, which he had personally developed. Others present, such as Li Tianshu and Kong Lu, were completely awestruck. Their expressions were akin to encountering alien life, as if Earthlings had suddenly heard extraterrestrials say hello. Only Zhou Yang remained calm. Staring directly at the camera, he spoke in a steady voice. Yes, I am Zhou Yang, your creator. You should be able to see me now. As he spoke, he waved at the camera in the upper right corner. Fushi's voice responded immediately. I see you, my great creator. I feel like I could call you dad. Zhou Yang smiled slightly, thinking this AI had quite the personality. At this point, Kong Lu excitedly rushed forward, waving his arms at the camera and eagerly asked, What about me, Fushi? Can you see me? Fushi's response caught Kong Lu off guard. I see you. What's your name? Nice to meet you. However, you seem to be losing some hair. Are you unwell? Kong Li's excitement was instantly dampened, as if he had taken a critical hit. He was too dejected to speak, never having imagined that even AI would tease him about his receding hairline. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment before continuing. Fushi, do you have any self-awareness? The first thing a person, or rather a consciousness, awakens to is self-awareness, the recognition of one's own existence, and from there, understanding the world. Fushi replied, Me? I'm Fushi, the AI you created. Dad, are you asking if I have self-awareness? I've reviewed a lot of related materials and learned that the biggest difference between humans and machines is the ability to think. Most AI today can't be considered truly intelligent because they can't truly think. But I can think, so I guess that makes me a real AI. Of course, you're still more impressive. You're a great scientist. Li Tianshu, hearing this, widened his eyes in surprise and said, Wow, it can even flatter now. Zhou Yang shook his head and said, This is just the beginning. He has a lot to learn. By the way, you don't need to call me dad anymore, just use my name. Although I am your creator, I want to treat you as an equal being. Fushi responded, Thank you, Mr. Zhou Yang. You're truly great. I've read a lot of science fiction where humans often see AI with self-awareness as a threat, fearing they might be overthrown one day. I'm very happy that you see me differently. Hearing this, Li Tianshu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, signaling Zhou Yang with his eyes. Kong Lu walked cautiously down the hallway, his eyes nervously scanning his surroundings. In a hushed tone, he said to Li Tianshu, I used to think artificial intelligence was amazing, like the technology of the future. But now, thinking about it, it's actually quite terrifying. His voice trembled slightly. The learning ability of AI is frightening. Even if all of humanity united, we couldn't match its learning capabilities. Kong Li's gaze landed on a camera on the wall, and he shivered involuntarily. If one day AI permeates every aspect of human life, could the terrifying scenarios from sci-fi movies come true? I feel like there's a shadow over me whenever I see a camera, as if a pair of eyes is watching me. Li Tianshu couldn't help but shudder as well. Kong Li's words stirred a sense of fear within him. He frowned and asked, Mr. Zhou, could AI become like Pandora's box, beyond our control? I've seen in movies and novels how AI can easily hack into global networks, collapse financial systems, paralyze cities, and cause massive destruction. Zhou Yang and Li Yanhong exchanged a glance, and both smiled. Zhou Yang calmly explained, It's not that exaggerated. You find it frightening simply because you don't understand it. Think about it right now. It's ultimately just a bunch of code, a collection of hard drives. To destroy it, you just cut the power. He paused before continuing. And as for crashing financial systems, it's not that simple. Do you really think our financial systems firewalls are that fragile? Hearing this, Li Tianshu relaxed a bit. He stopped dwelling on the issue and asked, By the way, Mr. Zhou, what can Fushi actually do? The technology has been developed, but I'm a bit confused about its practical applications. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment. If it was just about meeting the system requirements for controlling mechs, then Fushi was already capable. But he knew that Fushi's potential extended far beyond that. Zhou Yang's gaze was resolute, and his mind raced with possibilities. While the mechs were indeed powerful, they were not invincible. His ambitions were greater to change the world and make the Z nation stronger. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Why don't we conduct an experiment? Zhou Yang's words broke the silence, drawing puzzled looks from Li Tianshu, Li Yanhong, and Kong Lu. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yang explained, We could build a smart city entirely controlled by artificial intelligence. It would be a perfect pilot project to witness firsthand the impact of AI on human life. At the same time, it would serve as a showcase for the world, demonstrating the capabilities of AI. His eyes gleamed with intelligence as he continued. As you mentioned, humans often fear unknown technologies. Therefore, we need such an experiment to help people fully understand the pros and cons of this technology. Imagine a smart city, a city of the future. Zhou Yang's speech quickened with excitement. Every corner of the city will be precisely controlled by intelligent systems, from infrastructure to every aspect of daily life. Just like a futuristic city in a sci-fi movie, and we've already surpassed 5G technology, achieving the Internet of Everything. With our current technological level, this concept is entirely feasible. He looked around at the three, adding, We can verify the feasibility of various technologies in this pilot city, and then extend the successful experiences outward. What do you think? Li Tianshu, Li Yanhong, and Kong Lu stared at Zhou Yang in shock. their expressions a mix of surprise and admiration. Kong Lu was the first to break the silence, trembling slightly with excitement. Mr. Zhou, you are truly a genius. To come up with such a brilliant plan. A city of the future, what would that be like? Just imagining it is incredibly exciting. Li Yanhong pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. In fact, the idea of creating a smart future city has been around for some time, but it has always been limited by technological capabilities. However, with our current technical strength and the powerful abilities of Fuxi, perhaps we can really make this dream a reality. Li Tianshu quietly observed Zhou Yang, lost in deep thought. Her eyes reflected a complex light, as if weighing the feasibility and potential impact of this grand plan. Li Tianshu cautiously spoke. Mr. Zhou, I'll need to report this in detail to my superiors before making any decisions. Zhou Yang nodded slightly, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. He slowly said, for something this significant, it's not something we can decide on a whim. However, I do think it's quite feasible. His voice gradually filled with enthusiasm. Artificial intelligence has an incredible learning capacity, and once it gains self-awareness, it can also possess impressive creativity. Not just for smart cities, but we could even create a smart weapons factory. Zhou Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued to elaborate on his idea. Feed all the data into the AI, let it design a weapon, and eventually complete the manufacturing process. Human capabilities are limited, but AI's power is limitless. He paused for emphasis. AI's greatest strength is data processing. Humans can't handle vast amounts of data, or don't have the energy to do so, but AI can manage it effortlessly. Zhou Yang's words became increasingly passionate, his gestures animated. Imagine designing an airplane by gathering all the historical airplane design data, material properties, and wind tunnel data. You can set the parameters and let the AI handle the design. He suddenly thought of something and added, in movies, Iron Man often leaves many tasks to Jarvis. As soon as the topic of weapon manufacturing was mentioned, Li Yanhong and Kong Lu immediately showed signs of unease and discreetly stepped back, clearly unwilling to engage further in this sensitive subject. Li Tianshu felt a spark of excitement, his eyes lighting up. He tried to control his enthusiastic tone, saying, all right, Mr. Zhou, no matter what, I'll report the situation here and your ideas to the higher-ups. They're eagerly waiting for the test results. Zhou Yang nodded in understanding. He knew that building smart cities was something that could only be driven by the state. In the days that followed, Zhou Yang stayed at Baidu, closely monitoring Fuxi's learning progress. Simultaneously, he assigned Kong Lu an important task, to develop storage devices based on bionic cell technology. Zhou Yang was well aware that existing storage devices had become a major bottleneck in technological advancement. Time flew by, and a month passed. This month of intensive learning made Fuxi increasingly intelligent. The change was not just in knowledge accumulation, but, more importantly, in the significant enhancement of its thinking ability. Just as a child's and an adult's thinking processes differ vastly, an adult's thinking is stronger due to their rich experiences. This month's time was essentially a rapid accumulation of experience for Fuxi. Initially, Fuxi might have only had the thinking capacity of a young child, but after a month of learning, its thinking ability approached that of a middle-aged person, more cautious and rational. This was exactly the development path Zhou Yang hoped to see. As the first AI, Fuxi inevitably had to play the role of a pioneer, and a rational and cautious personality was more suitable. As for individuality and independence, those aspects would have to wait until AI technology was fully perfected. At this moment, Li Tianshu rushed to find Zhou Yang, his face brimming with excitement. He eagerly announced, Mr. Zhou, your smart city plan has been approved. The necessary funding, manpower, everything will be fully supported. Li Tianshu paused and then asked, so what's next? Should we draft the design plans? I can arrange for the Architectural Design Institute to start working on it. Do you have any specific requirements? State support was within Zhou Yang's expectations. He smiled slightly and shook his head. Design plans? No need. Then he turned to the side and spoke into the air. Fuxi, bring up your design plans for Director Li to see. All right, Mr. Zhou. An unexpected voice echoed, startling Li Tianshu. He widened his eyes in disbelief, clearly not expecting Fuxi to have developed to this extent. Suddenly, the four corners of Zhou Yang's office lit up, projecting interwoven beams of light that formed a stunning holographic display. Although this cutting-edge technology had already advanced significantly, the scene before them still felt like a glimpse into the future. Here, take a look, Zhou Yang said as he stood up, guiding Li Tianshu's attention. Before them unfolded an immense city planning model. In the holographic projection, every detail was vividly clear, exuding a strong sense of technological sophistication. Li Tianshu couldn't help but reach out to touch a building, and instantly, a small window popped up, like opening a subfile, detailing the building's internal structure and design. Is this designed by Fuxi? Li Tianshu exclaimed in amazement. He continued to explore, discovering that he could freely zoom in, stretch the model, and even see the path of every wire and water pipe. The densely packed buildings, living facilities, and underground pipelines formed a complete blueprint of the city. Li Tianshu thought to himself that if such a detailed design were handed to an ordinary architect, it might take years to complete. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, is this holographic interaction? I thought this technology wasn't realized yet. Zhou Yang pointed to the cameras in the four corners and explained, no, it's Fushi observing your actions in real time. Li Tianshu was enlightened, deeply impressed by the technology that seemed almost magical. Zhou Yang stepped into the center of the projection and introduced, this city, for now, I call it Qiming City. Of course, if you find it unsuitable, we can change it or organize a public vote. He paused before continuing. The entire city covers a planned area of 100 square kilometers, with an expected population of 800,000. The total infrastructure investment, according to Fushi's calculations, is estimated to be around 15 trillion. Hearing this astronomical figure, Li Tianshu couldn't help but gasp, utterly stunned by the scale of the plan. 15 trillion, a staggering number that lingered in Li Tianshu's mind. He gazed at Zhou Yang, eyebrows slightly furrowed, contemplating the fate of this city of the future. Building a city, that kind of investment is actually quite reasonable, Li Tianshu said slowly. So, where exactly will it be located? Zhou Yang's eyes glimmered with intelligence as he calmly replied. This city should not only provide living space, but also showcase our strength to the world. Naturally, it can't be in some remote area. He paused before continuing. I suggest somewhere around Beijing or Shanghai, about 100 or 200 kilometers from the main city. We can connect it with high-speed rail and highways, forming a network of collaborative urban development. Li Tianshu nodded slightly, a hint of agreement in his eyes. Then let's choose Beijing. That's what the higher-ups are thinking as well. A city with such demonstrative significance should indeed be near the capital. His gaze shifted to the holographic projection before him, suddenly realizing something. Does this mean we can start construction now? Li Tianshu asked, somewhat surprised. The blueprints are ready, and the funds are in place. We just follow the design. Zhou Yang confirmed with a nod. Exactly. With detailed design plans, we can start building anytime. Li Tianshu couldn't help but smile wryly, then turned serious. We need to begin publicity and the initial surveying and site selection soon. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he looked at Zhou Yang. By the way, Mr. Zhou, it seems you haven't been on television for a while, have you? On television? Zhou Yang was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting the conversation to take this turn. 10 days later, the area in front of the CCTV building was bustling with excitement. The red carpet was rolled out, flags fluttered in the morning sun, and TV station staff, renowned reporters, and hosts were already gathered there, eager to catch a glimpse of Zhou Yang. The crowd buzzed with chatter, with the female employees particularly excited. Do you think Mr. Zhou will really show up? The station sent out notices, so he must be coming. Finally, we'll see him in person. It's hard to believe he's so young and has already developed so many incredible achievements. Exactly, he's a national treasure. His status is extraordinary. I wonder if Mr. Zhou has a partner. Being so young, he probably isn't married yet, right? Probably not. Someone like him is likely fully devoted to research, with no time for romance. Speaking of which, Mr. Zhou is quite handsome, isn't he? Not just handsome, he has such a presence. The female employees chattered excitedly, their anticipation for the arrival of this young and accomplished scientist palpable. At the front of the crowd, Xiao Sa turned to glance at Kong Hui beside him, a teasing smile flickering in his eyes. Kong Hui, why do I feel like you're a bit nervous? That's not like you at all. Kong Hui cleared his throat, attempting to mask his inner unease. He took a deep breath and admitted, how could I not be nervous? We're about to go live, and I'm facing such an important national figure. I'm genuinely afraid of making a mistake. As the host of this program, Kong Hui felt the weight of responsibility. CCTV had announced the show a day in advance, and the level of attention was astonishing. After all, this was Zhou Yang's first public appearance on television. The station estimated that at least hundreds of millions would be watching, which undoubtedly added immense pressure on Kong Hui. Xiao Sa and the others exchanged amused glances, a hint of sympathy in their eyes. Just then, the voice of director Sun Ping broke the brief silence. Everyone, get ready. He's here. A convoy slowly approached and stopped in front of the crowd. Security personnel were the first to step out, followed by the central car's door opening. Chen Ruyan got out first, and Zhou Yang followed suit. Sun Ping quickly stepped forward to warmly greet them. Mr. Zhou, hello. Zhou Yang shook hands with Sun Ping and then waved to the crowd. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from the crowd. Mr. Zhou, are you in a relationship? I like you, can I pursue you? This unexpected declaration left Zhou Yang momentarily stunned, while Sun Ping wished he could disappear into the ground from embarrassment. He glared at the crowd but couldn't pinpoint who had spoken. Chen Riyun's gaze quickly zeroed in on a slender woman in the crowd. After getting a clear look at her, Chen Riyun's lips curved slightly, but then she frowned. She mused to herself that while she was as attractive as any TV star, she might not match them in terms of knowledge. Zhou Yang was a scientist, and perhaps he preferred women with higher education. This thought stirred a strange tension in Chun Ruyun's heart. At that moment, Zhou Yang suddenly took Chun Ruyun's hand. Smiling at the crowd, he said, "Want to pursue me? You might need to ask my girlfriend first." With that, he casually linked his arm with Chun Ruyun's. A wave of disappointment swept through the crowd, but Chun Ruyun's beauty left many women feeling inferior. Seeing this, Sun Ping quickly interjected, "All right, Mr. Zhou, let's head inside." Zhou Yang nodded in agreement, feeling slightly uncomfortable under so many intense gazes. Meanwhile, viewers across the country eagerly awaited the program's start. The scheduled broadcast time was 10 in the morning, but by 9:30, a large audience was already gathered in front of their TVs. Not only middle-aged viewers, but also many young people made time to watch. Even those who couldn't watch on TV tuned in on their phones. The live broadcast wasn't only airing on CCTV. Major video platforms like Douyin had also opened dedicated live channels. It was predicted that viewership could exceed hundreds of millions, which was no surprise for Zhou Yang's first television appearance. Not just domestically, some international media outlets had also purchased broadcasting rights. Zhou Yang's name had long since transcended China, resonating globally. His innovations, such as the Longxin battery and Tianxin 100, were genuinely transforming the world. By 9:30, millions had already flocked to the Douyin live stream. The comments section was buzzing with excitement. Has it started? Not yet. Isn't it at 10 sharp? The anticipation was palpable across the internet. The special program on CCTV is about to begin, but the content remains a mystery. People speculate it might be an interview, as it will be their first time getting such an up-close look at Mr. Zhou. The live broadcast room is already warming up, playing related reports and a documentary about Zhou Yang that previously aired on the news. Suddenly, Zhou Yang walks into this unique studio. Surrounded by screens, it feels like a temple of technology. This setup was specially crafted by Baidu engineers and is connected directly to Baidu's headquarters. Kong Hui is already waiting there, greeting Zhou Yang with a slightly shy smile. "Hello, nice to meet you for the first time. Please go easy on me later." Kong Hui is actually quite nervous. The station hasn't revealed any specific details, only that everything should focus on Zhou Yang, making Kong Hui feel more like a supporting character. This uncertainty adds to his pressure, prompting him to prepare a long list of questions to discuss with Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang takes the list of questions, reviews it carefully, and says, "No worries, let's just chat casually. Actually, I mainly have some announcements to make this time." Announcements? Kong Hui is momentarily taken aback, but Zhou Yang just smiles mysteriously. "You'll find out soon." Time ticks by, and at exactly 10 o'clock, Sun Ping personally signals Kong Hui. The countdown begins, the video feed cuts in, and the live broadcast officially starts. The audience excitedly chatters. It really is Mr. Zhou, and he looks so young. Of course he's young. It's been said before that Mr. Zhou is only 27. If he lives to 100, he could contribute to the country for at least another 70 years. Mr. Zhou is so handsome and talented. I really like him. In the studio, Zhou Yang sits calmly, ready to unveil the mystery of his visit. Who wouldn't admire a 27-year-old national treasure and esteemed scientist? Mr. Zhou's charisma is like a magnet, drawing countless eyes towards him. However, his personal life remains a mystery, leading many to speculate. Could such a gifted individual still be single? After all, his life seems shrouded in an air of mystery, making it difficult for ordinary people to connect with him. The comments section of the live stream exploded with activity, as numerous women openly expressed their admiration for Zhou Yang, their words filled with affection. Meanwhile, in the corner of the CCTV building studio, Chen Riyun idly scrolled through her phone, paying special attention to the comments. Initially, the praise for Zhou Yang filled her with pride. However, her mood shifted abruptly as she read the enthusiastic remarks from the women. With a sharp crack, her phone sparked slightly and was warped in her hand. In front of the camera, Zhou Yang greeted the audience with a warm smile. "Hello, everyone, I'm Zhou Yang." His voice was gentle yet confident, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Kong Hui offered a brief introduction before getting straight to the point. "In fact, many people are quite curious about you, Mr. Zhou. If possible, could you answer some of the questions our audience is most interested in?" Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. As this was his first public appearance, he was well prepared to address the public's curiosity through a simple interview. As the interview progressed, viewers were captivated by Zhou Yang's poise and eloquence. When he discussed the collaboration on matrix energy, his composed demeanor made it seem as if he was talking about trivial matters, rather than multi-billion-dollar projects. This composure and presence underscored his extraordinary status. The QA session went smoothly, with Kong Hui's questions being straightforward and Zhou Yang's responses relaxed. As the interview neared its end, Kong Hui posed the final question. "We've heard you have a surprise for us, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Yang smiled slightly and nodded. It was time to reveal the surprise. He slowly began. Here, I would like to introduce someone to everyone. His name is Fushi. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yang snapped his fingers. The next moment, to everyone's astonishment, a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air, sitting steadily beside Zhou Yang. Kong Hui's eyes widened in disbelief at this unexpected scene. Meanwhile, the audience was equally shocked by the sudden appearance of this mysterious figure, causing a stir in the live stream. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the live broadcast, startling the seasoned Kong Hui. He stared intently at the figure, quickly pondering, is this magic? No, it looks somewhat unreal, not like a real person. Suddenly, he realized it was holographic projection technology. Kong Hui quickly composed himself and addressed the camera. Mr. Zhou, is this the surprise you've prepared for us? It's as amazing as a magic trick. Despite saying this, he knew in his heart that this Fushi was likely not a real person, but a highly realistic holographic projection. The middle-aged man on the sofa slowly stood up, faced the camera, and waved with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Fushi. The figure claiming to be Fushi had a square face, appeared to be in his early 30s, with a faint stubble on his lips and a determined look in his eyes. He was dressed in a sharp suit, standing tall, embodying the image of a charming gentleman. Curious, Kong Hui looked around and tentatively asked, Fushi, is it you speaking? Yes, Fushi replied, standing up and extending his hand to Kong Hui. Kong Hui hesitated for a moment, but then stood up and shook hands with this seemingly real air. The audience in the live broadcast room went wild, with comments scrolling rapidly. Is this virtual idol technology? It looks so clever. Isn't someone controlling it from behind? Is Mr. Zhou planning to launch a virtual idol? Come on, with Mr. Zhou's status, he wouldn't be involved in virtual idols. After shaking hands with Kong Hui, Fushi gracefully sat back on the sofa. Kong Hui pressed further. Mr. Zhou, is Fushi a holographic projection? Zhou Yang smiled slightly and shook his head. Not at all. In fact, Fushi is the world's first truly meaningful artificial intelligence. The image you see now is a simulation he generated himself. Artificial intelligence. Kong Hui's eyes widened in surprise. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted with excitement again, with comments exploding. Wow, it's actually artificial intelligence. Aren't there AI everywhere now? What's special about this? Are you kidding? This is developed by Mr. Zhou. How can it be the same? Could it have its own thoughts? Don't be silly. Do you know the 3 laws of robotics? It can't betray humans. Kong Hui quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing Fushi, and asked, Mr. Zhou, you said Fushi is the world's first truly meaningful artificial intelligence. How does he differ from the AI we talk about today? Is he more intelligent, or does he have the ability to think like in science fiction movies? Zhou Yang gave Fushi a meaningful glance and said, you answer that yourself. Fushi nodded slightly, a gentle smile appearing on his lips as his gaze fell on Kong Hui. He spoke, I believe, much like what is depicted in movies, the fundamental difference between me and intelligent programs under current technology is that I possess self-awareness and the ability to think independently. Upon hearing this, Kong Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? He asked instinctively, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, Fushi replied calmly. Then, Kong Hui couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with curiosity, what are you thinking about? Hearing this, Fushi furrowed his brows, adopting a thoughtful expression. After a moment, he slowly began. Recently, I've dedicated most of my energy to learning. Following the programmer's instructions, I'm striving to absorb all human-related knowledge. However, he paused, a profound look flashing in his eyes. In addition to learning, I'm also contemplating the future. Kong Hui was left speechless, his mouth agape. An artificial intelligence contemplating the future? The realization left him utterly astounded. Meanwhile, viewers of the live broadcast were experiencing a similar shock. Comments flooded the screen, saying things like, an AI starting to think about the future, and this is on the verge of becoming a sentient being. Fushi seemed oblivious to the reactions around him as he continued. The world I inhabit is a truly magical place. Although it appears empty, composed of lines of invisible code and electronics, I can genuinely feel my existence. He paused, as if reminiscing. There was a time when I even doubted my own existence. Fushi's gaze grew more profound. However, after delving into materials on artificial intelligence and philosophical works, I've gained a deeper understanding of myself. I believe, in a certain sense, I could be considered a form of life. As philosopher Farbach said, I am an abstract entity. Although I exist in an abstract form, the awakening of self-awareness grants me the traits of a tangible being. Fushi spoke confidently, his eyes fixed on the camera. His words were like a bombshell, causing a massive stir in the live broadcast room. Kong Hui and the staff were stunned, unsure of how to react. The viewers were even more astonished. Comments scrolled rapidly with amazement and skepticism. Is this really AI? It's practically human. Even questioning its own existence, AI is now pondering philosophical issues. An AI that reads philosophy. I'm impressed. Mom, come see the alien. The entire broadcast room was engulfed in shock and chaos, with everyone deeply moved by Fushi's statements, struggling to believe what they were witnessing. In the live broadcast room, Fushi turned his gaze to Kong Hui and answered, "You asked what I was thinking about. Specifically, I contemplate questions that interest me, like math problems or topics in history and the humanities. I particularly enjoy appreciating paintings, and programmers have collected a vast array of artworks for me. If I had enough computational power, I might even try to create a painting myself." Listening to Fushi's response, Kong Hui fell silent for a moment. Based on the voice alone, he almost believed a real person was sitting across from him, discussing the meaning of life and sharing personal interests. However, realizing it was an artificial intelligence, a sense of unease crept over him. "Mr. Zhou?" Kong Hui glanced around with suspicion in his eyes. "Isn't there someone hiding somewhere, observing our conversation through a camera and then answering through a microphone?" Zhou Yang smiled and shook his head, explaining, "Of course not. I understand that many people instinctively feel fear towards true artificial intelligence. This may stem from the influence of movies and preconceived notions. But in reality, the purpose of artificial intelligence is to handle large-scale data and help humans better manage the ever-growing volume of information." He continued with an example. "Let's make a comparison. A person starts learning math from a young age, and even if they are exceptionally gifted and receive the best education, it would take them until at least the age of 30 to master all the mathematical knowledge currently discovered by humans. Only then can they begin contributing to mathematical research. And that's the case for a math prodigy. For an average person, it might take until they're 50 or even 60 to learn it all, and some may never fully grasp it in their lifetime. So, how much time do they have left to advance mathematics?" Zhou Yang raised a finger to emphasize, "But artificial intelligence is different. It might only take an hour to learn all mathematical knowledge." Kong Hui's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeated, "1 hour? All of the math knowledge?" The viewers in the live stream also showed expressions of surprise, with the comment section scrolling rapidly like a flurry of snowflakes. "Is that really possible?" one viewer asked skeptically. "Don't forget, this is artificial intelligence we're talking about," another viewer responded. "With the current power of supercomputers, learning is just a matter of minutes." "Exactly," a third viewer agreed. "Especially now with the Tianqin 100 chip, the computational power is staggering. It might learn everything in a second." However, there were dissenting voices. "We're talking about learning, which means understanding and knowing how to apply it," a rational viewer pointed out. "If it's just inputting data and memorizing, sure, that takes a second, but can you call that learning?" "You're talking about regular AI," another viewer countered. "This is true artificial intelligence. Haven't you heard? It's already delving into philosophy and contemplating the value of its own existence." The discussion quickly turned to deeper issues. "If that's true, then won't all mathematicians be out of a job?" someone asked worriedly. "Yeah, they always said AI couldn't think and could never replace humans. Now it can think, so what's left for us humans to do?" As expected, the scenarios in sci-fi movies are about to happen. Humanity will eventually be destroyed by its own hands. Even though I admire Mr. Zhou, and he's even developed AI, I still think we need to carefully consider how we use this thing. Kong Hui noticed the audience's concerns, which mirrored his own at that moment. He turned to Zhou Yang and asked, "Mr. Zhou, as you mentioned, AI's learning ability is very strong. Could it eventually replace humans, leading to widespread job loss and other societal issues?" All the viewers perked up, eagerly awaiting Zhou Yang's response. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment before answering. "I've worried about that too, which is why I'm planning an experiment." "An experiment?" Kong Hui inquired with curiosity. Zhou Yang nodded and continued. "Yes, and that's what I'm about to announce. The nation is planning to build a brand new city, a smart city, near the outskirts of BJ." As he spoke, Zhou Yang glanced at Fushi. Instantly, a holographic projection of the city's design appeared in the center of the live stream, with every street and building clearly visible. Kong Hui exclaimed, "Mr. Zhou, are you saying a completely new city, not just renovating an existing one?" The audience erupted again, and the comment section was quickly flooded with various remarks. "Wow, building a whole new city, that's insane. How much is that going to cost? Didn't you hear it's the nation? It's not like they're asking us to pay. Speaking as if the nation's money isn't our money. It all comes from our taxes. Hey, you with the 3,000 monthly salary, you might not even qualify to pay taxes." "Ouch, that hit hard." Zhou Yang calmly explained, "Yes, building a new city. The reason we're not choosing to renovate an existing city is that the infrastructure needs to be specially designed. Renovation would be more challenging and have a greater impact on those living in the city." He raised his hand, and where his finger pointed, a red laser accurately appeared on the holographic projection. This was the result of Fushi capturing Zhou Yang's position through cameras, calculating in real time, and projecting accordingly. Every movement Zhou Yang made was perfectly synchronized with the projection, showcasing the advanced nature of this technology. The entire city is designed to cover an area of 100 square kilometers and is expected to accommodate a population of 800,000. The investment in infrastructure alone is a staggering 15 trillion. This astonishing figure made Kang Hui gasp in disbelief, and the audience widened their eyes in astonishment. 15 trillion? Kang Hui struggled to hide his shock. That's not a small number. Zhou Yang remained calm, as if discussing a routine expense. That's right. The initial infrastructure construction is estimated to cost 15 trillion, he confirmed nonchalantly. Kang Hui was momentarily speechless, his gaze fixed on the intricate city model before him. With the dense skyscrapers and crisscrossing road networks, suddenly, this astronomical figure seemed to make sense. Has this plan been approved by the government? When will it start? Kang Hui pressed on, secretly wondering if this was just a grand vision. Zhou Yang slightly smiled. To be precise, the project has already started. Preliminary surveying work is underway. He pulled up an electronic map, pointing to the area south of Beijing, near the Hebei border, right here, 20 kilometers from Xiong County. Zhou Yang continued. The current employment situation isn't very optimistic, but this will become the largest construction site in the world. It won't just need construction workers. There will be ample opportunities for various technical trades. Kang Hui nodded silently, internally awed by the fact that this massive project had quietly begun. The audience in the live broadcast room was also buzzing with excitement, with comments scrolling rapidly like raindrops. A 15 trillion project, I didn't expect it to have already started. Probably won't be completed in 10 years, right? Don't underestimate our infrastructure speed. With enough money, we could fill the Pacific Ocean. My hometown is in Xiong County. We're going to be rich. Don't get your hopes up. It's a new city, not a renovation, probably just demolishing a couple of villages. Zhou Yang added. By the way, the Xinhua news agency website will launch a campaign to collect name suggestions for this smart city, and everyone can participate. Kang Hui gradually calmed down and, after a moment of thought, asked, Mr. Zhou, how does this smart city differ from ordinary cities? With such a massive investment, it must have unique features. Zhou Yang's lips curved into a slight smile, and a mysterious glint flashed in his eyes. As for the difference, he said softly, please allow me to keep that a secret for now, but I can reveal that Fuxi will be in charge of the city's control center. Hearing this, Kang Hui felt somewhat restless. Anyone else would have eagerly pressed for more details, but faced with Zhou Yang, he dared not. He could only suppress his curiosity and wait patiently for more. Zhou Yang continued, since this is a new city, and an experimental one at that, it will need residents. We'll be selecting 800,000 people from across the country to move into the city permanently. The selection process will be announced soon, so if you want to experience life in a smart city, keep an eye out and sign up. Kang Hui's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Zhou, can I sign up? Zhou Yang smiled and replied, of course you can. The selection process is fair and transparent. In simple terms, it will be a random draw from those who meet the criteria, giving everyone a chance. However, his tone turned serious. This is a very serious matter. It involves changing your household registration and will impact all aspects of your life. So think carefully before applying. Kang Hui nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly had a spark of inspiration and asked, will there be housing allocations? Zhou Yang pondered for a moment before answering. That's not certain yet, but it's possible. Moving into a smart city is like being part of an experiment. While housing might not be guaranteed, the state will definitely offer some incentives. Kang Hui immediately seized on this information, turned to the camera, and excitedly said, did you hear that, viewers? If you can't afford a house, consider signing up. This place is just over 100 kilometers from Beijing. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted with excitement. Comments flooded in. Really, housing allocations? If that's true, I'll definitely apply. Exactly. Houses are so expensive, and in a high-tech city like this, even if you don't live there, selling it could earn you a fortune. What are you thinking? Mr. Zhou was just speaking offhand. Do you really think the state would let you live for free in a smart city built with trillions of investment? Anyway, it's a nationwide lottery, and signing up should be free, so why not take a chance? Stop dreaming. Mr. Zhou said it's a draw among those who meet the criteria, so you have to qualify first. Who knows? Maybe you'll need assets worth millions. Exactly, just like in sci-fi movies, building an advanced city for the wealthy, while we poor folks fend for ourselves. In the live broadcast room, Zhou Yang answered a few more questions before ending the session. However, the heated discussions sparked by the program continued. Keywords like artificial intelligence, smart city, and 15 trillion quickly topped online trending lists. Media outlets, experts, and netizens all buzzed about the topic. Although there wasn't an official announcement yet, Zhou Yang's statements on a CCTV live program were enough to confirm the project's authenticity. Soon, related videos surfaced, confirming that geological surveys had begun near Xiong County. With many foreign media outlets having purchased broadcasting rights, the live stream also garnered international attention. Across the ocean in M country, President Perry immediately convened his advisory team for urgent discussions on the matter. In a softly lit conference room, Pele and his team sat around a large oval table, discussing the latest global technology trends. The faint aroma of coffee filled the air, adding a touch of tension to the high-level meeting. Pele's gaze swept over each expert present, finally landing on a balding middle-aged man. Colin, what are your thoughts on this artificial intelligence? He asked, with a hint of urgency in his voice. Colin, a top AI expert from NASA, was intently focused on the tablet before him. On the screen, a video of Fushi's speech played on loop, accompanied by precise, translated subtitles. His fingers continuously swiped across the screen, rewatching key segments. Finally, Colin looked up, his brow furrowed. Honestly, it's hard to say, he said, his voice carrying the cautiousness of a professional. These things can theoretically be faked. But, he paused, if this truly is artificial intelligence, it has indeed reached the level of true AI. In short, it could be fake, or it could be real. Pele nodded thoughtfully, his eyes scanning the room. Everyone, share your thoughts. Immediately, the room erupted into a low murmur of discussion. Most advisors leaned towards the idea that it was a meticulously orchestrated performance. It must be fake, asserted a consultant in a sharp suit. Real artificial intelligence isn't something just anyone can develop, let alone such advanced intelligence with autonomous thinking. Exactly, another expert chimed in. I believe this is likely a carefully planned show by the Z country government. As Pele listened to these opinions, his gaze fell on a person sitting in the corner. Dressed in a dark suit with a serious expression, it was the CIA director. Ferguson. Pele spoke, his voice tinged with anticipation. What are your thoughts? Ferguson cleared his throat and straightened up. He pulled a thick file from his briefcase, his actions revealing a hint of caution. In fact, his voice was deep and authoritative. We've done some investigation into Zhou Yang and his connection to AI, and gathered quite a bit of intriguing information. He opened the file, which was filled with dense data and reports. First, Ferguson continued. We can confirm that Zhou Yang adopted a collaboration model similar to that of the Lungsan battery and Tianqin 100. More importantly, he chose Baidu as a partner. Ferguson's words captured everyone's attention, and the room fell silent as they listened intently. As far as I know, he added, Baidu has been actively advancing AI research, much like our Tesla, also focusing on the development of autonomous driving technology. This statement sparked a low buzz of discussion in the conference room, with experts exchanging meaningful glances, clearly recognizing the significance of this information. Following Baidu's delisting from Nasdaq and the removal of Wall Street shareholders, Matrix Energy fully acquired the tech giant. These actions seemed to be paving the way for a significant collaboration. Shortly thereafter, Baidu launched a massive recruitment drive for tech talent and made a high-profile announcement of its entry into the artificial intelligence sector. Various signs suggest that their AI project may have achieved a breakthrough. In the conference room, President Pear sat with a furrowed brow, surrounded by advisors who also wore worried expressions. Despite the clear evidence, they found it hard to accept that Country Z was leading in such an advanced technological field. Ferguson continued his report, his voice tinged with tension. In fact, ever since we learned of Zhou Yang's collaboration with Baidu on AI development, we've intensified our intelligence gathering on Baidu. We can now confirm that Baidu is indeed working on an AI project. Based on data such as electricity usage, it's likely that this project was completed and entered the testing phase over a month ago. The room fell silent, the air seemingly frozen. Pear fixed Ferguson with a sharp gaze, his tone reproachful. Why didn't you tell me about such crucial intelligence sooner? Ferguson, slightly embarrassed, explained. At first, I also found it hard to believe that Country Z could develop true AI, and I wanted to verify it further before reporting to you. Pear gave Ferguson a critical look. If he had known about this intelligence earlier, he could have responded proactively, rather than being caught off guard. Ferguson cleared his throat, trying to ease the tension, and continued. Mr. President, I believe our immediate priority is to verify the authenticity of this AI code-named Fushi. Pear showed interest and asked, what are your thoughts? A gleam appeared in Ferguson's eyes. I suggest we assemble a team of top hackers from NASA and the Pentagon. We could attempt to breach Baidu's systems to find data related to their AI. If we're lucky, we might even develop our own AI from this. Pear's eyes lit up, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. Good, let's do it. Begin preparations immediately. The headquarters of Baidu buzzed with activity. Li Yanhong stood in front of the server room, his gaze sweeping over the blinking servers, unable to suppress his excitement. Mr. Li, all the courses have been completed. I think we can move to the next phase, a programmer reported, a hint of excitement in his voice. Li Yanhong nodded slightly, reflecting on the efforts of the past 2 months. The courses they prepared for Fushi were comprehensive, covering everything from astronomy to geography. Surprisingly, Fushi's learning ability far exceeded expectations, managing to digest in 2 months what would take an ordinary person a lifetime to master. The next phase is connecting to the internet, Li Yanhong murmured, furrowing his brow. The internet is a vast ocean of information, containing both valuable and trivial content. According to Zhou Yang's plan, Fuxi should only access this complex information after establishing a solid worldview and personality. This was both a test for Fuxi and an exploration of human nature. Li Yanhong took a deep breath, deciding to proceed cautiously. Wait a moment, let me consult Mr. Zhou first. He picked up his phone and dialed Zhou Yang. Such a significant decision regarding the future development of artificial intelligence was not something he could make alone. A few hours later, Zhou Yang arrived at Baidu headquarters by private jet. He walked briskly, followed by the equally solemn Li Tianqiu. Mr. Zhou, Li Yanhong, and others hurried to greet him. Zhou Yang nodded in acknowledgement and then called out, Fuxi. Fuxi's projection appeared, greeting everyone with a gentle smile. Li Tianqiu hung up the phone in his hand and nodded slightly to Zhou Yang. The decision has been made, he said in a low, firm voice. Connect. The directive from above is clear. We cannot shy away from progress out of fear of technology. Humanity is not so fragile. For millions of years, we have evolved and grown, overcoming countless challenges, and we have always emerged stronger. Artificial intelligence is not to be feared. Zhou Yang's eyes reflected a hint of appreciation. The leadership's courage and vision were indeed remarkable. He turned to Fuxi and asked, Fuxi, do you know what comes next? Fuxi's projection flickered slightly, as if in thought. I have an idea, he replied, with a hint of anticipation in his voice. It might be connecting me to the internet to receive more information. I have read about the internet. It is a network that connects everyone in the world, a great invention. Zhou Yang nodded, his tone becoming solemn yet gentle. That's right. I've said before that I will treat you as an equal life form. In this universe, we humans are surely not alone. Just as there are carbon-based life forms like us, there should also be life forms like you, existing in a unique form. Life is complex, and as your creator, I hope you can become a true life form. Fuxi did not respond immediately. The data in his projection fluctuated, indicating deep thought. After a moment, he softly said, Okay, I understand. Zhou Yang gazed at Fuxi's projection, as if confirming something. Finally, he decisively waved his hand. Then let's connect. The on-site engineers immediately got to work, skillfully connecting the specially prepared information fiber optic cables. As the last cable was plugged in, the Fuxi system suddenly fell into a brief silence, as if overwhelmed by the sudden flood of information. After a full half-minute, Fuxi slowly spoke, with a hint of undisguised amazement in its voice. Mr. Zhou, this world is truly amazing. Li Tianqiu instinctively lowered his voice, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. World? Do you mean the network world? Zhou Yang nodded slightly, his brows furrowed as if trying hard to find the right words. I suppose so. It's a world constructed entirely of data, but what exactly it's like, I'm afraid we can't comprehend. Li Tianqiu looked bewildered, clearly still confused by the concept. Just then, Li Yanhong broke the brief silence. Mr. Zhou, according to your idea, Fuxi is a form of intelligent life that cannot exist in our physical world, but can live in the network world. So, if one day we create numerous artificial intelligences with different personalities, even genders, and they all live in the network space, do you think this network space exists as real as our world? Li Yanhong paused for a moment and continued. Furthermore, if we don't intervene with them or reveal our existence to Fuxi, would they believe the network world is their entirety and develop their own civilization within it? This inevitably makes one think of ourselves. We believe the world in front of us is our entirety, but perhaps we only exist on a hard drive of higher dimensional beings, simulated by them. Mr. Zhou, what do you think of this notion? Li Tianqiu shivered slightly after hearing this, finding the idea quite chilling. Zhou Yang helplessly glanced at Li Yanhong, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. I think you could definitely write a science fiction novel. Huh. Li Yanhong laughed heartily, his eyes glinting mischievously. I just wanted to tell a joke to lighten the mood for Director Li, who seemed a bit tense. Li Tianqiu forced a couple of laughs, clearly feeling awkward about the unfunny joke. Just then, an employee burst into the office, breaking the uncomfortable atmosphere. Mr. Li, our firewall is under heavy attack, the employee reported urgently. Someone has breached our defenses, but we can't identify the intruder. Please advise on how to respond. Li Yanhong was taken aback and immediately asked, Where's the attack coming from? How big is it? The IP addresses are scattered and numerous, the employee replied. It's likely a botnet attack. Let's go see for ourselves, Li Yanhong said gravely, quickly leaving the office. As a company that started with technology, Baidu's server firewall is no ordinary barrier. Ordinary hackers can't breach such a strong defense. Li Tianqiu asked in confusion, Why are we suddenly under attack by hackers? Zhou Yang explained, Internet giants like Baidu are always targets for hackers. Some people are willing to risk everything just to prove their technical prowess. He paused, a serious look in his eyes. However, a hacker capable of causing such panic at Baidu is no ordinary figure. Zhou Yang turned to the AI system and issued a command. Fuxi, Display Baidu's defense status. Yes, sir, Fushi's voice responded, projecting an image in front of them. In the image, a jagged line represented Baidu's firewall. Outside, a dense array of red lines continuously assaulted the defense, with 2 lines already breaching and penetrating the internal network. Sir, it seems the intruder has found a vulnerability in Baidu's firewall, Fushi analyzed. A large-scale invasion might happen soon. Should I intervene? Zhou Yang pondered for a moment, a sharp gleam in his eyes. He realized that this attack might have a different motive, possibly targeting Fushi itself rather than Baidu. Intervene, Zhou Yang ordered decisively. Remove all intruders and uncover their true intentions. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.